traversing the Marvel Universe, awakening the Devouring System. Regardless of flesh and blood or boundless energy, the Devouring System consumes all. Having devoured the gods, I shall become a god. Chapter 1. Activation of the Devouring System. Johnny perceived himself as a tragic figure. His carefree existence was abruptly terminated by a sudden missile strike. This was an act of terrorism. The missile detonated perilously close to Johnny, leaving his body shattered beyond recovery. Upon awakening, he found himself ensconced in a dark, cramped dungeon. How did I? Where am I? Johnny's face was a mask of confusion. He could not fathom how he had transitioned from reveling in the joys of his mundane life watching action films featuring his beloved actress Sesto, experiencing an explosion and excruciating pain, only to find himself in this dreadful place upon regaining consciousness. This? A transmigration? Johnny was utterly bewildered. And even if it is a transmigration, could someone at least inform me of the nature of this strange locale? As Johnny grappled with his bewilderment, a series of footsteps caught his attention. Several guards clad in golden armor, wielding spears and shields, soon passed by the entrance of his cell. What the hell? Armor and long spears? Where the blazes have I ended up? Upon witnessing the guard's attire, Johnny was even more perplexed, eager to ascertain the reality of his situation. Hey, guards, I demand to see a lawyer. Johnny scrambled to his feet, rushing to the dungeon door, and began to pound fiercely on the metal bars, shouting at the two guards. This action drew the attention of the passing sentinels. However, Johnny soon realized that this may not have been the wisest course of action, given the guards' scrutinizing gazes. Wait, I thought we were supposed to be containing a damned flame creature here. How did it turn into a human? The guards expressed surprise upon seeing Johnny, one of them questioning his presence. Both guards were burly, nearly obscuring Johnny's entire line of sight as they loomed at the entrance of his cell. Excuse me, could you please inform me of where I am? Faced with the guard's imposing demeanor, Johnny quickly capitulated. This is the magnificent divine realm of Asgard. Human, tell us how you infiltrated. One guard, his eyes sharp and emanating a subtle yet palpable pressure, barked at Johnny. Under the weight of the guard's presence, Johnny felt his legs weaken, yet the words struck him with astonishment. Asgard? Was that not the realm of dominion over the 9 realms in the Marvel Universe, the homeland of Odin, the All-Father, and Thor, the god of thunder? Infiltration? I did not infiltrate. I was simply at home, and then suddenly everything went dark, and I found myself here. I have committed no crime. Johnny attempted to defend himself, but his words only seemed to heighten the guard's vigilance. The humans of Midgard are leagues away from the divine realm. You claim to have arrived here, suddenly. The guards clearly did not believe Johnny's explanation, that I perceive him to be an infiltrator. With Odin leading his mighty army on a campaign and absent from the divine realm, this individual's intrusion must harbor sinister intentions. We must apprehend him at once. A guard's spear shimmered with vibrant energy, and the golden tip unleashed a fierce blast that struck the defenseless Johnny. Blasted hell. Amidst the excruciating pain, Johnny could only muster a fleeting curse of indignation before darkness enveloped him, his body convulsing before collapsing to the ground soon. Rendered silent, it appears he has perished. Observing Johnny's lifeless form, the guard who had unleashed the attack spoke uncertainly. Better dead than alive. Who cares for the fates of prisoners in this dungeon? Whether he is an infiltrator or not, we must eliminate potential threats. It is better to err on the side of caution. If we fail to act and chaos ensues, we shall bear the consequences. The guard prodded Johnny's body with his spear, the sharp tip effortlessly piercing through. Had Johnny retained consciousness, he would have unleashed a torrent of invective. These Asgardians are utterly unreasonable. It seems he is indeed dead. No need to concern ourselves further. When the shift changes, we shall have someone drag the corpse away. The beasts of the forest will naturally dispose of what remains. Muttering to himself, the guard departed alongside his companion. The death of a prisoner was, for them, a fortuitous means of conserving space in the divine dungeon. It must be noted that housing these prisoners, constructing formidable cells, and providing sustenance incurs a significant expenditure. However, unbeknownst to the two guards, shortly after their departure, an extraordinary transformation occurred within the seemingly lifeless Johnny. A dark, ethereal energy began to emanate from the depths of his being, enveloping his body. Under this peculiar, shadowy energy, the wounds inflicted by the guard's spear swiftly healed, leaving no trace behind, smooth and pristine once more. Ding. System binding in progress. Analyzing physical condition. Host life signs detected as critical, initiating revival. Devour system binding complete. As Johnny's injuries mended, his consciousness began to stir, a strange electronic voice resonating in his mind. This. My golden finger. Upon hearing the unusual electronic voice, Johnny instinctively pondered. It seems I have traversed into the Marvel universe and inexplicably acquired a so-called devour system as my golden finger. While contemplating these revelations, a progress bar materialized before him. Revival progress, 10, 15, 20. Am I truly being revived? This is splendid. To be alive is a treasure beyond compare. Calculating based on host's physical condition. Calculation complete. The host can currently summon one creature type. Undead Phantom. The system's voice echoed in his mind. A wealth of information swiftly flooded Johnny's consciousness, illuminating his understanding of its contents. The information primarily serves to introduce the system. Astounding. This was the sole thought occupying Johnny's mind. The Devouring System is a formidable auxiliary mechanism, capable of summoning a varying number of undead creatures to fight on behalf of the host, contingent upon the host level of power. These summoned beings exhibit diverse strengths, yet share a singular trait: the ability to devour. Upon consumption, they can enhance the host's prowess and extract abilities from the devoured, transferring them to the host. In addition to their devouring capabilities, the undead specters possess unique abilities inherent to their race, allowing their forms to traverse the shadows perpetually, making them nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. They can only be glimpsed when they engage in an assault. Just wait. Once I am resurrected, I will undoubtedly eliminate those who brought about my demise. If you refuse to reason, do not blame me for lacking reason. Amidst his exhilaration, Johnny's heart brimmed with wrath, igniting a desire for vengeance. Chapter 2. The Undying Spectre, Resurrection Progress 100. On the frigid ground, Johnny's eyes abruptly flew open, glimmering with ferocity and a thirst for blood. You leave me to be devoured by beasts? Then I shall first rend you both asunder. As a thought crossed his mind, a faint rustling sound emanated from his body, and a dark energy surged forth, resembling a shadowy mist. In an instant, this dark vapor coalesced into an extraordinary figure. The apparition took on a humanoid form, akin to a mummy, dry and devoid of life, shrouded in a decaying aura. Its arms were disproportionately elongated, with claws that jutted out, razor-sharp. This figure was the undying spectre summoned by Johnny. Awaiting your command, the spectre conveyed without uttering a word. Its voice resonated clearly in Johnny's mind through an unspoken connection. As the voice echoed, the spectre inclined slightly, offering a bow to Johnny. Despite the chilling presence of this undead entity that would terrify any ordinary person, Johnny felt no discomfort. On the contrary, he sensed an overwhelming aura of obedience and reverence emanating from the spectre. The two guards patrolling the dungeon circled back, their footsteps growing ever closer to the cell where Yi Feng resided. Eliminate those two wretches. Johnny felt his heart race. Yet fear eluded him as he commanded the spectre in his mind. Understood. The undying spectre raised its arm and, with a swift motion, slashed at the reinforced door crafted from special metal. The sharp clang of metal on metal rang out, but the door, designed at great expense to contain criminals, was rendered utterly impotent beneath the spectre's claws, shattering into several pieces with smooth, even edges. Something's amiss. Hearing the faint sound, the two chatting guards instantly tensed. Yet, it was too late. With a swift and brutal strike, 5 grotesque wounds appeared on one guard's body, as if raked by the claws of a ferocious beast. Blood gushed forth, and he fell lifeless to the ground. What just happened? The other guard, witnessing his companion's inexplicable demise, was gripped by terror. Soon enough, he beheld a gaunt figure before him, resembling a demon incarnate. This was the spectre's unique trait. In its stealth state, it remained unseen until it launched an attack. What are you? The guard's eyes widened in horror, his scream stifled before it could escape his lips as the undying spectre swiftly dispatched him as well. The two lifeless bodies crumpled to the floor, blood gushing from their horrific wounds, enveloping the surroundings in a thick, metallic scent. Your instructions have been fulfilled. Do you have any further commands? The spectre, having effortlessly dispatched the two guards, regarded the fallen figures with no hint of exertion. Johnny's mind echoed with the spectre's voice. You've performed admirably. Now, continue to eliminate the sentinels outside. We must escape. Overwhelmed by the pungent scent of blood, Johnny felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Although he had not personally slain the two guards, their demise had been orchestrated by his command to the undead specters. However, he harbored no regret for their deaths. He would show no mercy to those who sought his life. Spectre, what are you doing? Just as Johnny was about to direct the spectre to eliminate the sentries outside, the spectre suddenly lunged at the two corpses, its desiccated maw gaping wide, as if its very skull might fracture, revealing sharp fangs as it viciously began to devour the remains of the guards. Witnessing the gruesome scene of the undead creature feasting on the guards' bodies made Johnny's stomach churn, and he felt an urge to vomit. quickly turning away to avoid the sight. Delicious food, all mine. The voice echoed in Johnny's mind as the undead specter feasted ravenously upon the guard's remains. Blood splattered everywhere, and the various organs, white, yellow, and red, were laid bare. After a mere glance, Johnny hastily averted his gaze. The speed at which the specter consumed the bodies far exceeded his expectations. By the time Johnny began to acclimate to the overwhelming scent of blood, the guard's remains had vanished, leaving only pale skeletons with traces of flesh still clinging to them. I feel as though a surge of warmth is coursing through my body. At that moment, Johnny noticed a wave of heat emanating from within, and as he clenched his fists, he realized his muscles had solidified, granting him a strength far surpassing what he had possessed before. Devour. Johnny quickly comprehended that this was the feedback referenced by the summoning and devouring system. Absorbing the flesh and blood of adversaries could simultaneously enhance both the host and the undead creature's power. Moreover, Johnny sensed that the fortitude of his physique had not only been augmented, but that a peculiar energy was brewing within him. However, this energy was minuscule, and he was currently unable to harness it. What kind of energy is this? Johnny attentively attuned himself to his body, striving to decipher the enigmatic energy within. The guards he had just witnessed being slain were sentinels of Asgard, the realm of the gods. Divine power. The realization sent Johnny's breath quickening. Divine power is a force possessed solely by the Asgardians, akin to the thunderous might within Thor or Odin's judgment. These manifestations represent the essence of divine power. Different Asgardians exhibit this power through various forms, yet fundamentally, the nature of these energies is the same. Alas, it is far too scant. Johnny attempted to channel this faint trace of divine power. Under his guidance, it emanated subtle vibrations. Upon sensing these vibrations, Johnny's eyes gleamed with excitement. Clenching his fist, he struck the wall with a punch. In the past, such an action would have left his bones aching, but now, the pain was merely a fleeting whisper, and astonishingly, a faint impression of his fist materialized on the wall. I have truly grown stronger. A mere thread of insignificant divine power has endowed me with immense strength. If I could devour more from the divine lineage, the mere thought sends waves of excitement through Johnny. If truly, by consuming, I could enhance both myself and my summoned entities, accumulating sufficient power, what I could possess would be beyond the realm of mere terror. Moments ago, I was concerned about the overwhelming guards in the dungeon, feeling I could not overcome them, yet now I find myself wishing for their numbers to increase. A hint of coldness flickered in Johnny's eyes. After inexplicably traversing into this realm, the denizens of the divine domain ruthlessly ended my life without even granting me a chance to plead my case. Thus, I shall let my strength speak. Unbeknownst to me, my mindset has undergone a profound transformation. The soul that had long been constrained by rules and morals has now metamorphosed in this chaotic world where power reigns supreme. Chapter 3. I shall annihilate your entire family. Spirit, do you wish to indulge in the same exquisite delicacies as before? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Johnny's eyes as he inquired through his connection with the summoned entity. I desire it. The spirit's voice resonated within Johnny's mind, imbued with longing, as it stood reverently before him. Ah, you too have grown stronger? In Johnny's perception, the aura emanating from the undead spirit was markedly more potent than when it was first summoned. It seems that through the act of consumption, not only has my strength increased, but that of my summoned entities has as well. Traverse this corridor, open that door, and eliminate every guard you see. Be swift. Leave none alive. Johnny's tone was icy. As you command. Deliciousness awaits. The spirit moved like a wraith, its speed extraordinary as it darted toward the corridor's end. The heavy door at the corridor's terminus was forged from a formidable metal. Behind this door, many guards awaited. According to the earlier chatter Johnny overheard from the two guards consumed by the spirit, they were due to change shifts shortly. Should I fail to eliminate all the guards before the shift change, with their numbers increasing, I cannot be certain of my current strength. With a swift and lethal strike, the spirit's claws tore through the iron chains binding the metal door, sending sparks flying before the chains fell to the ground. At that moment, two armed guards stood vigilant at the entrance. As the door suddenly swung open, they instinctively peered inside. What has transpired? Their eyes widened in horror at the sight beyond the door. In the corridor, only Johnny remained, standing with a detached gaze directed at them, while two corpses lay beneath him, already reduced to bones, with only remnants of flesh and blood lingering upon the stark skeletons. What on earth has occurred? The two startled guards quickly regained their composure, their spears brimming with energy as they prepared to strike at the smirking Johnny. However, before they could launch their attack, a cold smile emerged upon Johnny's face. The body of the undead specter abruptly materialized before the two individuals, its claw-like, intangible talons ruthlessly severing their heads, resulting in their immediate demise, as blood and brain matter splattered across the ground. Two short, anguished cries echoed, abruptly ceasing as the lifeless forms collapsed. The specter, devoid of hesitation, was compelled by an insatiable hunger, its gaping maw filled with jagged fangs ready to consume. Johnny had gradually acclimated to the specter's voraciousness. He casually picked up the shield and spear that had fallen from the guards. Suddenly, a multitude of techniques for wielding these two weapons flooded his mind. The shield, forged from a unique metal found in the divine realm, provided excellent protection against physical assaults and energy strikes. The spear possessed dual modes of attack. It could serve as a melee weapon or function like a hunting rifle, discharging energy blasts. Dubbed a hunting rifle, this weapon required a brief charging period for long-range strikes. Inherent within the weapon was a certain charge, akin to bullets in a firearm. During combat, repeated strikes would deplete this charge, at which point divine energy would be consumed, energy exclusive to the Asgardians. It seemed this weapon was the exclusive domain of the warriors of the divine realm. Beings from other worlds, lacking divine power, would find it merely a sturdier weapon. However, the Asgardians would likely never suspect that I, too, possessed divine energy. Gripping the two weapons tightly, Johnny harbored a quiet smirk. Not only had he acquired knowledge of the two weapons' applications, but a plethora of combat techniques involving shield and spear combinations also crystallized in his mind. With a mere thought, these strategies materialized clearly, easily grasped by him. This was yet another benefit of his voracious ability, mastery over his foes. Johnny felt a surge of delight at the potency of this power. The specter devoured swiftly, leaving behind nothing but skeletal remains of the two guards. Once again, that exhilarating sensation surged within him, confirming that as the specter feasted upon these corpses, he too would reap the rewards. After finishing its meal, the specter returned to Johnny's side, exuding a lingering sense of desire. Come, let me take you for another fine feast. Johnny walked alongside the undead specter through the corridors of the prison. This dungeon, unlike those of the future, bore a classical elegance. Even the cells were opulently constructed, rivaling the luxury of high-end hotels Johnny had encountered before his journey. The Asgardians truly embodied decadence. Even their dungeons were extravagantly designed. He mused as he cautiously navigated the winding hallways. Within this vast divine dungeon, guards were surprisingly scant. Johnny, accompanied by the specter, encountered none for quite some time. Conversely, the prisoners confined within their cages, suffering in silence, regarded Johnny with eyes wide, as if they had spotted an oasis in the desert, rushing towards him and grasping the iron bars. You are not one of the divine realm. You are a prisoner. How did you escape? You must be a prisoner too. Please help us. If you let us out, we will follow you. Hey, stop right there, you bastard. Let me out, or I'll make sure to kill your entire family. Some prisoners pleaded, others expressed their desperation, while some threatened with ferocity. Initially, Johnny had no intention of paying them any mind, but upon hearing the threat of familial harm, his demeanor shifted. He halted, then walked expressionlessly to confront the speaker. You were the one who said that, weren't you? Johnny's voice was icy. Have you come to realize my prowess? Let me inform you. I have taken more lives than you can imagine. Release me now, or beware of your impending doom. The man continued to shout. And what about the rest of you? Are they all your accomplices? Johnny's gaze swept over the others. The other inmates, sensing a potential crack in Johnny's resolve, believed that such intimidation tactics were effective. They surged forward, adopting menacing expressions, all of them beginning to threaten Johnny with fierce intensity. Ghost, your feast awaits. Annihilate these fools, leave none alive. Johnny stepped back, observing the smaller group of prisoners within the cell, and spoke with indifference. Are you out of your mind, kid? Who do you think you're talking to? Hurry and let us out. The prisoners, bewildered, continued their fierce threats. Master. Suddenly, a small figure approached the iron bars. With claws as large as fans, it gripped the bars, and with a powerful exertion, creaked the iron bars were bent, as if they were mere twigs. The prisoners were taken aback, astonished at the sudden transformation of the bars. How could they have bent without any apparent cause? Yet, they did not ponder too long. The gap revealed was ample enough for their escape. Chapter 4, a bloodbath instantly. All the prisoners were elated. However, just as their smiles began to emerge, a sudden spray of blood erupted, and a head rolled to the ground. What just happened? Blood everywhere. Ah, help me. Something has pierced my abdomen. Please, someone save me. What is this? Let go of my arm. Ah, in an instant, the prison was filled with harrowing cries. The prisoners found themselves either impaled by some sharp object or having their arms wrenched off. Some faced the gruesome fate of having their heads violently torn from their necks or being cleaved at the waist, succumbing to terror and bloodshed. The slaughter by the ghost did not last long. In under a minute, over 10 prisoners met their gruesome ends, each death more horrific than the last, creating a scene reminiscent of a living hell. With more than 10 slain, the small prison cell was engulfed in an overwhelming stench of blood, making one feel nauseous. Johnny stood at the cell's entrance, his complexion slightly pale as he fought against the discomfort. He understood that in the Marvel universe, where only strength prevails, one must speak with their fists to truly survive. As time passed, all the prisoners within this cell were devoured by specters, leaving Johnny's body further fortified. Beneath the surge of newfound strength, he sensed that he was gradually acclimating to the gruesome and terrifying scene. Humph, those pitiful souls are hardly worth lamenting. Taking a deep breath, Johnny dispelled the remnants of his fear towards the sanguinary spectacle. What on earth had that young man done to them? I saw the head. It was on the ground. Who can tell me what is causing this slaughter? The other inmates, witnessing the horror, nearly collapsed in terror, their panic becoming uncontrollable. Who dares to cause such a commotion? Do you seek death by making such noise? Damn it, where have the replacements gone? If someone is causing trouble and no one intervenes, I assure you, you shall face the wrath of those above. At that moment, the relieving guards finally arrived, their footsteps resonating loudly, approaching swiftly, having evidently heard the chaos. Have they finally come? Alas, it seems a tad too late. Johnny felt a surge of heat within his body, gripping the spear tightly, aiming it towards the corner. Specters, annihilate them. Upon hearing Johnny's command, the specter's gaping maw closed once more as it emerged from the confines of the prison, charging towards the approaching guards. As it rounded the corner, 5 guards came rushing forward, completely unaware of the small shadow before them. Their expressions marked by impatience as they prepared to vent their frustrations on the audacious prisoners who dared to stir trouble. Kill. The specter abruptly propelled itself off the ground, its scythe-like claws plunging violently into the abdomens of 2 guards, bringing them crashing to the earth. What is wrong? What is happening? The remaining guards quickly turned their heads, only to behold their fallen comrades, who were being relentlessly assaulted, grotesque wounds appearing as blood gushed forth in torrents. The undead specter's nature reveals its true visage only when it is attacked. The other guards widened their eyes in sheer terror. Clearly, nothing was visible before them. Yet why were their 2 companions seemingly subjected to relentless assault? Soon, the horrified guards laid eyes upon the killer responsible for the demise of many of their comrades. At that moment, the specter abruptly turned its head, its gaping maw still ajar, remnants of flesh lingering between its fearsome fangs, inducing palpable dread. The master commands that not a single one of you be spared. Before the other guards could react, the small shadow lunged forward, its scythe-like claws ruthlessly tearing them apart. By the time the last guard discerned the true nature of the assailant, his doom had already arrived. No, stay away from me. Don't kill me. The guard's features twisted in horror as he collapsed to the ground, desperately retreating, unsure if he sought escape or merely wished to release his innate terror. Bang! Under the energy surge, the guard's head burst forth like a shattered watermelon, splattering red and white matter across the ground. Not only have I absorbed their strength, but even the fragmentary experience of wielding a spear has been devoured by the specter and transmitted to me. Slowly, Johnny lowered the spear in his grasp. Specter, mealtime has arrived. Do not hold back. Johnny's voice was devoid of any tremor. The guards who rushed in were swiftly reduced to mere sustenance for the specter. With a grotesque grin, the specter voraciously feasted upon their blood and flesh, creating a scene of unparalleled carnage. Johnny felt the unrelenting heat within him intensify as the specter continued its consumption, an incessant flow of power surging into his being, rendering him increasingly formidable. This overwhelming strength, all derived from their very essence. There was no need for protracted exertion or the shedding of blood and sweat to cultivate power. Simply by consuming them, my strength could rapidly escalate. Specter, eliminate everyone within this prison. Devour them all and transform them into my power. Johnny commanded coldly, having merely consumed a few guards. His strength had already surpassed what he once knew. If he were to devour the inmates of considerable prowess, his power would reach unprecedented heights. Among these divine realm prisoners, most were captured warriors from various realms, while a small fraction were prisoners of the divine realm itself. No hands were free of blood. In this morally ambiguous world, Johnny's mentality had undergone a complete transformation. To him, these individuals were merely provisions for augmenting his strength. Delicious, annihilate them all. Upon receiving his orders, the specter surged forward, effortlessly bending the iron bars of a cell, and commenced a brutal slaughter. Not only had I grown stronger, but the specter's power had also significantly increased. Through subtle observations, Johnny discerned that it was not only himself who was gaining strength, the specter was also rapidly amplifying its abilities. However, unlike Johnny, who had acquired numerous capabilities within his own body, the specter could only enhance its own strength and abilities after devouring the flesh of its foes, without gaining any additional skills. The most prominent of Johnny's newfound abilities were the ice and fire elemental attacks. The ice energy was sourced from the frost giant's homeland of Jotunheim, while the fire energy emanated from the realm of flames. Viewed in this light, the demise of these prisoners became even more imperative. By consuming these wretches, not only could Johnny fortify his own power, but he could also empower the Spectre. At that point, he would be far more confident in confronting any adversary. Where are those wretched jailers? They always seem to appear when I do not require them. Now, when I need them, they have all vanished. Help me. A shadow is killing me. Someone, save me. I do not wish to die. Let me out. With each cell the Spectre breached, chaos erupted, the chilling cries of despair resonating throughout the Divine Realm's dungeon. The other prisoners in the dungeon felt a chill run down their spines, completely oblivious to the unfolding chaos, only sensing an encroaching darkness that threatened to engulf them. A palpable fear that seemed poised to devour their very hearts. Simultaneously, the guards, alerted by the commotion, rushed to the scene. However, there was no need for phantoms to deal with this situation. It was time to test my strength. A fierce glint appeared in Johnny's eyes. Chapter 5. Escape from the dungeon. The slaughter within the dungeon had come to a temporary halt. The guards, who were supposed to change shifts, had failed to appear, drawing attention from outside. Soon, a throng of divine warriors surged into the dungeon. So many have arrived? Wasn't Odin leading the divine army into battle? Johnny slowly opened his eyes, feeling an immense surge of power radiate from him. Phantom, let us fight our way out. Johnny's body trembled slightly with excitement at the impending battle as he issued the command to Phantom. With a sudden push, Johnny unleashed his full strength, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he darted toward the far end of the dungeon. Phantom followed closely, light as a feather, yet maintaining a speed that rivaled Johnny's. Noticing the unusual circumstances, the incoming squad spotted several skeletal remains at the dungeon's entrance, surrounded by scattered armor that clearly belonged to the guards, prompting them to exercise caution. There may be a formidable prisoner attempting to escape. Everyone, stay alert and fire at any signs of abnormality, commanded the leader at the forefront. As the warriors readied their spears, energy coalescing around their tips. Boom! Before the squad could fully react, Johnny burst forth from the dungeon's corner, a spear in hand, unleashing a surge of energy that struck down a divine warrior who was unable to evade in time. Attack! At this, everyone was momentarily stunned. However, with a swift command, a torrent of attacks rained down upon Johnny. Faced with the onslaught from the divine warriors, Johnny sensed a life-threatening peril. Although Phantom had consumed a considerable number of adversaries, granting him immense power, the formidable might of the technologically enhanced magical weapons wielded by the divine warriors was not to be underestimated. Phantom! Johnny bellowed, and understanding the urgency, Phantom swiftly positioned itself in front of Johnny. The wave of attacks collided with Phantom, leaving it riddled with wounds. After sustaining a devastating blow that shattered its head, Phantom dissipated into dark energy. Despite Phantom's demise, it successfully absorbed the majority of the attacks. Johnny's divine shield became the second line of defense, safeguarding his vital areas, his head and torso. Seizing the opportunity, Johnny dashed into the midst of the crowd that had yet to charge their second round of attacks. In the eyes of the divine warriors launching their assault, their barrage seemed to crash against an invisible wall, with a great deal of their attacks dissipating, leaving only a scant few to strike Johnny. At that moment of astonishment, Johnny had already plunged into the fray, his spear thrusting forward with a sudden ferocity, piercing the throat of a divine warrior and sending forth a spray of warm blood. With a resounding thud, the shield in Johnny's other hand swept across, striking the chest of another divine warrior, resulting in a sharp crack of bone and a blood-curdling scream as the warrior's body was sent flying, interrupting the attacks of those behind. The strength Johnny wielded at that moment was the result of countless prisoners and guards consumed by the Spectre, a force beyond compare. Once Johnny entered the crowd, chaos ensued. Though the spear could unleash energy attacks, the close proximity rendered everyone hesitant to strike, wary of harming their own. This was Johnny's strategic advantage. As a lone combatant in the fray, he disrupted the enemy formation entirely, dodging and lunging with his spear while sweeping his shield. Johnny absorbed vast amounts of combat experience from his opponents, facing the melee with unwavering confidence. One divine warrior, caught in Johnny's onslaught, was as if struck by a freight truck. His skull shattered upon impact, his body crashing against the wall, creating a shallow dent. As he slumped down, he was lifeless, devoid of any breath. And then there were more. Johnny moved with astonishing speed, dispatching one foe after another without pause, his foot barely grazing the ground before he unleashed another kick. Were those the techniques of the guards and prisoners? I am truly grateful for your assistance with your lives. A kick struck the side of a divine warrior's face, twisting his head violently, resulting in instant death. Stay composed. We have so many. Surround him. The leader, bearing the semblance of a captain, witnessed his men being decimated by Johnny in mere moments. his eyes bulging with rage. With a roar, he charged at Johnny, intent on restraining him to allow others to launch a fatal assault. However, such aspirations were but a beautiful illusion, as the captain soon realized that his strikes could not match Johnny's speed, let alone contain him. With punches flowing like water and kicks executed with seamless grace, it was as if every move had been honed through relentless practice, each strike executed with remarkable fluidity and no hint of obstruction. These seemingly simple attacks carried an unparalleled lethality, each blow resulting in cries of anguish and torrents of blood. In mere moments, the divine guards who had rushed into the dungeon were all felled by Johnny's decisive strikes. The Spectre. At that juncture, Johnny summoned the Spectre once more. The dark energy coalesced into a humanoid form wrapped in bandages. The undead Spectre now stood respectfully before Johnny. "It is time for you to savor the feast," Johnny declared, entrusting the corpses strewn across the ground to the Spectre, while he himself strode away without a glance back. Behind him echoed the chilling sounds of tearing and devouring, as waves of warmth surged from within Johnny's being. Johnny was stained with considerable blood, not only that of the Divine Realm soldiers, but also his own. These were the marks left upon him during the initial volley of the Divine Realm's guard. The Spectre and shield had aided Johnny in deflecting numerous attacks, yet not all. Multiple gaping wounds marred his legs, and as the warmth surged through his body, these injuries began to heal rapidly. By the time Johnny descended the steps of the dungeon, his wounds had miraculously mended. A warm ray of sunlight bathed him, allowing his numbed senses, dulled by the extensive slaughter, to gradually ease into relaxation. The events of the dungeon could not be concealed for long. He needed to vacate the Divine Realm swiftly. Should Odin return with his vast army, it would spell disaster. Johnny cautiously surveyed his surroundings, pondering deeply. If he were to escape the Divine Realm, only one path lay before him. Chapter 6. The Rainbow Bridge. The Rainbow Bridge. According to Johnny's recollections, the Divine Realm resided at the pinnacle of the 9 realms, connected to other worlds through secretive passages, the specifics of which remained elusive to its inhabitants. Finding these hidden routes would prove difficult. Utilizing the Rainbow Bridge for transport was the most expedient method, albeit fraught with peril. Contemplating this, a glimmer of determination sparked in Johnny's eyes. The Divine Realm was merely the first stop on his journey to becoming a formidable force. After a brief respite, Johnny had fully restored his strength. A torrent of energy surged within him, amplified by the essence he had absorbed from divine warriors and prisoners alike, coalescing into a powerful reservoir. Yet, he found himself in a precarious situation, with little time to slowly assimilate this newfound power. Upon exiting the dungeon, Johnny beheld the majestic architecture of the Divine Realm, a vista of resplendent gold and opulence. Alas, I am lost. I have no knowledge of the terrain, nor the whereabouts of the Rainbow Bridge. What shall I do? Why was I unable to seize the memories of the divine warriors regarding this realm? After a moment of bewilderment, Johnny quickly regained his composure, a frown etched upon his face. Yet soon, an idea struck him. The denizens of the Divine Realm bore an uncanny resemblance to ordinary humans, the sole distinction being the divine energy coursing through their veins. Now, he too possessed a trace of divine power. Perhaps he could masquerade as one of the divine beings and discreetly gather information. With this thought, a smile graced Johnny's lips as he chose a path and strode towards the towering golden edifices. In his eyes, Asgard bore little difference from Earth, aside from architectural styles. The attire, however, posed a minor inconvenience. The arrogant denizens of the Divine Realm would never suspect that an outsider could infiltrate their domain, slaughter the guards in the dungeon, and brazenly roam their streets. Before long, Johnny had comprehensively mapped the layout of the Divine Realm. Not only did he ascertain the precise location of the Rainbow Bridge, but he also uncovered the whereabouts of Odin's underground treasury, where various treasures were stored. However, Johnny merely contemplated the idea. He dared not take action regarding the underground treasury. Such a significant location would undoubtedly be vigilantly guarded, even if Odin were to lead a grand army into battle. Through conversations with the common folk of the Divine Realm, Johnny acquired a crucial piece of information. When he mentioned Prince Thor and Prince Loki, the civilians displayed peculiar expressions. What Prince Thor and Prince Loki? They responded. Under Odin's throne, there exists only the Valkyrie Hela. Speaking of Hela, the faces of the Divine Realm's populace gleamed with fervor and reverence, their enthusiasm for Hela seemingly surpassing that for Odin himself. With Hela as the Valkyrie, the Divine Realm shall undoubtedly conquer the 9 realms, declared an ardent supporter. Hela, the goddess of death, Hela. After repeating her name several times, Johnny realized Hela's identity as Odin's offspring, Thor's sister. Hela, as Odin's Valkyrie, waging war across the 9 realms. Was this truly the era of divine conflict? Upon arriving at this conclusion, Johnny was momentarily stunned. To think that he had traversed into the tumultuous period of divine warfare. It is worth noting that during this epoch, Asgard was rising, Odin was in his prime, and Hela was also ascending. Together, Odin and Hela's campaigns brought forth decades, if not centuries, of warfare throughout the 9 realms. It seemed that remaining in the divine realm was unwise. Odin and Hela could return at any moment, and he must depart swiftly. Approaching the magnificent celestial palace, Johnny gazed towards the innermost resplendent palace. One day, I shall visit Odin's treasury, he silently vowed, no longer hesitating as he set his course towards the Rainbow Bridge. In Johnny's estimation, the Rainbow Bridge held great significance, serving as a vital connection between the divine realm and the 9 realms. However, upon cautiously making his way to the vicinity of the Rainbow Bridge, he was surprised to find it devoid of the heavy guard he had anticipated. Why is there no one here? Johnny mused, observing the expanse of the Rainbow Bridge, its long, colorful pathway leading to the teleportation point, devoid of any sentinels. In truth, the lack of guards at the Rainbow Bridge was due to 2 primary reasons. First, the inhabitants of the divine realm were exceedingly arrogant. With Odin in his prime and brimming with ambition, the divine army's presence had compelled all nations to submit, rendering them oblivious to the possibility of an invasion. Second, with Odin leading the divine army into battle, the majority of the elite forces had been taken, leaving only a few to maintain the security of the divine dungeon and Odin's treasury, with no additional troops available to guard the Rainbow Bridge. For Johnny, however, this was fortuitous, as it indicated that his desire to cross the Rainbow Bridge would be significantly simplified. He concealed himself in the shadows, initially planning to wait until nightfall to force his way across the bridge. Yet now, such complications seemed unnecessary. At this moment, in order to avoid suspicion, Johnny had donned the modest attire of an ordinary resident of the divine realm. He proceeded directly along the Rainbow Bridge towards its distant terminus. This relatively short rainbow bridge spanned majestically across the celestial river, presenting a breathtaking sight. However, Johnny was in no mood to leisurely admire this rare spectacle. He endeavored to maintain his composure as he swiftly approached the teleportation point at the end of the Rainbow Bridge. Halt! Who are you? A commanding voice resounded, causing Johnny's expression to shift slightly. Chapter 7. Escape from the Divine Realm. The authoritative shout emanated from the terminus of the Rainbow Bridge, from an unusual circular domed structure where a guard clad in golden armor stood. Under the scrutinizing gaze of this sentinel, Johnny felt a sense of impending danger, his attention drawn to the guard's oversized and peculiar sword. The aura exuding from this weapon instilled a palpable sense of peril within him. Could it be the key to the Rainbow Bridge, the Sword of Dawn? Just a single weapon was enough to evoke such trepidation in Johnny, prompting him to assess the situation swiftly. Nonetheless, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was the era of divine warfare, and the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge was not the all-seeing dawn god Heimdall, but merely a warrior of the divine realm with slightly greater prowess. Otherwise, Johnny would have little confidence in confronting Heimdall at this moment. Striving to maintain his tranquility, Johnny halted his steps, and simultaneously, the specters of the Undying clan silently manifested beside him, obeying his will as they advanced stealthily towards the guard wielding the Sword of Dawn. Upon noticing Johnny, the guardian was already on high alert. However, seeing Johnny adorned in the attire of the divine realm, coupled with the faint aura of divine power radiating from him, the sentinel did not regard him as an intruder. It was precisely this misjudgment that afforded Johnny the confidence to take a calculated risk. The distance between Johnny and the guardian was less than 50 meters. Johnny remained stationary, intentionally feigning nonchalance to lull the guardian into a false sense of security. The specters of the Undying clan moved with extraordinary speed, executing Johnny's command as they approached silently. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, thud, thud. Just as the specters were within 20 meters of the guardian, a resounding and urgent chime reverberated throughout the grand realm of Asgard, causing both Johnny and the sentinel to change their expressions simultaneously. It was the alarm of the divine realm. It only sounded in times of crisis. Who exactly are you? The guardian, no fool, had begun to grow suspicious. Johnny's presence initially raised little alarm, but the ringing of the divine alarm at this juncture was decidedly perplexing. With a resonant cry, the Sword of Dawn raised itself, unleashing a peculiar force that surged forth, intent on locking onto Johnny. As the alarm continued to resonate, Johnny furrowed his brow, cursing inwardly as he sensed a formidable squad of guards rapidly approaching from not far beyond the Rainbow Bridge. No turning back now. Without hesitation, Johnny charged toward the guardian, his spear glowing with brilliance as the fluctuations of divine power sharpened into a lethal edge. At that moment, the phantom stealthily approached the gatekeeper, its fingers sharp as the finest daggers, descending upon the gatekeeper's head. What is this? In the instant the phantom launched its attack, the gatekeeper's complexion shifted. The dawn sword, previously aimed at Johnny, was instinctively raised to intercept the phantom's descending claws. Fortunately, he had been forewarned by the tolling bell and was prepared for battle. Otherwise, the phantom's sudden assault could have cost him his life. Clang! The clash between the dawn sword and the phantom's razor-sharp talons sparked a flurry of embers, causing the phantom's ethereal form to swiftly retreat, evading the gatekeeper's subsequent strike. Upon witnessing the unexpected appearance of the undead phantom, the gatekeeper was considerably astonished. Yet, the forceful blow from the dawn sword had successfully repelled the phantom, allowing him to breathe a little easier. This sudden creature did not appear as formidable as it seemed. However, just as the gatekeeper exhaled a sigh of relief, a powerful attack, imbued with divine energy, surged through the air and struck his chest, erupting into a violent explosion. This attack was deftly executed by Johnny, who had been preparing for this moment, demonstrating impeccable timing. The phantom was Johnny's summoned entity, their thoughts intertwined. Each movement of the phantom orchestrated by Johnny's will. As he commanded the phantom to engage, Johnny had already laid his plans. The phantom's retreat was a deliberate tactic to feign vulnerability, lulling the opponent into complacency. And now, he awaited this very opportunity, with the divine alarm ringing. A pair of guards were hastening towards them, and he needed to conclude the battle swiftly to escape the divine realm. Otherwise, he would face the judgment of the divine domain. Amidst the cries of despair, the gatekeeper's form was hurled through the air. His armor could not withstand the full force of Johnny's long-prepared strike, shattering into fragments. Along with the armor, the flesh of the gatekeeper's chest was obliterated. As he crashed heavily to the ground, the gatekeeper's pallor deepened. Blood mixed with fragments of his insides streamed from his mouth. His breath significantly weakened. As he gazed at Johnny, who was rapidly closing in, a fierce sense of unwillingness filled the gatekeeper's eyes. Even now, he could hardly believe that Johnny, a fellow inhabitant of the divine realm, would turn against him. Yet, the gatekeeper's reluctance soon morphed into sheer terror, freezing him in place. The phantom's talons, as sharp as blades, glided across his neck, plunging his consciousness into the abyss of darkness. He had been discovered. After incapacitating the gatekeeper, Johnny sprinted towards the end of the rainbow bridge, swiftly reaching the fallen gatekeeper's side, seizing the dawn sword that lay beside the lifeless body. Meanwhile, a squad of divine warriors had detected the anomaly at the rainbow bridge and was racing towards Johnny's position in less than 10 breaths. They would traverse the distance and encircle him. Behind this squadron, Johnny could see even more divine warriors converging upon the rainbow bridge. How infuriating! There was simply no time left. In response to this, Johnny, who had acquired the Sword of Dawn, cursed vehemently within his heart. The specter could only attain knowledge of the rainbow bridge's usage by consuming the corpse of the gatekeeper, yet the current circumstances left him with insufficient time. Johnny's countenance darkened, his eyes shimmering with a terrifying light. After a single breath, he resolved to act, gripping the Sword of Dawn with both hands. He plunged it into the center of the circular domed structure, onto a prominent platform. An extraordinary energy coursed through the artifact, causing the intricate magical runes on the ground to illuminate brilliantly, while the towering dome commenced a relentless rotation. Johnny's gaze flickered as he slowly twisted the Sword of Dawn, further intensifying the glow of the runes below. The rotation of the dome quickened, and a radiant doorway gradually opened, revealing an otherworldly aura, clearly indicating that a teleportation passage was on the verge of activation. The only uncertainty remained regarding the location of this passage. "I hope it does not transport me before Odin and Hela." With a determined gleam in his eyes, Johnny suddenly leaped into the fully opened, luminous portal. Chapter 8. A desperate escape. As the alarm of the divine realm sounded, in a certain part of the flame world, one of the 9 great kingdoms, both the god King Odin and the goddess of death, Hela, felt a simultaneous stirring in their gaze as they battled the relentless flames of life. Boom! A terrifying surge of deathly divine power erupted from Hela, coalescing instantaneously into countless fearsome blades that annihilated the surrounding fiery beings. The god King Odin wielded the artifact, the Spear of Judgment, as a formidable flow of runic divine power surged forth, forcefully piercing through the fabric of space, where the essence of the divine realm could be sensed on the other side. "I leave it to you, Hela," Odin commanded with a low voice. Hela nodded slowly, her body rising into the air as she entered the spatial passage created by Odin's runic divine power, heading towards the divine realm. "Odin, you shall be reduced to ashes by eternal flames." As Hela departed, a roar reverberated throughout the flame world, shaking the very fabric of space. As the colossal sovereign of the flame world, enveloped in eternal fire and wielding the Twilight Sword, launched a ferocious assault against Odin. Unbeknownst to Johnny, at the very moment he recklessly plunged into the portal of the newly activated Rainbow Bridge, the figure of the goddess of death, Hela, also materialized upon the bridge. With a form as graceful as it was lethal, her gaze was as icy as the depths of winter. As her eyes scanned the area, they fell upon the still warm corpse of the gatekeeper. Humph! Such audacity to infiltrate the divine realm and slay my divine warriors. Even if you flee to the farthest corner of the universe, you cannot escape the shadow of death. Sensing a lingering trace of energy before the portal, Hela spoke coldly, her deathly power rippling forth and forming numerous razor-sharp blades that shot towards the teleportation passage at her command. As Odin's progeny, Hela wielded tremendous power and authority. Known for her decisive nature in battle, in an instant, she resolved to eliminate Johnny during his teleportation. As Johnny plunged into the radiant expanse of the Rainbow Bridge, he found himself enveloped by an ever-shifting spectrum of colors. Countless ephemeral images flickered past him like a fleeting panorama, eluding clear perception. Just as he began to relax, a chilling sensation of impending doom coursed through him, raising goosebumps across his skin. The deadly assault initiated by the goddess of death, Hela, was tracing the source of the teleportation beam, closing in on him with lethal intent. A multitude of sharp blades, forged from the essence of death itself, approached him with an oppressive coldness, now mere moments from his back. Had Johnny not sensed the imminent peril and swiftly turned, he would have been reduced to mere fragments of flesh before the teleportation could even conclude. In that harrowing instant, he felt an acute threat of mortality. Yet under such terrifying pressure, his mind became remarkably clear. Had he just arrived in this world, only to face annihilation before he could rise? No, absolutely not. A voice within Johnny roared with fervor. Phantom, he bellowed, summoning forth an undead specter, which immediately positioned itself between Johnny and the onslaught of blades, fearlessly charging towards the encroaching sharpness. Meanwhile, Johnny gripped the shield wielded by the divine warriors, hunching his body low to immerse himself entirely behind its protection. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed through the peculiar teleportation space as the summoned specter, having devoured numerous foes, now stood strong. Yet, against the lethal blades concentrated with divine death energy, it proved too fragile, its form rendered into a disarray of dismembered pieces. With one blade piercing through the specter's brain, it could withstand no more, its shattered form dissipating into energy. As the specter vanished, Johnny felt a surge of power flood into his arms, compelling him to brace the shield with all his might. A cacophony of metallic clinks resounded as innumerable blades embedded themselves into the shield, the overwhelming force threatening to wrench it from his grasp. Moreover, the shield's dimensions were insufficient to fully shield his body, and several blades sliced through the gaps, inflicting wounds upon the exposed parts of Johnny. Instantly, blood erupted from his body as the blades continued their relentless trajectory, piercing through him before veering off into the void surrounding the teleportation beam. In mere moments, Johnny's flesh was torn asunder, agony seizing him as his garments became soaked in crimson. Yet, though these injuries were excruciating, they were not fatal. The shield in his hands trembled violently, the robust metal crafted from divine materials beginning to show signs of collapse under the relentless assault of blades. Within the spatial channel, the torrent of incoming blades showed no sign of abating. As Johnny's grip faltered, his mind raced, and a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. It seems I must make one final effort. Upon coming to a decision, Johnny's body pressed tightly against the edge of the teleportation beam, without any point of leverage. Several sharp blades sliced through his form, and in an instant, he propelled himself towards the edge of the beam. The keen tip of the sword pierced through the teleportation beam, creating a small fissure. Though narrow, it was just wide enough for Johnny to slip through. Seizing this opportunity, Johnny twisted his body desperately and, disregarding all else, plunged into the violent rift of energy. If I survive, Hela, the goddess of death, I shall ensure you experience the agony I endure today. From the dazzling luminous passageway to the pitch-black, desolate unknown, darkness enveloped Johnny, and his last thoughts flickered before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Sensing that the intruder within the teleportation beam had lost all signs of life, Hela let out a cold snort, her immense deathly power gradually retracting, along with her formidable aura. Truly commendable courage, faced with certain death. One might think to escape the teleportation beam and venture into the void. While the chances of survival remain nearly non-existent, it does grant a momentary reprieve. Hela murmured softly, slowly turning the sword of judgment to close the Rainbow Bridge. From the moment Hela was returned by Odin to the pursuit of Johnny, to his daring escape through the fissure in the teleportation beam, merely a brief span of 10 breaths had elapsed. As the Rainbow Bridge closed, the warriors of the divine realm finally rushed before Hela. Upon witnessing the goddess of death return to the divine realm due to the alarm, the previously cold expressions of the numerous guards were now filled with palpable trepidation and awe. Chapter 9. the divine realm's bounty. A bunch of worthless fools. It is because of your incompetence that you remain in the divine realm as guards, and yet you allowed an intruder to breach our domain, alarming me and Odin. Observing the tardy guards, Hela spoke in a chilling tone. Although she emitted no overt aura, her presence made them tremble. The name of Hela, the goddess of death, instilled fear not only in her adversaries, but also in the warriors of the divine realm. After a scathing reprimand, Hela noticed that no one dared to speak. Her expression grew cold, and her interest in chastising them waned. Tell me everything that has transpired in the divine realm. Though she was a woman, Hela exuded an undeniable aura of superiority befitting a ruler. At this time, Odin had only Hela as his offspring, whom he cherished greatly, grooming her as his successor. Hela did not disappoint Odin's expectations. Indeed, she far exceeded them. The warriors who rang the alarm dared not conceal anything, recounting every detail of the events. Suddenly appearing in the dungeons of the divine realm and slaying all prisoners and guards. You wretched fools. The more Hela listened, the colder her gaze became. Her heart ablaze with fury. Your Highness Hela, it is not that we have not exerted ourselves, but rather the abilities of our adversary are exceedingly perplexing. Within the dungeon, both prisoners and guards have been reduced to mere skeletons. The scene was such that a leading warrior of the divine realm trembled as he spoke, prompting a chorus of agreement from his fellow warriors who had witnessed the horrific sights within the dungeon. Upon further inquiry, Hela gleaned a general understanding of the events that had transpired in the divine realm. The only mystery that lingered was the information obtained from the guards, which clearly indicated that this intruder was, without doubt, a human. Considering the considerable distance from the middle realm to the divine realm, traversing this expanse without the Rainbow Bridge is nearly impossible. Based on Hela's knowledge of the middle realm, the humans residing there are presumably the weakest race among the 9 realms, lacking even a fully formed civilization and leading a life of primitive savagery. Regardless of how this human managed to reach the divine realm, the act of slaying the divine realm's guards is an unforgivable offense. The death of divine realm warriors must not be permitted to go unpunished. Convey my orders. Within the territories under divine realm dominion, this human is to be hunted down, and upon sighting, must be immediately besieged. Thus, Hela issued a bounty that swiftly spread throughout the conquered lands of the divine realm. The human intruder, whose name remains unknown, was labeled by the divine realm as the Corpse Eater. The announcement sent shockwaves throughout the nations under the divine realm's rule, and the Corpse Eater swiftly became a topic of great intrigue among the populace. At this juncture, the fugitive Johnny, now the target of the divine realm's manhunt, found himself in dire straits. Confronted with Hela's deadly, concentrated attack, Johnny opted to breach the teleportation beam, plunging into a realm of utter darkness, whereupon he succumbed to unconsciousness. His body, however, drifted aimlessly within a peculiar temporal space. This realm lay deep within the cosmos, far removed from the territories governed by the divine realm. The singular issue was that the power of time and space within this realm was exceedingly chaotic, vastly differing from that of the greater universe. One could assert that this space is an anomalous dimension tethered to the greater cosmos, where the flow of time and the fabric of space are profoundly dissimilar. It is conceivable that Johnny may drift in this aberrant realm for countless years, yet for the greater universe, it would amount to but a fleeting moment. Conversely, he could remain in this strange space for merely an instant while eons pass outside, unbeknownst to the unconscious Johnny, as he lay in a state of oblivion. A peculiar luminescence began to swirl within the anomalous space, gradually gravitating toward his still form. As time elapsed, these strange lights multiplied, progressively enveloping Johnny's body. Yet they did not linger. Instead, they danced around him. At a certain moment, an enigmatic force emanated from within Johnny, drawing all nearby lights toward him, which transformed into slender threads of energy that penetrated his being. Ding! Sufficient cosmic energy has been detected, adequate to accomplish optimization. The system optimization commences. The crisp sound of the devouring system reverberates within Johnny's mind. The energy emanating from Johnny's body initially manifests gently, merely drawing the hazy light surrounding him into his being. However, this force of attraction swiftly intensifies tenfold, 100-fold, expanding its reach exponentially. As the pull strengthens, an increasing number of luminous energies illuminate the entire space, converging to nearly envelop Johnny's form in radiant light. Once these ethereal energies enter Johnny's body, he transforms into a crystalline figure, glowing ever more brilliantly. Through his garments and skin, his flesh, bones, and organs become distinctly visible. The extraordinary energy contained within these luminescent rays, upon infiltrating Johnny's physique, accelerates the rapid healing of his myriad wounds, swiftly restoring him to his former state. Had Johnny not succumbed to profound unconsciousness from his earlier peril, but instead awakened to perceive the metamorphosis of his body, he would undoubtedly be astounded. As the nebulous energy courses through him, a portion is absorbed by each of his cells, igniting them with a luminous glow and instigating a peculiar transformation. Each cell, sensing this energy, responds as parched earth welcomes a long-awaited rain, releasing harmonious sounds as they expand, greedily absorbing the incessant flow of energy. Yet, mere cellular absorption proves insufficient to fully assimilate the extraordinary energy present in this space within a short span. The majority, drawn by the gravitational pull, enters a specific region within Johnny's body. Here, it resembles a black hole, voraciously devouring all energy, yet the immense influx elicits no response from the void. The process of consuming the peculiar energies of this space persists for an indeterminate duration, unnoticed by the unconscious Johnny. In his consciousness, he vaguely perceives a sensation akin to being immersed in a hot spring, all 128,000 pores of his skin relaxing and emitting a soothing sound. This feeling is unprecedented. This alternate space, tethered to the grand cosmos, is not excessively vast. The unique energies within, confronted with Johnny's ravenous consumption, diminish rapidly, leading to the shrinking and trembling of the alternate space. It appears that these energies sustain the existence of this realm, and their unrestrained absorption by Johnny renders the space increasingly unstable. Time elapses unmeasured until Johnny senses his awareness gradually returning, reintegrating with his body, while a crisp electronic voice resonates within his mind. Ding! System optimization complete. With the sound of the electronic chime, Johnny's tightly shut eyes slowly flutter open, a brilliant glimmer emanating from his gaze. Chapter 10, System Optimization. Am I truly unscathed? Upon awakening, Johnny feels a surge of astonishment reflected in his eyes. At this moment, Johnny was completely unscathed, his body pulsating with a formidable energy that gave him the illusion of being capable of shattering space with a single blow. His gaze swept across his surroundings, allowing him to discern the realm in which he found himself. A faint aura of energy still lingered around him. Yet the gravitational pull within his body had dissipated, causing these subtle energies to begin dispersing autonomously. Could it be that these energies have instigated a remarkable transformation within me? As he observed the gradually dissipating light, a glimmer of contemplation flickered in Johnny's eyes, leading him to recall the system prompt he had heard upon awakening. System, what does optimization entail? With this thought, Johnny mused inwardly. Host, after absorbing the immense energy from an alternate dimension, the system has completed its optimization, and all pertinent information has been integrated into your consciousness for your perusal at any time. In response to Johnny's inquiry, the system's voice resonated, and a plethora of information swiftly materialized in his mind. This influx momentarily astonished Johnny, a look of delight gracing his features. By devouring my adversaries, I not only acquire their abilities, but can also enhance them through reinforcement. As he processed this newfound knowledge, Johnny couldn't help but murmur to himself. It turns out that after consuming vast energy, the system had undergone a significant optimization regarding the act of devouring. Prior to this optimization, when Johnny devoured an opponent, he would elevate himself and gain access to the opponent's abilities. However, this power possessed inherent limitations. He could only wield the strength of the ability for a brief period after familiarizing himself with it, incapable of surpassing the original strength of the devoured ability. Now, however, the scenario had changed. Following the system's optimization, Johnny had two distinct choices when devouring an enemy. The first option allowed him to completely strip the desired abilities from the opponent, transferring them entirely to himself. The second option enabled him to convert the devoured foe into devouring points, which could be utilized to enhance Johnny's existing skills. This enhancement was comprehensive and limitless. The more formidable the adversary he consumed, the greater the number of devouring points he would accrue. System, activate my attribute panel. With an understanding of the transformative changes brought about by the system's optimization, Johnny promptly initiated his attribute panel. This panel, a product of the system's refinement, provided Johnny with a clear and intuitive overview of his various capabilities at any given moment. As he issued the command, a radiant holographic display materialized before him. This luminescent panel was visible solely to Johnny, the host. To the left of the panel was Johnny's likeness, while the right side presented the status of his attributes. The status bar was divided into two sections, one for devouring points and another for skills. Host, Johnny devouring points, 0 skills. 1. Hand-to-hand combat, passive, 3-2. Fire control 2-3. Ice control 2-4. Divine strength 1. The interface was remarkably straightforward, allowing for a quick comprehension of his status, with each skill accompanied by a clear and detailed description. Seeing the 4 abilities he currently possessed, Johnny felt a sense of helplessness. He knew that these skills were acquired after he had slain numerous prisoners and guards within the Divine Domain dungeon. However, The levels of these abilities had only reached 1 or 2, rendering them somewhat redundant for him. He understood that divine power could be infused into the weapon known as Dawn, wielded by the warriors of the divine domain, thereby enhancing its might. Yet, he had not yet become familiar with the abilities of ice and fire control before he was nearly slain by that accursed Hela. After becoming acquainted with the optimized system, Johnny could not help but murmur to himself. Suddenly, the vibrations in the surrounding space jolted him from his reverie. What is happening to this space? Sensing the unusual tremors, Johnny's expression darkened. He had been so preoccupied with understanding the changes within himself upon awakening that he had neglected his environment. Now, as the vibrations intensified, he felt an imminent collapse of the very space around him. Disaster. With a resounding boom, the entire expanse of space shattered. Just as Johnny had surmised, blinding beams of light streamed through the gaps of the fractured space, making it momentarily difficult for Johnny to see. After a brief moment of disorientation, he opened his eyes and, through the widening fissures, beheld the entirety of the crumbling space, plunging him into a state of astonishment. With the light pouring in from the shattered crevices, the previously silent and dim space was laid bare before Johnny. It resembled a colossal mirror that had been violently shattered, splintering into countless fragments, creating a bizarre spectacle. Through the cracks, he glimpsed another realm beyond the shattered space. A peculiar planet materialized before Johnny's eyes, its surface littered with heaps of disordered refuse, resembling small mountains, causing him to roll his eyes in exasperation. The environment of this planet was appallingly poor. However, Johnny's disdainful thoughts were short-lived, as a massive fissure appeared before him, and the gravitational pull from the external planet suddenly acted upon him, liberating him from his floating state and sending him plummeting through the rift. So high up, by the time Johnny registered the height, he could only curse under his breath before crashing down with a thunderous thud into a pile of debris. The mound of refuse immediately formed a human-shaped depression. After a moment, Johnny's pained voice echoed from the pit, exclaiming, "It hurts like hell." After the commotion, Johnny finally emerged from the crater he had created, his once clean body now adorned with various pieces of garbage, looking utterly disheveled. Though he appeared a mess, Johnny bore no significant injuries, for in that strange space, he had absorbed a considerable amount of special energy, which had transformed his body, enhancing his physique to an extraordinary degree. Moreover, the heap of refuse was quite fluffy. Despite its disarray, it undeniably softened the impact when Johnny fell. Standing atop the crater he had created, Johnny felt a twinge of frustration and resolved to survey his surroundings to ascertain his location. From his vantage point on the refuse mound, he beheld numerous massive sinkholes in the sky, from which various types of debris cascaded haphazardly to the ground below. Good grief, have I stumbled into a cosmic junkyard? Chapter 11. Encounter with scavengers. As if in response to Johnny's lament, a considerable amount of colossal space debris plummeted from the heavens, crashing down not far from his perch and stirring up clouds of dust. Before Johnny could fully comprehend the situation, a thunderous roar emanated from above, capturing his attention. A spacecraft? This vessel bore an unusual design, appearing as a chaotic assemblage of metallic fragments, equipped with 4 propulsion engines and exuding an air of dilapidation. It descended right before Johnny, evidently having detected his presence. The sight of the ship's halt ignited a sense of trepidation within Johnny. He was still uncertain of his whereabouts and the nature of the adversary he might soon confront. His experiences in the divine realm had taught him that in this universe, reason held little sway. Strength was the ultimate currency. As Johnny observed, the hatch of the spacecraft slowly opened, revealing a group of ragged humanoid beings adorned with peculiar masks. What caught Johnny's attention was the presence of weapons in their hands, indicating their sinister intentions. Though obscured by masks, Johnny could discern the palpable greed and ferocity in their eyes. Are you a fighter? Or merely an ordinary person? The foremost figure brandished his weapon, directing an accusatory inquiry at Johnny. In that moment, he removed his mask, unveiling a grotesque visage. Though his features were distinct, his pallid skin rendered him ghastly. Akin to a specter. A fighter? I have only just arrived on this planet. I should be considered an ordinary person, Johnny explained, his confusion evident. An ordinary person? Excellent. Our meal has arrived. The masked man's face broke into a grin upon hearing Johnny's response, exchanging glances with his companions, their eyes igniting with fervor. Get down on your knees, the masked man proclaimed with arrogance, as his associates began to encircle Johnny. At the mention of the word meal, Johnny understood that a peaceful resolution was unlikely. Yet, he felt no fear in the face of these ragged miscreants. Rather, he felt an eagerness to engage. The ethereal specter of the undead silently materialized behind him. It was the perfect opportunity to test his current abilities. Spectre, it's time to feast, Johnny declared in a calm, measured voice as he found himself surrounded. Receiving Johnny's command, the long-starved specter, filled with impatience, did not hesitate to pounce upon an unsuspecting individual. The chosen victim, initially brimming with greedy excitement, was suddenly confronted by the specter's terrifying figure, eliciting a scream of horror. "What is this?" With that piercing cry, the specter's razor-sharp claws tore into the man's body, blood splattering everywhere, coating those surrounding Johnny in a thick, crimson mist. This gruesome scene transformed the expressions of Johnny's companions, as their fellow succumbed to death amidst terror, while they remained oblivious to the source of the attack. The group, which had eagerly encircled Johnny just moments before, now found themselves gripped by anxiety, their advancing footsteps faltering. In that moment of chaos, Johnny sprang into action, having devoured numerous divine warriors and prisoners. His physical prowess had significantly amplified, further enhanced by the vast, peculiar energy absorbed from the enigmatic realm. To his own astonishment, he surged forward in the blink of an eye, closing in on one of his assailants before they could react. Johnny's fist collided violently with the man's chest, accompanied by the sickening sound of shattering bones and a scream of anguish. The force of the blow sent the man soaring into the air, crashing to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth like a fountain. As one beheld the man struck by Johnny's punch, the once greedy malevolence in his eyes faded, along with his very life force. In the blink of an eye, two had perished, and despite their numerical advantage, the remaining assailants were engulfed by panic, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. "Do not fear. We are many. Charge," the masked leader of the group declared, his eyes betraying a hint of trepidation at the sight of two fallen comrades. Yet, emboldened by their numbers, he led the charge towards Johnny. As this ragtag assembly surged forward, Johnny's gaze turned icy. "Spectre, unleash your wrath." With a fierce command, Johnny seized a peculiar weapon from the ground, wielding it with a chilling smile as he faced the approaching throng. A fierce battle erupted instantaneously. In the face of the onslaught, Johnny exhibited remarkable agility, leveraging his superior strength and combat skills. Even amidst the barrage, he remained unyielding, seizing opportunities to deliver lethal strikes, swiftly claiming lives. Meanwhile, the specter, under orders, became an even more fearsome harbinger of death, utilizing the unique trait of the undead. The specter's form was only visible when it launched an attack. This ill-fated group, upon glimpsing the specter, had already signed their own death warrant. The pungent scent of blood began to permeate the air, invigorating Johnny's body and senses, amplifying his strength with each strike, instilling fear in many of his assailants. The masked leader, initially the one to question the situation, now seethed with rage at the loss of his men, launching a ferocious assault of his own. However, as the masked figure observed many of his subordinates inexplicably meet their demise, their bodies gruesomely torn apart, even he felt a twinge of fear. The battle with Johnny was not inherently terrifying. As scavengers, they were accustomed to murder and theft, their hearts hardened by their ruthless existence. Yet, the dread stemming from the inexplicable deaths of their comrades sent chills down everyone's spine, each fearing that they too might be violently ripped apart in the next moment. A fresh, terrified scream pierced the air as the body of a scavenger was abruptly cleaved from behind, collapsing to the ground and igniting a profound terror within the hearts of all present. What manner of creature is this? He is a demon. Flee. Fear is a contagion. The moment one scavenger chose to flee, the formation surrounding Johnny unraveled. Even the masked figure's shouts fell on deaf ears. Witnessing the panic-stricken throng ready to scatter, Johnny, who was reveling in the thrill of battle, would not permit their escape so easily. "Let me show you the power of flame." A sly smile crept across Johnny's lips as he gathered a potent surge of fiery energy in his hands. Having consumed the prisoners within the divine dungeon, Johnny had awakened a level of fire control, now revealed for the first time amidst combat. Dense flames coalesced into two fireballs, one of which Johnny hurled with ferocity towards a fleeing scavenger, striking swiftly at his back. Boom! As the fireball struck the scavenger, it detonated like a volatile explosive, sending ferocious flames raging outward in all directions. The targeted scavenger found his body engulfed in fire and explosion, leaving nothing behind when the flames finally abated. The deafening blast and the disintegration of a comrade deepened the terror within the hearts of the remaining scavengers, extinguishing their will to continue fighting. With nothing but his formidable physique and exceptional combat skills, Johnny had held his ground against their assault, but now he unveiled a terrifying mastery of fire. This overwhelming power surpassed any foes they had previously encountered. To persist in battle was tantamount to courting death. The masked figure, reacting swiftly amidst the shock of his subordinates, dashed toward the nearby spacecraft, believing that reaching it would significantly enhance his chances of survival. Thinking to escape, Johnny, equally astonished by his own fiery prowess, hurled another fireball towards the fleeing masked figure. The brilliant yellow plume of flames streaked after him. As the flames surged forth, the masked figure felt an intense heat radiating from behind, and in a moment of sheer terror, he dared not look back. Years of combat instinct compelled him to roll to the ground. The fireball, launched by Johnny, soared over him as he fell, landing nearby and erupting in an explosion that obliterated a mound of refuse. The ghastly-faced man, rolling on the ground, beheld the flames still raging with terror coursing down his back. Without a moment's pause, he scrambled to his feet and yelled as he dashed towards the spaceship. The ghastly-faced man evaded an attack, which momentarily surprised Johnny. However, he harbored no intention of letting him escape. "Ghost, the others who fled are entrusted to you," Yi Feng commanded, his thoughts directed at the ghost that was ruthlessly slaughtering. "Yes, my master," echoed the ghost's voice in Johnny's mind, laced with bloodthirsty excitement, punctuated by intermittent screams of anguish. After issuing the command, Johnny's gaze fixed on the ghastly-faced man who was about to board the spaceship, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Slightly crouching, Johnny's muscles tensed, his formidable physical power surging forth, with a powerful push against the ground. He propelled himself forward like a cannonball, racing towards the stumbling, ghastly-faced man. Now, Johnny possessed incredible strength and terrifying explosive speed, covering dozens of meters in mere moments. Just as the ghastly-faced man, relief washing over his features, prepared to escape aboard the spaceship, a gust of wind announced Johnny's arrival, as he had already reached the vessel. In such haste, planning to leave without so much as a word, Johnny's icy voice echoed ominously in the ghastly-faced man's ears. The voice was alarmingly close, less than a meter away. In a panic, disregarding his fear, the ghastly-faced man swung his weapon, charged with force. In a desperate attempt to strike back, bang! With a dull thud, Johnny's hand, like an iron claw, firmly seized the weapon, denying the ghastly-faced man any time to react. Johnny shifted his body, raised his knee, and delivered a crushing blow to the man's abdomen, nearly lifting him off the ground. After enduring this strike, the ghastly-faced man was rendered utterly incapacitated, curling up on the ground like a shrimp, spewing forth a mixture of vile food remnants and blood. Johnny discarded the weapon casually, looking down from his elevated position at the wretched man writhing in agony, listening to the sporadic dying screams outside. Who could have imagined that just moments ago, these individuals had surrounded Johnny, brimming with arrogance? "Great One, please do not kill me, I beg you." The ghastly-faced man, already pale, turned even more ashen with pain, struggling to plead before Johnny. Observing the man's desperate writhing, Johnny felt no compassion. Ever since his inexplicable arrival in this world, his mindset had undergone a profound transformation. He would no longer waste sentiment on adversaries. The screams outside had gradually subsided, and the ghost of the undying clan floated behind Johnny. Upon seeing the ghost approach, a cold smile crept across Johnny's face. Among the scavengers who sought to devour him, only the ghastly-faced man remained alive. "Now, you will answer my questions without hesitation. Speak one word of nonsense, and you shall die," Johnny said slowly, gazing into the ghastly-faced man's contorted visage, twisted by pain and fear. "Understood, dear sir. I will divulge all that I know, as long as you spare my life." The man with the ghastly visage, his heart gripped by overwhelming fear, clutched onto this final thread of hope and hastily began to speak. After a series of inquiries, he recounted everything he was aware of in vivid detail. With the wealth of information gathered, Johnny began to grasp the gravity of his current predicament. To his astonishment, he realized he had inadvertently departed from the divine realm and arrived on the chaotic planet of Saka. Johnny murmured softly, having acquired the knowledge he sought. Saka, a planet steeped in extreme disorder and savagery, held a peculiar position in the cosmos, surrounded by numerous cosmic gateways leading to both known and unknown universes. Ordinary spacecraft could not navigate the outer space of Saka, which had become a dumping ground and exile for criminals from various other planets. Consequently, the entire surface of Saka was littered with refuse, and its inhabitants were known for their fierce and violent demeanor, governed by the high celestial sovereign, who relished the spectacle of gladiatorial combat. Ding! A random quest has been triggered. Defeat the reigning champion and become the new champion of the arena. Complete the task to receive special rewards. Failure will result in the forfeiture of all host skills. At that moment, the system's crisp electronic voice echoed in Johnny's mind, causing him to pause momentarily, his expression subtly shifting. As a traveler, Johnny possessed some knowledge about the championship battles held by the High Celestial Sovereign. These battles were merely a form of entertainment for the Sovereign, one of the ancient cosmic beings, who, in his almost eternal existence, relished the sight of powerful fighters being pitted against one another in the arena, with the ultimate victor being crowned as the champion. Upon hearing the system announce the task, Johnny fell into deep contemplation. Given his current abilities, confronting the reigning champion directly would pose a significant challenge. However, with the presence of the devouring system, his chances of success would be greatly enhanced. If granted sufficient time to continuously absorb and elevate his powers, he would not only be unafraid of the champion, but could even contend with deities. Yet, before participating in the championship battle, there were other matters to attend to. Phantom, it's time to feast. Johnny cast a final glance at the kneeling, ghastly man before softly instructing the specter beside him. Chapter 13. Journey to the City of Champions. All enemies have been completely consumed. In accordance with the hostess' request, they have been converted into devouring points, totaling 30 points. The system's clear voice resonated, indicating that the specter had devoured the corpses of all the scavengers. Only 30 devouring points? System, how many points will it take to elevate the levels of the skills I already possess? Johnny inquired through his thoughts. To enhance a corresponding skill, each increment requires the expenditure of 100 devouring points, and there is no upper limit to the level of a single skill. Johnny's inquiry was swiftly answered. Yet the response elicited a wry smile from him. One increment requires 100 points? He annihilated an entire squad of scavengers, totaling over 20, and barely acquired 30 devouring points. This implies that each scavenger, once consumed, only yielded him 12 points, which seemed rather disheartening. As if responding to Johnny's lament, the system's notification chimed again. The acquisition of devouring points varies according to the strength of the consumed entity. This time, all the targets were of ordinary caliber, yielding a maximum of 2 points each. Upon receiving the system's clarification, Johnny had no choice but to acquiesce, though somewhat disappointed. It was indeed true that these scavengers were merely the most mundane of beings. After a moment of contemplation, Johnny retained the 30 devouring points and began to deliberate on the tasks issued by the system. From the ghastly visage of the consumed scavenger, he gathered a general understanding of the Saka star. Saka was vast, far exceeding the size of a typical star, with the realm ruled by the High Sovereign located on the opposite side of the planet. To fulfill the system's task, the primary objective was to traverse a significant portion of Saka and enter the dominion of the High Sovereign. Furthermore, merely reaching the High Sovereign's domain was insufficient. To qualify for the championship battle, one must endure a rigorous process of elimination before achieving entry. Alternatively, one could demonstrate sufficient strength to be nominated by the select few scavenger warriors under the High Sovereign, thereby bypassing the elimination rounds entirely and directly competing in the championship battle. Currently, having dispatched this batch of scavengers and commandeered their dilapidated spacecraft, Johnny believed that crossing the vast expanse of Saka to reach the thriving area ruled by the High Sovereign would pose little challenge. The only uncertainty weighing on Johnny's mind was which path to take in the championship competition. If he were to locate a scavenger warrior under the High Sovereign and secure a recommendation, he could circumvent the cumbersome elimination process and enter the championship battle directly. However, this approach left him devoid of absolute confidence. The information gleaned from the ghastly scavenger indicated that those eligible for the championship were formidable beings, including not only the mother from the Zerg homeworld, but also the nearly extinct Eternal Titans, along with a multitude of powerful entities from various galaxies. After much deliberation, Johnny ultimately resolved to advance through the elimination rounds toward the championship competition. This way, he would have ample time to hone his combat skills through successive battles, while also devouring the bodies of his opponents, providing him with opportunities to acquire potent special abilities and enhance his existing skills. Boom. The scavenger's rickety spacecraft shuddered as it took off, ascending to a certain altitude before cranking the thrusters to maximum power, racing toward the distant horizon. Left behind were numerous fragmented remains, which, along with the debris cascading from the sky, were buried deep beneath the Earth. 3 days later, Johnny's battered spacecraft finally traversed the majority of the planet's expanse, nearing the territory governed by the High Sovereign. Along the journey, Johnny encountered not just one, but multiple scavenger vessels. The disparate factions formed by these scavengers frequently engage in combat, concluding either with one side's total annihilation or submission. Each time Johnny encounters other scavenger ships, he endeavors to evade them, not out of fear, but rather due to the lack of interest he feels towards these ragtag groups. Even if he were to vanquish dozens of them, the meager reward of less than 100 devouring points would hardly suffice to elevate his skills. At last, he is drawing closer. The championship battle awaits. After 3 consecutive days of piloting his ship, the average person would likely find themselves mentally exhausted, yet in Johnny's eyes, there exists only fervor for the championship battle, or perhaps a yearning for greater strength. Ahead, a scavenger ship warns him, unauthorized entry into the city zone is prohibited. Communicate your intentions immediately, or face the consequences of illegal invasion. As Johnny's ship advances, it is intercepted by a fleet exceeding 20 vessels. A message is transmitted to Johnny's ship. Each warship in this fleet dwarfs his dilapidated vessel by more than tenfold, their thermal and energy weaponry aimed squarely at him. I wish to participate in the championship challenge. Surrounded by this formidable fleet, Johnny remains unperturbed, calmly responding through his ship's communication system. His voice resonates within the ranks of the patrolling fleet, momentarily leaving them in silence. After High Commander Gao Tianzuan's ascension over Sokka, a special decree was issued. Anyone wishing to partake in the championship battle would receive his protection. Apart from the arena, no one is permitted to harm those warriors, lest they incur his wrath. Lower your ship and follow us. After a brief pause, a voice tinged with surprise emanates from Johnny's ship, eliciting a smile from him. The phantom masked man had indeed spoken the truth. Moments later, Johnny has departed from the scavenger's rickety ship, escorted by a cohort of patrolling soldiers into the battleship of the planetary patrol. Upon seeing Johnny's youthful visage and attire starkly contrasting with that of the scavengers, the Sokka soldiers tasked with patrolling regard him with a mixture of schadenfreude. Step aside, a gruff voice commands, parting the crowd and clearing a path. A towering figure, exceeding 2 meters in height, emerges from the throng, radiating a formidable presence as he fixes a piercing gaze upon the composed Johnny. Kid, are you the one intending to participate in the championship battle? The giant's voice, as imposing as his stature, drips with arrogance and disdain. Indeed, it is I. Take me to High Commander Gao Tianzuan. I wish to speak with him personally. Surrounded by the jeering Sokka soldiers, Johnny maintains an indifferent expression, devoid of any fear. You, such a worthless wretch, dare to aspire to the championship battle? You shall soon meet your end. There is no need for such ambition. The giant bursts into uproarious laughter upon hearing Johnny's words, his tone laced with contempt. Accompanied by a throng of Sicarian warriors, the burly man laughed raucously, regarding Johnny with the disdain typically reserved for the ignorant. As the laughter of the crowd echoed around him, Johnny's lips gradually curled into a subtle smirk. Suddenly, with a fierce strike, the narrative shifted. Chapter 14. Dare you lay a hand on me? In a swift motion, Johnny unleashed his attack before the towering man could even react, delivering a powerful punch squarely to his face. The force of the blow was immense, easily weighing several hundred pounds, landing precisely on the bridge of the man's nose. The burly figure was sent sprawling to the ground, emitting a muffled groan of agony. This was a mere act of restraint on Johnny's part. Had he unleashed his full strength, even a thick steel plate would surely have buckled under the impact. The laughter of the Sicarian warriors abruptly ceased, their expressions shifting to one of shock as they beheld the man writhing on the ground in anguish, blood staining his visage and rendering him a ghastly sight. The impact had shattered his nasal bones, and the mingling of blood and tears only intensified his suffering. How dare you strike me? I shall have your life, he bellowed, clutching his face as blood streamed uncontrollably, the excruciating pain rendering him senseless with rage. Get him! Kill that wretched beggar! Consumed by pain, the man lost all sense of reason. His twisted features contorted with a deep-seated malice and hatred as he roared at those around him. It was evident that he held a significant position within the fleet. Upon receiving his command, the warriors swiftly raised their energy weapons, now aimed squarely at Johnny. Faced with a multitude of weapons, Johnny remained unfazed, exhibiting no intention of retaliating. I must remind you, I am a participant in the champions battle. According to the regulations of Sakara, should you dare to lay a hand on a fighter, the consequences will be dire. As the warriors closed in, Johnny's calm words instilled a moment of hesitation among them. Noticing their pause, a sense of relief washed over Johnny. It seemed his gamble had paid off. The presence of the esteemed High Master, Gao Tianzuan, had indeed deterred them from attacking. Captain, he is a contestant in the champions battle. If we were to kill him, the repercussions for Master Gao would be severe, one of the Sicarian warriors cautioned, addressing the man still seated on the ground. At the mention of Gao Tianzuan, the enraged man faltered, fixing Johnny with a glare that brimmed with unabashed hatred, reminiscent of a beast poised to attack. Initially, he had regarded Johnny as nothing more than a lowly scavenger, a status that, in the hierarchy of Sakara, was even beneath that of a beggar rummaging through refuse on earth. As a squad leader under the direct command of Gao Tianzuan, he could have easily dispatched 10 or more without consequence. It was this ingrained sense of superiority that had allowed him to mock and deride Johnny without restraint, yet now, with a shattered nose and bloodied face, the tables had turned. However, the true sovereign of the Sokka Star, the esteemed Master Gao Tianzuan, has enacted a stringent decree that compels even the most furious hearts to regain their composure. You are indeed remarkable. You wish to meet the Master, do you? I shall escort you. The burly man uttered these words through gritted teeth, his eyes betraying an unmistakable intent to kill. In response, Johnny remained completely at ease. With the regulations set forth by Gao Tianzuan in place, these individuals would dare not lay a finger on him until he met the master. It appears you have finally recognized my true identity and made the right choice. You should feel fortunate. This decision will grant you a longer existence. Remember my name. I am Johnny. Observing the murderous intent in his opponent's eyes, Johnny remained unfazed, coldly returning the gaze. The brilliance in his eyes incited a sense of inexplicable fear within the burly man, who found himself unable to maintain the stare. Unbeknownst to him, the undying specter of the Undying clan had silently positioned itself behind him. Should he persist in his reckless aggression towards Johnny, the consequences would be dire. During his brief sojourn aboard the Sokka fleet, no one dared to provoke Johnny after the earlier events. This was not solely due to the ironclad rules established by Gao Tianzuan, forbidding any assault on the challengers of the championship, but also because of the inexplicable aura that emanated from Johnny. It was an aura that only the truly powerful could possess, one forged through the crucible of battle, unyielding in the face of adversity. Although Johnny's aura was still in its nascent stage, far from rivaling the true titans of the vast cosmos, it was already sufficient to intimidate the average Sokka warriors. The fleet's velocity far surpassed that of the vessel Johnny had seized from the scavengers, swiftly bringing them into the domain governed by Gao Tianzuan, leading them to a magnificent edifice. Outside this grand structure stood numerous colossal statues, the tallest reaching a staggering height of 100 meters, each depicting different visages, yet all exuding a singular, formidable presence, an aura belonging to warriors. As the warship came to a halt, its hatch slowly opened, and Johnny descended, flanked by a cadre of Sokka warriors. Is this the challenger you speak of? A woman clad in armor, her demeanor cold, cast a glance at Johnny and inquired of the Sokka warrior guiding him. Indeed, he has volunteered to partake in the championship challenge, the burly man replied, bowing slightly in respect. Enough, I am aware. Follow me. I shall take you to meet the ruler of Sokka, the illustrious master Gao Tianzuan. The woman interrupted, showing no inclination for further discourse as she turned and departed. Johnny, unfazed, trailed closely behind, weaving through the opulent corridors of the grand building. Behind Johnny, a pair of malicious eyes fixated on him until he vanished around a corner. It must be said, this place, crafted by Gao Tianzuan, exuded unparalleled luxury. Johnny felt as though his eyes could scarcely absorb all the splendor surrounding him. After traversing a winding path, Johnny was led into a resplendent hall. Two ranks of warriors clad in peculiar full-body armor stood respectfully, brandishing weapons and forming a passageway. At the end of this passage, a grand throne awaited, occupied by the illustrious High Elder adorned in golden robes. Master, this is the new fighter. He has volunteered to partake in the championship battle. The woman guiding Johnny announced with reverence, bowing to the High Elder seated upon the imposing throne. Fighter, bow your head. She commanded sharply upon observing Johnny's inquisitive gaze upon the High Elder, her face displaying a hint of anger. At her rebuke, Johnny's expression turned icy. Topaz, refrain from such behavior. It may frighten our esteemed fighter, the High Elder interjected, his voice calm as he observed Johnny, an enigmatic glimmer flickering in his eyes, reminiscent of a child beholding a coveted toy. Chapter 15. The Fighter's Zone. Tell me, what compels you to join the championship battle? The High Elder scrutinized Johnny with a gaze that was anything but ordinary. As an ancient cosmic elder, the true High Elder did not exhibit the mindlessness often portrayed in films. From the very first glance at Johnny, a subtle ripple of intrigue stirred within him. He sensed something distinctly unusual about this young man. In contrast to others, who would tremble in the presence of the ruler of Sokka, Johnny remained composed. I seek the championship, Johnny replied succinctly, leaving both the High Elder and Topaz momentarily taken aback. Excellent. You are indeed exceptional, unlike the other fighters, the High Elder remarked, his demeanor growing increasingly favorable towards Johnny, a broad smile gracing his face. Topaz, I entrust him to your care. However, young man, I must inform you that once you choose to participate in the championship battle, there will be no turning back, unless you emerge victorious. The High Elder gestured towards the woman named Topaz, instructing her to escort Johnny away. In response to the High Elder's words, Johnny merely smiled faintly. Turning back? Is that even a possibility? Following the High Elder's directive, Topaz promptly led Johnny away. Unlike the High Elder, Topaz maintained a rather indifferent demeanor towards Johnny, offering little more than a guiding presence as they traversed the vast structure in silence. Noting her frosty disposition, Johnny chose not to pursue any further conversation, trailing behind Topaz as they navigated through the imposing architecture. Here we are. This will be your designated area, young man. Your activities will be confined to the fighter's zone. As for the rest, you shall have to inquire on your own. Topaz finally spoke, ushering him into a heavily guarded sector before quickly departing, assigning a guard to oversee him. As he followed Topaz, Johnny observed his surroundings closely. This area, while designated for fighters participating in the championship, boasted remarkably luxurious conditions. Both the training facilities and the recreational areas were exquisitely arranged. "Greetings, my friend. What is your name?" After the cold-faced Topaz departed, the guard assigned to Johnny exhibited a warm demeanor, engaging him in casual conversation. Johnny, for his part, reciprocated with a degree of cordiality. His character has always been such that respect begets respect. "I am Rat, the guard here. Allow me to escort you to your quarters, and from now on, I shall be responsible for you. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask me," the guard remarked cheerfully as he guided Johnny toward his residence. "Rat, I must admit, I am quite unclear about the circumstances here and the particulars of the championship battle," Johnny confessed, his smile growing as he found Rat to be amiable and approachable. With an expression that suggested he anticipated Johnny's ignorance, Rat divulged everything Johnny wished to know without reservation. After Rat's exposition, Johnny finally grasped the intricacies of the championship battle. Currently, to qualify for the championship, he must commence from the preliminary elimination rounds, enduring successive eliminations until he secures a place in the championship, thereby gaining the opportunity to vie for the title of champion. According to Rat, these elimination rounds are exceedingly brutal, often resorting to chaotic melee where dozens, if not hundreds, engage in fierce combat within the same arena, fighting until only a handful, or even just a few, emerge alive to exit the Coliseum. After a brief respite, a second round of eliminations will follow. Only those warriors who endure more than 10 elimination matches shall qualify for the championship challenge. This sanguinary process tends to evoke the most fervent emotions from the audience, second only to the final battle for the championship. "Johnny, you now comprehend the arena designated for the warriors. This is your private chamber. No one may enter without your consent. However, exercise caution around the other fighters in this area, particularly those marked by symbols." After conveying this warning, Rat assigned Johnny to a solitary room, but as he was about to depart, he offered a reminder that momentarily startled Johnny. "Rat, what do you mean by the markings?" Johnny inquired, perplexed. "I nearly neglected to inform you. According to the laws of Saka, once one becomes a warrior, outsiders are strictly prohibited from harming them unless they have committed egregious offenses. However, this restraint does not apply among warriors themselves," Rat explained. "As your overseer, I offer you this counsel. To survive longer in this realm, one must remain inconspicuous." Those marked warriors did not volunteer for the championship. Most are individuals who have committed grave crimes, coerced into participating in the battles. Rat's tone bore a hint of trepidation when he spoke of the marked warriors, indicating that they were not to be trifled with. Johnny quickly deduced that by participating in the championship and ultimately claiming victory, one could attain freedom and wield supreme power in Saka. In Rat's words, these marked warriors were akin to death row inmates, compelled to engage in gladiatorial combat merely to amuse the high dignitaries. "Lat, I understand, thank you." Johnny smiled faintly, expressing his gratitude to Lat. "All right, Johnny. I shall take my leave. If you require anything, you may find me at the entrance to the fighter's zone." Lat offered a kind smile, exchanged pleasantries, and then departed. Once Lat had left, Johnny closed the door to his room and fell into deep contemplation. Initially, Johnny believed that he could only enhance himself by enduring the successive rounds of elimination matches. However, it now appeared that such a convoluted path was unnecessary. If the fighter's activity zone was indeed as Lat had described, he need not worry about lacking opportunities for combat and improvement. Indeed, the reality aligned with Johnny's conjectures. Scarcely had half a day passed since his arrival when there came a vigorous knocking at the door. "Newcomer, open up. The boss wishes to see you." Amidst the relentless knocking, a brusque voice rang out. Upon hearing this, a smile crept across Johnny's face. After waiting so long, the big catch had finally arrived. Upon opening the door, Johnny was met with a group of strangely adorned men with red skin, each possessing a robust physique, towering over 2 meters tall, emanating a faint aura of flames, clearly not of human origin. "So the newcomer has finally opened the door. Come with us to the fighter zone. We shall teach you the rules," one of the red-skinned men stated, eyeing Johnny with a hint of disdain as he noted Johnny's shorter stature. "Sure." Johnny's response momentarily stunned the group, who then erupted into peculiar laughter. Chapter 16. A visit under their guidance. Johnny followed them swiftly into another area of the fighter zone. Here, many fighters resided, and upon seeing Johnny accompanied by the red-skinned men, the onlookers began to whisper amongst themselves, their gazes filled with a sense of schadenfreude. "Did you see that? Those are the red-haired thugs. This kid is in trouble. Isn't that the truth? The red-haired crew has no regard for rules. To catch the eye of the red-haired ones means this lad is destined for misfortune." Observing this scene, Johnny quickly grasped that the so-called boss behind these red-skinned men evidently wielded considerable power and influence within the fighter zone. However, that was precisely what he sought. "Step inside." The boss is waiting. They entered a room considerably more spacious than Johnny's own quarters. One of the red-skinned men shoved Johnny lightly, indicating that he should enter. As he was nudged, Johnny adeptly adjusted his weight, causing the assailant to stumble slightly. Is this how you invite me? Johnny spoke slowly, his expression calm. Kid. You're right. We do enjoy this method of invitation. Now that you've left your room, you'd best behave and step inside. The red-skinned man who had just pushed Johnny momentarily faltered before bursting into laughter, his eyes gleaming with menace, unmasking his threats. Johnny, however, remained unfazed, instead smiling slightly as he walked inside. In this spacious room, there were numerous individuals, resembling those with crimson skin, their numbers evidently exceeding 10. In the center stood a bald giant, bare-chested, showcasing a physique of explosive muscle. This imposing figure towered over the others with his height, and even while seated, he could meet Johnny's gaze directly. However, the bald man possessed only one eye. The other was entirely blind, with deep scars from blades etched around the eye socket, imparting a distinctly ferocious demeanor. Are you the newcomer? Come over here, the bald man exclaimed upon noticing Johnny's entrance, a wild grin spreading across his face. He downed a full glass of liquor in one gulp, slamming the cup onto the table, and then shouted at Johnny, "Did you send your underlings to fetch me?" Johnny maintained a calm smile, displaying an air of naivety, completely unfazed by the fierce glare surrounding him. In this room, aside from the muscular bald man who posed a slight threat to Johnny, the others were entirely disregarded by him. Kid, mind your manners when addressing the boss. He is our leader, Redhead. He summoned you to offer you an opportunity to join us. When the elimination round arrives, the boss will protect you and allow you to survive a little longer. So, shouldn't you express your gratitude? One of the men accompanying Johnny reprimanded him loudly, clearly displeased with Johnny's attitude. With a slight smile, Johnny replied, "Protection? These individuals are merely recruiting underlings to bolster their strength. If one were to truly trust them, the first to be sacrificed as cannon fodder in the elimination round would undoubtedly be these so-called subordinates. Redhead, where's your hair? You lost an eye and still consider yourself a leader?" Johnny casually remarked, his words laced with unabashed provocation and mockery, intentionally designed to incite anger. "Kid, you're courting death. Shut your mouth." Johnny's casual remarks ignited outrage among the red-skinned men, who immediately rose in unison, drawing their weapons and surrounding Johnny. The bald man, designated as the leader, remained relatively composed, though a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent in his gaze did not escape Johnny's notice. "I lost this eye during a duel with the Eternal Titan. Though I was defeated in that battle, I survived. Now, do you understand why I am qualified to be the leader?" Redhead proclaimed with a proud smile, recounting his battle. Upon hearing Redhead's words, the other red-skinned men displayed expressions of respect and awe. What is the Eternal Titan? It is one of the most powerful races in the universe, with the most notorious among them being Thanos, the ruler of the Dark Quadrant. To have battled an Eternal Titan and emerged alive indeed grants one a sense of pride. However, what is the Eternal Titan? You were defeated and lost an eye, and that gives you a sense of superiority? You dare come here to recruit followers? I see that if you all follow me, when the time comes to face the Eternal Titan, I will be the one to avenge you. With a disdainful expression, Johnny spoke not a word of regard for the Eternal Titan. His gaze towards the bald giant was laced with a hint of contempt. This contempt ignited a furious rage within the red-haired behemoth. As one who had survived battles against the Eternal Titan, he could not bear the slightest doubt cast upon his prowess. The newcomer before him not only showed him no respect, but had also repeatedly provoked his authority. The red-haired giant, known for his fierce demeanor, abruptly stood, overturning the large table before him. A powerful aura of flames surged from his being, and in his wrath, his single-eyed visage appeared even more terrifying. "Young man, I must admit, you possess remarkable courage. You are the first to dare challenge me in such a manner. However, soon you shall pay a heavy price for your words." His skin, already a deep crimson, glowed with an even more ferocious hue as flames radiated from him, revealing strange red patterns that shimmered ominously across his body. "Remember this. I, the red-haired giant, shall make you taste the terror of death today." Standing at over 3 meters tall, he towered over others with an overwhelming presence that instilled fear in his adversaries. Yet, Johnny's eyes betrayed no trepidation. Instead, they burned with a fierce desire for battle. The bald giant before him incited Johnny's spirit, urging him to rise to the challenge. "Phantom," Johnny silently called, and the undead specter materialized respectfully at his side. "Clear the way, for I shall personally bring an end to this fool." The red-haired giant bellowed, causing all his subordinates in the room to scatter, their faces twisted in mocking smiles as they envisioned Johnny being torn apart and reduced to ashes amidst flames. "Young man, prepare to meet your demise." The bald giant roared, his muscular arms sweeping towards Johnny like steel beams. Chapter 17. Fury as the red-haired giant charged at him. A glint of determination flashed in Johnny's eyes. Though he had been dismissive in words, he was mentally prepared to confront the impending strike. In facing the giant's blow, Johnny chose not to summon the aid of the phantom. Instead, he summoned all his strength, channeling his formidable physique and divine energy, raising his arm to block the giant's sweeping attack. With a thunderous impact, the collision of the giant's arm and Johnny's defiance reverberated through the air, dispersing gusts of energy in all directions as both combatants stumbled back a few steps. However, Johnny regained his balance more swiftly than the giant. Impressive, young man, to withstand my assault. Yet, you shall still perish. A flicker of astonishment crossed the red-haired giant's singular eye, surprised by the formidable power emanating from Johnny's seemingly diminutive form. Yet, Johnny too was internally astonished. After numerous instances of consumption, his physique had been significantly enhanced, and within the strange realm he had traversed, he had autonomously absorbed vast amounts of cosmic energy. This continuous accumulation had fortified his cells, enhancing his body with each passing moment. However, the formidable sweep from his opponent still instilled a sense of pressure in Johnny. Upon making contact with the adversary's arm, Johnny perceived that the opponent's body was not merely flesh and blood. Its hardness surpassed even that of steel. Though astonished, Johnny did not pause. Before the red-haired man could launch another assault, Johnny surged forward, closing the distance with remarkable speed and combat finesse. In the blink of an eye, he was before the red-haired giant, skillfully twisting his waist to evade the massive fist aimed at him at an incredible angle. In a flash, he delivered a powerful kick to the red-haired man's chest. With Johnny's full physical prowess, augmented by divine strength, the force of that kick was undoubtedly equivalent to 1,000 pounds, capable of shattering even the sturdiest steel. Yet, the massive red-haired man endured the blow, merely stumbling backward until he collided with the wall, emitting a muffled grunt. "Ah, you little brat, I shall tear you apart." After receiving the kick, the color of the red-haired man's face deepened, but he sustained little damage. Instead, his fury intensified as he extended his arms, unleashing a tremendous force that loomed over Johnny. Such formidable defense. Observing the red-haired man's resilience, which merely resulted in a slight tremor from his strike, Johnny furrowed his brow in astonishment. Faced with the increasingly furious red-haired man, Johnny opted not to engage in a direct confrontation. Instead, he maneuvered with agility, dodging attacks with ease, and constantly sought out weaknesses in his opponent's defenses. After a series of exchanges, Johnny discerned that the imposing bald brute before him possessed not only immense strength, but also remarkable defensive capabilities. If he were to rely solely on his physicality to battle the red-haired man, it would likely take considerable time to gain the upper hand. However, the shock felt by the red-haired man and his gang was far greater than that of Johnny. Nobody had anticipated that a seemingly frail newcomer could contend with the red-haired man to such an extent. To all present, it seemed almost surreal. The more they were astonished, the more ferocious the red-haired man's attacks became, his strength surging with greater intensity. Yet, despite the terrifying power and defense he exhibited, the red-haired man's fighting ability and speed paled in comparison to Johnny's. It was akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito, great strength rendered ineffective if it could not land a hit. As Johnny evaded, the exquisite decor of the room was nearly obliterated under the red-haired man's frenzied onslaught. Even the solid walls bore the brunt of his punches, resulting in a significant breach and numerous cracks. The red-haired man's gang was pushed back repeatedly, striving to clear the space for the duel between Johnny and their leader. Bang! Seizing upon a fleeting gap in the red-haired man's defenses, Johnny unhesitatingly surged through the barrage of attacks. With a powerful push from the ground, he soared into the air, delivering a devastating hook that struck the red-haired man's chin. This punch was delivered with all of Johnny's might, targeting precisely the opponent's vulnerability. With a thunderous punch, the colossal form of the red-haired giant was sent soaring, crashing violently against the ceiling before plummeting to the ground, ensnared in a wave of dizziness. After a fleeting moment of disorientation, the red-haired figure let out a piercing roar, plunging into a state of furious rage. The intensity of his aura surged explosively with this inhuman cry, far exceeding its previous manifestation. Bloodthirsty, brutal, and frenzied. The terrifying presence radiating from the red-haired giant caused a slight change in Johnny's expression. He had not anticipated such formidable power from him. Meanwhile, the numerous subordinates of the red-haired giant, who had been observing from the sidelines, exchanged alarmed glances and began to flee. "The boss has gone berserk. We must leave," they exclaimed. "This guy is truly formidable. He has pushed the boss into a state of fury. He's doomed." A palpable fear flickered in their eyes as they cursed and rushed out, leaving behind only the howling red-haired giant, resembling a wild beast, and Johnny, who stood cautiously in place. Of course, The specter that had remained motionless behind Johnny was invisible to everyone, as it had yet to make a move. Just as the red-haired giant's subordinates hastily exited the room, the figure on the ground underwent a noticeable transformation. Eerie flames began to swirl around the red-haired giant, causing the temperature in the room to soar dramatically. As the flames manifested, the already enormous body of the giant continued to morph. And by the time it fully took shape, it had exceeded 4 meters in height. The red-haired giant raised his head, his terrifying single eye turning a blood-red hue, with a fiery intensity burning within it, devoid of any rationality other than murderous fury. With a fearsome roar, the now towering red-haired giant slowly rose to his feet, an overwhelming aura instantly enveloping the entire room. Under this terrifying pressure, Johnny felt an immense weight bearing down upon him. This creature's strength had surged to at least double what it had been moments before. Johnny's gaze sharpened, his mind racing. Initially, he had regarded the red-haired giant as formidable, a challenge to be dealt with. But now, witnessing the rampaging fury emanating from him, the sense of danger had escalated dramatically. With his size having increased exponentially, the red-haired giant's crimson eye fixed on Johnny, letting out a low growl as his 4-fingered hand morphed into sharp claws, lunging toward Johnny. In an instant, the red-haired giant's speed surpassed what it had been moments ago, transforming into a blazing red apparition. In the blink of an eye, an overwhelming aura of flame descended upon Johnny. Feeling the weight of this formidable attack, Johnny's pupils constricted in alarm. He dared not hold back. As he retreated hastily, a sphere of fire coalesced in his palm. With a swift throw, he hurled it toward the clawing attack of the red-haired giant. Boom! The fireball erupted upon contact with the claw, causing the exquisitely adorned room to collapse entirely under the force of the explosion. Chapter 18. Waiting for the right moment with the immense force of the explosion propelling him, Johnny swiftly retreated just before the room collapsed, narrowly avoiding the cascade of debris. What transpired? The commotion emanating from the red-haired figure. Was he engaged in combat with another? Let us go and see. The thunderous blast and the crash of the collapse reverberated throughout the entire fighter zone, prompting a multitude of onlookers to converge upon the source of the ruckus. Eager for a spectacle, the once standing room had been utterly reduced to ruins, a thick cloud of dust swirling in the air, with flames still flickering, not yet extinguished. The cadre of red-skinned subordinates under the red-haired leader had evacuated before his fury erupted, now gazing at the wreckage with a sense of awe. Their leader had become exceedingly ferocious. Had he not merely slain a single foe? Yet, he had brought their headquarters to ruin. Indeed, the most pressing concern was that once their leader entered a state of rage, he could not distinguish friend from foe. Thankfully, we acted swiftly, otherwise, hush. Close your mouth. The group of red-skinned subordinates dispersed, encircling the dissipating dust of the collapsed structure, engaging in hushed discussions. However, their chatter soon came to an abrupt halt, as if they had been silenced by an unseen force. As the dust began to settle, a solitary figure emerged from the wreckage, standing tall amidst the debris. Though covered in dust, the brilliance in his eyes left all of the red-haired leader's subordinates in a state of disbelief. How could this be? This was the collective thought that resonated among them. No one could fathom that Johnny, who had provoked the red-haired leader, could emerge unscathed while the leader himself was nowhere to be seen, presumably buried beneath the rubble. In stark contrast to the astonishment of the red-haired subordinates, Johnny's gaze remained fixed on the ruins, his expression serious and unwavering. He had just crossed paths with the red-haired leader and was acutely aware of his formidable defenses. The collapsing structure would only serve as a minor hindrance. Moreover, from the conversation among the subordinates, Johnny had gleaned terms like fury, further solidifying his assessment. Indeed, boom. As the dust had yet to fully dissipate, a massive figure burst forth from the debris, the red-haired leader roaring with fury. The eruption of earth and stone caused considerable damage to the surrounding buildings, and many onlookers, upon witnessing the red-haired leader's appearance, retreated in haste, fearful of becoming collateral damage. Flames once again roared to life upon the red-haired leader's form, his single crimson eye sweeping the area. Anyone who met his gaze felt an inexplicable burning sensation. Upon seeing Johnny, the glow in the red-haired leader's eye intensified, exploding forth in a furious glare, and he unleashed a primal roar of wrath. In his berserk state, the leader's rationality had all but vanished. He could no longer discern friend from foe. However, Johnny, who had managed to inflict a minor setback upon him, instantly became the target of his relentless fury. The roar resounded continuously as the red-haired leader, engulfed in flames, lunged towards Johnny with a speed that surpassed his own. In the midst of the fierce assault, the flames enveloping the red-haired figure surged ever higher, coalescing with formidable intensity upon his 4-fingered hand. Witnessing this scene, a cold glint flashed in Johnny's eyes as he retracted his fiery abilities, transforming them into an exquisitely frigid energy. with a sudden motion. As the red-haired figure lunged through the air, a dark streak darted forth, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of tearing fabric, as crimson blood erupted from his chest. This shadowy figure was none other than the immortal specter, who had long remained poised for action without revealing its presence. In the throes of his aerial charge, the red-haired warrior perceived only Johnny as his adversary, finding himself bereft of leverage in midair, and thus fell victim to the specter's unexpected strike, inflicting grievous harm upon him. Although the red-haired warrior possessed formidable defenses, capable of withstanding even Johnny's powerful blows, his defenses were further heightened in moments of fury. Nonetheless, the specter's assault was equally razor-sharp. Even within the confines of the divine prison, its claws had effortlessly severed the seemingly indestructible barriers. After a relentless path of devouring, the specter's power was undeniably formidable. A roar of agony erupted as the red-haired figure veered away, rendering Johnny's attack ineffective. Crumpling to the ground, he clutched his chest, flames raging as blood continued to spurt forth, dripping from his wounds. The specter's strike had carved 5 deep gashes into the thick flesh of the red-haired warrior's chest, exposing bone, the wound smooth and clean as if shaped by a blade. In the aftermath of the assault, the specter stood clearly visible to the red-haired warrior, its single eye fixated upon the specter returning to Yi Feng's side, radiating a murderous intent that was palpable and unforgettable. What had just transpired? This query lingered in the minds of all spectators. Suspended in midair, poised to strike down Johnny, the red-haired warrior now bore 5 deep gashes, evidently grievously injured. With the skin and muscle of his chest completely torn apart, drops of blood from his bare chest splattered to the ground, igniting with flames, resembling blooming snow lotuses, raising the battlefield's temperature significantly. Though he had successfully inflicted severe damage upon the red-haired warrior, Johnny's expression grew more somber, not less. A wounded beast often becomes even more terrifying. Moreover, within mere moments of confrontation, the red-haired warrior's injuries began to show signs of recovery. His blood no longer gushed forth with the same ferocity as before, and the wounds were gradually mending. "Spectre, attack!" Johnny commanded, emanating an aura of frost as he instructed the specter to coordinate their offensive. In dealing with the flame-wreathed red-haired warrior, Johnny made a prudent choice by employing an ice manipulation skill he had never utilized before. Under the influence of this chilling ability, a cold aura radiated from Johnny, countering the intense energy of the red-haired warrior. With a mere thought, an ice blade, entirely composed of solidified frost, slowly extended from his palm, swiftly reaching a length of 1 meter. The elemental opposition of ice and fire promised to inflict even greater damage upon the red-haired warrior, making this strategic choice particularly astute. Under the seamless coordination of Phantom and Johnny, they advanced towards the red-haired adversary from both sides. Phantom's razor-sharp claws had already been tested against the red-haired opponent's body, and the ice blades materializing in Johnny's hands posed a significant threat, as perceived by the red-haired warrior's primal instincts. Faced with the dual onslaught, the red-haired fighter was compelled to relinquish the hand that had been staunchly covering his wound, now distracted by the 2 attackers. Phantom's assault was fierce and relentless. Indifferent to its own injuries, obeying Johnny's command, it bravely charged forward, its formidable claws converging. As it absorbed a powerful punch from the red-haired foe, it was sent hurtling through the air, yet a deep gash was left on the red-haired warrior's arm as Phantom's claws struck true before retreating. Chapter 19. Establishing dominance. The wound on the red-haired warrior's chest had yet to heal when another deep laceration marred his arm, inciting a furious roar that echoed throughout the fighter's arena, drawing the attention of numerous formidable entities. However, while inflicting damage upon the red-haired adversary, Phantom had also endured a devastating blow, its body shattered and flung away, nearly disintegrating. Upon crashing to the ground, its form gradually transformed into a dark, shadowy energy, vanishing into the ether. Phantom's swiftness was remarkable, rivaling even Johnny's. Yet, in the face of the rampaging red-haired warrior, it proved slightly inadequate, compelling it to adopt a strategy that involved mutual destruction. Thankfully, Phantom's offensive objective had been achieved, distracting the red-haired warrior with an injured arm just in time for Johnny's attack to strike. With a sharp, icy blade infused with Johnny's full strength, the moment the red-haired warrior was in turmoil, it breached his defenses, targeting his soul eye. This strike encapsulated all of Johnny's power and combat acumen. The icy blade, born from his ice-controlling prowess, not only countered the flames enveloping the red-haired warrior, but also emanated a chilling aura that would impede his movements. When the blow descended, the red-haired fighter could not evade in time. Despite his formidable defenses, his eye remained one of his most vulnerable points. The cold, sharp blade effortlessly pierced through the red-haired warrior's eye, plunging deeply within, at least half a foot deep. However, Just as Johnny prepared to drive this lethal strike into the red-haired warrior's brain, the flames engulfing the latter erupted in a cataclysmic explosion as he faced imminent doom. Boom! The searing flames ignited, bursting forth with a ferocity that swept in all directions, with Johnny, being the closest, bearing the brunt of the blast. The explosive force was akin to the fireballs that Johnny himself could conjure with full concentration. In that instant, he was rendered incapable of executing a follow-up attack. His body propelled backward by the force of the explosion. The Inferno's impact was not merely limited to its momentary thrust. The intense heat engulfed him, leaving Johnny, despite radiating an extreme chill, scorched and disheveled amidst the flames' tumultuous wrath. The force of the explosion sent Johnny hurtling through the air, propelling him backwards for 7 or 8 meters before he finally landed on the ground. His clothing, ravaged by the flames and the relentless heat, was riddled with numerous holes, and his shirt had nearly disintegrated into tattered rags. Despite the chill that continued to emanate, Johnny swiftly extinguished the flames engulfing him. However, his attire was rendered utterly useless. Unperturbed, he casually tore off the remnants of his shirt, revealing a robust physique. As his body underwent continuous transformation, Johnny's form approached perfection. Each muscle, though not born from the blast, was distinctly defined, and his streamlined contours exuded a vigorous masculinity. Such a physique, if placed upon the earth, would surely drive countless young women into a frenzy. Breathing heavily, Johnny reflected that this encounter had been the most arduous since his arrival in this realm. The formidable prowess of Red-Haired had surpassed any adversary he had previously faced. Had it not been for the assistance of the Phantom and his full arsenal of strategies, he would have found it nearly impossible to overcome this opponent. At that moment, blinded and severely wounded, Red-Haired desperately yanked the ice blade embedded in his eye socket. Under the fierce blaze, the ice blade, devoid of Johnny's energy infusion, was swiftly evaporated. Although Red-Haired appeared fearsome, he posed no threat to Johnny anymore. Amidst his anguished roars of pain and fury, it was evident to any discerning observer that Red-Haired had become a spent force, even in his frenzied state. He had failed to inflict any significant damage upon Johnny, let alone now, rendered blind. His impending defeat at Johnny's hands was merely a matter of time. Change was imminent in the fighter's zone, a thought echoed in the minds of many onlookers. The astonishment in the eyes of Red-Haired's entourage gradually morphed into dread as they witnessed their leader's downfall. Particularly, the burly red-skinned man who had accompanied Johnny trembled involuntarily. For Red-Haired had been their greatest pillar of strength, and now his demise spelled dire consequences for them all. However, Johnny paid little heed to the panicking minions. 2 ice blades coalesced in his hands, while the body of the undead Phantom reformed amidst an imperceptible darkness infused with dark energy. This time, without the need for Johnny's direction, the Phantom swiftly glided towards Red-Haired. Simultaneously, Johnny, amidst the fearful and awestruck gazes of the onlookers, gripped the ice blades tightly and lunged at the now blind Red-Haired. The ensuing battle held no suspense whatsoever. In that entire area, the agonized and furious roars of Red-Haired grew increasingly faint, the once raging flames upon his body gradually extinguishing as wounds began to surface. The commotion did not go unnoticed. The guards of the fighter's zone quickly responded, a contingent rushing towards the scene. As they approached, they gleaned from the astonished murmurs of the crowd that the combatants were a newcomer and the powerful Red-Haired. Upon hearing this revelation, the guard named Rat's expression shifted, urging him to hasten his pace. Johnny was under his charge, and his impression of Johnny was quite favorable. Now, hearing that Johnny had provoked the notorious Redhead, a formidable figure in the arena, Rat felt a bitter pang in his heart and quickened his pace, hoping to save Johnny's life before Redhead could take it. However, when Rat arrived at the battlefield between Johnny and Redhead, he was frozen in shock. Before him stood Johnny, bare-chested and robust, proudly amidst the ruins. Following the horrified and fearful gazes of the onlookers, Rat spotted a shattered skeleton not far behind Johnny, among the debris. The skeleton emanated a distinct aura of flames, which was rapidly dissipating. Ding! Redhead has been slain. According to the host's request, the essence has been absorbed and converted into devour points, totaling 90 points. Beside the shattered skeleton, the ghost dissipated into black, ethereal energy, clearly satisfied, while Johnny's mind echoed with the system's notification. 90 points? That seems a fair return for the energy expended. A faint smile crept upon Johnny's lips as he felt a sense of satisfaction, including the previously unused devour points. His total had now reached 120 points, enough to upgrade a skill. Chapter 20. While instructing the ghost to absorb Redhead, Johnny had contemplated the violent state that would significantly enhance Redhead's combat prowess. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he chose to forego that path. Though Redhead's strength would surge in a frenzied state, his rationality would undoubtedly be suppressed. Johnny was not inclined to transform into a mindless beast during battle. At that moment, Johnny's satisfied smile appeared to the onlookers as a devilish, bloodthirsty grin, causing a chill of dread to run down the spines of those who witnessed the horrific scene following Redhead's demise. "Rat, what brings you here?" Johnny greeted Rat with a warm smile. Upon seeing Johnny, Rat's demeanor shifted entirely. Initially, when Topaz had introduced Johnny to the arena, Rat had underestimated him, thinking Johnny was merely a filler among the fighters. Out of compassion, he had offered Johnny some care. However, witnessing the once mighty Redhead reduced to a shattered skeleton, with blood and flames fading, Rat could hardly believe the transformation and had no choice but to acknowledge Johnny as a potentially formidable force. Johnny, this is..." Rat stammered, struggling to find his words. As a guard of the arena, he had witnessed numerous conflicts among fighters, but such a bloody spectacle was unprecedented. "Rat, there shouldn't be any issues regarding the conflict among fighters, right? This fellow sought trouble with me first and attacked. My killing him doesn't violate any rules, does it?" Johnny inquired with a slight smile, observing Rat's pale complexion. "And no, there won't be any problems, Johnny. I truly did not anticipate your strength." Rat stood in a daze for a moment, gradually regaining his senses, and sincerely spoke up. Johnny, with a nonchalant glance at the group of red-haired subordinates, then led Rat away towards his living quarters. The moment Johnny's gaze swept over them, the already terrified red-haired subordinates nearly crumpled to the ground. After Johnny and Rat had departed, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. In the arena for warriors, conflict was permitted, and even casualties went unnoticed. As fighters, they faced the brutal and bloody reality of combat. If one failed to survive, it was merely a testament to their own weakness. The red-haired subordinates had initially believed that a ruthless powerhouse like Johnny, who had shown no mercy even towards the fallen, would not spare them either. However, they were taken aback to discover that Johnny seemed to harbor little interest in them. Unbeknownst to them, Johnny truly regarded them with disdain. Even if he were to annihilate them all, it would scarcely yield a fraction of the points he earned from defeating the red-haired leader. Although Johnny was clear about his grudges, he was not a bloodthirsty individual. Without the protection of the red-haired leader, their fate was all too predictable, and he saw no reason to expend unnecessary energy on them. In the room assigned to Johnny, Rat's face still bore traces of shock. "Johnny, you truly startled me. When I first heard that you had provoked that gang of red-haired thugs, I prepared myself to retrieve your remains. Little did I expect." Rat accepted the drink Johnny offered and continued slowly. After witnessing Johnny's formidable prowess, Rat found himself no longer at ease when conversing with him. A sense of restraint had taken hold. "Rat, we are friends. There is no need for such formality. My strength has no bearing on our friendship," Johnny replied with a smile, genuinely considering Rat a friend. When Johnny had not yet revealed his capabilities, Rat had shown no signs of disdain and had been quite warm towards him, which allowed Johnny to feel the warmth of friendship he hadn't experienced in a long time. "All right, Johnny, to be honest, when I first met you, my only wish was for you to live comfortably and endure the harsh competition for as long as possible. However, it appears that your strength is among the elite even within the arena, rivaling that of Eternal Titan and Venomous Man. Once word of your encounter with the red-haired leader spreads, the Master will surely take a greater interest in you." Johnny's words warmed Rat's heart, gradually easing his tension, and he smiled as he spoke. "Rat, could you tell me about the most formidable fighters in the arena? I am quite unfamiliar with them." Johnny smiled faintly. After battling the red-haired leader, he had come to realize that the dynamics of the championship were far more intricate than he had imagined. Over the past period, Johnny's strength had grown rapidly, and the astonishing capabilities of the Devouring System had made him somewhat overconfident. However, following the confrontation with the red-haired leader, the sense of arrogance within him had dissipated entirely. "Very well, I shall share what I know, though much of the information I possess is not particularly detailed." Rat nodded and began to relay everything he was aware of to Johnny. In a peculiar section of the fighter zone, a newcomer recently dispatched the formidable Redhead, a figure of considerable repute. A scavenger, garbed in tattered attire, stood before the towering Eternal Titan, his stature eclipsed by the Titan's imposing presence. In the fighter zone, the weak are compelled to align themselves with the powerful for protection. The fortunate scavenger had become a subordinate of the Eternal Titan, often drawing envious glances from the weaker inhabitants of the zone. "That waste, who I maimed, has perished? It is no surprise. Did he provoke the mother of bugs, or the toxic man?" The Eternal Titan inquired with a measured indifference upon receiving the report from his subordinate. "Neither." The subordinate hesitated briefly before respectfully responding. The Redhead was slain by a newcomer to the fighter zone. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed the normally stoic visage of the Eternal Titan. He was well aware of Redhead's formidable prowess, possessing a ferocious special ability. and there were only a handful of individuals in the fighter zone whom he regarded with apprehension capable of vanquishing him. Yet, the fact that Redhead had fallen to a novice sparked considerable intrigue within the Eternal Titan. How fascinating. It appears another figure has emerged within the fighter zone, he murmured, his voice imbued with a chilling excitement. Chapter 21. The elimination of 100 simultaneously. Topaz stood before the High Elder with utmost respect, recounting the astonishing achievements of Johnny. Splendid. From the very first glance, I knew he was an exceptional fighter. The High Elder's face radiated with an unusual fervor after hearing Topaz's report. However, it is a pity that the battle between Redhead and Johnny did not transpire in the arena, but rather within the fighter zone. Topaz, arrange for Johnny to partake in the elimination round post-haste. My anticipation grows by the moment. After expressing his excitement, the High Elder instructed Topaz accordingly. Shortly after returning to his lodgings, Johnny received notification of his participation in the inaugural elimination round, a message conveyed by Rat. Johnny, this is a competition of 100 participants, the largest of its kind. You need only endure for 1 hour, or until 30 fighters remain. At which point the elimination will cease, Rat encouraged, bolstered by Johnny's recent triumph over Redhead. I understand, Johnny replied, feeling a surge of anticipation for this first elimination round. Prior to receiving the High Elder's notification, he had expended 100 devour points to enhance his fire control skill to level 3, significantly improving his command over flames. After a brief period of preparation, Johnny entered the readiness area, selecting the necessary equipment and weaponry. This area adjoined the fighter zone, allowing direct access to the arena. At that moment, the sounds of countless spectators in the arena echoed through the readiness area, heralding the impending clash. Upon arriving in the preparation area, Johnny observed a multitude of combatants. These warriors hailed from diverse planets and races, exhibiting significant variations in appearance and demeanor, yet they all emanated an aura of formidable strength. Whether they had voluntarily entered the arena or had been exiled to Sakaar to participate in the championship battle, there were virtually no weaklings among them. Upon seeing Johnny's nonchalant expression, several fierce-looking competitors revealed traces of disdain in their eyes. Although the tale of Johnny's clash with the red-haired warrior had spread throughout the fighters' quarters, few had actually witnessed the confrontation. Thus, observing Johnny's seemingly harmless demeanor, many individuals glimmered with predatory intent, secretly plotting against him. In this elimination round, the fall of one would significantly enhance the survival odds of another, and Johnny had undoubtedly become the target in the minds of many who believed he should be the one lying on the ground. Contrary to the expectations of the crowd, Johnny remained largely indifferent. When it came to selecting his weapon, he merely strolled through the preparation area, seeking a suitable armament. This locale boasted an array of peculiar weaponry, all of which were cold weapons to ensure fairness in combat. In addition to the racks laden with arms, there were also shelves displaying an assortment of armor and protective gear, tailored for nearly every race. However, after his exploration, Johnny felt a tinge of disappointment. Both the weapons and armor appeared excessively crude in his estimation. Given Johnny's current physique, conventional protective gear would not only prove ineffective, but might even hinder his combat performance. As for the weaponry, he casually grasped a spear exceeding 2 meters in length and a colossal round shield forged from an unknown metal. The spear, when stood upright, towered over him, while the massive shield could entirely obscure his form behind its formidable surface. Kid, if you're afraid of death, you shouldn't have entered the championship battle. Do you think such a shield will ensure your survival? It merely signifies your foolishness and cowardice, taunted a fighter clad in leather armor, wielding a long knife. As he passed by Johnny, upon noting that Johnny bore no marks of an exile, he could not suppress a derisive laugh. Johnny merely glanced at the man, opting not to respond. His choice of the spear and shield stemmed from having devoured numerous guardians of the divine realm while imprisoned, acquiring a wealth of combat skills, including various combination techniques. Within the grand arena, an audience of hundreds of thousands gathered, representing different galaxies and even star domains, all present for the elimination round of the championship battle. In truth, each bout of the championship was nearly always filled to capacity, drawing countless fervent spectators. A multitude of spotlights danced in unison with pulsating music, ultimately converging above the Colosseum, where a dazzling, colossal silhouette emerged before the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, what a splendid evening it is, filled with exhilarating performances. Are you not delighted? Before us stands the illustrious high priest, adorned in resplendent attire. At this moment, a smile graces his visage as he gazes upon the animated faces of countless spectators, inflating his vanity to extraordinary heights. In the vast expanse of his near-immortal existence, only the thrill of combat can alleviate the profound emptiness he feels. The championship battle is his singular source of joy. Let us give another resounding round of applause for the valiant warriors who shall soon meet their fate in today's first elimination round. You shall all, like me, find this journey worthwhile. As High Priest's impassioned voice resonates, the cheers of the crowd swell to a fever pitch. Amidst the increasingly frenetic music, numerous gates at the bottom of the arena burst open, each revealing a gladiator stepping forth. With a mighty roar, all the warriors emerge, raising their weapons high or pounding their chests in a cacophony of ferocity. Yet, among the throng of combatants, one stands apart. Clutching a spear in one hand and a round shield in the other, he remains composed, observing the frenzied warriors and the cheering audience with an air of tranquility. The High Priest's gaze, seemingly intentional, lingers on him, imbued with a hint of intrigue. Ladies and gentlemen, you are all undoubtedly familiar with the rules of the 100-man elimination match. The battle shall last 1 hour, or until only 30 warriors remain. At that point, the combat will cease. Now, I declare the match to commence. The High Priest's exuberant voice reverberates as the colossal light and shadow dissipate, focusing all illumination upon the arena. Fight! Fight! The resounding salute of cannon fire ignites the fervor of the audience, propelling their spirits to a boiling point. Within the arena, bloodthirsty warriors, swept up by the electrifying atmosphere, unleash their roars and launch attacks on the nearest foes. Almost instantaneously, the ground is stained with vibrant blood. Chapter 22. Unbelievable in such an atmosphere. Once the melee ignites, it is a challenge to halt its momentum. This is Johnny's inaugural encounter with such a battle. Yet he remains remarkably composed, surveying the entire battlefield with keen perception. However, his restraint does not imply that others will refrain from targeting him. Kid, I warned you before the fight began. Prepare to die. A thunderous roar erupts as the warrior who had previously mocked Johnny charges towards him, brandishing a long blade. In the vast duel arena, countless spectators fill the stands. Captain, look over there, it's that kid. A voice of surprise emerges from a certain section of the stands. Belonging to one of the guards who once defended the city's borders, seated beside him is the squad leader whose nose Johnny had once broken with a single punch. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, the squad leader's gaze swiftly fixes upon Johnny, his eyes betraying a palpable hatred. That kid has finally entered the fray. I've waited through so many matches just to witness his demise. After receiving treatment, the captain of the guard bore substantial bruising across his nose. Upon catching sight of Johnny, his expression twisted into one of furious rage, his eyes brimming with hatred. Rest assured, Captain, this insolent brat who dares provoke you will not survive a single challenge. He is doomed. The captain's companions eagerly chimed in with flattery. Yet, was the reality truly so? A burly man wielding a long blade charged toward Johnny, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he ruthlessly swung the weapon down upon him. Die! The giant bellowed, a hint of madness glinting in his gaze. In response to the man who had dared to challenge him twice, a chill flickered in Johnny's eyes. With a sickening sound of flesh being pierced, a vivid spray of crimson erupted from the chest of the assailant, as the sharp claws of the undead spirit had punctured through his back, shattering his heart before emerging from his chest. Ugh! Ugh! The giant's long blade never reached Johnny. Instead, his eyes bulged in disbelief as he lowered his gaze to witness the lethal claws protruding from his own heart. His body swayed, and he gradually collapsed to the ground. You brought this upon yourself. Do not blame me. As the giant fell, his life force dissipated instantaneously, evidently deceased beyond any hope of revival. While Johnny merely uttered a cold remark, "Spirit, the spoils are yours." Naturally, Johnny would not overlook the spoils of victory. With a heavy round shield and spear in hand, he slowly advanced into the arena. How could this be possible? The sight of a fallen fighter ignited fervor among the spectators, yet amidst the throng, a few individuals wore expressions of sheer astonishment. These were the guards of Sokka, who harbored grievances against Johnny. When Johnny entered the arena, the captain's entire focus was fixated upon him, anticipating his demise. However, this outcome was entirely unforeseen. In their eyes, just as Johnny was about to be cleaved in two by his opponent's blade, the assailant suddenly perished. The actions of the undead spirit were typically visible only to the attacked, leading the audience to perceive Johnny as an extraordinarily fortunate fighter. Captain, fret not. This lad merely stumbled upon good fortune. In the elimination rounds, many advanced simply by chance. Observing the captain's darkening countenance, one guard attempted to ingratiate himself, but his words faltered abruptly. The guard's eyes widened in disbelief. Beside Johnny, still gripping his spear and shield, another fighter fell. Mirroring the earlier incident, there were no forewarnings. The moment he launched an assault on Johnny, a burst of blood erupted from his chest, and he too succumbed to death. This spectacle, amidst the brutal chaos of a 100-man battle, stirred little turbulence, save for a few guards who remained fixated on Johnny, as well as the High Elder. How did he achieve this? The High Elder's gaze was tinged with confusion. Even he could not comprehend Johnny's method. Surrounding the High Elder was a throng of guests, all captivated by the unfolding drama. Regarding the esteemed High Celestial Sovereign's reference, all present are aware of whom he speaks, yet they harbor the same perplexity as he does. None have witnessed the demise of Johnny's adversaries. As the battle unfolds, 5 warriors attempting to assail Johnny have perished, each met with an inexplicable, lethal strike. Their bodies erupting in a spray of crimson, a swift and decisive end. Throughout this ordeal, Johnny has not truly engaged in combat. At this juncture, the frenzied fighters discern Johnny's anomaly, and for a moment, none dare provoke him further. In the tumultuous arena, a peculiar scene emerges. Around Johnny, no adversaries remain, as if this elimination round bears no relevance to him. "Phantom, you need not guard me any longer. It is time to feast," Johnny commands, relishing the tranquility of the moment as he bids the Phantom to commence devouring the fallen warriors. Consequently, an unforgettable, eerie spectacle unfolds before the captivated audience. The slain warriors' bodies appear to be ravaged by some invisible beast, their flesh and blood splattering as they are gradually consumed, transforming into mere shattered bones in the blink of an eye. Even the most ardent combat enthusiasts among the spectators find themselves unnerved by the gruesome tableau that unfolds in the arena. Fear stems from the unknown, and the disintegration of those vanquished by Johnny embodies that unseen terror. These defeated warriors possess scarcely any abilities worthy of Johnny's regard, once devoured by the Phantom. They are wholly converted into absorption points, collected by Johnny. With the resounding toll of a great bell signaling the cessation of battle, the elimination round comes to a close, casting the formidable shadow of the High Celestial Sovereign upon the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, the elimination round has concluded. Let us cheer for all victorious warriors. Upon halting their combat, the remaining fighters erupt into jubilant roars. This bell toll signifies glory, a step closer to the ultimate championship battle. Surveying the scene, nearly all surviving warriors are drenched in blood, many bearing numerous wounds. Only Johnny stands as a singularly exceptional presence amidst them. As gates along the perimeter of the arena swing open, the surviving warriors, after their exultant roars, exit through the portals, while the crowd's cheers swell and crescendo. Chapter 23. Terrifying achievements. Devouring 5 ordinary warriors has merely granted me 20 absorption points. It appears that to expedite my advancement, I can no longer hold back. Upon returning to my resting area, Johnny reflects on his recent gains with a tinge of dissatisfaction. To accelerate his progress and fulfill the system's tasks, Johnny resolves that in the next match, he shall embark on a relentless quest for absorption points. However, Johnny is not a bloodthirsty individual. His primary focus lies on those marked warriors. According to the rules of the championship battle, following an elimination round, one is entitled to a maximum of 1 month's respite. Yet, merely 3 days have passed, and Johnny proactively volunteers to participate in the next elimination round. Upon hearing the news, the esteemed Gao Tianzuan promptly agreed and expressed his eagerness to participate, as the competitors were few and far between. 3 days swiftly passed, leading to yet another fervent elimination match that drew a full house. This time, Johnny did not hold back as in the previous contest. Upon Gao Tianzuan's declaration to commence, he actively sought out the marked warriors as his opponents, swiftly dispatching them with the aid of his spectral companion. Killing these transgressors banished to Sakar bore little psychological burden for Johnny, akin to slaughtering poultry in an abattoir. To him, these individuals merely served as the source of his strength. By the end of the match, Johnny had eliminated a staggering 20 adversaries single-handedly. This performance allowed the audience to re-evaluate Johnny's prowess. Who was this individual? Why had we not heard of him before? How exhilarating. Did you witness? He must have slain at least 20 men, including one who had survived 6 consecutive elimination rounds. I feel as though I have seen that warrior before. Did you notice how his victims appeared, as if consumed and reduced to mere skeletal remains? Amidst the audience's fervent cheers, many engaged in enthusiastic discussions. The match lasted less than 10 minutes before reaching the required number of eliminations, prompting an announcement of its conclusion. By the end, Johnny amassed a total of 110 devouring points, enhancing his control over fire skills to level 4, signifying a remarkable leap in his command of flames. 3 days later, as Johnny re-entered the arena, the audience's excitement reached a fever pitch, resounding with fervent cheers. In this bout, Johnny's opponents displayed a notable increase in strength compared to the previous 2 matches, further invigorating him as his keen gaze swept over the marked warriors. Those who fell under Johnny's scrutinizing gaze felt a chill run down their spines. With his reputation soaring after slaying over 20 warriors in a single elimination match, he became synonymous with strength in the minds of the audience, while for other warriors, he represented a nightmare. Warriors aware of Johnny's identity quickly distanced themselves as the battle commenced, unwilling to confront him directly. However, such evasions did little to deter Johnny from his path. "You," he declared, targeting a marked warrior who exuded considerable strength, as defeating such an opponent would yield him greater devouring points. "Don't think for a moment that I fear you," the warrior retorted, his face twisted in anger, brandishing a metal rod stained with fresh blood, embodying a fierce demeanor. Yet, after a brief clash, the warrior collapsed, his expression still reflecting terror and resentment. Johnny, impassive, moved on to his next target. When the bell for the elimination round tolled, Johnny had eliminated a total of 30 marked warriors. Such a feat was scarcely seen in elimination matches. However, as Johnny's ruthless slaughter continued, all the warriors gradually ceased their battles, watching in trepidation as Johnny sought out one target after another, fearing that death would choose them next. This allowed Johnny to eliminate 30 individuals single-handedly. After the Spectre consumed the bodies of these 30, Johnny earned 210 consumption points and left the arena with great satisfaction. Following 2 rounds of eliminations, Johnny became a renowned figure throughout the fighter district and even the entirety of Saka City. In every corner, from the streets to dining tables, people eagerly discussed Johnny's terrifying prowess and achievements. This newcomer was formidable. His combat abilities were likely on par with the likes of the Eternal Titan and the Mother of Insects. Indeed, even the Mother of Insects did not revel in slaughter as much as he did, as he claimed nearly half of the heads in each elimination match. Although he was powerful, I believe there is no need for excessive concern. Why? Have you not noticed a pattern? This individual only selects opponents marked with insignias. He does not engage with others unless provoked. Within the fighter district, many familiar warriors gathered in small groups, discussing matters related to Johnny. In the opulent palace of the High Sovereign, numerous individuals were also conversing about the rise of the new king in the arena. "Master, the fighter you have been observing, Johnny, has achieved a level of combat strength that qualifies him for the championship. Should we allow him to bypass the eliminations and enter the championship directly?" Initially unfriendly towards Johnny, Topaz now stood respectfully before the High Sovereign, a complex expression on his face. "There is no need for the next elimination match. Let us arrange for 1 or 2 powerful elite fighters to join. This will make it even more thrilling," the High Sovereign said with a broad smile. Upon hearing the High Sovereign's words, Topaz was momentarily taken aback but quickly understood his intent. The participants in the championship battle would include not only warriors from the fighter district, but also numerous strong individuals personally trained by the High Sovereign. These formidable beings possessed combat capabilities comparable to top-tier fighters from the district, excelling in various powerful skills. Occasionally, to enhance the spectacle of the matches, the High Sovereign would arrange for such strong individuals to join. Their presence would offer the audience a thrilling and bloody feast, while for the participating warriors, it often signified a descent into despair. "Master, how about we arrange for the Lightning Wolf to participate? He should be able to exert some pressure on that fighter named Johnny." After a brief contemplation, Topaz suggested a contender, his eyes reflecting a hint of reverence as he mentioned the Lightning Wolf. "Do as you see fit." Chapter 24. Encounter with a stalwart adversary 3 days later. Johnny participated in his 4th elimination match. With the terrifying records from the previous 3 rounds, when Johnny appeared in the arena, countless fervent and excited gazes from the audience were fixed upon him. The Devourer. The Devourer. From the lips of countless spectators, Johnny could distinctly hear the exuberant cries of excitement. "The Devourer? Are they referring to me?" The moniker seemed quite fitting, and a smile crept across Johnny's face as he anticipated the forthcoming slaughter. As was his custom, Johnny surveyed the arena before the battle commenced, searching for suitable targets. However, as his gaze swept across all the competing warriors, a cold, bloodthirsty stare fell upon him as well. This chilling gaze emanated from a diminutive figure shrouded in a black cloak, yet it instilled a sense of peril within Johnny. Noticing Johnny's attention, the cloaked figure made a throat-slitting gesture, and a fleeting flash of crimson flickered in its eerie eyes. "Has someone come specifically for me?" Despite being targeted, Johnny felt no trepidation. Rather, his body surged with exhilaration. This was an insatiable thirst for combat. Only such formidable adversaries rendered the act of devouring worthwhile. As the announcement signaling the commencement of the elimination round echoed, the familiar chaos erupted, yet both Johnny and the diminutive figure remained motionless. Their gazes locked in a fierce confrontation that radiated an intense aura. The small figure let out a bizarre, elongated howl before leaping high into the air, hurtling towards Johnny. His eyes narrowed in concentration. Johnny maintained a steadfast focus on his opponent, dismissing any notion of underestimating the small stature. As the figure lunged, a fireball rapidly coalesced in Johnny's hand, which he hurled with great force towards the descending foe. Confronted by a rival that instilled a sense of danger, Johnny dared not be complacent. This marked the first time he employed his skills in the elimination round. However, his seemingly foolproof strike missed its mark. The diminutive figure, in a remarkable display of agility, evaded the blazing fireball mid-air, twisting its body in a manner that defied gravity. In the fleeting moment as the figure narrowly bypassed the fireball, Johnny caught a glimpse of the face obscured by the cloak. It was a visage adorned with thick, dark fur, and the glint of sharp teeth peeking from the corners of its mouth evoked a familiar word in Johnny's mind: werewolf. In that instant, the werewolf had deftly evaded the fireball from above and pounced before Johnny, its razor-sharp claws transforming into a shadowy blur as they lunged towards his throat. With no time to spare, Johnny raised his arm in a sweeping motion, attempting to block the impending attack. Meanwhile, his other hand clenched into a fist, imbued with formidable power and engulfed in searing flames, aimed directly at the werewolf's heart. The claw aimed at Johnny's throat collided with his arm. But upon feeling the strength of Johnny's retaliatory punch, the werewolf retreated at an astonishing speed. A sharp, searing pain radiated from Johnny's arm as he glanced down to find several deep gashes, the wounds smooth and clean, as if carved by a keen blade. Fortunately, Johnny's physique, having undergone numerous enhancements, has been fortified to such an extent that every cell within his body is imbued with a vast reservoir of extraordinary energy. Thus, he has only sustained minor injuries. Moreover, these wounds are rapidly healing under the automatic repair mechanisms of his cells. Otherwise, had it been an ordinary person, the fearsome claw of the werewolf would have shattered even the hardest rock to fragments. The pain in his arm invigorated Johnny's body, propelling him into a heightened state of combat readiness. The more formidable the opponent, the greater the thrill he derives from the clash. As he swung his arms, flames erupted, enveloping Johnny's limbs entirely. This technique, developed after his battle with the red-haired warrior, not only amplifies the potency of his melee attacks, but also enhances his defensive capabilities to a certain degree. The blazing flames exuded intense heat, yet they posed no harm to Johnny himself. He had unleashed his powers, and the sight of flames dancing around his arms was exhilarating. In the highest vantage point, the High Elder kept a close watch on Johnny, and upon witnessing Johnny's injuries and the surge of flames, he was filled with childlike excitement. During Johnny's manipulation of the immense fiery energy, the diminutive werewolf did not rush to attack. Instead, he observed his opponent intently, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. Confident in the efficacy of his claws, the lightning wolf believed that even steel would struggle to withstand his assault. However, as his claws tore through Johnny's arm, he encountered an overwhelming resistance, leaving behind merely a superficial wound. Humans, no matter what abilities you possess, will always be prey for me, the lightning wolf. A deep, magnetic voice resonated from within the folds of his ample cloak. This voice, amidst the chaos of the duel, reached Johnny's ears with crystal clarity. The calm words radiated overwhelming confidence, eliciting a cold smile from Johnny. Yet, this smile bore an icy demeanor. Your idle chatter is of little concern. Johnny dismissed the opponent's identity, viewing him merely as a source of substantial energy points. With flames surging around him, Johnny charged towards the lightning wolf, his formidable strength unleashed in full force. In an instant, the distance of several meters between them was obliterated, the searing aura pressing in on the lightning wolf. The flames entwined around Johnny's arms surged higher, transforming his hand into a blade of fire, descending with fierce intent. Boom! The lightning wolf's black cloak shattered, ignited by the intense heat, as the remnants rained down like burning shrouds. However, the lightning wolf, now targeted by Johnny, had vanished from his sight. What a terrifying speed! Johnny's pupils constricted, and he instinctively recoiled, quickly adopting a half-crouched stance, relentlessly searching for the elusive figure of the lightning wolf. In Johnny's perception, the moment his attack descended, the lightning wolf astonishingly evaded with incredible speed, vanishing from Johnny's sight. This velocity was unlike anything Johnny had ever witnessed. As he concentrated intently, searching for the shadow of the lightning wolf amidst the arena, he could only vaguely discern a faint black phantom darting about. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed. A fighter who had just triumphed over his opponent clutched his throat, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Chapter 25. The War of Attrition. After the black phantom swept past, it soon materialized before Johnny, its savage eyes fixed upon him with a provocative glint. As the tattered cloak fell away, Johnny finally beheld the true visage of the lightning wolf. With a thick coat of fur and a hunched posture, the wolf stood a little over a meter tall, its sharp claws dripping with warm, crimson blood, which it seemed to relish, extending its tongue to lap at the blood on its talons. I have not tasted blood in far too long. You are far too weak to keep up with my speed. Prepare to embrace death. With the cloak torn asunder, the lightning wolf revealed its most brutal side, its fierce gaze seemingly intent on devouring Johnny entirely. Johnny's expression grew grave. The creature's speed was indeed absurdly swift, and he could barely catch a glimpse of its phantom. An adversary whose strength lay in speed was the most terrifying of all. Flames erupted, cascading down Johnny's arm, swiftly incinerating the fabric of his upper garments and exposing his sinewy form. Amidst the rising flames, Johnny felt not a searing heat, but a boiling fervor. Inspired by his battle with the red-haired foe, this was the first time Johnny employed his fire control ability in such a manner, achieving a frenzied effect. Come on! Feeling the roar of blood and energy surging within him, Johnny's eyes gleamed with battle intent. With a fierce shout, he charged toward the lightning wolf. The intense aura radiating from him captured the attention of countless spectators in the arena. Many fighters engaged in combat instinctively recoiled at the sight of the fiery Johnny, fearful that this harbinger of death might turn his gaze upon them. Even the lightning wolf felt a measure of pressure in the face of Johnny's fervent resolve. This naturally shadow-loving werewolf harbored an instinctive fear of flames. In the instant Johnny lunged forward, the lightning wolf transformed into a phantom, evading the fireball Johnny unleashed. As Johnny witnessed the wolf becoming a mere illusion, fireballs continuously manifested in his hands. Each fiery orb hurtled toward the phantom form of the lightning wolf, causing a cacophony to reverberate throughout the arena. In this chase of forms, Johnny transformed into a veritable fireball catapult, tirelessly conjuring and launching fireballs at the wolf. Initially, the lightning wolf was able to deftly evade Johnny's fireballs with its extraordinary speed, yet as time elapsed, maintaining such a limit became a considerable burden. Sustaining that peak velocity was no small drain on the wolf's stamina. In stark contrast, Johnny, after ravaging the battlefield into a state of utter disarray, wore an expression not of exhaustion but of exhilaration, his power only intensifying. This marked Johnny's most exhilarating battle since arriving in Sokka. His adversaries, faced with his relentless bombardment, refrained from retaliating, transforming into mere moving targets for him to unleash his fury. Amidst such relentless devastation, the energy within every cell of Johnny's body was fully mobilized, as these cells had long been saturated with cosmic energy. The release of this energy filled Johnny with unparalleled elation. In the midst of this fierce combat, the fervor of countless spectators was ignited. Devourer! Devourer! Kill him! Kill him! Even without knowing Johnny's name, the audience continued to refer to him as the Devourer. However, this moniker seemed increasingly inadequate for the fiery figure he had become. In the arena, all chaos ceased, leaving only the spectacle of Johnny and Lightning Wolf. I refuse to believe your energy is limitless. Lightning Wolf, while maintaining his speed and intense focus, dodged continuously, gritting his teeth in frustration. Lightning Wolf's combat style relied heavily on speed. Relative to his terrifying velocity, his attacks fell considerably short. Meanwhile, the flames enveloping Johnny soared higher, making it impossible for Lightning Wolf to find an opportune moment for a decisive strike. Thus, he kept maneuvering, biding his time until Johnny's strength waned, at which point he could easily finish him off. Yet, little did he know, Johnny grew increasingly formidable, his fiery assaults multiplying in potency. After a prolonged tug-of-war, Lightning Wolf's anxiety escalated. His stamina, barely holding up under the strain of his rapid movements, was nearly depleted, while Johnny's fireballs showed no signs of fatigue. Overwhelmed by urgency, Lightning Wolf momentarily lost focus, resulting in a fireball detonating explosively before him. Boom! The force of the explosion elicited a pained cry from Lightning Wolf as his body was hurled into the air, his fur igniting upon impact with the ground. This blow utterly drained Lightning Wolf's energy, leaving him gasping for breath. Upon landing, he could only roll to extinguish the flames engulfing him. At this moment, Johnny was at his most ferocious, yet he maintained an unwavering composure. Sensing Lightning Wolf was wounded, Johnny's aura shifted. All flames extinguished in an instant as he unleashed a barrage of ice spikes, their sharp brilliance glinting with lethal sheen under the sunlight. Before the remnants of his fiery energy could fully dissipate, Lightning Wolf felt a piercing pain. The chilling sound of ice penetrating flesh echoed as Johnny's ice spears pierced through Lightning Wolf's limbs, eliciting a howl of agony as he lost his ability to move. His secondary ability is truly astonishing. On the stands, the High Celestial cheered excitedly, mirroring the enthusiasm of the hundreds of thousands of spectators below. Master, Lightning Wolf is a product of our considerable investment and training. Should we halt the contest? In Topaz's eyes lingered a trace of disbelief. Unable to fathom how the Lightning Wolf could be vanquished by Johnny in such a manner. Topaz, have you forgotten the rules of the championship battle? A flicker of disdain crossed Gao Tianzuan's gaze as he uttered this remark. Sensing the shift in Gao Tianzuan's tone, Topaz felt a jolt of trepidation, her countenance betraying her alarm as she hastily lowered her head, daring not to utter another word. It was her suggestion to have the lightning wolf face elimination against Johnny. Topaz harbored an inexplicable animosity towards Johnny, a sentiment fueled by her perception of Johnny's favor in Gao Tianzuan's eyes, prompting her to constantly undermine him. However, Gao Tianzuan's demeanor served as a stark warning to Topaz, causing her to be nearly drenched in cold sweat. As the sovereign of Saka, Gao Tianzuan, despite his outward amiability, was well understood by Topaz, who had followed him for many years, to possess a heart devoid of any emotion. As a cosmic elder with near-infinite life, to them, all humans were but mere insects. Chapter 26. The terrifying velocity. The consumption completed, the unit possessed the skill of Velocity 3, allowing for the conversion of 120 devoured points. Observing the lightning wolf, now entirely consumed by the phantom, Johnny was met with the system's notification. Taken aback by the system's message, Johnny paused momentarily. Initially, he had deemed the lightning wolf's abilities essential to acquire. The terrifying speed it displayed in battle was akin to an apparition, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Yet, the prospect of those 120 devoured points also stirred his interest. The points gained from slaying the lightning wolf nearly doubled those obtained from red-haired. It is noteworthy that in a single elimination match, even with Johnny's relentless slaughter, the maximum devoured points would reach only 1 or 200. Thus, one lightning wolf represented the equivalent of the majority of Johnny's gains throughout the match. After much contemplation, Johnny ultimately resolved to acquire the skill. Devoured points could be amassed through the defeat of numerous foes, whereas a capacity like velocity was exceedingly rare. Moreover, this was merely a level 3 velocity, achieving such swiftness. The thought of enhancing its level and the potential it could unleash in battle ignited a fervor within Johnny. I choose to absorb the skill and allocate 200 devoured points to enhance its level, Johnny conveyed to the system through his thoughts. Ding. Skill acquisition complete. Skill upgrading in progress. As the system's notification reverberated, Johnny felt a deluge of information regarding the velocity skill flood his mind, and in an instant, he comprehended it fully. Furthermore, a surge of warmth erupted from within him, coursing through his limbs and transforming his physique. Under the flow of this warmth, Johnny's form began to shift continuously, each muscle reinforcing itself, and his entire silhouette evolving towards a more streamlined shape. Johnny felt as though he were submerged in warm water within his mind. A lone wolf, an embodiment of speed and freedom, transformed into a phantom, racing across the grassland beneath the starlit sky, its trajectory nearly impossible to capture with the naked eye. This extraordinary sensation lasted only a fleeting moment before dissipating as Johnny's body absorbed all the warmth. As the marvelous feeling faded, Johnny slowly opened his half-closed eyes. And with each blink, glimmers of brilliance flickered. It was time to seize the moment and thoroughly test the newfound abilities he had just acquired. Muttering to himself, Johnny activated his enhanced speed, which had escalated 2 levels after his recent absorption, propelling his figure to vanish instantaneously from his original position. Amidst the chaos of his battle with the lightning wolf, the tumult in the arena had nearly ceased, with numerous warriors evading the fray to avoid collateral damage. However, Johnny's sudden disappearance left many combatants momentarily stunned. Before they could react, a marked warrior let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was sent flying through the air. Blood erupted from his mouth like a fountain, silencing his cries. With a resounding crash, the warrior's body struck the ground. The sound of sonic boom mingling with the brutal impact of flesh against flesh resonating in the ears of the onlookers. Upon fully unleashing his speed, Johnny's velocity surpassed the sound barrier. In the very spot where the struck warrior had stood, Johnny reappeared, a look of surprise etched upon his face. As he activated his speed level 5, the world around him seemed to slow to a crawl, almost frozen in time, and with a mere thought, he surged toward his target, raising his fist to deliver a casual yet devastating blow. This punch, Johnny could assure, required minimal effort. Yet the supersonic strike carried an unimaginable potential. Upon impact, it caved in the opponent's chest, shattering bones and obliterating internal organs with a terrifying force. The fallen warrior transformed into a lifeless corpse, his chest concaved, eyes wide with horror, and face etched in fear. What was happening? The devourer could actually seize other special abilities? Witnessing this scene, all the warriors were struck with dread, their eyes filled with terror, especially those marked, trembling at the thought of Johnny's gaze falling upon them. The sea of spectators in the stands fell into a brief, stunned silence. Johnny's ability to slay the lightning wolf had already ignited the atmosphere of the elimination round. But now, with the bloody consumption of the wolf's body and the utilization of its abilities, the audience gaped in disbelief. In the highest tower, the esteemed High Celestial and his guests also watched the unfolding spectacle in silence, momentarily speechless. Under the watchful gaze of countless astonished eyes, Johnny did not relent. While the elimination round was not yet concluded, every marked warrior was now his target. Under the rapid activation of the 5th level, Johnny's velocity surpassed the speed of sound, too swift for any combatant to react. After ascending 2 tiers, Johnny's instantaneous burst of speed was so elusive that it left no trace, often only felt as a fleeting breeze before one's consciousness was plunged into an eternal abyss of darkness. Each time Johnny's figure vanished and reappeared, a fighter's life was extinguished. Within mere moments, over 10 individuals lay fallen, their body heat gradually dissipating, transforming into lifeless, cold corpses. Ghost, do not linger. The elimination round is nearing its conclusion. While harvesting lives with relentless speed, Johnny reminded Ghost. With more than 10 fighters already downed, fear had completely overtaken the remaining combatants. Some even shrieking in horror as they fled towards the arena's edge, desperately attempting to prolong their existence. However, any fighter marked and targeted by Johnny would find their life halted the instant the sonic boom resounded. Thud, thud, thud. The urgent tolling of bells marked the end of the elimination round. Johnny's elusive form manifested before a marked fighter, casting a cold glance at the individual now fully consumed by terror, instilling within them the sensation of being watched by the Grim Reaper. Consider yourself fortunate, Johnny murmured, somewhat reluctantly retracting his aura. With a thud, the fighter, barely surviving Johnny's assault, collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Overwhelmed by the beauty of simply being alive to breathe fresh air, even amidst the nauseating stench of blood. Chapter 27. The Devourer? The Enforcer? The heavy metallic doors at the arena's lower tier swung open, gradually dissipating the shock and fear in the eyes of the fighters. They gazed at the open threshold as if it were a rocky refuge amidst a raging sea, rushing towards it in a desperate bid for escape. Devourer. From the once silent stands, someone was the first to cheer, igniting a fervent uproar that erupted across the entire audience, all chanting wildly without regard for the content of their cries. Johnny's gaze swept over the stands, observing the bloodshot faces of the fervent spectators. Their voices strained to the brink, yet he remained unmoved. To Johnny, these individuals resembled soulless automatons, each fervent cheerer having become utterly numb. Through the relentless carnage, Johnny gradually grasped a profound truth. In this perilous world, one could attain greatness only through continual plunder. To become powerful was to embrace justice. This form of plunder was not aimless bloodlust and slaughter. Johnny adhered to his own code of ethics. In the elimination round, every opponent he vanquished bore a mark, each stained with blood, having been exiled to the arena of Sokka. To cease the slaughter, one must first learn to kill. In this elimination match, aside from vanquishing the Lightning Wolf, Johnny also claimed the lives of 32 marked fighters, who, after being consumed by the Spectre, became points of power for Johnny. Although this elimination round has concluded, the turmoil instigated by Johnny is merely beginning. Within the fighters' arena, Johnny's formidable record has been fervently recounted by the survivors of the match, leaving the entire region in a state of astonishment. Whenever Johnny departs from his resting quarters, whether during meals or leisure time, all fighters gaze at him with a mix of reverence and trepidation. Even the most ferocious among them dare not exhibit arrogance in Johnny's presence. It is said that this being, known as the Devourer, possesses the ability to harness the powers of those he has slain, moving with such speed that he becomes a blur. In front of the Eternal Titan, a subordinate tasked with gathering intelligence meticulously relayed Johnny's exploits. Even the Eternal Titan could not afford to underestimate Johnny any longer. How intriguing, he mused. However, the elimination match holds no true significance. The championship battle is on the horizon, and I eagerly anticipate facing such an opponent. Turning him into sustenance for my progeny will surely be quite entertaining. The colossal form of the Zerg matriarch unfurled in the darkness, emitting a sound that could make one's teeth ache. Master, the Devourer's strength is formidable. He has requested participation in the elimination round 3 days hence. Before the Master, Topaz reported Johnny's situation in full detail. A born fighter, indeed, who seems to possess a method of acquiring the abilities of his opponents through consumption. The Supreme One regarded Johnny with particular interest, conducting a thorough analysis of his capabilities. As for the upcoming elimination round, Topaz hesitated, uncertain of the Supreme One's stance, and cautiously inquired. Allow him to compete. The rules for the championship battle cannot be altered. Only the fighters who survive 10 elimination matches are eligible to contend for the championship. Once he completes 10 elimination matches, we shall commence this year's championship battle. A smile of excitement graced the Supreme One's face. Initially, he had merely recognized certain traits in Johnny that are characteristic of past champions, granting him a measure of attention. Now, however, Johnny has ascended to become one of the most significant figures in this year's championship battle, in the eyes of the Supreme One. By the way, Topaz, Please remember to have him meet me after the conclusion of the 10 elimination matches. The Supreme One had a sudden thought and addressed Topaz. With the Supreme One's directive, Johnny swiftly participated in the 5th, 6th, and 7th rounds. Now, the renown of the Devourer has spread widely. Each elimination match he partakes in sees a dramatic increase in audience numbers. Ultimately, the throngs of spectators drawn to witness Johnny's prowess nearly overwhelmed the gladiatorial arena, achieving a level of fervor typically reserved for championship events. Ever since Johnny dispatched the Lightning Wolf, the Supreme One has refrained from introducing additional formidable fighters into the fray. The Lightning Wolf is regarded as one of the most formidable fighters secretly nurtured under the aegis of the High Celestial Sovereign. While it may not be the absolute strongest, after Johnny devoured the Lightning Wolf and acquired a speed even more terrifying, any subsequent arrangements of stronger opponents would merely serve to momentarily curb Johnny's killing pace, rendering it ultimately futile. Moreover, the audience craves the spectacle of a brutal devourer. Following several elimination matches, each contest has transformed into a display of Johnny's prowess. Interestingly, it has come to light that the fighters Johnny has slain in these matches are all marked outcasts. Consequently, the title of Devourer is often preceded by notions of justice, with some privately dubbing Johnny as the enforcer, believing that his frenzied slaughter of the marked fighters in the elimination rounds is a cleansing of darkness. However, the fighters selected alongside Johnny for the elimination matches, marked or not, find themselves gripped by fear, fervently praying for divine mercy to evade Johnny's wrath. Yet, the fortunate among them are exceedingly few. After several elimination rounds, Johnny has amassed a considerable number of devouring points, nearly earning around 200 points in each challenge. As the final elimination match approaches, his accumulated points have reached a staggering 100. The time for the championship bout has been set for 1 month from now. If he continues to participate in the 10th elimination match, he should have a month to rest afterward. In Johnny's lounge, Rat is brimming with excitement. Having witnessed Johnny's astonishing performances in the elimination rounds, Rat harbors immense hopes for Johnny's participation in the championship. After nearly every elimination match, he personally engages with Johnny to share various tidings from the outside world. Johnny, according to my insider information, the championship bout has been moved up significantly because of you. Rat whispers in Johnny's ear. Me? Johnny responds, somewhat astonished. Indeed, the master holds you in high regard, which is why the championship has been rescheduled. You must perform excellently. If you claim the championship, I can boast that my friend is a powerful champion, Rat exclaims, his voice filled with excitement, as if he were the one achieving victory. Johnny smiles faintly. His participation in the championship is not motivated by fame or glory, but is merely a task assigned by the system. Now, he is but a step away from fulfilling that mission. Chapter 28. Farewell to the High Celestial Sovereign Johnny. What are your plans after you become the champion? Rat inquires. Observing Johnny's confident demeanor, he believes that achieving the championship would not only grant Johnny absolute freedom within Sokka, accompanied by unparalleled glory and admiration, but also numerous privileges. Rat considers Johnny's decision to remain in Sokka as the best choice. I will depart from Sokka. Without a moment's thought, Johnny blurted out, what? Johnny, you must consider this carefully. If you truly attain the championship in Sakaar, the power you wield will be second only to that of the Grandmaster. Rat was perplexed, entirely unable to fathom Johnny's perspective. Rat, I do not belong to Sakaar. I have matters to attend to far away. A faint smile graced Johnny's lips as a water-blue planet flickered through his mind. Although he was a traveler and not a native of this universe, in Johnny's heart, he remained an Earthling. Whether on the Earth he once inhabited or the Marvel Earth, he retained a sense of belonging. Moreover, setting aside Earth, prior to his arrival in Sakaar, he had narrowly escaped the clutches of the goddess of death, Hela, while traversing the Rainbow Bridge, a harrowing experience he would never forget. Very well, Johnny. Since you will not remain in Sakaar indefinitely, I hope that one day, when you think of me, your friend Rat, you will remember to visit. Rat smiled gently and lifted his glass. Rest assured, Rat, but there remains one final step before I can depart Sakaar. Rat's words warmed Johnny's heart. Since his arrival in the Marvel world, Rat had been his only true friend. After a brief and pleasant exchange, Rat chose not to disturb Johnny further, allowing him to prepare and subsequently left the lounge. The 10th elimination match, given Johnny's current state, proceeded with little turbulence, much like the previous encounters. The earlier bouts had provided Johnny with a substantial accumulation of devour points. In this final elimination, he refrained from reckless slaughter, instead choosing to stand quietly to the side, awaiting the toll of the bell that would signify the end of the match. Ladies and gentlemen, the elimination round has concluded. Let us cheer for all the surviving warriors. The Grandmaster's voice echoed alongside the toll of the bell. Here, I must announce something that I believe you have all already surmised. Our great warrior, the Devourer Johnny, has completed 10 elimination matches and has qualified for the championship battle. Let us extend our congratulations to him." The Grandmaster's colossal visage settled upon Johnny, whose demeanor remained calm amidst the uproar of the audience. The championship battle would commence in 1 month, where the new champion would tread upon the corpses of all, standing aloft in glory, becoming Sakar's most radiant star. The Grandmaster's proclamation undeniably confirmed the recent rumors about the early initiation of the championship battle, inciting tremendous excitement among the audience. Each championship battle would showcase the most formidable warriors clash, and only a select few possessed the true eligibility to challenge for the title. Amidst the cheers, Johnny paid little heed as he slowly departed upon the opening of the arena's lower gate. "Warrior Johnny, the Grandmaster wishes to see you. Allow me to escort you." Just as he left the arena, Johnny was halted by the ever-patient Topaz. This time, the woman faced Johnny with an attitude devoid of her previous disdain, striving to exhibit a benevolent expression and speaking with considerably more courtesy. As Johnny's strength grew ever more formidable, Topaz's perception of him underwent a significant transformation. At this juncture, Johnny had ascended to a level rivaling the most powerful entities such as the Eternal Titan, the Mother of Insects, and the Venomous One, warranting immense regard from the High Celestial. In contrast, she was merely a superfluous servant in the protracted existence of the High Celestial. "Is there a particular matter that the High Celestial wishes to discuss with me?" Observing the carefully maintained, tranquil smile on Topaz's face, Johnny remained cordial as he accompanied her to the High Celestial's palace, casually inquiring along the way. Each warrior eligible to compete for the championship would be personally received by the Master, signifying their importance, and indeed, the Master would make promises that those who distinguished themselves in the championship battle would reap unimaginable rewards. Although Topaz was uncertain of the High Celestial's intentions in summoning Johnny, she speculated based on past occurrences. Johnny subtly nodded, gaining some insight into the High Celestial's thoughts. The championship battle resembled a process of nurturing a poison, where all warriors would engage in relentless combat until the strongest emerged. Now, having reached the final stages, the High Celestial's desire to meet him was likely not only to witness the champion he had fostered, but also to promise certain incentives to encourage all challengers to exert themselves further. "Oh, Johnny, you have arrived. I have awaited your presence for quite some time." Upon Johnny's arrival at the High Celestial's palace, the raucous music echoed, accompanied by the High Celestial's voice. Amidst the jubilant crowd, the High Celestial, adorned with headphones, swayed with excitement to the rhythm of the music, exhibiting a look of rapturous delight. "Master, may I inquire about the purpose of your summons?" Johnny felt no animosity towards the High Celestial, yet he harbored little fondness as their connection was solely due to the championship battle. "Johnny, from the very first moment I beheld you, I sensed that you would evolve into an exceptional warrior. It is astonishing that in just a few short months, you have achieved this. The pinnacle of championship glory is but a step away from you. It truly fills me with wonder." As the cacophony of music gradually subsided, the High Celestial removed his headphones and gestured for Johnny to take a seat. Johnny smiled faintly, choosing not to respond, and calmly settled into the seat beside the High Celestial. During the time when his strength was not yet formidable, Johnny had felt no awe in the presence of the High Celestial, and now he remained unfazed. "Johnny, I perceive the potential of a strong contender within you. How confident are you regarding the championship contest?" The High Celestial smiled slightly, accepting a peculiar exquisite wine from a serving girl, swirling the glass as he posed the question. In that moment, the High Celestial exhibited none of the aloofness of a ruler. Rather, he engaged Johnny in conversation as though they were longtime acquaintances. "I have declared my intention to claim the championship." Johnny spoke with a calm resolve, leaving the High Celestial momentarily taken aback before erupting into hearty laughter. "Excellent. I find myself increasingly fond of you. You voluntarily participate in the championship battle, and should you emerge victorious, not only will you regain your freedom, but you will also attain the highest honor on Sakar. Is there anything else you require?" The gaze of the High Sovereign upon Johnny was filled with admiration, and his intent to foster a bond with Johnny was unmistakable. Chapter 29, The Eternal Titan vs. the Devourer. "I intend to leave Sakar and require a vessel capable of traversing the chaotic pathways of Sakar." Johnny did not hesitate to articulate his request, which he had long since contemplated. Surrounding Sakar, a myriad of spatial conduits connect known and unknown universes, where torrents of chaotic cosmic energy have forged zones of destruction, rendering ordinary warships and vessels incapable of passage. Upon hearing Johnny's request, the High Sovereign displayed little surprise. During Johnny's rise to prominence, the High Sovereign had conducted a thorough investigation into his background. However, according to the findings, despite Johnny piloting a scavenger ship into his dominion, he was not a scavenger himself, and in fact, had not previously set foot on Sakar. Further inquiries yielded no additional information about Johnny. Thus, when Johnny expressed the need for a ship to leave Sakar, The High Sovereign remained unfazed. Johnny, I can fulfill your request. But I must caution you that should you become the champion, you will wield unimaginable glory and power on Sakaar. Are you certain you wish to depart? The High Sovereign's playful demeanor faded as he posed the question to Johnny. Sakaar is too small. In response to the High Sovereign's warning, Johnny merely smiled faintly and replied, I understand. You may return now and prepare. To leave Sakaar, you must first become the champion. Otherwise, it is all mere talk. The High Sovereign nodded, recognizing Johnny's resolve, and arranged for him to be escorted back to the arena for rest. Master, I have never seen you treat a fighter with such courtesy. Is there something special about this, Johnny? Once Johnny had departed, Topaz could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. Topaz, the future achievements of this Johnny are likely to surpass ordinary imagination. He speaks not in exaggeration. For him, Sakaar is indeed rather trivial. The High Sovereign reflected before responding to Topaz's query. Is he truly that formidable? Topaz found the High Sovereign's assessment of Johnny hard to believe. How about a wager, Topaz? This year's champion will undoubtedly be him. The High Sovereign's playful demeanor vanished, revealing an aura of authority. As one of the ancient cosmic elders who has existed for countless years, the High Sovereign, while perhaps not adept in combat, possessed a discerning vision honed over millennia, far surpassing that of a mere Topaz. In the span of a month, time slipped away unnoticed, with Johnny spending the majority of his days ensconced in his private lounge. Absent from the public eye, however, this month held profound significance for him. After 10 elimination matches, Johnny had amassed 200 devouring points, which he transformed entirely into his own strength during this period. System, open my attribute panel, Johnny commanded in his mind. In a flash of soft light, his attribute panel materialized before him. Host, Johnny devouring points, 0 skills, 1, combat, passive, 3-2, fire control 7-3, ice control 7-4, divine strength 3-5. Agility 7. The most notable change was the enhancement of Johnny's dual-element abilities in fire and ice, both elevated to level 7. With 7 in both ice and fire control, Johnny's prior deficiency in attack power was completely rectified. Coupled with his agility of 7, the exquisite blend of speed and formidable attack rendered Johnny's combat prowess over tenfold stronger than it had been a month prior. 3 days before the championship challenge, Johnny received a notification to prepare himself. Prior to the championship, Rat, the overseer of the fighter zone, had visited Johnny, sharing invaluable insights regarding the upcoming contest. Johnny, while I have faith in your abilities, the opponents you will face this time are exceptionally formidable. I've gathered substantial information on several of the most powerful fighters. You must review it diligently. After providing Johnny with the collected materials, Rat briefly explained the rules of the championship. Johnny, the championship differs from the elimination rounds. In the latter, you may find yourself targeted by multiple adversaries, whereas in the championship, it is a one-on-one battle where only one can emerge victorious from each match. Rat's voice carried a hint of excitement as he spoke of the impending championship. Traditionally, 10 participants would engage in the championship, with the first round determining 5 contenders for the second round. The second round would feature head-to-head matches, with one fortunate participant receiving a bye, leading to the third round, which would also include a bye for another lucky contender, culminating in the final showdown where the survivor would be crowned champion. However, this time, the championship was moved forward, and with Johnny included, only 8 fighters would compete, eliminating the possibility of byes. After 3 rounds of combat, a new champion would emerge. Upon hearing Rat's explanation, Johnny grasped the rules of the championship. It appears I need only to vanquish 3 opponents to claim the title. 3 opponents seem rather few. Johnny mused to himself. Initially, he had assumed the championship would resemble the elimination rounds, with all participants battling together, which would have heightened his pressure. However, in a one-on-one format, he felt an unwavering confidence. 3 days later, under the guidance of the championship overseer, Johnny entered a colossal arena. This venue was over 10 times larger than that of the elimination rounds, with fortified defenses capable of withstanding the immense repercussions of fierce battles. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks a momentous occasion for Sokka. As the new round of the championship battle commences, a fresh legend is about to be born. A rising star is on the verge of emergence. Compared to the grandiosity of the knockout arena, which can accommodate a multitude of spectators, the cheers and roars of the crowd create a resonance that makes the ground tremble slightly. With the voice of the esteemed high priest echoing, a colossal electronic screen displays the avatars of the challengers participating in this championship duel, who will ignite the first battle of the championship. Let us await with bated breath. As the high priest's voice resonates, the avatars of the 8 contenders shift continuously on the electronic screen, soon proceeding to match. Halt. The high priest smiles faintly, and as his voice rings out, the screen freezes, revealing the avatars of 2 challengers. In the preparation area, Johnny gazes at the frozen images of the two challengers on the screen, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The Eternal Titan faces the Devourer. Chapter 30. Flight ability. The pairing of combatants for the championship battle is entirely random. Even the High Priest is unaware of it beforehand. However, Johnny, as the recently renowned Devourer, appearing first in the championship battle undoubtedly stirs the audience's emotions. Devourer, Devourer. Amidst the thunderous cheers of the crowd, the colossal gate at the bottom of the arena rumbles open before Johnny. The fervent gazes of most spectators are fixated upon Johnny, with only a scant few turning their attention to the Eternal Titan emerging from the opposite end of the arena. Johnny's recent performances have eclipsed the Eternal Titan, who had qualified for the championship battle long before him. Although the crowd's fervor for the Devourer drowns out the cheers for the Eternal Titan, the latter steps out of the shadows with barely a flicker of emotion on his face. This is Johnny's first encounter with the Eternal Titan, and as they both emerge from the open gate, a glimmer of surprise flashes in Johnny's eyes. The Eternal Titan before him bears a striking difference from the colossal figure Johnny had envisioned. In Johnny's mind, the most formidable representative of the Eternal Titan lineage should be Thanos, the fearsome Titan known for his terrifying presence. Yet the Eternal Titan he now faces, if not for prior knowledge, Johnny might mistake him for a human. The Titan across from Johnny does not possess an overwhelmingly large physique or the chilling purple skin reminiscent of Thanos. Standing merely half a head taller than Johnny, his skin closely resembles that of a human, and his short, needle-like hair lends an air of refinement to the Eternal Titan. As Johnny and the Eternal Titan lock eyes, it seems as though sparks are dancing in the void. Human, encountering me in this inaugural match, it can only be said that your fortune has not favored you. None who have stood before me have ever survived. The Eternal Titan articulates in the universal language of the cosmos, his voice imbued with absolute confidence. However, the gaze he casts upon Johnny resembles the turbulent waves of a stormy sea, clearly betraying that his inner turmoil belies his calm exterior. In the face of the Eternal Titan, although Johnny felt a hint of pressure, he did not harbor a profound sense of crisis. After transforming 1,200 points into his strength, he found himself entirely unperturbed by a mere Eternal Titan. Among the extensive data that Rat had painstakingly gathered for Johnny, the information regarding the Eternal Titans was undoubtedly the most abundant. The Titan race, also known as the Eternal Celestials, has a close connection to the early humans of the Marvel Universe. The Eternal Celestials were not a naturally occurring species. Rather, they were the result of genetic experiments conducted by one of Marvel's 5 primordial gods, the Celestial Host, on the early inhabitants of Earth. This experimentation yielded 2 distinct races, one of which, the Eternal Celestials, possessed superior intelligence, strength, and longevity compared to humans. Originally, the Celestial Host envisioned the Eternals as protectors of Earth, but for reasons unknown, they departed from the planet and settled on Titan, thus earning the designation of the Titan race. It must be noted that the title of Celestial connotes a divine nature. Beyond their connection to the Celestial Host, the might of the Eternal race indeed justifies such a nomenclature. The Eternals boast formidable powers and an almost immortal physique. They possess extensive lifespans, are impervious to fatigue from physical exertion, immune to disease and toxins, and unaffected by extreme temperatures. Consequently, the combat prowess of the Eternals is exceptionally formidable. The Eternals have long mastered the control of cosmic energy, which they can transmute into boundless strength. Among the most powerful Eternals, figures like Hyperion and Thanos have even learned to emit cosmic energy through their eyes and hands, or to convert it into protective force fields. Most Eternals possess the ability to fly, a capability that is particularly pronounced in zero-gravity environments. Even moderately powerful Eternals can traverse the cosmos without the aid of spacecraft. The Eternal Titan that Johnny must now confront is one who has awakened a portion of his abilities, rendering him significantly stronger than an ordinary Eternal Titan. Hold tight. I'm busy with the next round. Johnny responded to the Eternal Titan with a directness that exuded confidence. The Eternal Titan smirked coldly, transforming his body into a fleeting phantom as he soared into the air, not merely leaping but flying. The immense cosmic energy was entirely under the Eternal Titan's control, serving as the propulsion for his ascent, allowing his hefty form to rise and confront Johnny from above. Such a being capable of flight solely by physical prowess is a rarity across the galaxy. As the Eternal Titan took to the skies, the overwhelming energy fluctuations he emanated left many spectators breathless, and the once raucous cheers diminished significantly. Confronted by the hovering Eternal Titan, Johnny's demeanor remained composed. Though the casualness in his gaze diminished slightly, he held sufficient confidence that he could inflict significant damage despite the Titan's formidable defenses. However, the fact that the Titan was soaring high above added an element of complexity to Johnny's challenge. The The opponent evidently possessed considerable knowledge about him. Aware that Johnny had mastered the swift movements of the lightning wolves, upon his arrival, he showcased his flying abilities, seamlessly transforming all disadvantages into advantages. However, did Johnny truly have no means to contend with the titans soaring through the skies? Icefall storm. In Johnny's eyes, a chilling, luminous white gleamed, and his aura suddenly morphed into eternal frost, emanating an extreme cold that caused the ground beneath him to frost over. Surrounding Johnny, sharp ice spikes materialized out of thin air, each exuding a piercing chill, glistening brilliantly under the sunlight. 1, 2, 3, 10, 100, 1,000. In an instant, Johnny's vicinity became densely populated with ice spikes, the frigid air intensifying, making even the onlookers shiver with cold. His ice control ability had reached a level beyond comparison with the ice techniques he had previously displayed. The Eternal Titan, standing aloft, felt his formerly smug demeanor darken as the realm of ice spikes formed around Johnny. To his astonishment, it seemed Johnny had concealed his strength during their prior skirmish. The Eternal Titan spoke coldly, his face now etched with caution. In response, Johnny merely smiled faintly, the countless ice spikes surrounding him trembling, then unleashing a cacophony of piercing sounds as they surged towards the airborne Eternal Titan. Chapter 31. Icefall storm as the sky filled with ice spikes. The entire arena felt their sharpness and might. Countless spectators momentarily forgot their cheers, holding their breath as they beheld the relentless icy storm encircling the Eternal Titan, who was rendered unable to evade. A vast amount of cosmic energy was summoned by the innate abilities of the Titan race, enveloping their form in translucent defensive barriers. When struck by the ice spikes, the barriers rippled and shuddered, yet the resilient spikes, upon meeting the formidable defenses, faltered and shattered, cascading down like a flurry of ice shards. The assault of the ice spikes was so sudden that the defensive barriers erected by the Eternal Titan barely held for a few breaths before exhausting their energy, bursting like fragile bubbles. My goodness, the Eternal Titan's defenses have been breached by the Devourer. Has the battle come to an end? In the arena, all eyes were fixated on the scene unfolding, hearts suspended in anticipation as they witnessed the Eternal Titan's form ensconced in ice shards. With the protective barrier born of cosmic energy now gone, the Eternal Titan stood fully exposed to the tempest of ice spikes, crossing his arms defensively before him. His already formidable muscles bulged, shining like polished bronze beneath the radiant shards. The exceedingly hard and sharp ice spikes collided with the Eternal Titan's body, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal before shattering upon impact. Using his ice manipulation abilities, Johnny concentrated a formidable energy into ice spikes. Yet they astonishingly failed to penetrate the skin of the Eternal Titan. As the master of the ice spikes, Johnny's gaze reflected a hint of caution upon witnessing this scene. The defenses of the Eternal Titan proved to be far more formidable than he had anticipated. Amidst the scattering of shattered ice particles, Johnny discerned aspects invisible to the audience in the arena. Each ice spike, when relentlessly striking the same spot on the Titan's body, left behind a white mark, while the Titan's form trembled and soared higher into the sky, dissipating the impact of the ice spikes. This spectacle not only indicated the Titan's remarkable battle intelligence, but also subtly suggested that his defenses were not as impervious as one might think, as he was not entirely immune to the relentless assault of the ice storm. Utilizing the immense force of the ice storm, the Eternal Titan cleverly neutralized Johnny's attack, ascending into the air. Once he reached a certain altitude, Johnny's myriad ice spikes posed little threat to him. From his elevated position, the Eternal Titan completely lowered his defenses, effortlessly shattering the inadequately potent ice spikes with a flick of his hand. A smirk of derision revealed in his eyes as the Eternal Titan emerged from the icy tempest. The audience was momentarily taken aback, the arena erupting into a cacophony of astonishment. Did I not see correctly? The Eternal Titan is unscathed? Goodness! If that is the case, does it not spell danger for the Devourer? I have long asserted that the Eternal Titan is the most likely contender for the championship. The Devourer pales in comparison to him. Do you now believe? Among the throngs of spectators, many began to waver in their confidence in Johnny. Recalling the terrifying feats of the Eternal Titan, their gazes igniting with fervor. As spectators, their mindset is simple. They cheer for the strongest. As for the eventual fallen challenger, they will become mere dust of the past. Witnessing this, Johnny felt a slight chill, opting not to summon more ice spikes. With a thought, he clenched his hands in the air, and the ice spikes aimed at the Eternal Titan shattered into a flurry of ice fragments before even reaching him, enveloping the Titan's form in a swirling storm of ice. The sudden transformation caught everyone off guard, as countless ice shards coalesced, forming a massive ice block that encased the Titan within. Johnny's ice manipulation ability transcended mere spike formation. In midair, the Eternal Titan found himself encased in this colossal ice mass, momentarily severing his connection to cosmic energy, causing him to plummet toward the ground. Within the crystalline ice block, the Titan's silhouette was distinctly visible, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of astonishment. Johnny's tactics had never been revealed in any prior battles, and even the Eternal Titan, with all his prowess, found himself momentarily disadvantaged. As Johnny gazed at the Eternal Titan plummeting rapidly under the force of gravity, a cold smirk played upon his lips. He harbored unwavering confidence that upon impact with the ground, the Titan would be unable to withstand his dual assault of ice and flame. Given the sheer velocity of its descent, encased in ice, the Eternal Titan lost its command over cosmic energies, succumbing to the gravitational pull of Sakaar, accelerating ever faster towards the Earth. At that moment, a crisp shattering sound erupted from the massive ice block encasing the Titan, as fissures began to spread from within. The Titan's frozen form unleashed a terrifying surge of power, struggling against its icy confines. Despite Johnny's best efforts to maintain the freeze, it was becoming increasingly tenuous. Just as the massive ice block was about to crash to the ground, it could no longer withstand the Titan's overwhelming might. The cracks widened, and with a thunderous explosion, the ice shattered into a flurry of fragments. The sky was filled with ice shards as the Eternal Titan broke free, emitting a deep, furious roar. With the icy barrier dismantled, the Titan prepared to harness cosmic energy once more to remain afloat. However, the lingering chill from the ice impeded its movements, and before it could fully tap into the cosmic energies, its body struck the ground with a resounding crash. The earth buckled beneath the impact, debris flying in all directions as a colossal cloud of dust billowed skyward. In an instant, the tide of battle had shifted dramatically, leaving the countless spectators in the arena momentarily stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the devastation wrought by the ice shards and the ensuing chaos. As the dust settled, the scene within the arena gradually came into focus. Johnny stood resolutely in place, a chilling aura surrounding him, while the ground beneath him was blanketed in a thick layer of frost. Opposite him lay a deep pit, pulsating with potent cosmic energy, radiating a terrifying aura that sent shivers down the spines of those who beheld it. "Human, I shall rend you to pieces, and you will come to know the tragic fate that befalls those who dare to provoke the eternal gods." A figure emerged slowly from the depths of the pit, its voice, laden with suppressed fury, reverberating ominously. Chapter 32. The Frigid Blade. At this juncture, the Eternal Titan's wrath had reached its zenith. Its eyes ablaze with fury akin to raging flames, yearning to consume Johnny entirely. Initially, the Titan had regarded Johnny with scant seriousness, believing that its aerial prowess would easily overwhelm him. Yet, in the face of Johnny's ice storm, the Titan's surprise was palpable. However, it managed to mitigate the assault through the formidable defenses characteristic of its kind. What it had not anticipated was Johnny's cunning use of the icy tempest to encase himself, allowing him to plummet from the heights above. To the Eternal Titan, this was nothing short of disgraceful, a humiliation befitting the eternal gods. Now, the Titan summoned its abundant cosmic energy with all its might, transforming it into sheer power. With each step it took, the oppressive force it exuded intensified, instilling dread among the spectators beyond the arena, causing many to pale in fear. In addition to the terrifying cosmic energy, the Eternal Titan bore a lingering chill that slightly hindered his movements, though it quickly dissipated under his formidable physique. How ironic it is that the one I struck down from the heavens is now so obstinately defiant. A faint smile graced Johnny's lips as he remained unfazed by the oppressive aura emanating from the Eternal Titan, a single remark provoking the Titan into a complete frenzy. With a thunderous roar, the Eternal Titan charged towards Johnny, causing the ground beneath him to shatter under the weight of his fury. Observing this scene, Johnny's lips curled upwards. All his provocations were merely a strategy to strip his opponent of composure. Had the Eternal Titan continued to leverage his aerial advantage, Johnny would have found it challenging to engage. Yet now, with the Titan consumed by rage and recklessly attacking, the moment presented itself as his optimal opportunity. Faced with the Titan's furious onslaught, Johnny exhibited no intention of evasion. Divine energy surged throughout his being, and his aura gradually intensified. From his lowered hands, two ice blades gradually extended, as if they were sprouting from his very flesh. These ice blades were entirely distinct from those Johnny had previously summoned. The ordinary ice blades were nearly transparent and crystalline, while these two bore a profound azure hue, indicative of an immense concentration of frigid energy, reaching near the limits of coldness. Strangely, however, the magnificent azure blades, imbued with colossal coldness, emitted no chill. All their energy was intensely concentrated within the blades themselves. With a sweeping motion, The azure blades met the Titan's fist, encased in a tempest of cosmic power. The clash produced no grotesque display of flesh and blood. Even the sound of their collision resonated like the ringing of metal. Both the azure blades and the Titan's body, reinforced by overwhelming cosmic energy, possessed a hardness that surpassed steel. In the brief moment of contact, the Titan's fist halted, while Johnny was propelled backward, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. Such formidable strength and physique. As he was thrown back, a fleeting glimmer of astonishment flickered in Johnny's eyes. However, bolstered by divine energy, Johnny's own strength was not to be underestimated. Though he could not match the Titan, his strike momentarily interrupted the Titan's advance, allowing Johnny to retreat without the chance to launch a subsequent attack. Watching Johnny fall back, the Eternal Titan's gaze twisted into a snarl of triumph. A mere human, daring to challenge the Eternal Divine Clan's might? As a member of the Eternal Divine Clan, my physique and power are realms beyond your reach. A boastful laughter erupted from the Titan's lips, and after a brief pause, he lunged forward once more. The Titan's overwhelming power shattered the ground beneath him. In a single, forceful leap, he closed the distance of several meters between them, delivering a punch infused with unparalleled strength directly aimed at Johnny's chest. As the fist approached, the air seemed to threaten an explosive rupture, and the immense pressure sent Johnny's hair soaring back in wild disarray. Indeed, as the Titan proclaimed, the Eternal God race possesses an innate talent that allows it to overshadow countless races. The sheer magnitude of this power is daunting. In this encounter, Johnny, with his hands crossed wielding icy blades, chose not to evade, striking directly against the Titan's fist, even with both blades unleashed. The palpable disparity in strength between Johnny and the Titan was unmistakable. Upon impact, Johnny's body was sent sprawling once more. Nevertheless, the Eternal Titan did not falter. Its formidable physique withstood Johnny's strike and relentlessly pursued him. Clang, clang. Within the arena, the frenzied Eternal Titan relentlessly pursued Johnny, its fists infused with cosmic energy transforming into fearsome weapons, crashing down with relentless force. Johnny, wielding his azure ice blades, found himself continually repelled with each violent clash. Clearly at a disadvantage. As time stretched on, the Titan's assaults grew increasingly savage, its eyes gleaming with bloodlust, and its power surged, rendering Johnny's predicament ever more dire. This spectacle was keenly observed by countless fervent spectators, including the esteemed High Sovereign in the grandstand. Master, the Devourer is thoroughly overpowered by the Eternal Titan. If this continues, he may not endure for long, remarked Topaz, standing beside the High Sovereign, watching Johnny being battered back by the Titan's unbridled onslaught. A glimmer of inexplicable delight in his gaze. Topaz, you are mistaken. Observe his expression. Do you see even a hint of panic? If I am not mistaken, after slaying the lightning wolf, he acquired its abilities, and evading the Titan's attacks should be quite effortless for him, the High Sovereign replied with a smile, his excitement palpable as he focused on the intense battle unfolding below. Topaz paused, his expression shifting to one of confusion. If Johnny truly were unable to withstand the Eternal Titan, given his speed surpassing that of sound, the Titan would likely struggle to land a hit. Yet, why did Johnny choose to confront the Titan head-on? Human, your demise is imminent. It is time to end this, roared the rampaging Eternal Titan, much like the majority of the audience, convinced that Johnny was cornered and would soon succumb, becoming but a corpse on the Titan's path to victory. In response to the Titan's bellow, Johnny remained silent, allowing a faint smile to grace his lips, unnoticed by anyone. With each clash of his azure ice blades against the Titan, threads of azure energy seeped through the blades, spreading across the Titan's form. After this tumultuous exchange, the Titan was nearly enveloped in this azure energy. However, these energies, once permeating the Titan, bore no effect. Lost in its frenzy, the Titan remained oblivious. Titan, you are correct. It is indeed time to conclude this. Johnny's voice, devoid of warmth, resonated like ancient ice, sending a chilling sensation deep into the Titan's very core. Chapter 33. The Fall of the Eternal Titan in Prison. Johnny coldly uttered, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he declared those two words. In an instant, the azure energy enveloping the Eternal Titan erupted violently, unleashing a terrifying chill that soared into the heavens. This azure energy represented the epitome of frigidness, yet under Johnny's control. It had remained dormant until now. His prolonged confrontation with the Titan was a strategic move, allowing this potent chill to seep gradually into the Titan's being through their fierce contact. Now, the outcome was irrevocably sealed. As the chill fully manifested, the Titan's body suddenly stiffened, completely invaded by the dense azure energy from the outside in. If it were merely a trace of this extreme, icy energy, Even the formidable physique of the Eternal God clan would have only experienced a momentary delay in movement, swiftly countered, much like the ice meteor storm Johnny had previously unleashed, which could only freeze the Eternal Titan for a few breaths at most. However, this Azure Extreme Cold was fundamentally different. It surpassed the ice meteor storm in both energy level and sheer magnitude. In an instant, the body of the Eternal Titan was entirely encased in ice, the Azure energy penetrating deeply, sealing him completely. On the Titan's frozen visage, a flicker of untimely terror lingered in his wide eyes. In the audience, the moment the Eternal Titan stood immobilized, silence fell like a heavy shroud. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. All eyes were fixated on the arena. Mouths agape, unable to fathom the scene unfolding before them. Just moments ago, the Titan had held absolute dominance, relentlessly attacking and forcing Johnny into a defensive stance. Yet now he stood rigid, as though frozen in time. Observing the Titan's form, rendered a shade of bluish-purple by the chilling energy. A glint of determination flashed in Johnny's eyes. He brandished his ice blade and advanced step by step toward the immobile Titan. This spectacle left countless spectators breathless, their gazes riveted on Johnny. The talents of the Eternal God clan were indeed commendable, but alas, you are too weak. Such power is better wielded by me. Standing before the Eternal Titan, Johnny slowly spoke, recalling the Titan's earlier display of strength, igniting a flame of fervor in his gaze. He gradually lifted the azure ice blade, its tip glinting ominously in the sunlight. Then, with a swift thrust, the ice blade pierced effortlessly through the Titan's chest beneath Johnny's formidable strength, the tip emerging from his back. This strike penetrated the Titan's heart entirely, the icy energy within the blade surging forth explosively. Even though the Titan possessed an extraordinarily robust physique, he could hardly withstand this assault. As the extreme cold erupted, his heart was utterly shattered and frozen. With Johnny's strike, the terrifying momentum of the Eternal Titan dissipated entirely, his life force swiftly fading. In a matter of mere breaths, what stood before Johnny was nothing more than a lifeless ice sculpture. Perceiving that the life essence of the Titan had entirely dissipated, Johnny's aura also receded. With Johnny's control lost, the azure energy that had encased the Eternal Titan began to leak away, swiftly spreading outwards from the Titan's center, enveloping a significant portion of the arena. The arena's ground was now covered with a thick layer of frost, the temperature plummeting, while the Eternal Titan lay supine, crashing thunderously onto the earth. The Devourer emerged victorious. He had vanquished the Eternal Titan. How astonishingly swift. How did he achieve this? I always knew the Devourer would triumph. Devourer! Devourer! As the Eternal Titan collapsed, a fervent cheer erupted from the audience in the arena. Johnny's gaze remained placid, as intangible ethereal energy gradually took shape beside him, transforming into an undead specter. It is entrusted to you. Johnny sensed the specter's yearning for the Eternal Titan's body and softly uttered a phrase. The specter let out a jubilant cry, eagerly lunging towards the Titan's form, commencing its feast. This was an extraordinarily magnificent contest. The victor of the championship's first challenge had been declared. It was the Devourer. Let us cheer for him. The High Celestial's luminous visage appeared, excitedly announcing the outcome of the match, as the audience's cheers and fervent shouts crescendoed, completely inundating the arena. Ding! By devouring the Eternal Titan, one may acquire the abilities of Titan Physique Level 5, Cosmic Energy Manipulation Level 5, and 500 Devour points. Having participated in numerous battles, Johnny had long since grown accustomed to the audience's roaring like a tempest, yet it was the prompt echoing in his mind that ignited a fervent glimmer in his eyes. I choose to acquire the abilities. Johnny's decision was resolute and unwavering. The 500 Devour points did not surpass his expectations. What he valued most was the formidable physical prowess of the Eternal Titan and the ability to manipulate cosmic energy for flight. Upon selecting to acquire the Titan's abilities, an extraordinary warmth surged through Johnny's body, erupting from within and circulating throughout. This peculiar warmth continuously transformed Johnny's physique, permeating every cell, instigating astonishing changes at their very core. In but a fleeting moment, Johnny sensed that his physical capabilities had transcended a certain threshold, marking a leap in the realm of life. Once, after becoming lost in an unknown space from the Rainbow Bridge, his body had instinctively devoured vast amounts of peculiar energy, much of which lay dormant within his cells. Now, as the extraordinary warmth coursed through him, the dormant energies within his cells were fully awakened, joining the enhancement of his physical form. Simultaneously, a wealth of information spontaneously manifested in Johnny's mind, detailing the two abilities he had acquired through devouring. Titanic Physique, a formidable body unique to the eternal divine race. Impervious to fatigue from physical exertion, immune to ailments and toxins, and unaffected by the extremes of frigid cold or scorching heat. Conventional weaponry is utterly incapable of inflicting harm upon the eternal divine race, whose strength surpasses that of most life forms in the cosmos, enabling them to harness immense cosmic energy, possessing unparalleled might and formidable defense, rendering them indestructible even in the cataclysm of stellar annihilation. Mastery of cosmic energy, an innate gift of the eternal divine race, allowing them to resonate with and manipulate cosmic energy, transforming it into boundless power. They can radiate this energy through their eyes and hands, or convert it into protective fields. As the warmth within his body dissipated entirely, Johnny, with his eyes gently closed, slowly opened them, revealing a terrifying brilliance that flickered within his gaze, which gradually receded after a few breaths. He was but a step away from completing the system's task. A soft murmur escaped Johnny's lips amidst the fervent cheers and gazes of countless spectators as he gradually departed the arena. Chapter 34. Battle against venomous foes. The championship battle commenced, with all eyes fixated on the climactic encounters, save for one, Johnny. After the conclusion of the first round, Johnny remained in his resting area, showing little interest in the remaining matches. During this time, he dedicated himself to familiarizing with the abilities he had acquired from the Titan. Johnny's physique had already undergone numerous enhancements. Following the monumental boost from the Titanic physique, he had become immensely powerful, with not just strength surging, but a comprehensive enhancement across all facets. Mastery of these abilities required relentless honing and acclimation. Likewise, the eternal divine race's talent for cosmic energy manipulation demanded significant effort from Johnny to fully command. He remained in a state of secluded contemplation, oblivious to the outside world, until Lat found him. Johnny, the first round of the championship battle has concluded. The master has sent me to inform you that the results of the draw for the second round are out. You feel somewhat different to me now. Lat wore a sincere smile as he observed Johnny's inexplicable transformation, which piqued his curiosity. In response, Johnny merely smiled faintly. Indeed, he had undergone substantial changes in just a few days. Oh, so soon? By the way, Lat, tell me, who were the victors of the first round? Johnny was momentarily taken aback, realizing how swiftly time had passed while he immersed himself in mastering his abilities. I thought you were entirely unconcerned, Lat remarked, having anticipated Johnny's inquiry. You've been absent for several days. In the first round, aside from you, the victors included the mother of insects, Venom, and a lesser-known fighter, referred to as Medusa. I watched that match. It ended in a most peculiar manner. Her opponent, upon locking eyes with her, fell into a stupor and was subsequently slain without resistance. You must exercise caution if you encounter her. Lat was clearly well prepared, promptly sharing the information as soon as Johnny inquired. Medusa? The ability to immobilize an opponent with mere eye contact. Johnny nodded slightly, harboring a sense of caution towards this unfamiliar adversary. And who will I face in the second round? Is it this Medusa? Johnny inquired. No, your opponent is Venom. Rat replied, his demeanor serious. He regarded this foe as equally formidable. Johnny had already gathered some insights about Venom. This warrior was an exceptionally unique entity within the arena, embodying his title, Venom. His mastery over toxins was unparalleled. He could strike at enemies without the need for physical contact, ensnaring them in a toxic embrace before they even realized their peril. Every opponent who had faced Venom met a torturous demise. Yet upon learning that his adversary was Venom, a smile crept onto Johnny's face. Your match against Venom is the first bout of the second round, taking place tomorrow. Johnny, you must be well prepared, Rat cautioned, anxious that Johnny might underestimate the challenge. Rest assured, Rat, while others may be wary of Venom, his encounter with me will be nothing short of unfortunate for him, Johnny declared with unwavering confidence. Before acquiring the powers of the Eternal Titan, Johnny may have felt a twinge of apprehension towards Venom. However, now his body, akin to that of the eternal divine race, was impervious to ailments and viruses. Any potent toxin that could threaten Johnny had been rendered utterly ineffective. Seeing Johnny's self-assurance, Rat could only nod in agreement, refraining from further comment, and left him to prepare for battle. The following day, amidst a cacophony of cheers, Johnny and his opponent Venom entered the arena. Johnny maintained an air of calmness, devoid of excessive excitement, while the audience was swept away in a frenzy of enthusiasm. Opposite Johnny stood Venom, a diminutive figure barely over a meter tall, crouching slightly, resembling a malevolent sprite from a film Johnny had seen prior to his journey. Kid, I owe you my gratitude. Your victory in the first round over the troublesome Eternal Titan has cleared my path to the championship. Venom's voice was sharp and chilling. In his view, among all the contenders for the championship, only the Eternal Titan had displayed significant immunity to his toxins. The rest would inevitably succumb to his pervasive venom. Oh, you exude such confidence? Johnny remarked, a subtle smile gracing his face, as if dismissing the threat with ease. You will understand when you lie before me. Writhing in agony, Venom retorted, his diminutive form radiating an eerie energy. This energy, resembling a grayish mist, swiftly expanded and, under Venom's command, surged menacingly towards Johnny. As the gray-white mist enveloped him, Johnny's smile remained undiminished. A ferocious aura erupted, and blazing flames swiftly enveloped his body, forming a protective barrier against the encroaching toxic fog. Fire? I despise fire. The noxious essence had already consumed him almost entirely within the gray-white mist, rendering it difficult for Johnny to discern his exact location. Upon contact with the flames, the two forces reacted violently. The mist exhibited formidable invasive properties, persistently attempting to breach the fiery barrier surrounding Johnny, even as the flames incinerated it relentlessly. Sensing the relentless intrusion of the mist into his controlled flames, Johnny felt no anxiety. Instead, a subtle smile graced his lips, and his already formidable aura surged once more. Boom! In the arena, now largely shrouded by the gray-white mist, a seething fireball suddenly expanded, its extreme heat instantaneously clearing a vast area. Johnny stood amidst the flames, regal as a god of fire. This intense heat posed no threat to him. Even his ordinary clothing remained unscathed. The flames, now exponentially elevated in temperature, maintained their dominance against the gray-white mist, which could no longer infiltrate the fiery domain he had conjured. Toxicity, your venom holds no sway over me, Johnny declared calmly. Ha ha ha. Foolish. Do you truly believe your flames can shield you? My poison has already infiltrated your body. Relish your final moments of agony, jeered the toxic voice from the mist. Chapter 35, Another Desperate Counterattack? The toxic voice caused Johnny to momentarily falter, sensing an unfamiliar presence within his body. Yet, he had completely enveloped himself in flames. And under such intense heat, the toxic mist should have been unable to penetrate. How, then, had the poison entered him? In that fleeting moment of bewilderment, the inexplicable toxin within him erupted. Even Johnny's robust physique felt waves of pain, causing his brow to furrow in distress. Within the gray-white mist, the toxic laughter echoed. In the realm of his own created poisonous fog, the toxin perceived everything, clearly observing Johnny's changing expression. Ha ha ha, devourer, I told you, your flames cannot protect you. Prepare to embrace a painful demise. The sinister laughter drew nearer, while the agony within Johnny intensified. His gaze shifted rapidly as he summoned vast reserves of fiery energy to surge through his body, the searing heat coursing through his flesh and bones, alleviating some of the toxin's effects, providing him a measure of relief. Simultaneously, he fully harnessed his divine power, striving with all his might to combat the unknown poison within him. After Johnny employed two remarkable abilities, the agonizing pain within his body dissipated significantly, leaving only faint traces of discomfort that occasionally radiated from various parts of him. Although this mild pain had some effect on Johnny, it paled in comparison to the venom that sought to ensnare him. However, the expression in Johnny's eyes revealed a deepening anguish, his body trembling as the flames surrounding him flickered erratically under his deliberate control, suggesting an impending loss of mastery. Witnessing the intensifying torment on Johnny's face and the disorderly control over the flames, the venom, concealed within the grayish mist, relished its advantage, cackling maniacally as it drew closer to Johnny, poised to secure victory in this confrontation. With Johnny's capacity for resistance evidently extinguished, the venom grew increasingly audacious, inching ever closer. Within the gray mist, the diminutive figure of the venom became more distinct as it approached Johnny, while the flames encircling him quivered violently, on the brink of extinguishment. Initially, the arena showcased a fierce dichotomy of roaring flames and dense mist, each vying for dominance. However, the gray mist soon engulfed the flames entirely, heightening the tension among the multitude of spectators. As fervent devotees of the Devourer, many in the crowd struggled to accept this grim reality, fervently shouting in hopes that Johnny would vanquish his formidable foe. Even the esteemed figure of the High Elder seated at the highest vantage point displayed a flicker of uncertainty in his gaze, for based on his understanding of Johnny, he should not have been so feeble. You are finished, Devourer. The venom advanced relentlessly, its form now fully discernible within the gray mist. In its grasp appeared a pitch-black dagger, from which dark liquid dripped ominously, instilling a sense of dread. Just as the venom closed the distance to less than 10 meters, Johnny's calm voice resonated, and the pain etched upon his face vanished in an instant. A sudden piercing sound echoed through the mist, accompanied by the venom's horrified shriek, an unsettling symphony of disbelief. A gaping wound opened in the venom's chest, and through its incredulous gaze, sharp claws emerged, glistening with black blood. The venom writhed in a desperate attempt to turn and discern the nature of its assailant. Yet, until its consciousness plunged into darkness, it never glimpsed the undead specter standing behind it. In the arena, The nearly extinguished flames gradually rekindled, expanding and incinerating the surrounding gray mist. As the fog dissipated, the previously obscured view became clear, and the audience widened their eyes in anticipation of the battle's outcome. In the center of the arena, the Venom's diminutive body lay silent upon the ground, a gaping wound in its chest, blood continually seeping forth. In the midst of the flames, Johnny stood serenely, his countenance devoid of any signs of pain. The Devourer had triumphed. How could this be? The Devourer had emerged victorious? Yet, I distinctly recalled witnessing the Devourer succumb to a potent toxin moments earlier. The scene in the arena left countless spectators in disbelief. Whether confronting the Eternal Titan or the venomous threat, Johnny consistently turned the tide in what seemed to be insurmountable situations. Truly miraculous. The Devourer. The Devourer is invincible. Champion. The Devourer. After a brief moment of astonishment, the arena erupted once more, with numerous placards bearing the name of the Devourer raised high in ecstatic fervor. Could this creature, replete with poison, be consumed by the Phantom? At this moment, Johnny was not focused on the frenzied crowd, but rather scrutinizing the now edible toxin. As food, the toxin presented a unique challenge, and Johnny found himself uncertain whether the Phantom could indeed devour it. However, the Phantom swiftly provided an answer through its actions. The diminutive form of the toxin was soon entirely consumed by the Phantom, whose appetite was remarkably voracious. Ding. Absorbing the toxin grants the ability, Toxin Control Level 6, transforming the devoured essence into 300 points. As the Phantom ingested the toxin, Johnny sensed its enhancement through their connection, accompanied by the system's notification echoing in his mind. Retain ability. Johnny had long been curious about how the toxin had infiltrated his body without his awareness. And the best way to uncover the truth was to understand the opponent's abilities. This time, what surged within Johnny was not the usual warmth, but rather an extraordinary power, akin to countless minuscule particles, exceedingly fine yet abundant in number. Within Johnny's mind, a wealth of information regarding toxin control was revealed. Once he fully absorbed the knowledge, clarity dawned upon him. The toxin's assault had not commenced after the battle began, but rather at their very first encounter. Upon entering the arena, the toxin had already launched its attack, transforming into an almost imperceptible form that silently infiltrated Johnny's body. The subsequent gray mist was merely a ruse to mislead him. Cursed trickery. Understanding the toxin's tactics, Johnny couldn't help but curse inwardly. Had it not been for his physique rivaling that of the eternal divine race, this battle might have taken a disastrous turn. Nevertheless, now armed with toxin control, Johnny felt a surge of exhilaration at the prospect of easily overcoming adversaries with such tactics. Indeed, even trickery has its merits. Chapter 36. The Eye of Medusa. As before, Johnny chose not to dwell on the excited throng, calmly making his exit. Ironically, his composed demeanor only intensified the fervor of the audience, many of whom had witnessed Johnny's ascent and fervently hoped that such a formidable warrior would ultimately emerge victorious in the championship battle. In the second match of the championship battle, Johnny remained largely indifferent, while Wrath excitedly informed him that Medusa had utilized her peculiar abilities to control the mother of insects, swiftly concluding the conflict before the mother could summon a multitude of insectoid allies. Johnny's wariness towards Medusa intensified. Now, with only one final match left before the ultimate confrontation, it would be a battle between him and Medusa, the outcome of which would determine the champion of this season. Although Medusa's abilities were enigmatic and perplexing to Johnny, he had compelling reasons to ensure his victory. He had prepared himself, unveiling all his hidden cards without reservation, determined to crush Medusa the moment the battle commenced. As Johnny grew increasingly familiar with his toxic powers, the final round of the championship arrived at last. Ladies and gentlemen, the long-awaited climactic showdown is upon us. Let us fervently welcome the two warriors who have ignited our passions, the Devourer and Medusa. Even the esteemed High Sovereign exhibited palpable excitement, his words igniting a thunderous cheer throughout the arena. Countless spotlights illuminated the venue as fireworks and salutes erupted from every corner, amplifying the atmosphere of the final match and elevating the adrenaline of the crowd to new heights. With a resounding rumble, the heavy metallic gates of the arena slowly ascended amidst the fervent gaze of countless spectators. Johnny and Medusa emerged from opposite ends of the arena. Devourer, Devourer, Champion. Amidst the fervent cheers, Johnny finally beheld his opponent. Medusa, a woman of striking beauty, stood before him. By Johnny's standards, she was undeniably a vision of allure. With both her appearance and physique beyond reproach, curvaceous and captivating, complemented by a cascade of fiery red hair that exuded an intensely alluring aura. It was difficult for any man to resist the magnetic pull of Medusa's presence, compelling them to gaze upon her longer. What left the most profound impression on Johnny were Medusa's eyes. Deep and enigmatic, Her gaze ensnared those who dared to meet it, invoking a sense of irresistible surrender. Facing Johnny, the woman known as Medusa offered a slight smile, radiating an extraordinary charm. "Devourer, I have promised the master that even if I defeat you, I shall not take your life." As Johnny momentarily lost himself in Medusa's captivating presence, her alluring voice broke the spell, imbued with an unusual magnetism that stirred a heat within him. However, her words jolted Johnny back to reality, prompting him to avert his gaze from her mesmerizing eyes. Once he did, he felt a heaviness in his mind, inundated with visions of Medusa's enchanting form, an image that clung to him stubbornly. Such an eerie ability, no wonder this woman was dubbed Medusa. Johnny struggled to regain control of his thoughts, and after a brief tumult, he finally steadied himself. Boom! Upon Johnny's form, flames surged, enveloping his being. Through the blazing inferno, when Johnny beheld Medusa once more, her influence over him had diminished significantly. "Medusa, did you suggest sparing my life? If my understanding is correct, only one can emerge victorious from the champion's battle." Reflecting on her earlier words, Johnny found himself momentarily perplexed, struggling to grasp Medusa's intent. "Fear not, for should you choose to become my servant and pledge your loyalty to me, you shall survive," Medusa cooed, her figure swaying gracefully as she approached, reminiscent of the legendary serpent woman. Her words dripped with unwavering confidence. Upon witnessing the glimmer in Johnny's gaze, she realized she had him entirely ensnared. "Servant? Loyal to you?" This was the first time Johnny had encountered such a notion. Even Rat had never broached the subject. As he sensed Medusa's contempt, a flicker of indignation ignited within him. Yet, he pondered that once the champion's battle concluded, should Medusa be willing to submit, he might grant her a similar opportunity. After all, to eliminate such a beautiful woman outright would be a lamentable loss. "Medusa, I extend you an opportunity as well. Should I defeat you, if you are willing to submit, I may consider sparing your life." Johnny's voice, emerging from the flames, was calm as it reached Medusa's ears. Her expression faltered momentarily, a complex shade flitting across her eyes. In the strictest sense, Medusa was not merely a warrior. She was a formidable combatant secretly nurtured by the celestial sovereign, similar to the lightning wolf whom Johnny had vanquished. However, Medusa surpassed the lightning wolf in strength by a considerable margin. In addition to her extraordinary combat prowess, Medusa had awakened a perverse psychic talent, adept at mental assaults, often shattering or even eliminating her opponents without their awareness. "Very well, if you truly can defeat me, I shall follow you thereafter. But the condition remains, you must first conquer me," Medusa replied, a smile gracing her lips as she drew closer to Johnny, an unusual aura emanating from her. Her eyes resembled deep pools, threatening to ensnare Johnny's very thoughts. Though enveloped in flames, Johnny felt his body growing increasingly rigid as Medusa approached, unable to tear his gaze from her eyes. "No, this is a battle." Just as Johnny teetered on the brink of surrender, a voice in his mind urged him to resist the encroaching stupor. With a fierce struggle, an overwhelming aura erupted from Johnny. As divine power fully unleashed granted him a flicker of resistance against Medusa's gaze. In that instant of defiance, Johnny sensed a return of some mobility. In a flash, Johnny's figure vanished from Medusa's sight. Among the skills mastered by Johnny, the highest tier ability is rapid activation, allowing him to almost instantaneously vacate his original position. Even Medusa finds it challenging to pinpoint his location amidst his swift retreat. Maintaining a high velocity, Johnny's chest rises and falls violently, his eyes reflecting a hint of trepidation, rendering him unable to pause for a moment. Chapter 37. The Birth of a Champion. Indeed, Medusa is as fearsome as the rumors suggest. Just a gaze into her eyes induces a state of lethargy, leaving the body utterly uncontrollable, as if petrified. I have come to understand. This is a mental assault. With an almost imperceptible speed, Johnny quickly realizes that Medusa's ability is not petrification, but rather a psychological attack. Initially, upon hearing Medusa's name, Johnny naively assumed her powers mirrored those of the legendary Gorgon, believing her gaze would turn him to stone, which led him into a misconception. He enveloped himself in flames, hesitant to meet Medusa's gaze directly. Yet, under the influence of her mental prowess, this tactic proved futile, nearly ensnaring him in her psychological onslaught. Upon realizing this, Johnny furrowed his brow. He struggled to devise an effective defense against such a mental type attack. However, his formidable physique and willpower afforded him a degree of resistance against psychological assaults. With his considerable combat experience, Johnny understood that when confronted with an adversary like Medusa, mere defense might not be the wisest course of action. A thought crossed his mind. The best defense is a good offense. "Medusa, your ability has been unveiled. You employ a mental attack." As Johnny's voice rang out amidst his rapid movements, Medusa, who was diligently searching for his figure, momentarily paused, a captivating smile gracing her face. Indeed, you are quite impressive. Among my adversaries, you are the first to react so swiftly. However, now that you are aware of my mental abilities, do you believe you can evade them? With a smile lingering on her lips, Medusa's intangible mental force began to spread, enveloping the entire arena. This mental energy was infused with a potent paralyzing effect, and as Johnny sensed it, he felt an overwhelming loss of control wash over him. Fortunately, Medusa's psychic influence had yet to lock onto him. Its effect diminished compared to earlier, granting Johnny a fleeting opportunity to counterattack. Ice meteor storm, Johnny exclaimed, unleashing his control over ice. A chilling aura surged forth as shards of ice rapidly formed and, under Johnny's mental command, hurtled towards Medusa's position. Simultaneously, as he executed the ice meteor storm, his swiftly moving form released a plethora of invisible toxins, which, like Medusa's mental force, began to permeate the arena. This peculiar toxin, colorless and odorless, possessed formidable penetrative properties. Johnny, having unknowingly fallen victim to such toxins upon his first encounter with potent poison, now wielded it silently as it approached Medusa. As a multitude of icy shards hurtled toward Medusa, she deftly brandished two short daggers, twisting her body to evade the onslaught while shattering the shards that she could not escape. Amidst the tempest of ice created by the storm, Medusa exhibited remarkable agility and formidable close combat skills, neutralizing all the icy projectiles in a brief span. In the arena, the spectators were solely captivated by Medusa's figure, her daggers slicing through the air as she parried the icy assaults initiated by Johnny, her stunning physique on full display, igniting a fervent excitement among the audience, their breaths growing heavier with anticipation. On the surface, Johnny's figure appeared elusive, almost indistinguishable, while Medusa seemed ensnared in his relentless assault. Yet, Johnny was not without his own struggles. As time progressed, a wave of lethargy enveloped him, causing his icy projectiles to lose precision and power. If he continued to endure Medusa's potent mental onslaught, he too would falter. Despite the dizziness and the overwhelming pressure, a confident smile graced Johnny's face. In a fleeting moment, Johnny halted before Medusa, the continuous formation of ice shards abruptly ceasing, dissolving into nothingness. Medusa, you have lost, he declared. The transition from frantic motion to eerie stillness momentarily destabilized Johnny, a testament to Medusa's psychic influence. Are you confused, Devourer? Your attacks have grown feeble. It is you who has lost, Medusa retorted. With the storm of ice abated, she too paused, her chest rising and falling slightly, fragments of ice scattered around her. As she spoke, Medusa concentrated her mental energy, preparing to exert control over Johnny. However, just as she was about to conclude the battle, a sudden furrow crossed her enchanting brow, her expression twisting in pain as her recently gathered psychic force disintegrated in an instant. A pained gasp escaped Medusa's lips as she collapsed to the ground, her body writhing in evident agony. What have you done to me? She cried out, her eyes filled with panic and suffering. With the absence of Medusa's unique psychic assault, Johnny quickly regained clarity, a smirk appearing on his face as he regarded the fallen Medusa. Medusa, this is the power of potent poison. The toxin has infiltrated your body. If you do not find a remedy swiftly, I need not elaborate on the dire consequences you are now aware of, Johnny warned, causing Medusa to tremble with terror. The intensifying pain coursing through her body elicited soft moans from her lips, evoking a sense of vulnerability. You have lost, Johnny repeated, reminding her of her predicament. Medusa, writhing on the ground, displayed a flicker of struggle in her eyes. She comprehended Johnny's intent. Yet the notion of submitting to him was a bitter pill for her to swallow. The intensifying agony continually reminded Medusa that her life was ebbing away, moment by moment, along with her suffering. I concede. I am willing to submit to you and become your servant. After a struggle, Medusa made her choice, gazing at the serene smile on Johnny's face. Just when the toxins within her body tormented her to the brink of consciousness, a warm hand rested upon her forehead. An extraordinary force penetrated her being, alleviating her pain almost instantaneously. As this power coursed through her, the toxins within Medusa dissipated at an astonishing rate, completely eradicated in mere moments. These toxins had been introduced into her body by Johnny, and now, in his capable hands, their removal was effortless. As her pain vanished entirely, Medusa, exhausted from the torment, succumbed to unconsciousness. Her fainting marked the conclusion of the championship battle. Chapter 38. Mission accomplished. A surprising reward. Magnificent. Magnificent. Now, my friends, Medusa has chosen to submit to preserve her life, becoming a vassal of the Devourer. The silhouette of the High Celestial Sovereign emerged, his booming voice resonating with uncontainable excitement, heralding the final phase of this championship. Now, I declare the victor of the championship battle, Let us welcome this illustrious name with cheers and shouts. He is the Devourer. The high celestial sovereign's voice soared, and the cheers from the stands reached a crescendo. Boom, boom, boom. Countless vibrant fireworks and cannon blasts erupted, filling the enormous screen with the name and visage of the Devourer. Today, we have witnessed the birth of a new champion, according to the unchanging rules of Sokka. From this moment forth, the Devourer shall attain the supreme glory and absolute freedom of Sokka. The high celestial sovereign's voice echoed, harmonizing with the fervor of the audience, igniting an atmosphere of excitement and zeal. All the gates of the arena swung open, and a ladder, symbolizing glory, extended into the air, shimmering brilliantly. This ladder continued to reach until it stood before Johnny. Observing this, a smile graced Johnny's face, although he felt indifferent towards the so-called champion's glory. The fervent atmosphere inevitably stirred some excitement within him. He slowly raised his leg and ascended the ladder that represented honor, step by step. With the birth of the champion, the Carnival of Sokka was about to commence. In the following week, Sokka would celebrate, allowing all its citizens to partake in this rare joy. As Johnny reached the top of the ladder, nearly aligned with the high celestial sovereign's silhouette, the sovereign's voice resounded once more. Remember, all of this originates from our champion. Following the Sokka ceremony, amidst the frenzy of the ecstatic crowd, Johnny gradually departed from the arena. This time, he was no longer bound by the terms of a gladiator, instead being placed in a vast, independent edifice, one of the honors of being a champion. Johnny's spoils included Medusa, who lay in a coma, yet to awaken. Under Johnny's command, she was transported into the building. Congratulations, host, on completing the system task. Upon returning to the sanctuary of his own structure, isolated from the revelry of the outside world, the system's notification resonated within Johnny's mind. As he heard the alert, a flicker of fervor ignited in his gaze. Task completion awarded him 1,000 devour points. The ability to teleport without regard for distance, and the power to absorb the infinite energy of the infinity stones. With the task rewards issued, his personal attribute panel reflected an increase of 1,000 devour points. A new world mission commenced. Collect the infinity stones. Current completion, 06. Following a series of system notifications, an influx of information flooded Johnny's mind, eventually leading him to a state of tranquility. However, as he digested this information, a tempest of excitement surged within him. With 1,000 devour points, Johnny could elevate his already formidable abilities by 10 levels. If strategically allocated, his inherent strength could soar once more. The teleportation ability would allow him to disregard the vast expanse between Sakaar and Earth, enabling him to appear on Earth with but a single step. Yet, the most crucial reward was the capacity to absorb the infinite energy of the infinity stones. After assimilating the information in his mind, Johnny comprehended the sheer magnitude of this ability. Provided he could acquire the infinity stones, he would not require any method of application. He could directly harness and consume the energy contained within them, transforming it into his own power. It is essential to note that the Infinity Stones represent the 6 most potent forces in the Marvel Universe. Upon completing the first system task, the newly issued mission invigorated Johnny's desire and motivation to seek out the Infinity Stones. From Johnny's recollection, the majority of the Infinity Stones in the Marvel Universe would manifest on Earth. As long as he arrived on Earth with ample time, he could gradually collect them. However, according to the timeline he knew, when he traversed into this world, Odin was in his prime, quelling the 9 realms with his divine army. Accompanying him were the goddess of death, Hela, the god of thunder, Thor, and the trickster god, Loki, none of whom had yet been born. This indicated that if he were to wait for the various plots on Earth to unfold, he would have at least several millennia to prepare. He had ample time to strengthen himself and potentially establish a faction before the Earth's narrative began, allowing him to seize the Infinity Stones once they appeared. Host, it is necessary to remind you that you previously departed from the Rainbow Bridge, entering an alternate space where the flow of time differs from that of the vast universe. However, as Johnny contemplated the implications of the timeline, the system provided an alert that left him momentarily stunned. What does it mean that the flow of time is different? How long have I actually spent in this alternate space? The host lingered in the alternate space for 3 months, and the system's voice gradually echoed, providing Johnny with a modicum of relief. However, in the primary universe, nearly 5 millennia had elapsed. The subsequent statement from the system struck Johnny like a thunderbolt, rendering him utterly dazed. What kind of jest is this? After a prolonged moment, the stunned Johnny let out a piercing scream, not merely a thought in his mind, but a vocal outburst. 3 months in the alternate space, yet almost 5,000 years had passed in the primary universe? Such a revelation was momentarily incomprehensible for Johnny. If he were to reckon time according to the primary universe, his transference to the present moment would mean 5 millennia had elapsed. placing his age in the realm of millennia? This answer left Johnny in a prolonged state of shock before he gradually regained his composure. System, could you inform me of the current time as measured on Earth? Having accepted the reality of 5,000 years gone by, Johnny felt a pressing urgency to ascertain whether he had missed a considerable amount. According to the Gregorian calendar, it should be the mid-19th century, shortly after the conclusion of the Second World War. After a brief silence, the system provided a response. Fortunately, it is not too late. With the system's confirmation, Johnny let out a slight sigh of relief. This time frame corresponded to the early development of the Marvel narrative, and if he acted promptly, he might indeed encounter the grand unfolding of significant events. Setting aside his concerns about the timeline for the moment, Johnny's gaze fell upon the beautiful spoils lying on the expansive bed, still in slumber. Chapter 39. Capturing Medusa. Seated at the bedside, observing the still unconscious Medusa, Johnny's eyes glimmered with a hint of intrigue. The enchanting beauty before him had now become his servant, a trophy of his conquests. A chill emanated from Johnny's fingertips, gently gliding across Medusa's body, causing her to shudder slightly, before gradually awakening. Upon her first sight of Johnny, Medusa instantly sat up, instinctively reaching for the dagger at her waist, only to find emptiness. You have finally awakened. Witnessing Medusa's startled demeanor, even in such a precarious situation, she still radiated captivating allure, eliciting a smile from Johnny. Where am I? Medusa, just regaining consciousness, struggled to gather her thoughts amidst a lingering sense of weakness. This is the independent living area reserved for champions. You should be aware of that, correct? With a smile gracing his face, Johnny's gaze unabashedly roamed over Medusa's form. His words rendered Medusa momentarily speechless, as memories of the arena slowly resurfaced in her mind, bringing forth a flicker of struggle within her eyes. Medusa attempted to speak, yet found herself at a loss for words. Medusa, I recall that you have already pledged your allegiance to me. It seems you ought to address me as your master now? Observing the enchanting expression on Medusa's delicate features, a warmth surged within Johnny, and he remarked with a faint smile, Indeed, you have triumphed over me, and in accordance with our agreement, you are now my master. After coming to terms with everything, although Medusa initially found it difficult to accept such a title, she reluctantly uttered it. Medusa, surely this cannot be your true name? The complex expression on Medusa's face added an enchanting allure to her already captivating presence, and Johnny, intrigued, inquired with a smile. Previously, I was merely a tool for the master, without a name, only a code name. Medusa is a rather splendid name. Mentioning her true identity brought a slight melancholy to Medusa's demeanor, as her experiences under the secretive training of the High Celestial were filled with pain and darkness. Since you favor this name, I shall call you Medusa. As your master, I am now to exercise my authority. From this moment forth, there will be no master, only the High Celestial. You shall no longer have any connection with the High Celestial, and your sole master for the rest of your life will be me. Do you understand? Johnny's resolute and somber tone caused Medusa to shudder slightly, and she lifted her gaze to meet his. From the depths of Johnny's eyes, Medusa sensed an unfamiliar warmth. To the High Celestial, both the Lightning Wolf and she were mere instruments, tools to alleviate his endless boredom. At best, she was a slightly more powerful tool than the Lightning Wolf. However, the way Johnny looked at her was entirely different from the High Celestial's gaze. Although adept at mind reading, Medusa could not delve into Johnny's inner world, yet through their eye contact, she felt that he did not regard her as a mere object. Understood, master. Medusa nodded slowly, her voice trembling with unintentional emotion. Lacking a similar experience, it was hard to fathom the warmth that surged within her from a mere glance from Johnny. Medusa, my name is Johnny. Though I claim to be your master, I will not disregard your life as the High Celestial does. I assure you, following me is undoubtedly the right decision. Johnny smiled faintly, becoming considerably more approachable. He casually lifted a glass of juice, infused with the aromas of mixed fruits, and handed it to Medusa, engaging her in conversation. From Johnny, Medusa felt no oppression. After sipping the sweet juice and partaking in light banter, she realized her earlier weakness had vanished, leaving her feeling remarkably at ease. This sense of relaxation and security was something Medusa had never experienced in Sarka. Medusa, I shall not linger in Sarka for long. Johnny, wearing a gentle smile, had made his decision. Once the festivities of Sarka concluded, he would depart for Earth. He had also inquired with the system, which confirmed that the reward for ignoring distance and teleportation could include a servant. Master, where do you intend to go? With your formidable strength, conquering a life-bearing planet or even a star system would pose no challenge. Upon hearing Johnny's words, Medusa grew bolder, her alluring eyes gazing at him as she asked. The juice, imbued with a subtle hint of alcohol, brought a faint blush to Medusa's countenance, enhancing her allure significantly. Life on Sakaar had grown tedious, I yearned to journey to a vibrant planet, which also felt like a return to my homeland. A gentle smile graced Johnny's lips as a cerulean planet materialized in his mind. Medusa, your eyes are captivating. It seems you are once again employing your enchanting abilities to beguile me. The moment their gazes locked, Johnny felt an irresistible urge to speak. At that instant, the two sat closely on a plush bed, the proximity allowing Johnny to catch the delicate fragrance that wafted from Medusa. Chapter 40. Departing Sakaar. Returning to Earth the week following the championship battle was a time of revelry on Sakaar. During this week, Johnny too was immersed in the festivities. Medusa, in all her exquisite beauty, ensnared Johnny, while his formidable physique captivated her in turn. Through this shared experience, Medusa found herself utterly devoted, both in body and spirit. Johnny, Topaz informed me that you are preparing to leave. In the grand, opulent palace of the Grandmaster, Johnny sat opposite him with Medusa by his side, while Topaz stood respectfully behind the Grandmaster. Faced with Johnny, now a champion and a figure of honor in Sakaar, Topaz dared not entertain any ulterior motives. Indeed, I have acquired what I desired, Johnny replied, his demeanor calm. Very well, since you have chosen to depart, I cannot detain you according to Sakaar's customs. However, the spaceship you requested will require additional time for preparation. The Grandmaster cast a fleeting glance at Medusa, seated beside Johnny, his gaze laden with unspoken implications. Yet he refrained from elaborating. There's no need. I will take Medusa with me today, and the ship need not be prepared. However, Master, I would appreciate it if you could look after my friend, Rat, the guard of the Fighters District, after I leave Sakaar. With the system's reward granting him a one-time distance-ignoring teleportation, Johnny found no need for a spaceship. Saving this teleportation ability would allow him to return to Earth long before the Grandmaster could ready the ship. That is a trivial matter. Your friend will enjoy his time on Sakaar. Johnny, should the opportunity arise, I hope you will return, for soon there will be a grand statue erected in your honor. To frequently behold one's own likeness is indeed a marvelous experience, is it not? With Johnny opting out of the spaceship, the Grandmaster shifted the conversation. Johnny smiled slightly and nodded. In his interactions with the Grandmaster, he realized that becoming a cosmic elder did not render one foolish, as depicted in films. Rather, the Grandmaster was exceedingly astute, and upon recognizing Johnny's strength and potential, his demeanor softened. Are you ready, Medusa? Johnny exchanged a glance with her, and she comprehended his intent. Slowly nodding in affirmation. System, commence the process, transport us to Earth. In Johnny's mind, he commanded the system. A peculiar spatial force emanated from him, enveloping both his and Medusa's bodies entirely. In the next instant, the figures of the two vanished from the opulent palace of the High Sovereign. Witnessing this strange disappearance, the surrounding subordinates of the High Sovereign expressed their astonishment, while he himself fell into a contemplative silence. The power of space. Johnny, you never cease to surprise me. The High Sovereign finally murmured, as if speaking to himself. A wave of mild dizziness enveloped Johnny and the Medusa he held close. Before them, the spatial anomaly transformed into countless flickering lights, nearly impossible to discern with the naked eye. In Johnny's perception, time seemed to pass in an instant. Yet it felt as if ages had gone by. The pressure of space suddenly intensified, ejecting his body from the rapidly shifting dimensions. As he regained his footing, Johnny found himself in an entirely different realm. Before him lay a pitch-black, desolate street, with a gentle breeze rustling the fallen leaves. There were no pedestrians to be seen, and the surrounding structures appeared forlorn. Master, is this the Earth you spoke of? Medusa inquired, her curious gaze sweeping the area. Johnny's eyes flickered, despite the dim light. He managed to perceive everything around him. Soon, he discovered what he had been searching for, a slightly weathered street sign reading East Street, Manhattan. The words illuminated his face with a hint of a smile. Medusa, we have arrived. This is my home planet, Earth. He nodded, inhaling the crisp night air, feeling a long-lost sense of emotion. For Johnny, who had traversed dimensions, Earth could barely be considered his homeland. So, Master, what should we do now? Medusa, though powerful, felt somewhat at a loss in this unfamiliar world. The most pressing matter is to ascertain the situation on Earth, and we will also need a place to stay. Johnny pondered briefly before arriving at a decision. However, just as they conversed, two figures emerged from the shadowy end of the street. Damn it, my luck today is dreadful. I lost quite a bit on this bet. One of them grumbled. Tell me about it. Wait, look ahead. As they walked, their banter continued, and they soon laid eyes on Johnny and Medusa. More specifically, their gazes fixated on Medusa. Despite the dim lighting, Medusa's strikingly tall and alluring figure possessed an irresistible allure for any man. What a hot girl. Hey there, sweetheart, want to have some fun? Upon seeing Medusa, the two exchanged glances and quickly approached Johnny and her. As they drew near, The overwhelming stench of alcohol assailed Medusa's senses, prompting her to wrinkle her nose in distaste. Seeking death, are we? Medusa, with no patience for the two inebriates, coldly admonished them, ready to unleash her wrath. Medusa, wait. Johnny's voice timely halted her. Ha ha ha. Little lady, I advise you to heed his words. Otherwise, your young boyfriend may not withstand our blows. As they drew closer, the two drunken men beheld Medusa's captivating beauty, their eyes glinting with eager desire. One of the intoxicated men brandished a knife, swaying it menacingly, evidently intent on threatening Johnny. Just when I was perplexed by the situation. You present yourselves so conveniently. Do not blame me then. Observing the knife wavering in the man's hand, Johnny wore an innocent smile, subtly grinning at the duo. In the desolate, dimly lit street, two anguished screams pierced the silence. Moments later, Johnny extracted a wealth of valuable information from the two men and departed with Medusa, thoroughly satisfied. Incidentally, the remaining cash from the two also found its way into Johnny's pocket. Shortly after Johnny and Medusa vanished into the shadows of the night, an unregistered Ford came to a slow halt at the alleyway's entrance, where several agile agents clad in black suits swiftly emerged, under the scrutiny of the tense agents. The silent street bore witness only to two terrified, trembling drunks huddled in a corner. Chapter 41. Morgan Biotech Director. Upon our arrival at the scene, we found no trace of anyone other than the two known criminals. The report echoed through a clandestine base in New York. Bring these two back. The speaker was a tall African-American man, his retro leather jacket lending him an air of coldness. But it was the distinctive eye patch that left the most profound impression. This man was none other than Nick Fury, the enigmatic leader of S.H.I.E.L.D. Johnny and Medusa had descended to Earth via a teleportation method, generating powerful, irregular energy waves that were fortuitously detected by S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance equipment, prompting their swift response to the scene. Before long, the two inebriates found at the so-called incident site were transported to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secret facility. Director, these two have completely lost their mental faculties. They were unable to communicate normally throughout the journey. When Nick Fury encountered the two drunks, they appeared dazed, mouths agape, drooling, a perfect picture of bewilderment. Director, the medical team has assessed them and surmises that they must have experienced immense shock, leading to their mental breakdown. One of Fury's aides remarked, holding the evaluation report. No, it is not merely shock. There is some energy we cannot comprehend, Fury asserted. His gaze fixed firmly on the vacant expressions of the two men. From their eyes, he discerned no hint of normal human emotion, only a profound stupor and terror. What shall we do next? As the highest authority, Fury's subordinates held deep respect for him and awaited his command. It is unrealistic to expect valuable intelligence from these two inebriated individuals. Let the police handle them. Casting a final glance at the pair, Fury made his decision. Indeed, Fury's deputy nodded in agreement and gestured to several responsible agents. The two now utterly useless drunkards were swiftly escorted away. Director, could this peculiar incident bear any relation to Hydra? After a moment of contemplation, Fury's deputy ventured a tentative hypothesis. The anomalous spatial energy fluctuations bear some resemblance to Hydra's past research on the Tesseract. This possibility cannot be dismissed. We have been closely monitoring the unusual occurrences in Manhattan. Additionally, what is the status of the search and recovery operations regarding the Tesseract and the aircraft that went missing years ago? Fury nodded slightly, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. The search and recovery efforts are under the purview of Agent Carter and Mr. Stark, and they have remained steadfast over the years. Thus far, Mr. Stark has pinpointed the final area where the Tesseract's energy signature disappeared. If confirmed, results should be forthcoming soon. Fury's deputy opened a report and handed it to him. 1 month after Johnny and Medusa's arrival on Earth, in a restaurant somewhere in New York. My lord, the food on Earth is significantly more varied than that on Sakaar, Medusa remarked, taking a sip of red wine, her cheeks slightly flushed. With her captivating allure, Medusa commanded the attention of nearly every male patron in the restaurant. Many envied Johnny, who sat across from her, drawing glances filled with admiration. Medusa, your adaptability is commendable. You have clearly acclimated to Earth. How is the investigation I tasked you with progressing? Johnny inquired, nodding as he sliced into a succulent medium-rare steak. My lord, as per your request, I have spent the past month investigating most of New York's conglomerates, excluding Stark Industries. Among them, I have identified a burgeoning biopharmaceutical company that should meet your approval. Medusa smiled faintly, setting down her wine glass and producing a dossier for Johnny. The cover bore a logo with the words Morgan Bio inscribed beneath it. This company was established following the conclusion of World War II and has, in less than a decade, ascended to become one of New York's foremost powerful entities, ranking within the top 50 in financial resources. Furthermore, my investigation reveals that this company enjoys the backing of the U.S. military, which aligns perfectly with your requirements. Medusa succinctly explained. Medusa's unique abilities afforded her an unparalleled advantage in intelligence gathering. With merely a subtle mental suggestion, she could effortlessly acquire the information Johnny sought. The task assigned to Medusa was to investigate the capital-rich entities in New York that possessed military connections. The objective of this investigation was to gain control. For Johnny, as an absolute outsider on Earth, the most effective means of rapidly establishing his influence was to identify pre-existing powers, thus streamlining the process. As Johnny listened to Medusa's introduction, he perused the file in his hands, a smile gradually spreading across his face. Medusa had performed admirably. Morgan Biotech indeed met his expectations. Let us dine first. Having finished reviewing the documents, Johnny appeared thoroughly satisfied. The company's influence was considerable, bolstered by military connections, with its primary focus on high-tech biological research. Furthermore, it had made significant strides in other cutting-edge technological fields, making it an ideal fit for Johnny. As for how to gain control over Morgan Biotech, he felt no apprehension. With Medusa as his servant, exercising control over ordinary individuals under her formidable mental prowess would be as effortless as eating or drinking. Meanwhile, the executives of Morgan Biotech, oblivious to the impending alteration of their fates, were unaware of Johnny's predilection for their company. At the pinnacle of the Morgan Biotech Tower, within an opulent office, stood a somewhat portly middle-aged man facing two robust individuals. The demeanor of the three suggested that the middle-aged man, attired in a suit, held a lower status than the two formidable figures. "Hail Hydra!" The middle-aged man proclaimed loudly, eliciting satisfied expressions from both men. "Morgan, is there any recent news?" One of the men inquired, adopting a commanding tone. "My lord, with your support and that of the military, the company's growth has been swift, and we have made significant progress on the research projects required by the organization. Our research on body enhancement serums is currently undergoing trials on primates." The man named Morgan replied, a hint of pride illuminating his features. It was evident from his name that he was the head of Morgan Biotech. However, few would suspect that this titan of New York's financial realm was entangled with Hydra. "Morgan, the organization has always had confidence in your capabilities. Otherwise, it would not have invested substantial resources over the years to elevate Morgan Biotech to its current stature." The muscular man expressed satisfaction with Morgan, a smile gracing his face as he began a more in-depth discussion. "I couldn't have arrived at a more opportune moment. It seems I have stumbled upon something truly significant." Just as the two robust men engaged in a confidential dialogue with Morgan, a voice, laced with mockery, abruptly broke the tension in the room, causing the expressions of all three men to shift dramatically. Chapter 42, Mastering Morgan Biotech Who? The sudden voice sent a wave of tension through the trio, their alert gazes darting towards the source of the sound. In this highly secured chamber, unbeknownst to them, a man and a woman had inexplicably materialized on the plush sofa. The intruders were none other than Johnny and Medusa. In less than a decade, Morgan Biotech has surged to prominence. Initially, I presumed it was due to military backing, but it now appears that the notorious Hydra might be its principal benefactor, Johnny remarked, reclining on the sofa. His demeanor relaxed despite the vigilant stares from Morgan and the two Hydra members. He is not one of the company's people. Upon discerning Johnny's appearance, Morgan's expression shifted subtly as he addressed the two individuals beside him. Upon hearing Morgan's words, the duo exchanged glances, and two distinctive weapons materialized in their hands, aimed squarely at Johnny and Medusa. The activities of Hydra had always been shrouded in secrecy, and to their astonishment, they were now exposed. The two men steeled themselves, resolutely deciding to eliminate Johnny and Medusa. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire erupted almost simultaneously, as specially modified bullets, far more potent than conventional weaponry, hurtled towards Johnny. Reclining upon the sofa, Johnny's eyes flickered momentarily as he activated his speed ability. In that instant, the world around him appeared to slow down exponentially, rendering the two exquisite bullets in his vision as if they were suspended in time, allowing him to perceive their spiraling trajectory with crystal clarity. Faced with the lethargically advancing projectiles, a slight smile graced Johnny's lips, and he vanished in an instant. To Morgan and the two Hydra agents, Johnny's form merely blurred for a fleeting moment before returning to normal. Yet, the bullets they had fired had mysteriously vanished into thin air. A palpable shock now filled their gazes as they regarded Johnny. "Is this what you were looking for?" Johnny inquired with a faint smile, slowly revealing his palm to display two special bullets lying quietly within it. "Attack!" The two Hydra agents, now gripped by terror, hesitated not a moment longer in their intent to strike again. However, unbeknownst to them, the spectral figure of an immortal had already appeared behind them, glinting claws poised to strike. A short scream pierced the air as blood erupted from the two Hydra agents, their bodies gradually collapsing, expressions of disbelief etched upon their faces. Johnny and Medusa observed the unfolding events without any inclination to intervene. The splattering blood doused the still-stunned Morgan, who, feeling the warmth of the crimson liquid and the pungent scent of iron, trembled uncontrollably, his lips turning pale as he struggled to comprehend the bizarre scene before him. "President Morgan, considering your association with the infamous Hydra, what should I do with you?" Johnny inquired, his smile unwavering as he regarded the visibly shaken Morgan. "And no, it's not my fault. Please don't kill me," Morgan stammered, his body quaking under Johnny's mocking gaze, his tone rife with desperation and pleading. "How dull. I expected Hydra to be resolute, but it appears you are rather spineless." "Medusa, I leave him to you," Johnny remarked, his interest waning and continuing to intimidate the ineffectual Morgan. Moments later, Master Morgan stood before Johnny, his demeanor transformed, radiating unwavering sincerity and respect. "Tell me everything you know regarding Hydra," Johnny said, casting an approving glance at Medusa before inquiring further. "Yes, I am not, in fact, a member of Hydra. It was merely when the company teetered on the brink of collapse that Hydra approached me, offering substantial funding to enable Morgan Biotech's development. Subsequently, Hydra also provided a multitude of cutting-edge technological projects. Completely under their control, I, Morgan, could only express unwavering obedience, divulging all known intelligence pertaining to Hydra to Johnny." Upon hearing Morgan's account, Johnny nodded slightly, lost in contemplation. According to Morgan, he could only be considered a puppet of Hydra, and their concealment was so profound that individuals like Morgan, aside from communicating solely with peripheral members assigned by Hydra, had no access to any of their secrets. The very peripheral member responsible for liaising with Morgan had succumbed mere minutes prior, lying in a pool of blood. Had I known it would unfold this way, I would have allowed them to linger a while longer. Hydra, compared to Morgan Biotech, is far more suited to subdue. Johnny mused silently. "Morgan, I entrust you with two tasks. First, arrange a reasonable identity for Medusa and myself. Secondly, transfer the company into my name." After a moment of deep thought, Johnny finally spoke. "Master, the identity matter is quite easily resolved. However, I hold just over 20% of the company as shares. To gain complete control, I would require at least 45%, and to hold total dominance, the approval of the other board members is necessary." Morgan responded without any objection to Johnny's demands. "In that case, convene a board meeting." "Oh, and bring Medusa along," Johnny nodded, acknowledging that while it might be somewhat troublesome, the necessary steps must be taken. Gaining full control of a company and subjugating all board members would indeed simplify matters for Johnny. A month later, at a secluded villa by the seaside in Manhattan, a helicopter descended slowly. Soon, it landed on the helipad, and a stunning woman clad in elegant attire, high heels, and black stockings emerged. "Chairwoman Medusa, you've arrived rather early today," Johnny remarked with a roguish smile as he observed the enchanting woman approaching him. "Master, you certainly excel at being a hands-off manager." "Leaving everything to me," Medusa quipped, casting a playful glance at Johnny, who stood bare-chested, exuding an aura of masculine allure after his recent training. "Indeed, how fortunate I am to have such a capable and considerate servant," Johnny replied with a slight smile, his gaze gradually intensifying as he admired Medusa in her uniform. Before long, the two entered the villa. Yes, indeed, this is decadence. Johnny was not one to adhere to asceticism. He was a hedonist who indulged in every pleasure without reservation. Yet, he understood that power was paramount. After gaining control of Morgan Biotech, Johnny refrained from excessive interference. Aside from occasionally checking whether Hydra would respond, he entrusted all affairs to Medusa, having spent years entrenched in various battles. Medusa found herself genuinely intrigued and thoroughly engaged in managing a company after embracing a new way of life. Only significant decisions, or the acquisition of vital intelligence sought by Johnny, would prompt Medusa to make an appearance. Typically, various decisions would unfold within this seaside villa, and today was no exception. Chapter 43. The emergence of mutants. Johnny's formidable physique allowed him to prolong his interactions with Medusa. The following morning, Medusa, resembling a puddle of soft mud, groggily emerged from Johnny's embrace, only to discover that the man who had kept her awake through the night was now gazing at her with a cheerful smile. "My master, it's all your fault. I forgot to present you with an important document yesterday." With a playful pout, Medusa retrieved a classified file marked with utmost secrecy from her briefcase and handed it to Johnny. "Oh, what kind of documents are these?" Johnny inquired. His curiosity piqued as he observed the highest level of confidentiality emblazoned upon the file. These documents were compiled through channels within our company's military division, drawn from the CIA, military and police departments, encompassing various mysterious phenomena. "I meticulously filtered and brought over everything you might need, my master," Medusa explained. Intrigued, Johnny seized the opportunity while Medusa busied herself preparing breakfast to examine the contents of the classified dossier. However, as he opened it, a somewhat yellowed document slipped out, instantly capturing his attention. Mysterious and powerful magnetic field fluctuations at Auschwitz concentration camp? Reading the title of the document, Johnny's eyes narrowed slightly. The timestamp read July 1942. This must pertain to Magneto awakening his magnetic powers under the pressure from that fellow, right? The time and location seem to align perfectly. It appears I am not mistaken. Having unraveled the document's significance, Johnny's interest deepened considerably. This was the convenience afforded by his control over Morgan Bio. Leveraging its connections with the military allowed him access to intelligence that was typically beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Such information would prove invaluable to Johnny. Within this file, there were over 20 such pages of intriguing documents. Turning to the next page, another captivating title caught Johnny's eye. During World War II, 2 soldiers exhibited signs of beast-like transformation, charging valiantly on the battlefield with astonishing wound-healing abilities. One possessed retractable bone claws, while the other had exceptionally sharp nails. They were brothers. These 2 must be Wolverine and Sabretooth, Johnny mused, his expression reflecting his fascination. Sabretooth was manageable, but Wolverine's combat prowess was remarkably fierce. If only he could be tamed. Yet, Johnny realized that even if he could conquer a mutant like Wolverine, restraining him would likely prove to be a formidable challenge. There is indeed a wealth of information here. After perusing the files on Wolverine and Sabretooth, Johnny murmured to himself. As he continued flipping through the documents, he encountered yet another intriguing report. The Soviets are suspected of researching a super soldier serum, which, although not fully perfected, demonstrates certain efficacy. With subjects, Red Room, Black Widow. Turning further down the dossier, he stumbled upon an alarming report. Anomalous human report. Danger. This report carries significant weight, documenting numerous extraordinary individuals that have been discovered, many of whom are well known to Johnny, such as the members of the Hellfire Club. Furthermore, there are many files detailing the remnants of Hydra, statistics on dangerous weapons, mysterious relics, ancient artifacts, and suspected extraterrestrial spacecraft, all of which are perilous and enigmatic records unknown to the general populace. My lord, breakfast is served. These are the culinary methods I have recently mastered. Do indulge. While Johnny was perusing the files, Medusa, like a considerate spouse, had prepared an array of aromatic dishes before him. Medusa, your culinary skills are commendable. What are your thoughts on the extraordinary individuals mentioned in these reports? Johnny inquired while savoring Medusa's cooking. Having taken control of Morgan's biology, Medusa exhibited remarkable adaptability. Within a mere month, she had gained substantial insight into the intricacies of power dynamics, and her perspective had undergone a considerable transformation. Often, she no longer approached matters solely from a warrior's viewpoint. Upon hearing Johnny's words, she fell into a moment of contemplation. My lord, I believe the emergence of extraordinary individuals on Earth is quite remarkable. Their abilities enable them to accomplish myriad feats. We could endeavor to connect with and recruit a select group of these unique individuals, thereby facilitating whatever you wish to pursue. Indeed, in Sokka, possessing power alone is insufficient. One must also wield authority and influence. After a period of reflection, Medusa articulated her thoughts. Medusa, it is said that earnest women possess the most allure. And I find you increasingly captivating, Johnny remarked, taking a bite of food and nodding with a smile. Upon hearing Johnny's compliment, Medusa felt a tinge of bashfulness. You and I share a similar line of thought. Extraordinary individuals, or mutants, will soon enter the public eye. If we can secure the most powerful among them beforehand, we shall possess a considerable advantage in the future. Charles Francis Xavier, Johnny said with a smile, naming an individual. My lord, who is that? Medusa inquired, unfamiliar with the name and its significance. If I am not mistaken, there is a genetics professor at Harvard named Charles Francis Xavier. Investigate him and arrange a meeting. I wish to speak with him personally. In Johnny's mind, a vision of a bald figure seated in a wheelchair materialized. In an era when mutants had yet to fully reveal themselves, Charles had not yet assumed the role of professor. However, Johnny knew that at some point in the future, Charles would rise to become a leading figure among the mutant community, attaining a pivotal, almost patriarchal status within the mutant world. Understood, my lord. I will investigate and arrange it promptly. Though Medusa was unsure of Johnny's motives for seeking Charles, she was determined to execute his wishes diligently. By the way, Medusa, what is today's date? Johnny casually asked before she departed. It is the 6th, Saturday. Do you have any plans, my lord? Medusa replied with a smile. What year is it? On August 6, 1962, the master? Medusa felt somewhat perplexed by Johnny's inquiry. In 1962, Medusa urgently sought out Charles, as time was of the essence. Johnny uttered a remark that left Medusa somewhat bewildered. After Medusa's helicopter departed, Johnny stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the rising sun, his eyes shimmering with an inexplicable light. 1962, during the Cuban Missile Crisis, was the plot of the war police about to unfold? A murmur escaped Johnny's lips. Chapter 44. The Attention of Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. Beneath an unremarkable island in the vast ocean lies a grand secret base, heavily guarded and pulsating with peculiar energy fluctuations. No one would suspect that this underground facility, hidden beneath the deserted island, served as the lair for Hydra, housing a multitude of its members. Baron Zemo. Our two missing members have been confirmed dead. Upon investigation, we found that Morgan Biotechnology, which we controlled, is now under the dominion of a woman named Medusa, who possesses over half of the company's shares. A man, adorned with a peculiar tattoo of a skull entwined with octopus tentacles on his neck, knelt respectfully in the room, addressing a shadowy figure. The man known as Baron Zemo, masked and obscured in shadows, concealed his appearance, rendering his features indistinguishable. The entity that killed our people has taken control of Morgan Biotechnology, but has made no further moves? After a pause, a grave voice slowly emerged from the lips of the man referred to as Baron Zemo. None. After seizing Morgan Biotechnology, our dispatched members, in an effort to avoid detection, did not dare to investigate too deeply. The kneeling Hydra member responded with deference. If the perpetrator were S.H.I.E.L.D. following the assassination of our members, they would undoubtedly take subsequent action. It appears this woman named Medusa is not an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Who else would dare to act against us? The masked Baron Zemo's voice resonated in the chamber, as if he were musing aloud. Baron Zemo. Our agents have discovered that after Medusa took control of Morgan Biotechnology, she leveraged the company's relationship with the military to investigate S.H.I.E.L.D. and several other peculiar incidents involving Hydra. We remain unaware of her true intentions. As Zemo's trusted confidant, this Hydra operative was quite capable and had uncovered significant information after the liaison with Morgan Biotechnology went missing. Baron, the adversary has brazenly slain our members. Should we deploy Hydra warriors? After a considerable silence from Baron Zemo, the confidant spoke, making a gesture across his throat. Those who kill our people will not escape unscathed. But we must refrain from rash actions. The speed with which they took control of Morgan Biotechnology indicates that they are not to be underestimated. Recently, S.H.I.E.L.D. has exerted considerable pressure on us. We should exercise caution. Yes, Baron Zemo. The Hydra member kneeling on the ground nodded. Our experiment is at a critical juncture and must not be exposed. As for Morgan Biotech, continue the investigation. We shall devise a plan once we ascertain their true nature. Baron Zemo gestured in the darkness, making a decisive choice. His confidant nodded and swiftly departed, leaving the room enveloped in silence once more. Any adversary daring to confront Medusa would be reduced to ashes beneath Hydra's wrath. Baron Zemo slowly spoke, his voice laced with a chilling foreboding. Following Zemo's orders, this faction of Hydra mobilized its formidable resources, delving into an extensive investigation of Medusa's background through various channels. However, both Johnny and Medusa are not natives of Earth. They hail from the distant Sakaar. After considerable inquiry, Hydra's agents found themselves at a loss, discovering that Medusa, who controls Morgan Biotech, seemed to have emerged from thin air. Despite expending vast efforts, they could uncover no information whatsoever. Meanwhile, Johnny, enjoying life in a luxurious villa in Manhattan's affluent district, remained oblivious to Hydra's gaze now fixed upon him. Yet, even if Johnny were aware of Hydra's interest, he would harbor no concerns. Rather, it was precisely the attention he desired. Concurrently, while Hydra investigated Medusa through various channels, traces of their actions were detected by the Department of Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics, which wields considerable power. Since its establishment, this agency, known as S.H.I.E.L.D., has been Hydra's sworn enemy, dedicated to safeguarding national security and eradicating Hydra entirely. Director, I bring good news. The deputy handed a document to Fury at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Triskelion headquarters. The document detailed Hydra's activities, including their covert inquiries into Morgan Biotech and Medusa. Upon reviewing its contents, a flicker of intrigue crossed Fury's one-eyed gaze. Had Hydra taken leave of their senses to make such bold moves at this juncture? Fury murmured, his expression darkening. Although uncovering Hydra's traces was indeed fortuitous, their unusual actions only heightened Fury's suspicion and vigilance. Director, what shall we do? Should we take action? The deputy, observing Fury's contemplation, tentatively inquired. These surfaced individuals are merely peripheral members of Hydra. Engaging them bears no significance. What piques my curiosity is Hydra's interest in Morgan Biotech and their covert investigation into a woman named Medusa. Utilize SHIELDS resources. I demand to know Hydra's motives for their inquiries in the shortest time possible. After a moment of reflection, Fury refrained from hastily acting against the exposed peripheral members of Hydra, instead issuing orders for his agents to swiftly investigate all information regarding Morgan Biotech. After Fury issued his orders, both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra operated like colossal machines. In no time, the formidable forces of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra focused their attention on Morgan Biotech. Covertly controlled by Johnny, the protagonist of this significant upheaval, Johnny was currently in his seaside villa, connecting a call to Medusa. Master, I've gathered information on Charles Francis Xavier, as you requested. Under the guise of the company, I've extended an invitation for him to collaborate on research concerning genetic mutations. He has responded that he will fly to New York in 3 days. Medusa's magnetic voice brought a smile to Johnny's face. Well done, Medusa. Once Charles arrives in New York, please escort him directly to my villa, Johnny instructed with a grin, feeling a hint of anticipation for his meeting with Charles. Chapter 45. Charles's astonishment. 3 days swiftly passed, and Johnny was prepared, awaiting Charles in the villa. The roar of the helicopter's rotor blades grew louder, eliciting a smile from Johnny as he stepped out of the villa towards the figures on the helipad. Professor Charles, it's a pleasure to meet you. Upon seeing the young man with long hair beside Medusa, Johnny's smile widened. Although young Charles was not conventionally handsome, his life of affluence bestowed upon him an air of aristocracy. His bright eyes, imbued with confidence and a hint of rebelliousness, easily left a lasting impression. Mr. Johnny, I didn't expect you to be the master of Morgan Biotech. I initially thought it was Mr. Morgan who wished to speak with me, Charles responded, slightly surprised before regaining his composure and smiling. Let me guess, this beautiful young lady must be your sister, Raven, am I correct? As a traveler familiar with the Marvel Universe, Johnny instantly recognized Mystique, who accompanied Charles, though he chose not to reveal his knowledge. Upon hearing Johnny mention her name, Raven appeared slightly taken aback but nonetheless nodded politely, maintaining a favorable impression of Johnny thus far. Mr. Charles, lunch is ready. Shall we walk and talk? Johnny suggested with a gentle smile, extending a courteous gesture. Medusa was mildly surprised by Johnny's politeness towards Charles, yet her smile remained unchanged as she accompanied the group, engaging in casual conversation with Charles, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Within the villa, a designated reception and dining area was elegantly, yet simply arranged. At Johnny's behest, the villa's hired gourmet chef had prepared a lavish lunch. As everyone took their seats, exquisite dishes were presented by the villa's servants, and the enticing aromas filled the air, making it hard to resist indulging. Professor Charles, Miss Raven, these are the culinary creations of my specially hired chef. Do give them a try, Johnny said with a warm smile. Mr. Johnny chuckled, asserting that only those who teach are professors, while he merely considered himself an ordinary researcher. Johnny's distant invitation puzzled Charles, who could only respond with courteous platitudes. Professor Charles, there is no need for such formality. Simply call me Johnny. My invitation was merely an attempt to forge a friendship and discuss intriguing matters. I trust you won't mind my audacity. Leafing through a glass of richly aromatic red wine, Yifeng subtly acknowledged Charles. Of course, I do not mind. Charles and Raven slowly raised their glasses in unison. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Johnny waved his hand, signaling the unrelated servants to withdraw. Observing this, Charles understood that Johnny intended to discuss serious matters. However, he was genuinely curious about what Johnny was about to reveal. Charles, I would like to inquire about your perspective on the universe we inhabit. Do you believe, amidst the vastness of the cosmos, that there are other intelligent races apart from humanity? Johnny posed a question that momentarily caught both Charles and Raven off guard. This topic, seemingly trivial, left them bewildered as to why Yifeng had dismissed all the servants merely to entertain such a baseless inquiry. The universe's expanse harbors countless possibilities. With Earth's current technology, we are but insignificant specks of dust in the grand galaxy. Therefore, I believe there must be other life-bearing planets, perhaps pondering similar questions. As a scientist and researcher, although Charles found Johnny's query somewhat absurd, his response was notably dialectical. Charles, if I were to tell you that I hail from another life-bearing planet, or that I am an extraterrestrial, would you believe me? Johnny's subsequent remark brought a smile to Charles's face. Charles, you yourself mentioned the myriad possibilities of the galaxy. Do you believe what I have just stated? Johnny continued to probe. So, does this mean I am currently enjoying lunch with an extraterrestrial friend alongside Raven? What an honor that would be. Charles did not respond directly but chuckled, eliciting a smile from Raven as well. Charles, in truth, this extraterrestrial wishes to discuss another topic, mutation. Johnny, maintaining his cheerful demeanor, slowly articulated the word mutation, causing a flicker of interest to gleam in Charles's eyes. Mutation? Mr. Johnny is intrigued by this as well. When I broached this subject on campus, many considered me a fool. The mention of mutation piqued Charles's interest, leading him to recall Morgan Biotech and its relevance to his studies. No, Charles. The mutation I wish to explore is not of an academic nature, but rather that which has already occurred and is occurring around us. Gazing at Charles, Johnny's expression turned enigmatic. Forgive me, Mr. Johnny. Are you referring to phenomena such as some individuals having heterochromia? Charles inquired. Iris heterochromia is merely one aspect I wish to discuss with you. I intend to delve into a far more profound phenomenon. For instance, you or the enchanting Miss Raven beside you, who possess genetic mutations that bestow upon you an exceptional nature, akin to divine favor. Do you not agree? Johnny shook his head, his glass swaying as he addressed Charles and Raven. His words carried a potent insinuation, and while Charles managed to maintain his composure, the flicker of surprise was fleeting. In stark contrast, Raven's astonishment was utterly transparent. Presently, Charles had encountered only one mutant, Raven herself, and Johnny's almost blatant reference to this fact was undoubtedly shocking. When faced once more with Johnny, as their gazes locked, Charles sensed an air of mystery enveloping the young man before him. Instinctively, an invisible mental force surged within Charles, compelling him to utilize his abilities to probe Johnny's thoughts. However, the ever-charming Medusa, who stood alongside Johnny, possessed a formidable mental energy that instantly shielded Charles from his attempt at mental exploration. This marked the first occasion after Charles's awakening that he discovered his powers rendered ineffective, causing a visible shift in his expression. Charles, your abilities manifested when you were merely 9 years old. At that time, various voices echoed within your mind, leading you to believe you were losing your sanity. It was not until you reached the age of 12 that you gradually comprehended these voices were, in fact, the thoughts of others, Johnny remarked. Although Johnny lacked telepathic abilities, he perceptively sensed the clash of mental energies between Medusa and Charles, and with a subtle smile, he articulated words that deepened Charles's astonishment. Chapter 46. The Onset of Chaos. How do you know this? I have never confided such matters to anyone. Completely engulfed in shock, Charles's gaze towards Johnny transformed dramatically. The captivating Miss Raven, much like yourself, possesses a remarkable ability to alter her cellular and tissue structure at will, enabling her to assume the appearance of anyone, including their irises, fingerprints, skin texture, voice, and even gender. Additionally, she can mimic the essence of any attire, correct? Ignoring Charles's astonishment, Johnny continued to elaborate on Raven's abilities, leaving both her and Charles in utter disbelief. After a moment of silence, they gradually regained their composure, their expressions serious as they regarded Johnny. He exuded an aura of enigma, rendering them completely unaware of his true nature, while he appeared to possess profound insight into their identities. Mr. Johnny, who exactly are you? Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Charles finally inquired. Charles, that is precisely the purpose of my invitation. I shall reveal the future to you, Johnny responded, having fully seized the initiative in their conversation. Among humans, genetic mutations are not limited to you and Raven. In the near future, an increasing number of individuals and newborns will exhibit extraordinary talents. Yet this phenomenon will inevitably incite chaos. Charles, imagine if a segment of humanity gradually reveals exceptional abilities. How do you think the average person would perceive them? Given your understanding of human nature? Johnny did not respond directly to Charles, but instead painted a scenario that plunged him into contemplation. Are you suggesting that the world will descend into chaos? With Johnny's prompt, Charles quickly envisioned the potential consequences, which further darkened his mood. Charles, it appears you have grasped the gravity of the situation. This is precisely why I invited you. It is not merely chaos, but a profound crisis that lurks beneath the surface. Once a crisis and chaos unfold, resolution becomes exceedingly arduous. However, if we adopt a judicious approach at the inception of the crisis, I believe the outcome will be significantly more favorable, Johnny remarked. Another profound silence ensued. I have always believed that I am not alone in this world, but I never anticipated the implications of a growing number of individuals like myself. Johnny, what do you wish for me to do? Charles slowly lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Johnny. Join me, and together, let us render the existence of mutants both rational and orderly. Observing the worry and confusion in Charles' deep-set eyes, Johnny began to speak. Mr. Johnny, how can we be assured that what you claim is not a deception? Raven, who had remained silent until now, finally voiced her skepticism. Raven, your gift differs from Charles'. He can discern the truth of my words. Even if you harbor doubts about me, surely you can trust Charles. Johnny replied with a slight smile and a nonchalant shrug, leaving Raven at a loss for words. Mr. Johnny, I require some time to thoroughly contemplate your proposition. Can I? Charles ultimately decided. Certainly, Charles, but the time I can afford you is limited. Should you encounter any difficulties or require assistance, I shall extend my hand as a friend. Johnny nodded. Charles Xavier is a pivotal element in Johnny's plan. The future professor will almost certainly represent a significant portion of the world's mutants. A formidable force indeed. Burdened with thoughts, the lunch lacked the necessity to continue, and Charles, accompanied by Raven, chose to depart shortly thereafter. Mr. Johnny, I have one final question. What is your true objective? Before leaving, Charles inquired of Johnny. Ascension, Charles. Your perspective is still rather narrow. But I believe you will come to comprehend my intent in the future, Johnny declared, an intangible aura of authority rising around him as he spoke to Charles. Under Medusa's arrangements, a helicopter was dispatched to take Charles and Raven away. Master, shall we simply allow them to depart? Though Charles possesses considerable psychic abilities, I am confident in my capacity to fully dominate him and compel his allegiance. After bidding farewell to the two, Medusa dutifully assisted Johnny with a massage while speaking. Medusa, you underestimate Charles. His powers extend far beyond what is outwardly visible, and he will soon require my assistance, Johnny replied with a subtle smile. He had no intention of allowing Medusa to exert direct control over Charles. Not only is Charles one of the most formidable beings among the level 4 mutants, but his mental prowess likely surpasses Medusa's estimations. Attempting to control him through psychic means would prove to be quite a complex endeavor. Moreover, Johnny adheres to his own principles. Relying solely on mental manipulation would deprive him of the exhilaration of mastery. In the Marvel universe, fraught with peril, it is precisely this chaos that renders life so vibrant. Johnny's desire is to etch a vivid mark upon this captivating tapestry. Medusa, just wait and see. Soon, a plethora of amusement will come knocking at our door. Relishing Medusa's soothing massage, Johnny reclined with half-closed eyes, utterly at ease. As Charles and Raven departed from Johnny's villa, a myriad of complex emotions enveloped them, leading to an extended silence. Charles found himself at a loss regarding Johnny's revelations. Just as he grappled with how to confront the future Johnny had described, trouble stealthily approached. In a manner reminiscent of the X-Men narrative, Agent Moira bore witness to the uncanny events within the Hellfire Club and, driven by an inexplicable curiosity, sought out Charles, the expert in mutation. From Moira's recollections, Charles gleaned the full scope of the situation, which undeniably corroborated Johnny's prior assertions. In response to Moira's entreaty, Charles resolved to assist her in thwarting Sebastian Shaw of the Hellfire Club from inciting a conflict between the U.S. and the Soviet Union. As Moira, accompanied by CIA agents, prepared to apprehend several members of the Hellfire Club, Charles encountered the terrifying power of his fellow mutants for the first time. The CIA operatives, intent on capturing Shaw, witnessed Magneto's fearsome abilities firsthand, as a massive cruise ship was torn asunder by iron anchors resembling ghostly claws. The agents attempting to seize Shaw suffered significant losses amidst the fierce onslaught. This confrontation rang alarm bells, compelling them to acknowledge the formidable capabilities of Charles and those he had rescued, including Eric. Chapter 47. The Cuban Missile Crisis. My lord, your conjecture was indeed correct. Charles wishes to see you and is currently at Morgan Biotechnology Tower. Following the conflict with the Hellfire Club, a beleaguered Charles, sensing impending peril, quickly thought of Johnny. Bring him to me. Upon receiving Medusa's call, a smile graced Johnny's face. Soon, Charles reappeared at Johnny's villa. Charles, what a swift reunion. Have you come to a decision regarding my proposal? Upon encountering Charles, Johnny wore a cheerful expression. Despite attempts to suppress the news regarding the conflict with the Hellfire Club to avoid inciting panic, Johnny's extensive connections allowed him to hear numerous whispers. Mr. Johnny, I am still contemplating your proposal. I have come here for another matter and seek your assistance. Charles spoke with a grave demeanor. I am already aware of the chaos among mutants that you mentioned. It concerns the Hellfire Club, does it not? If Sebastian Shaw's plan succeeds, it could ignite a war between the United States and the Soviet Union, plunging the world into flames. The ensuing nuclear fallout would leave only mutants capable of surviving, resulting in a population decline of over 90%. Johnny nodded slightly, his words deepening the solemnity in Charles's expression. Mr. Johnny, I wish to enlist your help in addressing Shaw's crisis. After a moment of silence, Charles responded slowly. The situation has not yet reached an irretrievable state. As I previously indicated, to handle the chaos instigated by mutants, it requires the involvement of mutants themselves. As a friend, I can intervene at a critical moment to ensure Shaw's plan does not come to fruition. However, eliminating Shaw does not guarantee that another threat will not arise. Do you understand my point? Johnny placed a reassuring hand on Charles's shoulder, prompting a contemplative look in Charles's eyes. Johnny was correct. Mutants were emerging in every corner of the globe, their extraordinary abilities serving as tools that birthed ambitions and desires. Addressing Shaw was merely a temporary fix. Mr. Johnny, I sincerely hope to receive your guidance. Charles gazed earnestly at Johnny, seeking clarity. Order, Charles. The reason human civilization has persisted to this day is due to order. Order begins in chaos and ends in chaos. Now that chaos has commenced, restoring order, specifically, the order of mutants, is essential. Yet, your individual strength is insufficient to establish such order. Johnny smiled, prompting a thoughtful expression on Charles's face. Mr. Johnny, are you suggesting that I need to form a mutant organization akin to the Hellfire Club to counter Shaw and other potential mutant threats? Charles gradually began to grasp Johnny's intent. I have already conceived a name for you, the X-Men. Proceed with your plans, and should the moment arise, I will not remain idle. Johnny nodded slightly. After Johnny's encouragement, Charles departed, filled with renewed determination. Master, I have realized that your decision is indeed wise. Following Charles's departure, Medusa regarded Johnny with a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. Oh, although Charles has not yet become your subordinate, you already hold a significant position in his esteem. And as he establishes a power for mutants under your guidance, he will ultimately serve you. As an observer, Medusa could easily comprehend the current dynamics. Medusa, with your remarkable intellect, how might I reward you? Johnny's gaze swept over Medusa's delicate form, causing a blush to bloom upon her cheeks. Guided by Johnny, Charles commenced the formation of a faction composed of mutants to counter the crisis instigated by their kind. Concurrently, with the assistance of Hank, Charles devised a brainwave amplifier. Utilizing this device, Charles located numerous mutants and began to recruit them. Charles undertook the training of these recruits, facilitating their swift acclimatization to their powers. The Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union reached a fever pitch, marked by numerous military confrontations, including the deployment of missile systems. As tensions escalated, both sides amassed their forces in the waters off Cuba, with the specter of World War III looming ominously. Johnny received a steady stream of intelligence, a smile breaking across his face. Master, Charles has sent word, requesting your assistance. At last, driven by ambition, Sebastian Shaw initiated his final scheme, intent on igniting a full-scale war. Medusa, are you prepared? Johnny's gaze flickered with intensity. Everything is as you instructed. Medusa stood before Johnny, her smile radiant, emanating an extraordinary psychic aura. At that moment, in the waters off Cuba, numerous warships from both the U.S. and the Soviet Union were poised, each occupying their respective territorial waters. Approaching the vicinity was a Soviet cargo ship, drawing near with alarming speed. According to its trajectory, it would breach into U.S. controlled waters within mere minutes. To the American military, this vessel represented a provocation. Should it disregard their warnings and intrude, it would signify a declaration of war. Conversely, the Soviets were equally perplexed. Though the cargo ship belonged to them, there had been no communication following their attempts to reach it. With less than 3 minutes remaining until it reached the blockade line, any incursion would leave them to seek divine intervention. Aboard the American command ship, the Supreme Commander slowly lowered his binoculars, his expression dark and foreboding. Both the U.S. and the Soviet Union harbored deep fears of nuclear warfare. Should such a conflict erupt, it would transcend the mere designation of World War III. The detonation of even a fraction of the nuclear arsenal possessed by the two nations could rend the earth asunder. Sea of Azov, I command you to alter your course immediately. Repeat, I order you to change course at once. On the Soviet flagship, communications personnel repeatedly issued commands to the cargo ship, yet received no response. Meanwhile, aboard the Sea of Azov, the original captain and crew lay lifeless, their bodies cold. At the helm was a sharply dressed, red-skinned man, none other than the Red Devil, a mutant under Shaw's command, endowed with the ability of teleportation. At this moment, under Zhao's command, the Red Devil executed all crew members aboard the cargo ship and prepared to breach the blockade, igniting a potentially catastrophic conflict of immeasurable consequences. Meanwhile, as both the American and Soviet forces anxiously observed the cargo vessel, a fighter jet sliced through the heavens, capturing everyone's attention. On board were Moira, Charles, and others. Upon discovering that this was all part of Zhao's sinister plot, Charles could not remain idle and finally arrived at a critical juncture. Observing the situation below from the fighter jet, Charles's expression grew grave. His formidable mental prowess allowed him to discern the circumstances aboard the cargo ship with ease. In this dire moment, he could not afford to hesitate, and with his powerful psychic ability, he directly invaded the mind of a high-ranking officer on the Soviet command ship, swiftly taking control. Under Charles's influence, the Soviet officer rushed to the command screen and unhesitatingly pressed the missile launch button. Boom! A missile, aimed at the cargo ship, shot skyward from the Soviet vessel, hurtling towards the ship that was about to cross the line. Witnessing this scene, the Red Devil was engulfed in panic. Daring not to linger, He activated his teleportation ability and vanished from the cargo ship in the blink of an eye. Bang! As the missile struck the cargo ship, a tremendous explosion erupted, sending flames and debris soaring into the sky. The massive vessel began to sink amid the violent blast, just under a kilometer from the blockade line. Chapter 48. A terrifying revelation, comrades. We have just averted a nuclear war. Upon witnessing the cargo ship's demise, the occupants of the fighter jet were filled with exhilaration. The sinking of the ship, which was on the verge of crossing the line, prompted a collective sigh of relief from both American and Soviet sides, while the officer, controlled by Charles to launch the missile that sank their own ship, stood in disbelief, unable to comprehend the situation. However, just as everyone was celebrating, a sudden surge of terrifying energy emanated from somewhere beneath the sea, causing Charles and his companions in the jet to tense up immediately. Their old adversary, Xiao, had yet to reveal himself. Receiving feedback from the Red Devil, Xiao, deep within a nuclear submarine, erupted in fury. Everything had been proceeding according to his plan. Yet at the last moment, it was thwarted by Charles and his allies. At this moment, Xiao disregarded all caution. He was determined to incite this war. The recent violent energy fluctuation signified Xiao's commencement of energy absorption from the nuclear reactor, radiating waves of energy outward. It is Xiao. He is absorbing immense reactor energy. But something is obstructing my perception. I cannot pinpoint his exact location. Charles, retracting his formidable mental force, appeared quite helpless as he addressed his companions. The energy fluctuations were too intense, severely disrupting sonic positioning, rendering it impossible to locate the submarine. After several attempts with sound waves, they still could not find the nuclear submarine. Yet, the master of magnetism, Magneto, finds himself equally hindered by the formidable interference of the nuclear reactor. The magnetic field beneath the ocean is in disarray, rendering the precise location of the submarine utterly elusive. It is imperative to devise a means to locate Xiao and the nuclear submarine swiftly. Otherwise, once he has fully absorbed the reactor's energy, no one will be able to restrain him. As the energy fluctuations beneath the surface intensify, not only are Charles and his companions anxious, but both the American and Soviet factions have also detected the anomalies. In this impending nuclear conflict, there are far too many inexplicable phenomena. As high-ranking commanders, they are far from ignorant. Connecting the recent incident of the cargo ship going out of control, they have begun to sense the underlying machinations at play. All those in the know harbor an unshakable feeling that behind this near war, there exists an invisible hand, orchestrating and manipulating events. At this moment, the energy fluctuations below the sea only exacerbate the oppressive atmosphere, instilling a profound sense of foreboding that a storm is imminent. Perhaps I can assist you. Just as the squad of battle police finds themselves at a loss, a voice emanates from the aircraft's panel, bringing surprise to Charles. Mr. Johnny. As Charles comes to his senses, a figure swiftly approaches from the distant horizon, moving with a speed that rivals the aircraft studied by the beast Hank. A tremendous surge of energy envelopes Johnny's form, his features becoming indistinct amidst the violent fluctuations. With his ability to harness cosmic energy for flight, coupled with his rapid pace, this is merely Johnny's standard speed. Should he wish, he could achieve supersonic velocities during his ascent. What terrifying energy fluctuations! Is this the true extent of Mr. Johnny's power? As a mutant adept in telepathic perception, Charles's sensitivity far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Upon sensing Johnny, his eyes reflect sheer astonishment. From the moment Johnny's voice resonates to his arrival before the battle police's aircraft, only a few breaths have passed. This marks Johnny's inaugural display of his prowess since returning to Earth. After completing the first system task, the system rewarded him with 1,000 devouring points, which Johnny did not hesitate to utilize. His Titan physique has been enhanced by 5 levels, reaching a total of 10, and his mastery of cosmic energy has similarly ascended by 5 levels, also culminating at 10. With both abilities at 10, Johnny's combat prowess has nearly doubled. On Earth, Johnny's physique is nearly invincible. Whether faced with natural disasters or weaponry, it is exceedingly difficult for any harm to befall him. Even the most formidable offensive measure on Earth, the nuclear bomb, poses little threat to Johnny. The appearance of the battle police's aircraft has already astonished both the American and Soviet sides, and witnessing Johnny soaring at supersonic speeds has left countless onlookers agape, questioning their own perception. Esteemed guests, whether from America or the Soviet Union, by now, you should harbor some suspicions that behind this near ignition of war, a grand conspiracy exists. Someone is manipulating events from the shadows, leading us to this precarious brink, and soon, I shall unveil the truth. With a masterful command of cosmic energy, Johnny's voice, though calm, resonated like thunder across the vast expanse of the ocean, instilling a sense of trepidation in both American and Soviet forces, rendering them motionless. The moment his words echoed, An overwhelming aura surged from Johnny, suffocating all who bore witness to this spectacle. Who is this man? He exudes an aura akin to that of a legendary god of war. On the warships of both nations, the oppressive might emanating from Johnny prompted silent speculation among the crew, while high-ranking officials pondered the implications of his enigmatic remarks regarding a conspiracy. Come forth. Johnny's commanding shout unleashed tumultuous waves upon the surface. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, immense energy coalesced under his guidance, morphing into a colossal ice-blue hand, larger than the flagship vessels of both nations. This formidable hand, observed by countless astonished eyes, descended from the heavens, plunging into the depths of the ocean. Although Johnny, like Charles and others, lacked precise knowledge of the submerged nuclear submarine's location, his ability to harness cosmic energy allowed him to sense its approximate position. That alone was sufficient. As the titanic hand penetrated the ocean floor, it navigated toward the area where Johnny sensed the most intense energy fluctuations. As it descended, it stirred the waters, generating towering waves that rivaled a tsunami. A deep, resounding impact reverberated from the ocean's depths, and a glimmer of brilliance sparked in Johnny's eyes. The ice-blue hand, infused with cosmic energy, had located the nuclear submarine and seized it, forcefully extracting it from the abyss. The immense disturbance beneath the surface left both American and Soviet forces, as well as the battle police, in a profound state of shock. The grandeur of Johnny's displayed power surpassed their comprehension. Chapter 49. The colossal hand. The colossal waves churned as, under everyone's gaze, Johnny's controlled hand gripped the nuclear submarine, breaking through the surface and ascending toward the sky. The submarine, with a weight comparable to a mountain, was effortlessly lifted by Johnny's energy-infused hand, and not a trace of strain marred his expression. Heavens! Is this the work of a deity? Am I dreaming? What is this phenomenon? At that moment, all present stood agape, mesmerized by the awe-inspiring sight above, their astonishment lingering as they struggled to comprehend the spectacle. As the submarine emerged from the depths, hovering in midair, reality began to dawn upon them. How could there possibly be a nuclear submarine beneath the ocean? The puppeteer behind the scenes? Could it be that the entity within the submarine was orchestrating these events? Witnessing this extraordinary scene, and in light of Johnny's earlier words, both the American and Soviet sides, already suspicious of the suddenness of the incident, began to contemplate the implications. Meanwhile, a group of Hellfire members inside the submarine sensed the upheaval and were left in sheer astonishment. What on earth is happening? How can there be such a formidable mutant? The White Queen felt the immense tremor of the nuclear submarine and an overwhelming sense of weightlessness, exclaiming in astonishment. In Emma's consciousness, she had always believed that Scott was the most powerful being in existence. However, it now seemed that this abruptly appearing young man, whose terrifying power was palpable in her psychic perception, surpassed even the formidable Scott by a considerable margin. As her body was uncontrollably lifted into the air, the Red Devil, a long-surviving mutant, instinctively understood the implications of such power. Deep within his subconscious, he felt an urgent impulse to utilize his spatial abilities to flee, determined to avoid confronting such an adversary. Yet, because Scott had absorbed the nuclear reactor's energy, which endowed him with formidable strength, a glimmer of hope remained in his heart. He steadied himself, hoping that the three of them might manage to momentarily impede Johnny, thus buying Scott enough time. Scott was still absorbing the reactor's energy and must not be interrupted. If only Scott could harness a sufficient amount of energy, he would surely be able to contend with the enemy before them. Serge let out a fierce shout. He was a staunch ally of Scott and harbored an inexplicable trust in him. Despite the opponent's might, he still believed that Scott could lead them to victory. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, Serge, though alarmed, resolved to use his abilities to attack Johnny, the source of the chaos, in an effort to delay him. However, before any of them could react, the nuclear submarine was seized by a giant icy hand and hurled violently towards the nearby beach. Be careful. As the submarine was tossed, the Hellfire members struggled to control their bodies, deploying their powers to brace for the impending impact. Amid the myriad astonished gazes, Johnny casually waved his hand, sending the colossal nuclear submarine crashing towards the beach with tremendous force. Deprived of the gravitational field support, torrents of seawater surged skyward before crashing down with immense power onto the ocean's surface. The vast deluge, descending from the heavens with unmatched force, instantly generated colossal waves that surged outward in all directions. The American and Soviet fleets, situated merely a few nautical miles away, were the first to confront the relentless waves, their entire formation being pushed asunder. Under the chaotic onslaught of the turbulent waters, although neither fleet was capsized, they were scattered far and wide, losing their formation entirely. When the waves finally began to subside, the once orderly fleets had been propelled several nautical miles away by the overwhelming force. With a resounding crash, the massive nuclear submarine plummeted onto the sandy shore. The combination of its immense weight and the inertia from its launch stirred up a monumental cloud of sand. Continuing its momentum, the soft beach yielded to the impact, creating a deep trench nearly 100 meters long, while a whole grove of palm trees growing along the shore was utterly crushed beneath the submarine's colossal steel frame. After enduring such a devastating blow, the nuclear submarine lay utterly wrecked, its formidable impact nearly splitting it in two, with several areas engulfed in fierce flames and dense smoke. How powerful could this force be? Above, both Charles and Magneto were deeply stunned, while Johnny effortlessly stood suspended in midair, seemingly making no overt moves. A colossal nuclear submarine, submerged in the depths of the ocean, was seized by an invisible hand and thrust onto the beach. The sight of the submarine's tragic state filled everyone with profound trepidation. As the submarine finally came to a halt, a resounding boom echoed through the air, and the Red Devil, accompanied by a few disheveled figures, materialized out of thin air. These individuals were the remaining members of Hellfire, excluding Shaw. They appeared breathless, their bodies bearing numerous injuries, evidently having endured significant impact during the submarine's abrupt landing. Upon their arrival, they all anxiously gazed at the figure slowly gliding through the sky above. In contrast to the tension exhibited by White Queen and her companions, Johnny remained remarkably calm, as if the immense destruction was entirely beyond his control. Why would you, another mutant, choose to attack us? As Johnny floated above them, the White Queen twisted her body, reverting from her diamond form to reveal a captivating smile. A closer inspection would reveal that, despite her alluring demeanor, a flicker of fear lingered in her eyes. Clad in a pristine white bikini and a simple fur cloak, her striking figure was on full display. As she shed her diamond form, Johnny sensed a formidable mental force penetrating his mind, seeking to invade his thoughts. With a cold smile, Johnny quickly grasped her intentions. The White Queen was indeed astute. By relinquishing her diamond state and showcasing her femininity, she aimed to exploit any vulnerabilities in his mind and launch a mental assault. Upon sensing the psychic attack initiated by the White Queen, a smirk crossed Johnny's face. While his Titan physique primarily enhanced his physical attributes, it also fortified his mental resilience. Having reached a level of 10, Johnny's mental fortitude was several times stronger than even the Eternal Titan, rendering the White Queen a mere level 3 mutant, incapable of significantly affecting him. Following his acquisition of Medusa, Johnny had diligently honed his mental prowess, frequently allowing Medusa to utilize her psychic abilities against him to sharpen his will. This level of mental assault was effortlessly repelled by Johnny. With a flicker of intent, a glimmer of determination sparkled in Johnny's eyes as his unwavering will shattered the invading alien mental force. Suddenly, the White Queen felt a searing pain in her head. The psychic incursion into Johnny's mind collapsed entirely, and she could not suppress a cry of agony, her body swaying precariously as she struggled to remain upright. Chapter 50. The Frozen Pillar. At this juncture, she could no longer deny that Johnny was far from a foe she could control. Even combined, the three of them would struggle to delay him for even a moment. The gaze of the White Queen, Emma, towards Johnny was now filled with profound dread. In her perception, should Johnny choose to strike her down, she would have no chance of escape. With such a level of mental prowess, you aspire to launch a psychic assault against me? How naive you are. I suggest you remain at a distance. Otherwise, no matter how beautiful a woman you are, I shall show no mercy. Johnny's voice bore no fluctuations. As he spoke, an overwhelming pressure emanated from him, suffocating in its magnitude. This vast aura encompassed immense divine power, flames, and icy energy, as well as the formidable energy of the cosmos itself. Under the weight of this terrifying presence, Emma's body went limp, trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, Johnny had etched an indelibly frightening impression into the mind of the White Queen. Once I deal with Xiao, we shall have a proper conversation. Casting a glance at Emma's alluring visage and figure, Johnny waved his hand, unleashing a brilliant azure energy that shot forth like a mist, enveloping the defenseless Emma and rendering her body rigid in an instant. Beneath the intense cold, Emma's eyes widened in horror, her expression frozen in fear. Immobilized for the foreseeable future, Johnny, possessing great patience for beautiful women, especially one as powerful as the White Queen, was inclined to spare her life, intending to educate her after he resolved his immediate concerns. Witnessing Emma's swift defeat at Johnny's hands, both the Red Devil and the Torrent were taken aback. Emma's most formidable abilities lay in her diamond form and psychic attacks, which even they regarded with trepidation, yet they were astounded to find her utterly powerless before Johnny. Effortlessly vanquished. Initially, after witnessing Johnny's terrifying display of power, the Red Devil had contemplated retreating, but the thought of Zhao's might still lingered in his mind, offering a glimmer of hope. However, with Emma's abrupt downfall, his spirits dampened, and his thoughts raced. In contrast to the Red Devil, Torrent remained steadfast. As a devoted ally of Shao, he was unwilling to yield. Like Shao, he harbored considerable ambition, and after Shao had laid out an ambitious vision for mutant supremacy, Torrent was consumed by fervor. This ambition and zeal had driven Torrent to forget his fears. He would not permit anyone to obstruct the rise of mutants. Even in the face of Johnny's terrifying power, Torrent refused to acknowledge defeat. Die for me. A venomous glint flickered in his eyes as his body began to spin violently. Utilizing his mutant abilities, he transformed into a raging whirlwind in an instant. The ferocious winds tore through the surroundings, uprooting debris and earth. While fragments of steel from the nuclear submarine were swept up, and even the nearby sea water was violently pulled upwards, forming a colossal tornado that swept across the area. With a tremendous surge of energy, the torrent conjured a tornado that reached skyward and connected with the earth, rivaling the forces of nature itself. Still reeling from the terrifying commotion instigated by Johnny moments earlier, both American and Soviet observers were left utterly transfixed by the vast tornado looming over the beach, having witnessed an abundance of the extraordinary in such a fleeting instant. Yet, the principal figure, Johnny, remained unperturbed, his gaze devoid of any tremor. Within the vortex, the torrent bellowed fiercely, the formidable tornado fully taking shape, hurtling toward Johnny with alarming speed, resembling a colossal dragon composed of earth, stone, iron, and seawater, intent on completely crushing and devouring him. The distance between Johnny and the torrent had initially been minimal, and beneath the vastness of the tornado, it closed in on Johnny in the blink of an eye, ready to engulf him whole. This harrowing scene caused those aboard the aircraft to break into a cold sweat on Johnny's behalf. The tornado's velocity was overwhelming, and by the time Charles sought to intervene, it was already too late. The gigantic tornado roared mightily, swallowing Johnny in a single gulp, rendering him entirely invisible within its chaotic embrace. Will Mr. Johnny be all right? Raven, who had previously interacted with Johnny, expressed palpable concern as she beheld the tornado consume him. Lacking a comprehensive understanding of Johnny's capabilities, Charles was momentarily at a loss to ascertain Johnny's condition amidst the tumultuous vortex. In response to Raven's query, he could only remain silent, anxiously fixated on the spiraling tempest. Meanwhile, deep within the heart of the colossal tornado, Johnny radiated a faint luminescence, undeterred by the terrifying forces of tearing chaos that assailed him. Too weak, he murmured, even as the tornado twisted and tore around him. With a Titan's physique reaching a staggering level of 10, the magnitude of his power surpassed anything the torrent could fathom. Fragments of earth, stone, and steel that struck him were utterly obliterated, failing to affect him in the slightest. Realizing that Johnny still existed within the tempest he had created, the torrent strained to unleash its mutated abilities. I no longer have time to toy with you, Johnny thought, experiencing a moment of disappointment after gauging the tornado's might. Suddenly, his aura shifted dramatically, becoming as frigid as ice, an extreme chill surging forth and expanding instantaneously. The terrifying coldness, vast and overwhelming, emanated from Johnny's being, coursing through the tornado, intertwining with the distorting forces of the vortex, reaching skyward from the ground. The tornado, summoned by the torrent, was unable to slow its pace in the face of this frigid onslaught. It began to freeze directly from the ground up. Steel fragments, stones, and swirling waters, even the violently rotating air currents, were all succumbing to an unrelenting frost. No, the speed of the freezing process exceeded the torrent's comprehension. Before it could fully comprehend what was transpiring, the controlling torrent let out an incredulous scream of horror as the icy essence enveloped the towering tornado. To the outside observer, in mere fleeting moments, a chilling azure hue spread throughout the fearsome vortex, freezing it in an instant. Akin to a masterpiece captured forever on the sandy shores of the beach, a towering tornado, soaring over 100 meters high, was completely encased in ice from the bottom upwards, forming a magnificent pillar of frozen grandeur. The crystalline blue ice shimmered with a translucent brilliance, casting an unsettling glow. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted from a point where the frozen pillar met the ground, scattering fragments and revealing a hollow within. From this void, a figure gradually emerged, the intense chill of the ice beginning to recede. It's your turn, Ghost, Johnny declared. Beside him, a phantom of the undead, conjured from dark energy, let out a triumphant cheer, its greedy gaze fixated on a terrified figure trapped within the ice, its sharp claws raised high. Chapter 51, Absolute Domination Within the Ice. The body of the torrent was encased entirely, yet he did not perish immediately. He could still perceive the world outside through the icy prison. As the ghost raised its hand, fear filled the torrent's eyes completely. However, apart from fear, he was powerless to act until the ghost penetrated his frozen form. Ding! Devouring a mutant grants the ability Hurricane 3. Transforming devour points yields 50 devour points. A surge of blood filled the air as a system notification echoed in Johnny's mind. Transforming devour points. Johnny silently mused. He held little interest in the torrent's abilities. He possessed a sufficient repertoire already. The principle of quantity over quality was one he comprehended long ago. Consequently, his forthcoming plans did not necessitate the acquisition of particularly potent skills. With this thought, Johnny's gaze gradually shifted to the Red Devil. Although Johnny had reigned in his formidable aura, the blood-red sands beneath and the overwhelming scent of blood still provoked the Red Devil, reminding him of the horrific events that had just transpired. Do not act rashly. You too have awakened your abilities. We are of the same kind, and there is no need for us to slaughter one another for the sake of ordinary humans. Shaw instigated this conflict merely to ensure that mutants will dominate this world in the future. Should Shaw's plan succeed, with your strength, you will undoubtedly rank among the elite. Though fear gripped the Red Devil's heart, he still harbored thoughts of survival. Time had passed, and Shaw had absorbed an excessive amount of nuclear energy. If he could only delay for a moment, there might still be hope. As the Red Devil spoke, a faint energy aura began to envelop his body, preparing him for an instantaneous escape. He knew that if Johnny chose to strike, he stood no chance. His only option was to flee through spatial teleportation, perhaps securing a slim chance of survival. Having witnessed Johnny's terrifying prowess, the Red Devil would wisely choose his course of action when confronted with Shaw's grand ambitions and his own life. However, Johnny was not oblivious to the Red Devil's intentions. He merely offered a cold smirk. I grant you a choice: submit to me, or meet the same fate as him. The him in Johnny's words referred to the devoured torrent. As Johnny spoke, tendrils of strange energy began to permeate the air. Upon hearing Johnny's words, a flicker of anger flashed in the Red Devil's eyes. Although he was acutely aware that he was no match for Johnny, he nonetheless harbored a measure of confidence in the face of his opponent. This assurance stemmed from his awakened mutant ability of teleportation. This extraordinary power enabled the Red Devil to traverse dimensions, reaching any destination he desired, and equally allowing him to evade impending peril. You clearly do not comprehend my abilities, or you would not utter such audacious words. If I wish to depart, there is nothing you can do to detain me, he declared, preparing to activate his teleportation at any moment. Very well, was Johnny's succinct reply. In the next instant, the Red Devil, overwhelmed with anxiety, let out a cry of agony, collapsing to the ground. To thwart the Red Devil from utilizing his mutant prowess to escape, Johnny's toxins had already infiltrated the Red Devil's body during their exchange. At that moment, all the toxins erupted under Johnny's command. However, Johnny had no intention of delivering a fatal blow just yet. He merely sought to inflict unbearable pain upon the Red Devil, rendering him incapable of focusing on his abilities. Observing the Red Devil's torment, Johnny smiled faintly. Amidst the Red Devil's eyes, filled with dread and terror, Johnny abruptly vanished, only to reappear right before him. This sudden shift intensified the Red Devil's fear, prompting him to desperately attempt his escape. Yet, under the excruciating stimuli, he could do little more than writhe and wail. Consider the choice I have presented to you. Once I have dealt with Shaw, I hope to hear an answer that satisfies me, Johnny stated, looking down upon the Red Devil from his elevated position. Charles, take the White Queen and the Red Devil away. Shaw has absorbed a considerable amount of reactor energy. It would be wise for you to maintain your distance during the ensuing battle. Concurrently, Johnny's voice reverberated from the hovering warplane, keeping the vigilant sentinels on alert. The urgency in Johnny's tone jolted the stunned sentinels back to reality. Quick, do as Mr. Johnny says and escort them both away, Charles directed Hank, the pilot of the warplane, without hesitation. He had sensed the alarming escalation of energy fluctuations within the damaged nuclear submarine. The Sentinel's aircraft soon descended, retrieving the rigid White Queen and the agonized Red Devil, before soaring skyward, suspending themselves at a great altitude. Having witnessed merely a glimpse of Johnny's formidable strength, Hank ascended the aircraft to nearly 1,000 meters before gradually halting its ascent. Once the White Queen and the Red Devil were secured by the Sentinels, Johnny said nothing more. He moved with swiftness akin to teleportation, crossing dozens of meters to stand before the battered nuclear submarine. Shaw, have you been hiding for so long that you dare not show yourself? Johnny's voice pierced the air, resonating into the depths of the submarine, ensuring Shaw could hear him clearly. After a few breaths, within the submarine, Shaw continued to absorb the reactor's energy, oblivious to the unfolding confrontation. Although he was vaguely aware of everything happening in the outside world, he exhibited no inclination to reveal himself, even as his subordinates were dealt with by Johnny. This only served to deepen Johnny's contempt for the man. After dispatching the trio of the White Empress, Johnny, lacking patience, let out a cold snort, and the furious cosmic energy coalesced once more, manifesting as a colossal energy hand that formed into a fist, crashing down upon the battered nuclear submarine. With a resounding boom, the entire submarine crumpled like a crushed soda can, deeply dented. Such an assault, if continued, would inevitably reduce the entire vessel to a mere heap of scrap metal. Amidst the cacophony, Xiao, who had been absorbing the reactor's energy within the submarine, could no longer contain himself. At this point, he had absorbed nearly all the energy from the nuclear reactor, his body akin to a mobile nuclear bomb, capable of unleashing immense power with every movement. Xiao possessed a uniquely formidable mutant ability, allowing him to absorb all forms of energy and convert them into his own. Any kinetic energy, be it electrical, mechanical, or thermal, could be siphoned off by Xiao, endowing him with extraordinary strength and formidable defenses. Engaging in battle with enemies also enabled him to extract energy from them, rendering him nearly invincible as long as there was sufficient energy available. As the nuclear submarine buckled under the assault, Xiao withdrew his hands from the reactor, pointing at a twisted, deformed wall. A surge of ferocious energy erupted, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The energy unleashed from Xiao's fingertips was tremendous. The steel wall could not withstand the violent force and shattered into countless fragments. The explosion carved a massive hole through the already damaged submarine, flames swirling violently. Did the hidden rat finally dare to emerge? At the moment the explosion erupted, Johnny smiled slightly, locking eyes with Xiao, who was now visible through the gaping breach in the submarine. Their gazes met in the air, igniting an almost palpable spark. Chapter 52, Nuclear Energy Impact? Ignored. At this moment, Xiao donned a helmet crafted from special materials, designed to completely block external psychic energies. Even Charles, highly skilled in mental abilities among mutants, would find it difficult to penetrate. Yet within Xiao's body resided an astonishingly powerful energy, its immense fluctuations pressing down upon everything in the vicinity. As his gaze shifted, Xiao caught sight of the massive ice-encased pillar, but did not see any of his subordinates. Where are my subordinates? Zhao's expression darkened as he turned to Johnny and inquired. Among those present, Johnny was the sole figure who posed a genuine threat to him. The absence of figures like Serge led Xiao to suspect Johnny's involvement. Haven't you got eyes? Upon hearing Xiao's words, a smile crept across Johnny's face as his gaze fell upon a patch of sand beside the ice pillar. Completely stained crimson, the implication unmistakable. You dared to kill Serge? Amidst the tumultuous waves of ferocious energy, a chilling expression enveloped Zhao's face, his entire being radiating a palpable intent to kill as he emerged step by step from the gaping maw of the shattered nuclear submarine, advancing toward Johnny. The overwhelming fury and presence he exuded distorted the very air around him, signaling his readiness to strike. I found no merit in the act of slaying a mere waste. What audacity lay in you, hiding within the confines of the nuclear vessel, reluctant to show yourself even when witnessing your subordinates fall by my hand, and yet feigning inquiry. How amusing. The derision on Johnny's face deepened, for the chaos unfolding outside was unmistakable to Xiao. Johnny's voice, lacking any pretense, resonated throughout, reaching the battleship of the war police, where the imprisoned White Queen and the tormented Red Devil could hear it distinctly, casting a shadow of unease in their hearts. Indeed, with Zhao's formidable prowess, how could he possibly be oblivious to the events transpiring beyond? When Johnny dispatched the torrent, Xiao remained within the submarine, siphoning energy, treating them merely as cannon fodder. Upon hearing Johnny's words, Zhao's pupils constricted slightly, for such remarks were truly piercing to the soul, a seemingly light-hearted taunt directed at him. Yet it served to sow discord among his subordinates. Since you have slain my men, prepare yourself for the fate that awaits. As Xiao gazed at the composed Johnny across from him, a surge of rage welled within him. He raised his arm, a finger aimed at Johnny, summoning the immense nuclear energy within him, coalescing it at his fingertip. A brilliant yellow sphere of energy materialized at his fingertip, emanating terrifying fluctuations. As this vibrant energy manifested, the surrounding space rippled subtly, the air contorting in response. Witnessing this spectacle, all present were struck with dread. On board the aircraft, Charles, with his potent mental faculties, sensed this level of energy most acutely. This attack, based solely on the current fluctuations, could rival the explosion at the core of a battleship missile. Mr. Johnny, be cautious. Realizing the magnitude of Zhao's impending assault, Charles, filled with urgency, deployed his psychic abilities, his voice echoing in Johnny's ear. However, at that moment, Xiao had completed his gathering, unleashing the cataclysmic kinetic energy directly towards Johnny. The formidable energy emitted a searing brilliance. The laser formed was far more dazzling than the sun, its speed akin to lightning. All eyes widened, breaths held, as the terrifying sensation of impending destruction enveloped them in that blazing column of light. In that instant, only Johnny, facing this fearsome strike, remained astonishingly composed. Observing the approaching energy surge, Johnny slowly raised his hand. Upon his palm, a tremendous cosmic energy coalesced, forming a nearly translucent shield that stood resolutely before him. Beneath the intense radiance of the powerful beam, the shield upon Johnny's palm was nearly imperceptible. This scene appeared as though Johnny intended to confront the horrific wave of energy with nothing but his delicate hand. Countless souls within were screaming, believing Johnny had lost his sanity. Yet, when a lightning-fast wave of energy surged before him, they began to comprehend the essence of Johnny's existence. That force, seemingly capable of penetrating an aircraft carrier, upon meeting Johnny's palm, dissipated like snow under the sun, transforming into countless sparkling motes that vanished into the air. The magnificent and overwhelming power, reduced to mere starlight, was a spectacle to behold. Everyone thought it was an illusion. At that moment, a singular word echoed in their minds. Incredible. Was this the divine power that had suddenly manifested? A force potent enough to obliterate an aircraft carrier was effortlessly resisted by Johnny's mere flesh. The nuclear energy absorbed by Xiao and the cosmic energy that Johnny could command were on entirely different planes. The disparity was stark under their collision. As Xiao's energy assault rapidly dissipated, Johnny remained unfazed, a hint of derision flickering in his eyes, standing still, causing Xiao's pupils to constrict further. Earlier, in an attempt to assert dominance, Xiao had unleashed an attack at 7 or 8/10 of his strength. In Xiao's estimation, despite Johnny's might, he had absorbed a substantial amount of nuclear energy from the reactor, and an attack of such magnitude would surely incapacitate Johnny, if not kill him. Yet, who would have thought that, rather than being gravely injured, Johnny effortlessly neutralized the assault without even a hint of turmoil? The spectacle was not clearly visible to the American and Soviet forces stationed at a distance. Yet they understood that the individual Johnny had forced into the open was the mastermind behind this incident, and they cursed vehemently. The aerial observers, including the combat officers, witnessed Zhao's attack on Johnny. Their astonishment at Zhao's newfound strength was eclipsed only by their profound respect for Johnny's power. In their hearts, Johnny stood alone, comparable to an army of thousands. Mr. Johnny's might was undoubtedly the most formidable I have ever witnessed. Even now, I cannot fathom the extent of his capabilities and strength. After careful observation, Charles could not help but marvel, his previous concerns for Johnny gradually easing. I am eager to see how you intend to accompany me to the grave. As Xiao remained silent, Johnny's calm voice broke through, akin to a resounding slap to Zhao's face, darkening his gaze significantly, his aura rising uncontrollably, intertwined with a burgeoning murderous intent. At this juncture, Zhao's plans had essentially crumbled, with the destruction of the nuclear submarine and the deaths of his subordinates. Both the Americans and Soviets would regard him as an enemy. All of this was thanks to Johnny. You will die a painful death. Xiao gritted his teeth and declared. Chapter 53, The Brutality of Sebastian. Johnny's indifferent yet mocking demeanor had driven the once supreme Xiao into a frenzy. The waves of rage emanating from Xiao became increasingly terrifying. He had no intention of holding back any longer. In this moment, Xiao was solely focused on unleashing his full power to ruthlessly torment Johnny, reveling in the thought of watching Johnny disintegrate in the flames of his fury. As energy surged within him, Xiao forcefully stomped the ground, causing an explosive eruption of power to emanate from beneath his feet. The soft sands of the beach could hardly withstand Zhao's ferocious energy, instantly sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. With the momentum provided by this energy explosion, Zhao's body transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting towards Johnny. This instantaneous acceleration propelled Zhao's speed to new heights, accompanied by a piercing shriek that sliced through the air. Atop his fist, a tremendous core energy began to coalesce. His unique ability allowed him to absorb all forms of thermal, kinetic, and potential energy, but to unleash his most formidable might, he needed to release it directly from his body. With an immense surge of energy concentrated in his fist, Zhao's fierce expression turned menacing as he aimed a devastating blow at the approaching Johnny. Despite Xiao absorbing substantial core energy and being in peak condition, Johnny felt no significant sense of peril. The confidence stemming from his own power led him to believe that he could engage in close combat. With a Titan physique rating of 10, coupled with the flow of divine energy, Johnny had no intention of evading. As he observed the approaching fist, Johnny remained unfazed, allowing the divine energy to circulate throughout his body without activating any special abilities. Instead, he relied solely on his formidable physical strength to meet Zhao's punch head-on. Although Johnny was not using his full strength, he was confident, prepared to deliver a lesson to Xiao on humility. Seeing Johnny stand resolutely against his incoming blow, Zhao's face twisted into a cruel smile. Die, he bellowed, channeling an even greater reservoir of energy from within himself, gathering it all into his fist, poised to obliterate Johnny entirely. Boom. The collision of Johnny's and Zhao's fists in midair did not produce the dull thud of flesh meeting flesh, but rather a cataclysmic explosion of energy. The terrifying force unleashed by their opposing punches caused a violent eruption, resulting in a spectacular display of devastation. The instantaneous release of energy caused the entire beach to tremble violently, sending colossal waves of sand soaring nearly 10 meters high before crashing down heavily. The point of their impact had created a massive crater exceeding 50 meters in diameter, its depth truly astonishing. In the moments following the explosion, Johnny showed no inclination to defend himself, allowing the blast to wash over his body without sustaining any harm. Meanwhile, Zhao bore the brunt of the overwhelming energy explosion, letting out a muffled groan as his mutant abilities fully activated, simultaneously absorbing the rampant energy while being pushed backward. The pain radiating from the collision of their fists was excruciating, twisting Zhao's expression into one of agony. Once he regained stability, he was left with a profound sense of dread, as both arms throbbed with intense pain, feeling almost beyond his control. In the past, even when a speeding truck barreled toward him, he could effortlessly absorb all kinetic and potential energy without a hint of discomfort. The realization that Johnny's punch had nearly incapacitated one of his arms was a revelation of alarming significance. If the opponent were to unleash their full potential, they might even surpass the limits of energy absorption. Contemplating this, a profound sense of dread and apprehension surged within Zhao. At this moment, the arrogance that once characterized Zhao's gaze towards Johnny had dissipated, giving way to a solemn demeanor. In contrast, Johnny, who had exchanged blows with Zhao, observed the latter's flushed face and restrained breath, shaking his head slightly. Indeed, your abilities are impressive. My raw physical strength failed to obliterate you with a single punch. I shall claim your power, Johnny remarked, a glimmer of amusement illuminating his face, his eyes reflecting a flicker of fervor. Zhao's mutant prowess was undeniably formidable. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have been at a complete loss against him. In the original narrative, it was Charles who, amidst chaos, managed to control Zhao and nullify his abilities before falling victim to Magneto. Under normal circumstances, Zhao, having absorbed copious energy from a nuclear reactor, would be virtually invincible in one-on-one combat. However, this was not the case for others. Now, Zhao faced Johnny. This ability to devour energy and convert it into personal strength was indeed enticing enough for Johnny to absorb. I acknowledge your strength. Were it not for my absorption of substantial nuclear energy, I might have genuinely perished at your hands. However, my capacity to absorb all forms of kinetic, potential, and thermal energy renders you incapable of triumphing over me. I can obliterate the two fleets before us at any moment. Johnny's demeanor incited a sense of frenzy in Zhao. He had always confronted fearful adversaries from a position of dominance, and the shift in their dynamic was disconcerting, prompting Zhao to issue threats. To Johnny, Zhao's declarations were mere folly. Yet, to the others present, it elicited a drastic shift in expressions, hearts racing with trepidation. The fleets of both the United States and the Soviet Union were poised for battle, every individual tense and attentive to the confrontation between Johnny and Zhao on the island. Upon gaining interest in Zhao's abilities, Johnny, uninterested in further discourse, vanished from Zhao's sight. Bang! In an instant, the sound of Zhao's body echoed as energy within him erupted, launching him into the air. You claim you can destroy whatever you wish in my presence? Johnny's form was nearly imperceptible, yet his words resonated clearly in Zhao's ears as he soared momentarily. Before Zhao could respond, bang! He felt a tremendous kick to his back, nearly fracturing his spine. The force propelled his body towards the ground with alarming speed, causing a slight tremor beneath. As clouds of yellow dust were stirred up, Zhao's form crashing into the earth. As the illusions faded, Johnny's figure materialized once more, coming into view for all to witness. What transpired? It was all too swift. I could hardly discern it. Was it instantaneous movement? Just how many formidable abilities does Mr. Johnny possess? On board the X-Men's aircraft, whether it was the White Queen, the Red Devil, or the other X-Men under Johnny's control, all were left utterly astounded. It was not instantaneous teleportation. Rather, his speed transcended the limits of the naked eye's perception. Only my mental prowess allowed me to barely capture fleeting traces of his movement. Among the onlookers, Charles stood as the sole individual who comprehended the magnitude of what Johnny had just accomplished, for only his formidable mental strength could keep pace with Johnny's rapidity. Upon hearing Charles's words, the crowd fell into a state of stunned silence, rendered speechless by the astonishing display. Unbeknownst to Johnny, as he unleashed his fury upon Shaw, he had left many in awe, gradually becoming enthralled by the sheer exhilaration of his overwhelming dominance. What did you say? Bam! Shaw's body was sent flying. What can you absorb? Bam! Shaw's form crashed down. Why are you silent? Bam! Chapter 54. Instant kill in mere moments. Johnny, utilizing his speed, was able to unleash countless assaults. At the onset of the barrage, Shah's mutant ability allowed him to absorb a considerable portion of Johnny's attack force, mitigating his injuries. However, as Johnny's tempestuous onslaught intensified, even Shah's abilities faltered under the relentless assault. When Johnny finally ceased his attack, Shah's body plummeted to the ground, utterly disfigured, resembling a battered visage. Moreover, a chaotic surge of energy emanated from him, pulsating with disorder, as the accumulated energies surpassed Shah's threshold of endurance. Lying helplessly on the ground, Shah's eyes were filled with disbelief. Even now, he could not fathom how he had ended up bruised and battered. Johnny, his ferocious aura gradually subsiding, approached Shah with a smile, each deliberate step causing Shah's body to tremble, instilling an inexplicable sense of impending doom within him. Seeing the indifference in Johnny's gaze, Shah realized that regardless of whether he begged for mercy, his chances of survival were non-existent. In that moment of despair, a terrifying madness flickered in Shah's eyes. When a person is cornered, they often resort to dreadful measures, and Shah's current thought was to drag others down with him. A terrifying wave of energy suddenly surged from Shah's body, as the frenzied individual fully relinquished control over the chaotic energies within him, even provoking them to collide. This is bad. Shah intends to detonate the energy within his body. Aside from Johnny, Charles was the first to perceive Shah's intentions. His expression shifted dramatically as he communicated urgently to Hank, the pilot of the aircraft. Hank, get out of this area immediately. Shah's body is about to explode. The force will be comparable to a nuclear detonation. As Charles's face changed, the others reacted with alarm. The aircraft accelerated abruptly, swiftly reaching its limits as it fled toward the distant horizon. Simultaneously, Charles utilized his abilities to communicate with the high-ranking officials of both American and Soviet naval forces, alerting them to the impending crisis. Despite the presence of the formidable U.S.-Soviet naval fleets in the waters, a terrifying and violent fluctuation emanated from Shao, instilling a profound sense of dread. Following Charles's warning, both fleets, on high alert, wasted no time and, like the warplanes of the battle police, accelerated frantically towards the distant sea, all too aware of the impending threat posed by Zhao's self-detonation. As the warplanes and naval vessels hastily retreated, Johnny furrowed his brow, taken aback by Zhao's ruthless intent to drag everyone down with him. Ha ha ha, they cannot escape, and neither can you. The energy coursing through Zhao became increasingly savage, inflicting unimaginable agony upon him, while his gaze grew ever more deranged as he slowly rose from the ground, fixating intently on Johnny. However, in his madness, Zhao failed to perceive the icy disdain reflected in Johnny's eyes. Let us perish together. The uncontrollable energy caused Zhao's body to grotesquely swell, exhibiting signs of imminent explosion. His eyes bulged, a horrifying blend of pain and insanity. Suddenly, the sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh echoed ominously. Zhao's form deflated like a punctured balloon, the once swollen torso and limbs retracting abruptly, his expression morphing into one of terror and despair. The ghostly, elongated claws of the phantom pierced through his chest, obliterating any vestige of life within him. Zhao, you have overestimated yourself. In the haze of Zhao's fading consciousness, Johnny's calm voice resonated, and soon after, Zhao's world succumbed to an abyss of darkness. Until his last breath, Zhao was enveloped in confusion and resentment. At the critical moment before Zhao's self-detonation, Johnny commanded the Phantom to deliver a lethal strike, denying Zhao any chance of explosion. Phantom, do not waste this. Observing the rapid dissipation of energy from Zhao's body, Johnny smiled faintly. As for the nuclear radiation emanating from Zhao, Johnny remained unfazed. With a physique akin to that of a titan, he could traverse even the most perilous radiation-laden voids with ease. A body brimming with energy was the most delectable feast for the immortal Phantom. Following Johnny's command, the Phantom did not hesitate to begin its voracious consumption. Ding. Absorbing mutant. Ability acquired. Energy absorption transformation 4. Conversion absorption points gained. 400. The system's notification echoed in Johnny's mind. 400 absorption points. What a pity, but I choose to acquire the ability. Johnny felt a twinge of regret, yet ultimately opted to absorb Zhao's power. Upon making his choice, a wealth of information regarding the new ability flooded Johnny's mind, eliciting a smile from him. This mutant ability, currently at level 4, had manifested in Zhao as a terrifying force, nearly inciting a cataclysm among humanity. Once Johnny acquired it, with sufficient absorption points, the energy absorption transformation would elevate to an extraordinary skill. Why hasn't it exploded yet? As Johnny contemplated his newfound ability, the unsettled members of the U.S.-Soviet fleets and the battle planes, including Charles, were gripped by a flicker of confusion, according to the terrifying fluctuations witnessed on the beach earlier. At this moment, Xiao should have transformed into a nuclear bomb, with catastrophic shockwaves wreaking havoc. Yet, something is amiss. I can no longer sense Zhao's presence. He has perished. Charles, with his formidable mental abilities, was the first to react, his face a mask of disbelief. Although Xiao donned a helmet capable of shielding him from mental intrusion, Charles's psyche could not penetrate deeply. However, detecting his vital essence was still within reach. Before Yifeng made his move, Charles could still perceive the overwhelming vitality radiating from Xiao, but in the blink of an eye, that life force vanished entirely. What? Upon hearing Charles's words, the occupants of the aircraft were nearly propelled from their seats in shock. They were all well aware of Charles's capabilities, yet his conclusion left them in a state of incredulity. How could Xiao, who had just seemed invincible and poised to unleash devastation, have met such an inexplicable end? As their astonishment grew, a singular, divine figure emerged in their collective consciousness. The only plausible explanation was Johnny. Xiao has died, the crisis has been averted, and we may now return. After reconfirming, Charles addressed Hank. Simultaneously, on both the American and Soviet naval vessels, the reconnaissance teams, through their telescopes, witnessed the scene on the beach, erupting into exuberant cheers from both fleets. Chapter 55. Subduing the White Queen and the Red Devil. The roar of the aircraft grew closer. And as the battle drew to a close, Beast Hank gently piloted the craft to land on the very beach where Johnny and Xiao had just clashed. The teams swiftly disembarked, their gazes fixed upon Johnny, filled with reverence for the powerful figure before them. Mr. Johnny, I am Agent Moira. We are grateful for your resolution of this crisis. Moira's eyes reflected nothing but awe and admiration as she regarded Johnny. He nodded in acknowledgement, a silent greeting. Johnny's gaze then turned to Charles and his entourage. Although he exuded no palpable aura at that moment, his softened demeanor nevertheless instilled an invisible pressure upon the members of the team. After all, the man before them had just thwarted a potential global nuclear catastrophe and vanquished the nearly invincible Xiao in their eyes. Upon encountering Johnny, Charles greeted him with a smile, introducing everyone present. Unbeknownst to them, Charles had already adopted a humble stance in Johnny's presence. Johnny displayed a demeanor that was neither overly warm nor entirely aloof, engaging in brief conversation with the group. Among the assembled agents, only Eric Lenscher, known as Magneto, captured Johnny's attention momentarily. Eric appeared quite youthful, and upon meeting Johnny, his eyes mirrored the same reverence shared by the others, tinged with gratitude as well. Understanding Eric's history, Johnny recognized the gratitude reflected in his gaze. It can be said that the awakening of Magneto was entirely orchestrated by Sebastian Shaw. Over a decade ago, in front of Eric, Shaw brazenly took the life of his mother. For years, Magneto has been in pursuit of Shaw's whereabouts, and today, Johnny's act of vengeance by slaying Shaw has brought him a sense of retribution. As Johnny converses with others, fleets from both the United States and the Soviet Union begin to converge upon the small island where he stands. Numerous individuals on the decks gaze towards the island, their eyes filled with awe and astonishment. Charles, the matters here are settled. We should depart, Johnny states, aware of the intentions behind the approaching fleets. With his formidable display of power, both the Americans and Soviets would undoubtedly seek to establish rapport with him, perhaps even to recruit him. However, at this moment, he harbors little desire for engagement. Charles comprehends that Johnny's exhibition of strength has been profoundly intimidating, likely to stir a considerable uproar. Thus, it is indeed not the time for ostentation. Mr. Johnny, would you mind accompanying us? Charles inquires with a smile, extending an invitation. While Johnny has neutralized Shaw's threat, the plight facing mutants is far from resolved, and Charles wishes to foster a closer connection with Johnny, hoping for further guidance. As the warships from both sides approach the island, many high-ranking officials aboard the flagship are filled with apprehension, pondering how to broach the subject with Johnny. Meanwhile, the Sentinel's aircraft soar into the sky, swiftly vanishing from view. The fleet's commanders, still at a loss for words, can only stand on the deck in bewilderment as they witness the Sentinel's aircraft ascend. Had it been anyone else, daring to rebuff the naval fleet's leaders, the repercussions would have been dire. Yet, Johnny is different. Possessing absolute power, the so-called military leaders appear as mere jesters in his presence. In fact, not a hint of discontent arises within the hearts of the naval hierarchy. Disembark the fleet and report everything that transpired today. After a moment of contemplation, the fleet commander finally issues the command. Soon, all events occurring in the Cuban waters are swiftly relayed, reaching the highest echelons of government. Aboard the Sentinel's aircraft, Johnny stands before Emma, the White Queen, and the Red Devil. With a mere thought, a wave of chilling blue energy emanates from Emma, dissipating swiftly, as her previously pallid complexion gradually regains its color. The Red Devil, however, lies crumpled on the ground, nearly unconscious. The toxins Johnny has controlled have imparted upon him the agony of a fate worse than death. Now, you may make your choice, Johnny states, observing the Red Devil, who resembles a limp mass of flesh, with a serene smile. I am willing to submit. Master. The Red Devil, having endured unbearable torment, no longer hesitates. Even as he teeters on the brink of unconsciousness, urgently proclaiming his allegiance. At that moment, his gaze towards Johnny is imbued solely with reverence and fear. Excellent, Red Devil. You are a wise individual. I do not wish for you to engage in any further foolishness. Do you understand? With a satisfied smile, Johnny spoke. Yes, Master. Recalling the excruciating pain he had previously endured, the Red Devil nodded fervently. Johnny's gaze shifted from the Red Devil to Emma, who had regained a semblance of color but still trembled from the lingering chill. Emma's shivering form evoked a poignant sense of vulnerability, stirring an instinctive urge to protect her. The choice given to the Red Devil equally applied to her. Observing Emma, Johnny's lips curled into a subtle smile. Upon hearing Johnny's words, the White Queen's expression grew complex. After witnessing Johnny's overwhelming strength in subduing Shaw, Emma felt a bitter pang of resignation, realizing that her only chance of survival lay in surrender. I choose to submit, Master. As she uttered these words, a foreboding darkness loomed over her future. Excellent, White Queen and Red Devil. From this moment forth, you shall accompany me. The Hellfire Club will remain under your management, Johnny remarked with a slight smile, delivering a statement that left both of them momentarily stunned. Initially, the two who had chosen to submit had resigned themselves to becoming mere instruments of Johnny's will. Yet they had not anticipated that Johnny would allow them to continue overseeing the Hellfire Club. In fact, following Shaw's demise at Johnny's hands, their control and influence would significantly amplify. Johnny's decision was also a strategic move to mitigate any strong resistance from the Red Devil and White Queen. He aimed to convey to them that following him was not a misfortune, but rather a tremendous opportunity for ascendance. On the aircraft, the squad of X-Men remained silent as Johnny won over the two. Having witnessed Johnny's methods, Charles felt a tremor of astonishment and privately admired Johnny's acumen. With just a few words, he had rendered the White Queen and Red Devil incapable of harboring any thoughts of rebellion. Within the Hellfire Club, which housed numerous mutants and wielded considerable power, Charles had been contemplating a resolution, only to discover that Johnny had already implemented a comprehensive plan. Mr. Johnny, your power astonishes me. Your foresight and wisdom command my respect, Charles remarked sincerely to Johnny. Chapter 56. Guidance. In response to Charles's heartfelt words, Johnny merely smiled slightly. Mr. Johnny, although the threat from Shaw has been eliminated and the Hellfire Club is now under your control, ensuring that no disturbances arise is essential. However, as mutants gradually emerge into the public eye, I wonder how we might address the potential issues that may arise. After a prolonged moment of hesitation aboard the aircraft, Charles carefully chose his words and inquired of Johnny. The matter of mutants was exceedingly intricate, as this incident had demonstrated. Despite Charles's earnest desire to foster harmonious coexistence between mutants and ordinary humans, he struggled to identify effective solutions. To him, Johnny emanated an aura not only of unfathomable strength, but also of mystery. Thus, Charles sought Johnny's guidance. Their conversation was transparent, with the X-Men also keenly attentive to the topic. Upon hearing Charles's inquiry, they all focused intently on the exchange. Charles, there exist myriad methods to address the discord between mutants and ordinary humans. For instance, the possession of absolute power, whether by mutants or humans, can serve as a means to impose one's will, thereby establishing one's own rules. A faint smile graced Johnny's face as he uttered a statement that left the assembly astounded. The capacity to instill fear in both mutants and humans alike. What a terrifying power that must be. However, I do not advocate for the use of force. When it comes to our brethren, at times, integration is the most effective, albeit the most arduous, approach. Johnny then shifted his discourse to present an alternative solution. Integration? Charles paused, momentarily perplexed by Johnny's words. This is what I previously alluded to regarding order. The relative stability of human society is maintained through order. To resolve the latent issues between mutants and humans, a new order is essential, yet its establishment requires a pivotal figure, a vanguard, or rather, a leader. Johnny's voice remained calm. Yet each word resonated profoundly with Charles and the others, unraveling the confusion that had ensnared them. Mr. Johnny, I believe that with your prowess, you could undoubtedly serve as the leader of the mutants, guiding them towards a prosperous path. Before Charles could respond, Magneto, Eric, interjected with palpable excitement, his gaze toward Johnny imbued with admiration and fervor. At that moment, having avenged his grievances, Magneto's mind was devoid of intricate machinations, like Charles. He yearned to resolve the threats posed by the divide between mutants and humans. Eric, you jest. Guiding countless mutants is beyond my capacity. Furthermore, I am not one of them. Sensing Magneto's reverence, Johnny chuckled softly, shaking his head gently. Although Johnny ardently desired to establish his own dominion upon arriving on Earth, the current state of mutants was a chaotic mess, and he lacked the inclination to take on such a burden. Mr. Johnny, you are not a mutant? His words elicited astonishment among the gathered crowd, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. Witnessing the battle between Johnny and Shaw, the assembly had assumed, by default, that possessing such formidable abilities could only belong to a mutant of unparalleled strength. When did I ever claim to be a mutant? Johnny inquired, bemusement evident as he observed their incredulous gazes. It dawned on them that Johnny had never explicitly stated his identity as a mutant. It was merely their own presumptive notion. Charles, and all present here, you are mutants. This incident serves as a catalyst. I believe it won't be long before you are recognized within the mutant community. You should seize this opportunity to establish an organization dedicated to addressing issues among mutants, while simultaneously acting as a bridge between mutants and ordinary humans, Johnny proposed. Mr. Johnny's approach seems feasible. I can report it, and the government is sure to lend its support. The previously silent Agent Moira was the first to express her endorsement after listening to Johnny's words. The group of Sentinels fell into a contemplative silence. Prior to this incident, none had fathomed the latent crisis between mutants and ordinary humans. Their assembly as Sentinels had only occurred less than a month ago. Among them, only Charles had pondered such matters. Now, with Johnny's proposal on the table, Charles found it indeed plausible, albeit lacking in confidence. What do you all think? After a moment of reflection, Charles inquired of the Sentinels. I believe Mr. Johnny's suggestion is commendable. At the very least, we are united. Raven stated with a hint of a smile, no longer concealing her true appearance. Charles, you are our leader. We shall follow your guidance. Hank and several others exchanged glances, clearly recognizing Charles as their head. Noticing the weight of their gazes, Charles felt the burden grow heavier, yet the flame of determination burned fiercely in his eyes. Mr. Johnny, I have resolved to establish a specialized school for mutants, to recruit, train, and safeguard the rapidly increasing population of mutants since the 20th century. We shall teach them to wield and control their abilities correctly, while also providing backup talent for the Sentinels, should they desire it. However, there will be times when our strength may fall short, and I hope for your assistance. Looking at Johnny, Charles nodded slowly. A broad smile began to spread across Johnny's face. Charles, I have stated before that we are friends. The Hellfire Club will also participate in matters concerning mutants. Certain actions that are best kept from the light can be managed by Emma or the Red Devil, Johnny said with a slight smile directed at Charles. Upon hearing Johnny mention the Hellfire Club, Emma and the Red Devil promptly expressed their willingness to collaborate with Charles and his team. Being a clever individual, Charles grasped the implications without needing Johnny to spell them out. Hank's design for the fighter jet was remarkably superior, far exceeding the capabilities of conventional military aircraft, and it returned to New York in no time. After a brief exchange with Johnny and Charles, the Red Devil was instructed to escort Johnny and Emma directly to meet with Medusa at Morgan Biotech. Although Johnny felt confident in his methods after successfully recruiting Emma and the Red Devil, he was not ready to entrust all significant matters to them immediately. Thus, he intended for Medusa to take the lead, with Emma and the Red Devil providing direct support to her in coordinating efforts. Chapter 57. Gazes from the upper echelons of the US and USSR in Medusa's office. A subtle crackle filled the air as the figures of Johnny and the others materialized. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, a fleeting spark of intrigue glimmered in Johnny's eyes as his gaze swept over the Red Devil. Upon meeting Johnny's eyes, the Red Devil felt an involuntary tightening within, a wave of trepidation washing over him. At the moment when the Red Devil was fixed under Johnny's gaze, a chilling sensation coursed through him, yet it dissipated almost instantaneously, leaving him questioning the validity of his own perception. Unbeknownst to the Red Devil, Johnny was indeed intrigued by his teleportation ability, which was an essential component of Johnny's personal enhancement agenda. However, since the Red Devil had chosen to submit, Johnny had no reason to act against him without provocation. My master, is everything proceeding smoothly? Medusa, her body slightly tensed from the intensity of Johnny's presence, relaxed and inquired docilely. All has been resolved, Medusa. This is White Queen Emma and Red Devil. They are both my servants from now on, and I entrust their management to you. They will oversee the Hellfire Club, and you will be responsible for them directly. In subduing the White Queen and the Red Devil, Johnny aimed not only to acquire capable subordinates, but also to seize control of the Hellfire Club itself. The Hellfire Club is an international organization that congregates global social elites. Over the years, Shaw, alongside the White Queen and others, has been tirelessly cultivating an exclusive membership comprised of societal luminaries, commercial magnates, and political elites, wielding considerable power. I understand, Medusa replied, her exquisite gaze sweeping over the Red Devil and the White Queen. She employed her psychic abilities to probe into their hearts, seeking to discern whether their loyalty to Johnny was genuine. The Red Devil proved to be manageable, as Medusa could sense his reverence towards Johnny. However, when her gaze settled upon White Queen Emma, an expression of astonishment flickered in her eyes. A mutant skilled in psychic abilities? Medusa gasped involuntarily. Since arriving on Earth, she had encountered two mutants adept in mental prowess, one being the future leader of mutants and the other, the White Queen before her. Johnny smiled faintly, unconcerned, and after issuing a few simple instructions, he entrusted the White Queen and the Red Devil to Medusa. With that, Johnny found himself entirely at leisure. Upon returning to his residence, he intended to enter a period of seclusion, dedicating time to familiarize himself with his newly acquired abilities. Yet, while Johnny immersed himself in isolation, oblivious to the world outside, the global turmoil ignited by Shaw was far from abating. The most immediate consequence was the involvement of the United States and the Soviet Union in this incident. The missile crisis, which had been brought to a standstill due to the fierce confrontation between Johnny and Shaw, saw both parties decisively withdraw their forces. Information regarding Johnny and the warpath was meticulously relayed to the highest echelons of national power. The U.S. Congress convened urgently, with participants being those whose mere presence could shake the very ground of America. This is all the information we currently possess, which involves an intermediate agent named Moira, an entity of terrifying power. According to the intelligence provided by Moira, an individual named Johnny is closely associated with Charles Francis Xavier, who claims to be Warpath. Furthermore, through our collaborative investigations, we have discovered that Johnny is, in fact, the power behind Morgan Biotechnology in New York. A plethora of evidence has demonstrated the emergence of numerous genetic anomalies within humanity, each possessing an array of extraordinary abilities, presenting a pressing dilemma that we must urgently address. At the behest of the president, the highest authorities disseminated all gathered intelligence, leaving everyone in a state of shock, leading to hushed whispers among them. Given the customary behavior of these high-ranking officials, should a being of formidable power arise, their typical response would either be to entice or to expend considerable resources to neutralize the threat, followed by clandestine research. However, this time, the abilities exhibited by Johnny before the American and Soviet fleets were so terrifying that they elicited a profound sense of helplessness among the elite. The effortless creation of towering ice pillars and the ruthless dismantling of a nuclear reactor with ease rendered him an entity beyond reproach. Your Excellency, based on the intelligence we have gathered, it appears that Johnny, a participant in this incident, intervened just as war was on the brink between us and the Soviet Union, thwarting the machinations of the conspirators. He poses no hostility towards our nation. We may attempt to court him. Should we succeed, it would be fortuitous. If not, we must ensure he harbors no animosity towards us. After much deliberation, the Assembly reached a consensus. Very well, let us proceed with this decision. Morgan Biotech has maintained a collaborative relationship with the government. We can utilize this channel to initiate contact. Regardless of the outcome, we must ensure that the other party remains wholly unsatisfied. Ultimately, the president made a decisive ruling. In contrast, the Soviet Union's investigation revealed a starkly different attitude towards Johnny. As an American, he was perceived as an enemy. This colossal threat must be eradicated by any means necessary. There would be no need for a nuclear war, for he alone posed a challenge we could scarcely endure. At that moment, the Soviet Union was in a state of explosive agitation. Upon uncovering Johnny's affiliation with Morgan Biotech and his collaboration with the American military, they swiftly categorized him as an adversary of the American government. To address such a menace, utmost caution was required, leading to the conclusion that it was best entrusted to the KGB's Red Room, an institution renowned for its impeccable track record. Following this resolution, a directive was issued to the most formidable espionage training facility, the Red Room. Natasha Romanoff, a premier operative within the organization, fluent in multiple languages and adept at intelligence gathering, infiltration, and assassination in extreme environments, possessed unparalleled combat skills and remarkable resilience. She had undergone physical enhancements, yet had yet to undergo the final graduation rite. Upon receiving the high-level order, the Red Room, well informed of the target, activated the dossier of its most elite agent. The final page of the dossier was sparse, yet telling. Trained to date, executed 86 level missions, completed 43 level 100 missions, and successfully neutralized 9 level 100 individuals, an impressive record. This mission was classified as high stakes, with a particularly challenging target. Natasha, you must prepare thoroughly. Success is the only acceptable outcome. In a dimly lit chamber within the secret base of the Red Room, the alluring and fiercely formidable Black Widow bore a stoic expression. After receiving the dossier on the target, A fleeting glimmer of coldness crossed her gaze. With a slight nod, she tucked away the documents and departed. Chapter 58. What I desire is the consortium at the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. The one-eyed man, Nick Fury, became noticeably grave after perusing a document laid before him. The individual wielding power behind Morgan Biotech had eliminated members of Hydra's outer circle, exhibiting certain cryogenic abilities, aerial capabilities, a physique robust enough to withstand nuclear explosions, and a speed akin to lightning. Fury repeatedly muttered the abilities demonstrated by Johnny as mentioned in the document. This is not merely an era of mutants. It seems more akin to a mythological age. In the end, Fury's brow furrowed deeply, clearly at a loss regarding the myriad of issues confronting him. Director, Congress has approved, and arrangements are underway for the military to engage in a deeper collaboration with Morgan Biotech, attempting to establish contact with Johnny. According to the higher-ups, it is imperative to foster a good relationship with him, and if possible, to recruit him, his deputy gently reminded him, observing Fury's state of distress. After a prolonged silence, Fury let out a sigh, imbued with a sense of helplessness. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. wielded considerable power, incidents like the Cuban Missile Crisis could not be resolved by ordinary means. Such entities could not be recruited. To attain greater strength, we must cultivate it ourselves. How is the construction of the cube progressing? After the sigh, Fury posed a question that seemed somewhat detached from the pressing matters at hand. The deputy hesitated momentarily before responding. The preliminary preparations have been completed. All designs have been collaboratively determined by the most elite scientists and engineers within S.H.I.E.L.D., with security measures being exceptionally stringent. Director, shall we commence construction now? There's no need to rush. Given the current circumstances, the cube's design plans require revision. Inform the engineers responsible for its design that I require a facility capable of containing the most dangerous individuals. Fury waved his hand, his agitation palpable. Before the emergence of the mutant crisis, Fury had resolved to establish the most secure prison in the world. However, it now appeared that the various methods and measures in place were far from adequate. Convey my orders. Initiate the Goliath Project and the Perseus Project. After a fleeting moment of hesitation, Fury seemed to have made a resolute decision, addressing his deputy. What? Director, but everything is under my responsibility. Upon hearing the names of the Goliath and Perseus projects, the deputy visibly flinched and began to speak, only to be abruptly cut off by Fury, leaving him to reluctantly close his mouth. Additionally, deploy our finest agents to disguise themselves and infiltrate Morgan Biotech to monitor the target individual, providing updates at all times. If feasible, this person could become a pivotal force in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s future combat capabilities. Fury spoke again, just as the deputy was preparing to depart. Although Fury believed the likelihood of recruiting a powerhouse like Johnny was slim, he could not help but feel a twinge of desire. The strength Johnny had exhibited was not only of immense interest to the higher echelons of the American government, who were eager to recruit him, but amidst the brewing undercurrents, Fury had also begun to contemplate Johnny's potential. Understood. After receiving orders, the assistant promptly departed, leaving Fury alone in the office, ensnared in a prolonged silence. The rapid advancement of the times is astonishing. Even humanity is evolving. It seems that S.H.I.E.L.D. must inject a substantial amount of fresh blood. Here is today's newspaper, along with some recent valuable intelligence. Master. Medusa playfully smiled as she placed the newspaper and a dossier before Johnny in his seaside villa. Johnny casually picked it up and flipped through it, mostly encountering trivial gossip about popular stars, none of which piqued his interest. Medusa, how has the company been faring lately? Johnny inquired, setting the newspaper aside and opening the dossier, filled with extensive intelligence. Since entrusting Medusa with the company, Morgan Biotech has not only flourished despite the changes in leadership, but has accelerated its growth, demonstrating Medusa's talent and acumen in management. A mere casual inquiry from Johnny. Everything is excellent. The company's market value is steadily increasing, and the stock has been soaring recently. Moreover, our external shares are being continuously repurchased. Your holdings are approaching 80%, with less than 20% remaining in circulation. These original shares have multiplied several times over. Their holders will not part with them, even for an exorbitant price. Very well, but it is still insufficient. A glimmer of determination flashed in Johnny's eyes. What I require is not merely a colossal enterprise, but a consortium capable of influencing the political landscape. Medusa was momentarily taken aback by Johnny's words. The term consortium encompasses far more than mere wealth. In capitalist nations, a vast consortium wields immense financial resources and can sway political affairs. Even the presidential elections in the United States are influenced by the machinations of these powerful conglomerates. Currently, Morgan Biotech is not lacking in funds. However, our influence is somewhat feeble. The company needs to attract a cadre of politicians and key players. Do you understand my intent? Johnny continued. You might take Hellfire's operations as a reference. They possess considerable insight into high society. Yet, this process requires time. There's no need to rush. Johnny smiled kindly. This was a long-term strategy, not one to be hastened. On the contrary, Medusa felt a surge of excitement at Johnny's vision, yet her brow soon furrowed in concern. She considered the implications more deeply than Johnny. The rise of a new consortium would inevitably encroach upon the interests of established ones. Chairman, if we develop successfully, will we not attract the ire of other consortiums? Do not worry. I will handle these matters adeptly. Johnny maintained his cheerful demeanor, unperturbed. If anyone dared to engage in underhanded tactics, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Let us not forget, Johnny wields not only control over Morgan Biotech, but also the Hellfire Club. By the way, Master, the recent rapid development of the company is significantly related to the agency's attitude. Their cooperation with us is almost tantamount to a monetary gift. The military-industrial liaison has suggested that they are aware of your connection to the company. It seems they wish to curry favor, and perhaps they aim to recruit you. Considering the extraordinary power you have exhibited, far surpassing human limits, Medusa contemplated a collaboration with Morgan Biotech, a military entity. And a sly smile crept across her face as she could not help but speak. Are they attempting to recruit me? How intriguing. Pay them no mind. They dare not take any drastic actions. However, I fear our company may soon see a considerable influx of newcomers, so do not be overly concerned, understood? After a moment of reflection, Johnny quickly grasped much. If the American military could uncover his background, other factions would undoubtedly do the same. The number of spies infiltrating Morgan Biotech to probe its depths would certainly not be scant. I understand. Medusa was astute enough to comprehend the implications without Johnny having to be overly explicit. Chapter 59, Rapid Development by the way. How are things progressing with Emma and the Red Devil? Reflecting on his recent acquisition of Hellfire, Johnny inquired. Upon hearing Johnny mention Hellfire, Medusa could not help but express admiration. It was only after he fully assumed control of the Hellfire Club that he grasped the vastness of its influence. Far more formidable than he had anticipated. My lord, following your elimination of Sebastian Shaw, the former leader of the Hellfire Club, its development has indeed been affected. Nonetheless, since we announced your ascension as the new ruler of Hellfire, the number of dignitaries and influential figures wishing to join the club has multiplied several times. Medusa's face lit up with a smile as she recounted this. Johnny was taken aback. He had not expected to draw such attention without lifting a finger. The entire club's finances were now under his control, amounting to approximately 10 billion, with 30% contributed by the White Queen, Emma. Yet, the most remarkable aspect of the Hellfire Club was not its financial resources, but its vast network spanning the globe. To facilitate management, the club's headquarters had relocated to a specially designated residence on Fifth Avenue in Manhattan. When discussing operational matters, Medusa's complexion radiated enthusiasm. After gaining a certain understanding of Hellfire, Johnny could not help but be astonished. This is splendid news, Medusa. With this development, Morgan Biotech's aspirations to evolve into a consortium will progress much more smoothly. Morgan Biotech operates in the light, while Hellfire remains in the shadows. Ordinary factions would not dare to provoke us. Moreover, should more powerful entities discover the connection between Hellfire and Morgan Biotech, they are unlikely to confront us recklessly. Coupled with the goodwill from the government and military, we may consider hastening our advance. After a brief contemplation, Johnny articulated his thoughts. Of course, every situation possesses duality. Where there is sunshine, shadows linger. The Hellfire Club, as a force within the shadows, currently possesses substantial external strength, yet its core remains rather fragile. Johnny had formed preliminary ideas regarding the Hellfire Club, though the specifics of execution would require coordination with Medusa, Emma, and others. Facilitating the collaboration between Hellfire and Charles, aside from engaging in routine tasks, Hellfire can address the emerging mutant crises around the globe, thereby safeguarding mutants. In this manner, Hellfire's stature among mutants will inevitably rise, enhancing its prestige. As for the mutants inclined towards mischief, they are free to join Hellfire or refrain from doing so without coercion. In just a few words, Johnny has already devised a future plan for the two factions under his command, earning Medusa's silent admiration. While she is responsible for management, she still falls short compared to Johnny in terms of broader vision and long-term considerations. My master, rest assured, I shall manage it well, Medusa replied with a gentle nod. After addressing the pressing matters, it was Johnny's time to unwind. Within the coastal villa, enchanting melodies soon filled the air. Time swiftly passed. It had been over half a year since Johnny resolved the Cuban Missile Crisis. Calculating the time, Johnny's arrival on Earth from Sakaar was nearing a year. He had matured significantly compared to when he departed from Sakaar. During these past 6 months, Johnny spent most of his time acclimating to his abilities, only venturing out when faced with challenging mutant issues at Hellfire. Through this period of development, Hellfire has successfully transitioned through the change of leadership, with Emma and the Red Devil completely bowing to Johnny, diligently serving him. At this juncture, the Hellfire Club is divided into core and peripheral factions. The core of the Hellfire Club, led by Emma and the Red Devil, comprises over 30 mutants with diverse abilities, serving as the backbone of Johnny's forces. Meanwhile, the peripheral membership of Hellfire has expanded to its zenith, with luminaries and dignitaries from around the globe proudly declaring their affiliation with the Hellfire Club, many vying fervently for an invitation. Within the opulent chambers of the Hellfire Club residence on 5th Avenue's east side in Manhattan, Johnny had just relished the tender and captivating service of the White Queen, Emma, while receiving her briefings on various intelligence reports. His women, apart from Medusa, included the utterly devoted White Queen, who, after demonstrating absolute loyalty, finally garnered Johnny's affection. My master, besides matters concerning the club, there have also been several updates from the Sentinels that Charles has established. The alluringly beautiful White Queen, Emma, softly leaned against Johnny's chest, respectfully speaking. Oh, do tell, Johnny replied, a peculiar expression crossing his face at the mention of Charles. Charles had established the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters in the ancestral castle of the Weckesters in New York, enrolling a significant number of mutants, including many uniquely gifted young individuals. Among them, there was a female student named Jean Grey, whose ability level reached 5, classified as Omega. At the mention of this, Emma, the White Queen, seemed slightly moved. Upon hearing the name Jean Grey, Johnny paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. The illustrious Phoenix, Jean Grey, has left a profound impression on Johnny. This is rather intriguing. Perhaps I shall visit Charles's school when time permits. The formidable Phoenix from the film evokes Johnny's curiosity. It is worth noting that this female mutant possesses not only terrifying powers, but also remarkable looks and physique. Just imagine soaring through the skies on a phoenix. By the way, Master, aside from this matter, it appears that there are some issues within the X-Men. Eric Lenscher has departed from the team and left the academy. According to the information I have received, it seems that Eric and Charles are at an impasse regarding mutant issues, rendering any consensus impossible, thus prompting his departure, Emma stated. Johnny nodded. The upbringing of Magneto starkly contrasts with that of Charles. After enduring the despair of his youth during the Nazi regime, his methods have become decisively ruthless. Expecting him to accept Charles's gentle approach is indeed peculiar. Nevertheless, Johnny harbors some thoughts about Magneto. If his abilities could be fully harnessed, he would become an overwhelmingly formidable force, unmatched by any army. However, Johnny is in no rush. He will contemplate this gradually when the opportunity arises. Chapter 60, Natasha's assassination. After enjoying Emma's services, Johnny prepared to leave for Morgan Biotech. Having only visited Morgan Biotech a handful of times since gaining control, he decided to take a look now that he had some spare time. However, just as he was about to exit the core area of the club's estate, a flicker of inexplicable emotion crossed his face. Although he lacked telepathic abilities, his perception far exceeded that of an ordinary person. The moment he stepped outside, he sensed a gaze lurking in the shadows, imbued with a potent intent to kill, though the assailant made every effort to conceal their presence. Johnny's keen senses picked up on it. Yet, Johnny's stride remained unbroken. There was no sign of abnormality in his demeanor, which sparked a glimmer of intrigue in the hidden Black Widow, Natasha. Within the club, only the elite and dignitaries could gain entry, and the security was formidable, leaving little room for threat. Nevertheless, for someone of Natasha's caliber, infiltrating unnoticed was hardly a daunting task. Before her lay a sleek black sniper rifle, a specially crafted weapon of extraordinary might, far surpassing conventional sniper rifles in power, capable of penetrating steel plates from several meters away. Furthermore, the ammunition Natasha employed was equally costly. She possessed ample confidence that even a target of great strength would fall victim to a sudden strike. For this singular opportunity, Natasha had been in America for 3 months, following her orders to lie in wait. Throughout this period, her sole task had been to gather intelligence. As a top-tier agent, acquiring comprehensive information about the target was essential for devising an infallible plan. In the final act of assassination, Natasha did not orchestrate the encounter at Johnny's villa. Instead, she meticulously planned it within the depths of the Hellfire Club, preparing extensively and choosing to strike when Johnny was most at ease. Now, concealed within the elongated corridor that Johnny would inevitably traverse, she awaited the perfect moment to ensure absolute success. Meanwhile, Johnny appeared blissfully unaware of the impending peril. ambling towards her with an air of nonchalance. As Johnny stepped into the corridor, a glint of determination flashed in Natasha's eyes, and without hesitation, she pulled the trigger. A faint sound echoed from the shadows, as a formidable bullet hurtled towards Johnny. A knowing smile graced Johnny's face as his acute reflexes activated instantaneously. To him, the world seemed to freeze, the bullet suspended mid-flight before him. He could sense the immense kinetic energy of the projectile, as if it could slice through the very air. And within the elegantly crafted bullet lay a considerable force, hinting at a powerful explosion. With a slight smile, Johnny merely tilted his head, effortlessly evading the bullet's trajectory. It whisked by his ear, a whispering rush of air accompanying it. Thud! The bullet pierced through the dense marble floor behind him, detonating deep beneath the surface with a muted roar. As the ground trembled from the explosion, Natasha's eyes widened in disbelief. Her meticulously crafted assassination plan, honed over 3 months and fueled by relentless effort, had failed. Johnny, unfazed, regarded Natasha with keen eyes, having discerned her lurking presence. As he beheld her alluring figure and captivating features, a spark of intrigue flickered within him. As a traveler of dimensions, Johnny was no stranger to the hidden assassin. Yet Natasha appeared more youthful and naive than he had imagined. This innocence lent an additional layer of allure to her already captivating visage, momentarily ensnaring even Johnny's focus. Bang, bang, bang. In the brief moment of his distraction, Natasha unleashed a trio of shots, each a standard handgun bullet. Unlike the sniper rifle and bullet she had prepared earlier, one that she had deemed unnecessary to duplicate. This time, as 3 bullets sped toward him, Johnny waved his hand dismissively, as if performing magic, causing the projectiles to vanish into thin air. Since you wish to play, let us indulge in this game, Johnny proclaimed, as he opened his palm to reveal the 3 utterly deformed bullet casings, which he casually discarded to the ground. Remarkably, after catching the bullets barehanded, his palm bore no mark, no trace of injury whatsoever. Witnessing this, Natasha felt a surge of trepidation, her pupils constricting sharply in response to the formidable threat before her. This time, Natasha believed she had adequately prepared herself, yet it became evident that the outcome was far from favorable. She sensed that she had unwittingly encountered significant trouble. Johnny's strength was unfathomable. Observing the smirk on Johnny's face, Natasha did not falter. She halted her advance, and with a swift motion, unleashed a barrage of bullets from her pistol, hoping to create a distraction that might afford her a sliver of opportunity. However, it soon became apparent that her intentions had been in vain. The bullets, propelled with great force, posed no threat to Johnny whatsoever. This time, Johnny could not even be bothered to demonstrate his ability to catch bullets barehanded. Instead, he allowed the multitude of projectiles to rain down upon him. A translucent barrier of cosmic energy enveloped Johnny's form, clinging closely to his skin, appearing almost like a fragile bubble that could shatter with the slightest contact. Yet, as Natasha's bullets collided with this thin shield of energy, they produced a resounding metallic clang. Subsequently, the bullets morphed into oddly shaped scraps of metal, plummeting to the ground with a crisp clatter. Johnny's expression remained playful as he slowly advanced toward the increasingly anxious Natasha. With all her bullets expended, and having hoped that even if they could not harm Johnny, they might at least fluster him, Natasha was now dismayed to find that Johnny's attire remained utterly unscathed. As Johnny approached, undeterred, Natasha's tension escalated. She discarded her empty firearm and drew forth a gleaming dagger, positioning it defensively before her, crouching slightly in anticipation of Johnny's advance. "Are you a mutant or a cyborg?" This was Natasha's first utterance, her voice grave yet imbued with a unique rasp that lent it a magnetic quality. "I am someone you ought not to provoke. Will you surrender or continue this game with me? Rest assured, I have ample time." Chapter 61. The game. Johnny smiled slightly, entirely unfazed by Natasha's anxiety, maintaining his leisurely pace as he approached her step by step. Yet, with each step, the pressure on Natasha intensified. Just when Johnny was merely 3 or 4 paces away, Natasha could no longer contain herself. The dagger in her hand transformed into a gleaming arc as she thrust it toward Johnny's throat with alarming speed. At this juncture, although astonished by Johnny's formidable prowess, Natasha remained undaunted, her eyes ablaze with determination. Intrigued by the stunning beauty before him, Johnny had no intention of swiftly vanquishing Natasha. Rather, he sought to engage in a playful contest. The dagger, which would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person to evade, seemed to Johnny akin to a child's play. With his current reaction speed, Natasha could not hope to inflict any harm upon him. If Johnny so wished, she would struggle to even approach him. As the dagger drew within mere inches of Johnny's throat, he finally made his move. With a swift lift of his elbow, he struck Natasha's wrist, the hand gripping the dagger, with a precision that was nearly imperceptible to her. A sudden, intense sensation of tingling and numbness surged through Natasha, causing the dagger, infused with her full strength, to slip from her grasp and clatter to the ground. This was only possible due to Johnny's restraint over his own power. Otherwise, his physical prowess would have overwhelmed Natasha, regardless of her rigorous training as a child of the devil and her various enhancements. At last, Johnny's body sprang into action, and with a casual step, he closed the distance between them at remarkable speed. He seized Natasha's now weakened arm and, with a swift motion, destabilized her balance, sending her tumbling forward. As a top-tier agent, Natasha possessed formidable combat instincts and close-quarters fighting skills. The instant her body was propelled, she instinctively launched a counterattack aimed at Johnny's most vulnerable points. This strike, commonly known as a groin kick, is notoriously lethal for men. However, with Johnny's strength, evasion was effortless, and they brushed past each other. In that fleeting moment, Johnny marveled at Natasha's astonishing physical elasticity, silently acknowledging her as a stunning beauty. This piqued Johnny's interest further, igniting a desire to engage with her more playfully. After fully suppressing his own strength, Johnny and Natasha engaged in a fierce melee. Both were exceptionally skilled in hand-to-hand combat, and despite Johnny's deliberate restraint of his power, Natasha held her ground. However, as the battle intensified, her breathing grew labored. Each of her seemingly lethal strikes fell into Johnny's rhythm, and he effortlessly led her, making it nearly impossible for her to inflict any significant damage. Meanwhile, Johnny remained composed, deftly neutralizing her attacks and launching powerful counterstrikes that exacerbated Natasha's fatigue, leaving her increasingly beleaguered. Noticing her increasingly ragged breaths, Johnny lost interest in prolonging their duel. Seizing an opportunity, he struck her at the nape of the neck, rendering her body numb and weak, nearly causing her to faint as she collapsed against him. At that moment, it was evident that Natasha was still quite young. Helpless in Johnny's embrace, she lacked the strength to resist, surrendering entirely to his control. It was only now, as her breaths quickened, that a flicker of despair crossed her eyes. Facing Johnny, she comprehended the depth of his extraordinary power. Natasha Romanoff, is it? Johnny's voice penetrated her awareness as she felt his hands on her. Startled by his knowledge of her name, Natasha's demeanor shifted, becoming slightly unnerved. Cold as ice, yet radiant as a peach blossom, her strikes were ruthless, capable of executing various tasks independently. She truly embodied a top Soviet agent. This mission, after all, must pertain to the infamous Red Room, wouldn't it? If Johnny's first sentence, which immediately revealed his identity, left Natasha astounded, then his direct mention of being trained by the Soviet intelligence organization known as the Red Room left her utterly stunned. The Red Room, an organization shrouded in secrecy and responsible for training elite spies, was so concealed that even within the Soviet Union, very few factions or groups were aware of its existence. Yet here was Johnny, possessing such intimate knowledge. How could Natasha not be shocked? How do you know about the Red Room? Unable to contain her astonishment any longer, Natasha blurted out the question. Johnny remained silent, merely gazing at her with an ambiguous smile, his eyes flickering with a fiery intensity. His mischievous hand continued its bold roaming over Natasha's body, rendering her helpless to resist. Faced with the predicament before her, Natasha finally abandoned her stubbornness and slowly spoke. Yes, I am indeed from the Red Room. Slap. Johnny's palm landed heavily on Natasha's shapely buttock, sending a ripple through her soft flesh and causing her body to tremble. That's punishment for your hesitation. From now on, you answer whatever I ask. Understood? A smile spread across Johnny's face. Now that Natasha had finally spoken, he was confident he could extract all the information he desired from this exquisite beauty. What mission did the Red Room assign to you? Johnny fixed his gaze on Natasha's eyes, forcing her weakened form to confront his stare. Meeting Johnny's deep, penetrating gaze felt like staring into an abyss, one that threatened to swallow Natasha whole. Still, Natasha harbored a sliver of hope. He hadn't killed her immediately. As a top-tier operative, she couldn't afford to divulge any intelligence so easily. Under Johnny's unwavering gaze, Natasha, unable to escape, closed her eyes and chose silence. What she didn't realize, however, was that her attitude only made her appear all the more vulnerable and inviting. To any normal man, it would be enough to ignite an insatiable fire. If you're unwilling to talk, then I'll have to resort to other methods. Chapter 62. A unique interrogation technique. As for the exquisite beauty in his grasp, Johnny had no intention of showing mercy or tenderness. She was his prisoner, his prize, and he held the ultimate right to do with her as he pleased. As Johnny's bold hand tightened its grip, Natasha could no longer suppress a soft, sensual moan, one brimming with seductive allure. If I'm not mistaken, judging by your age, you haven't even graduated from the Red Room yet, nor have you undergone its final initiation. You're still. Johnny's voice, like the whisper of a demon, echoed in Natasha's ears, steadily eroding her psychological defenses. Even though Natasha had been rigorously trained from a young age, Possessing a remarkably strong will, under Johnny's overwhelming strength and relentless tactics, she was beginning to falter. A sharp tearing sound rang out. A long rip tore through the fabric of Natasha's clothing as Johnny made his move. No. The sudden turn of events completely threw Natasha off balance. Despite years of harsh training, she had never before encountered a situation like this. Don't. At this moment, Johnny showed no signs of relenting, his unabashed gaze sweeping over Natasha with an unmistakable air of admiration. Upon hearing Johnny's words, Natasha bit down hard on her lip, filled with an intense desire to eliminate him on the spot. However, the Red Room displayed no mercy towards agents who divulged secrets. Natasha had witnessed numerous agents subjected to inhumane treatment upon their return after failing to withstand interrogation. The very thought of those scenarios sent chills down her spine. In this brief moment of hesitation, Johnny displayed no intention of waiting any longer. With a swift motion, he tore at Natasha's clothing, leaving it in tatters. I will tell you everything. Natasha, unable to withstand the devilish presence of Johnny, was on the verge of revealing the truth. I'm sorry, but I no longer wish to know. Let me go? I will tell you. It was the orders from above. They believed you posed a threat to them, and they sent me to eliminate you. Please, release me. You mean the Red Room sent you to assassinate me? How bold of you, Johnny murmured, a hint of amusement gracing his features. Natasha, bare and pressed against Johnny's chest, had strands of hair clinging to her forehead. Though her eyes reflected a mix of reluctance and complexity, the initial resistance had faded. You cannot assassinate me, but I have no intention of making things difficult for you. I can let you go. Johnny, having already claimed Natasha as his own, was surprisingly generous. He harbored no intentions of killing her. Rather, he wished to keep her close. Thus, he resorted to a strategy of allure and retreat. I cannot return. Agents from the Red Room who fail their missions do not have a favorable outcome. The best they can hope for is to be placed beside influential figures around the world, becoming their playthings while gathering intelligence. If the organization learns of my betrayal, I shall meet my end in despair and torment. Natasha spoke, her voice frail, filled with suffering and confusion. Deep within, she harbored no affection for the Red Room, which had trained her as a top-tier agent. Only hatred and disgust remained. After experiencing the recent events, she understood that the Red Room would not spare her. Upon hearing that Johnny would neither capture nor kill her, but instead allow her to leave, Natasha felt an inexplicable stirring within her. Perhaps, she mused, following this formidable man could be a favorable choice. If you wish, you may stay by my side. The Red Room will no longer pose a threat to you. Johnny's calm voice resonated, causing Natasha to shudder in disbelief as she raised her gaze to meet his eyes. In Johnny's eyes, she discerned no trace of deception, only an overwhelming confidence, a self-assuredness born from his absolute strength. To Johnny, a mere agency of agents held little power to instill fear. Would a dragon harbor any trepidation in the presence of ants? Although you are formidable, the Red Room remains the most powerful espionage organization of the Soviet Union and will not easily let me go. Despite the confidence reflected in Johnny's eyes providing Natasha with a semblance of reassurance, she could not entirely quell her apprehensions regarding the relentless pursuit of traitors by the Red Room. What if I told you that I could assist you in eradicating the threat posed by the Red Room entirely? Johnny chuckled, revealing that his displayed prowess was but a mere fraction of his true capabilities. It appeared that while Natasha was inclined to submit, her resolve had yet to solidify. Upon Johnny's words, a distinct glimmer of hope flickered in Natasha's eyes. If Johnny could indeed help her obliterate the Red Room's menace, aligning herself with him and serving his cause would be a prudent choice. As long as the Red Room could be dismantled, if you can achieve that, I am willing to work for you, Natasha proclaimed with determination, having made her decision. Emma, please make the necessary arrangements, Johnny said nonchalantly, playfully patting Emma's shapely form beside him, prompting her to cast a playful glance at him, yet yielding without resistance. After a brief nod, Emma quickly donned her attire and departed to fulfill Johnny's instructions. With the mutants under the Hellfire Club, dismantling a mere espionage training organization was hardly a daunting task. Moreover, this mission would see the participation of the Red Devil himself. 3 days later, the Red Room, an organization painstakingly constructed by the Soviet Union using vast resources, fell victim to an unknown force, with all personnel ruthlessly slain, igniting a frenzy among the Soviet elite. In a flash, many high-ranking officials found themselves gripped by fear, bewildered by the sheer power capable of neutralizing the Red Room's elite agents before a single message could be dispatched. Thank you. Upon receiving the news of the Red Room's complete destruction, Natasha addressed Johnny. Johnny smiled faintly, wrapping his arm around Natasha's delicate form. After a moment of stiffness, Natasha relaxed completely under Johnny's caress, her temperature noticeably rising. From now on, Natasha, you will stay here with Emma and the others at the club. Your primary responsibility will be to nurture and recruit mutants. Having already conquered her heart, Johnny harbored no doubts about Natasha's loyalty and entrusted her with significant responsibilities. Pairing her with Emma. Understood. Natasha nodded obediently, devoid of any remnant of a cold-blooded assassin's demeanor. After departing from the Hellfire Club's residence, Johnny made his way to Morgan Biotech. Master, what brings you here? Upon seeing Johnny in person, donned in a uniform that exuded presidential authority, Medusa was taken aback. Boredom led me out. I cannot remain confined to the villa, so I thought I would take a stroll and check on the company's progress. Johnny replied with a hint of a smile. Upon hearing Johnny's intention, Medusa smiled gracefully, setting aside her tasks to escort him to the company's research center. This was the core of Morgan Biotech, where research projects not only intertwined with biological technology, but also encompassed energy studies and advanced military armaments. Among the numerous projects, a portion remains from the time Hydra controlled Morgan Biotech, while another segment pertains to collaborations with the military. After an extensive tour, Johnny, observing from the perspective of a traveler, noted that within Morgan Biotech's endeavors, only the research in genetics holds significant promise for the future. My lord, the gene research has consistently focused on genetic experimentation. Previously, Hydra provided substantial research data on super soldiers from the Second World War. With preliminary preparations in place, we have now achieved notable results. This is the latest biological serum, capable of greatly enhancing the physical capabilities and strength of ordinary individuals, albeit with certain side effects. As Medusa guided Johnny, she elaborated further upon witnessing his interest in genetic research. The military has tirelessly pursued the study of super soldiers for many years. We attempted to access the research findings of Captain America, Steve Rogers, from the Second World War through military channels. However, the military's conservatism is exceedingly stringent. Moreover, following the emergence of mutants, the company has allocated vast resources and manpower to initiate the mutant project, maintaining substantial correspondence with Charles and his associates. The Xavier Institute is also conducting similar research, with a degree of information sharing. Johnny nodded slightly. The study of mutant abilities was his proposal, yet it seemed there was no immediate urgency. Genetic technology is a pinnacle of scientific advancement, yet constrained by the current technological landscape of Earth. Most research at the genetic level remains in theoretical and hypothetical phases. Nonetheless, Johnny was unconcerned. Morgan Biotech and the Hellfire Club possessed ample funding to allow for extensive experimentation. Exiting the research center and traversing the company, Johnny perceived numerous peculiar gazes directed towards him, emanating from ordinary employees, security personnel, and mid-level managers. Medusa. It seems the company has been quite lively recently, Johnny remarked with a subtle smile, sensing the scrutiny. My lord, during this period, the number of company employees has increased by 20%. However, as per your instructions, I have not conducted any reorganization, Medusa acknowledged, nodding in understanding of Johnny's implications. No need for that. Those dispatched for missions are among the elite operatives of various factions. Their capabilities undoubtedly surpass the compensation you provide them. Furthermore, in terms of talent acquisition, we can spare no effort. The global situation is relatively stable, ushering in an era of rapid development. To ascend swiftly, we must not lack in funding, influence, or technological prowess, Johnny stated, a contemplative glimmer in his eyes as he addressed Medusa. Chapter 64. Friction within the office. Johnny and Medusa engaged in extensive discussions. According to Johnny's vision for the consortium, they established long-term plans concerning technological projects, high-level backing, and financial aspects. With clarity of thought, Medusa found managing the company became significantly more effortless. In a short span, Morgan Biotechnology commenced outreach to numerous influential politicians and officials. Leveraging ambiguous ties with the military, these individuals naturally became integral members of the grand vessel that is future technology. This tacit understanding, combined with Morgan Biotechnology's substantial financial resources and enticing incentives, facilitated a rapid advancement for the company. My lord, after 2 weeks of negotiations, one member of the U.S. Congress has expressed willingness to support Morgan Biotechnology, albeit with rather demanding conditions. Additionally, 3 high-ranking officials from the military have aligned themselves with our interests, as Medusa respectfully reported from Johnny's villa. Since their in-depth discussion regarding long-term planning, Medusa's efficiency has not disappointed Johnny. Morgan Biotechnology is increasingly coming into focus within the upper echelons of government. Excellent. Continue the outreach. But these matters must remain clandestine. A smile graced Johnny's face. The company now possesses vast funding, maintaining its core industry while significantly increasing investments in various research areas. Furthermore, we may venture into other sectors. Standing before Johnny, Medusa absorbed his directives, her heart racing. Morgan Biotechnology is already quite formidable in its primary industry. Yet Johnny desires to explore additional avenues? Aside from the primary sector of Morgan Biotechnology, we lack adequate manpower and research teams, but we have capital. Do you grasp my meaning? Johnny's smile broadened, and Medusa quickly understood. What Morgan Biotechnology lacks can simply be acquired with wealth. Understood, my lord. I will act swiftly. Medusa beamed, fully comprehending Johnny's intentions. By the way, why have I not heard any news from Hydra recently? In my recollection, they do not strike me as the type to back down easily. In his cheerful mood, Johnny recalled his previous interest in Hydra. Indeed, there has been a notable absence of news from their end, almost as if they have gone completely underground. However, even if they were to make a move, it would likely lead to their own demise. At the mention of Hydra, Medusa smiled slightly, exuding confidence and an air of aloofness. Recently, Hydra has been notably cautious, refraining from any suspicious actions. Given Hydra's extensive intelligence network, uncovering details about the events in Cuba would not pose a significant challenge. Upon realizing the formidable power exhibited by Johnny and its connection to Morgan Biotechnology, Baron Zemo's expression darkened, a tempest of anger and frustration swirling within him. Nonetheless, he eventually regained his composure. Given Hydra's precarious situation, provoking a terrifying entity like Johnny could result in dire consequences. Recently, SHIELD has been aggressively expanding, even enlisting numerous Nazi scientists captured during World War II to bolster their ranks. To divert Zemo's attention, his aide revealed another piece of information. An aggressive expansion? It is time to unleash the agents trained by Hydra over many years and initiate a comprehensive infiltration plan. Not only SHIELD, but also governments and military forces worldwide will simultaneously commence their infiltration. Decades from now, Hydra shall rise once more. In the shadows, Zemo's voice, cold and piercing, is infused with boundless ambition. Following the events in Cuba, both the United States and the Soviet Union ultimately chose to compromise. Although the Cold War persists, it has transformed into a different kind of competition. Beyond the arms race, it is now a contest of industry and technology. This is an era of rapid advancement in human civilization. Beneath the facade of tranquil development lies an undercurrent of turmoil. Morgan Biotechnology, under Johnny's prudent guidance, has seized the initiative, making rapid strides in cutting-edge technology and penetrating the energy market with astonishing speed. Moreover, behind Morgan Biotechnology stands a cadre of high-ranking politicians, ensuring no obstacles arise. At Johnny's behest, the Hellfire Club, while expanding swiftly, has maintained a commendable discretion. The Warlock and the Hellfire Club operate in tandem, addressing numerous issues concerning mutants. Within the realm of mutants, these two entities represent their spiritual sanctuary. An increasing number of radical mutants have chosen to join the Hellfire Club, contributing their strength while enjoying the club's protection and relative freedom. Conversely, for those unwilling to engage in conflict, Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters proves to be an excellent choice, guaranteeing their safety and allowing them to lead a peaceful existence. However, amidst this backdrop, an unsettling factor has been persistently influencing the Hellfire Club, SHIELD. As the Hellfire Club continues to evolve, SHIELD's influence has also surged rapidly. From its initial obscurity, it has become a familiar presence in nearly every troublesome special incident. In addressing the chaos instigated by mutants, several minor skirmishes have occurred between SHIELD and the Hellfire Club, and with the increasing population of mutants, these tensions have intensified. Johnny has been apprised of these matters through reports from Emma and the Red Devil. Although he harbors discontent regarding SHIELD's methods, he recognizes it as a special government agency. Before any significant issues arise, Johnny is reluctant to provoke conflict with the government due to friction with SHIELD. After all, the rapid growth of Morgan Biotechnology and the clandestine operations of the Hellfire Club are closely related to the government's tacit approval. Nevertheless, this delicate balance was disrupted by an extraordinary circumstance. Master, one of our agents encountered a conflict with SHIELD operatives while handling the awakening incident of a 12-year-old mutant in California 3 days ago and has been detained by SHIELD. Upon receiving the news from Emma, Johnny promptly arrived at the Hellfire Club's residence. Please elaborate on the specifics. Before grasping the intricate details of the situation, Johnny remained composed, refraining from hastily confronting anyone. It is as follows. Whenever a young mutant awakens, it is either a representative from the Academy who guides them, or we venture forth ourselves. This time, upon sending our personnel, we discovered that the target was a 12-year-old mutant child. when his powers surged uncontrollably during his awakening. It tragically resulted in the deaths of 3 bystanders. Just as we had managed to soothe him and were preparing to escort him away, we were intercepted by agents of SHIELD, who resorted to force and detained our members as well. Emma's expression darkened. Throughout numerous encounters, Hellfire had consistently exercised restraint. Yet this time, SHIELD had gone too far, not only forcibly taking the awakened mutant, but also engaging our personnel. Chapter 65. A Personal Visit. Master SHIELD has long operated as a clandestine government agency, tasked with managing extraordinary incidents, and has secretly apprehended numerous individuals with extraordinary abilities. It appears their motives extend beyond merely quelling chaos, hinting at deeper, more insidious reasons. Over the years, SHIELD has conducted numerous ostensibly forbidden experiments. While we cannot ascertain the specific nature of these studies, intelligence we have gathered suggests that they have clandestinely facilitated the extradition of both former Nazi scientists and high-IQ criminal masterminds, employing them for their own purposes. Furthermore, our confirmations indicate that SHIELD has infiltrated Morgan Biotechnology with at least 10 operatives, suggesting they harbor significant intentions towards you. For many years, Emma has overseen the management of the club while simultaneously handling all intelligence collection. Her vigilance regarding SHIELD has been unwavering. As she mentioned the intelligence gathered about SHIELD, a trace of anger permeated her tone. Hearing Emma's words, Johnny smirked coldly. His understanding of SHIELD aligned perfectly with their modus operandi. On the surface, SHIELD indeed appears to contribute significantly to societal stability. However, their often unscrupulous methods in pursuit of their objectives have crossed numerous ethical boundaries. In contrast, since taking control of Morgan Biotechnology and Hellfire, Johnny has consistently imposed limits on his subordinates, striving to strengthen their position while adhering to principled conduct. It seems SHIELD believes I am too timid to challenge them. Contact Medusa and instruct her to inform SHIELD through military channels that I am granting them 3 days to release the club members and that the agent responsible for the arrests must issue an apology. Additionally, let Medusa take control of all spies dispatched by SHIELD within the company. After a moment of contemplation, Johnny reached his decision. Understood. Emma's eyes brightened at Johnny's words. With Johnny personally intervening, their actions would be considerably less constrained. Upon receiving his instructions, Medusa swiftly mobilized the resources of Morgan Biotechnology, liaising with cooperating military officials to report the incident, while simultaneously rallying politicians and legislators associated with Morgan to exert pressure on the military. Upon receiving the news, the military officials responsible for liaising with Morgan Biotechnology were incensed. SHIELD. Truly impressive. Who does Johnny think he is to dare take such actions? While vehemently criticizing SHIELD for their lack of discernment, this high-ranking official was not idle. In such a scenario, he was incapable of making unilateral decisions and could only escalate the matter. Within mere hours, SHIELD's actions had been laid before the president. Such chaos was unacceptable. Had SHIELD not heeded the directives previously issued by Congress? Immediately issue my command to instruct SHIELD to release the members of the Hellfire Club who were apprehended, and ensure that the participating agents offer a formal apology. As for the concessions required, that will depend on how we can appease the other party. We must not jeopardize the friendship between us. Do you comprehend? Without much contemplation, the president made a decision, dispatching a personally signed order directly to SHIELD. Inside SHIELD, in the director's office, Fury rose abruptly upon receiving his subordinate's report, a fierce glint flashing in his single eye. Who authorized the arrests? Summon all agents involved in the field operation immediately. Witnessing Fury's menacing gaze, his subordinate felt a sense of helplessness and swiftly informed the concerned parties to assemble. Director, the agents deployed for this operation are new recruits and were unaware that the individuals apprehended were members of the Hellfire Club. After the field agents arrived, Fury's deputy spoke in hushed tones. Director, I do not believe our actions were misguided. The individuals in question are mutants, whose powers awakened and resulted in the deaths of 3 civilians, and moreover, they were being protected by fellow mutants. However. The agent's words were abruptly cut off by Fury's fierce admonition. Instantly feeling the surge of Fury's wrath, the agent's complexion paled, and he ceased to speak. Do you have any idea about the identity of the other mutant you apprehended? Noting the agent's ashen face and his hesitance to respond, Fury pressed on. I do not know, the agent replied, shaking his head. His assignment was merely to manage the crisis and ensure civilian safety. Upon encountering the two mutants, he had taken them into custody without further deliberation. Yet, it now appeared that a grave error had been made. Looking at the newly inducted Level 2 agent before him, Fury experienced a sense of impending collapse. Bring the detainees here and contact the Hellfire Club. We will personally return them. Fury was in no mood to educate this thoughtless rookie and issued his command without delay. Soon, a missile from S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters ascended into the skies, heading towards Manhattan, New York. Meanwhile, Fury had already reached out to the Hellfire Club, hoping to arrange a meeting with their leader. Emma dialed Johnny's number. Master, S.H.I.E.L.D. has informed us that they are on their way with the captured individuals, Emma said. Upon hearing Emma's words, Johnny smiled slightly. This time, he needed to teach S.H.I.E.L.D. a lesson. Have the Red Devil come to pick me up. After uttering a brief statement, Johnny hung up the phone. Within the expansive estate of the Hellfire Club, A.S.H.I.E.L.D. vessel emblazoned with the emblem of the eagle and shield descended gracefully. Fury, leading the charge, escorted a group of apprehended Hellfire members, who were swiftly guided into the mansion by the club's members. Please surrender all weapons. Upon entering the estate, Fury and his entourage were halted by security personnel, who demanded the relinquishment of their arms. While Fury maintained a composed demeanor, the expressions of several agents beside him morphed into visible indignation. Hand them over, Fury commanded with an air of indifference. Despite their discontent, his subordinates complied with his directive. Following a rigorous security check, Fury's party finally entered the mansion, proceeding towards the core area under the guidance of the Hellfire members. As they traversed the opulently adorned club, which resembled a palace in its lavishness, even a seasoned figure like Fury found himself taken aback by the grandeur. The agents who had recently joined S.H.I.E.L.D. appeared as if they had stepped into an alien world, unable to suppress their wide-eyed astonishment. Indeed, the world's most elite club lived up to its illustrious reputation. Lady White Queen, the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel have arrived, a servant announced, pushing open the door to a vast chamber and addressing Emma. Her gaze fell upon Johnny, who was calmly sipping wine, and he offered a slight smile and nod in return. Let them in. Emma instructed the servant without any inclination to rise and greet them. Moments later, Fury and his companions stood before Johnny and the White Queen. Upon seeing Johnny, Fury's pupils constricted as he immediately recognized his identity, his mind tensing with apprehension. Chapter 66, Apology Lord Johnny. Noticing Johnny's silence, Fury was compelled to break the ice. Director Nick Fury of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. I did not anticipate our meeting under such circumstances. Johnny offered a subtle smile, his gaze shifting from the crimson liquid in his glass to Fury. In truth, he had been observing Fury from the moment he entered the room. Fury appeared to be in the prime of his life, though Johnny was aware that this man had likely surpassed the age of 50. He had merely utilized some extraordinary anti-aging concoction that significantly slowed his aging process, allowing for an extended lifespan. Lord Johnny, I have come to address the misunderstanding between my agents and the Hellfire Club, Fury stated, his intention clear as he bypassed any idle chit-chat. With a gesture, he indicated the apprehended Hellfire member, who stepped forward from the group. Johnny cast a glance at the mutant, noting that he bore no visible injuries, clearly having been detained without suffering any maltreatment. My Lord Johnny, this incident is entirely a misunderstanding. This agent is a newcomer from S.H.I.E.L.D. and has not comprehended the situation correctly. On behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D., I apologize for the inconvenience caused to you, and we are willing to make amends for this misunderstanding. Observing Johnny's impassive demeanor, Fury gritted his teeth and humbly offered his apologies. Well, Director Fury, since you have labeled it a misunderstanding, it must indeed be one. You must be well aware that I possess Morgan Biotech and the Hellfire Club. I am not in need of financial compensation, thus such reparations are unnecessary. However, I would like to remind you, Director Fury, that during this period, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been expanding rapidly, recruiting individuals indiscriminately, which inevitably leads to the inclusion of some unsavory characters. Do ensure that these individuals do not bring trouble to S.H.I.E.L.D. Johnny spoke slowly, his tone candid, which made Fury feel somewhat awkward. Yet, the orders from above were absolute, and even Fury could not defy them. Thank you for the reminder, my Lord Johnny. I will certainly be vigilant. Fury felt a twinge of displeasure at Johnny's admonishment regarding S-H-I-E-L-D, but he maintained a facade of composure. Since that is the case, I shall refrain from further discussion. Director Fury, you must have many official duties to attend to. Johnny smiled slightly, not intending to press Fury too hard, merely using this occasion to sound a note of caution. After such an uproar, although Fury was undoubtedly displeased, at least the Hellfire Club would not be met with the same arrogance from S-H-I-E-L-D in handling mutant issues going forward. Upon departing from the Hellfire Club's residence, Fury's expression was far from pleasant, and those accompanying him wisely refrained from provoking his ire during this time. Master, have we simply let them go? After Fury and his entourage left, Emma finally inquired. She still felt a tinge of unresolved frustration, but rationally understood that with the director having personally apologized, S-H-I-E-L-D would find it difficult to adopt a confrontational stance against the Hellfire Club in the future. The lesson directed at S-H-I-E-L-D was sufficient, after all. If things escalated to a rupture, it would benefit no one. By the way, how is the progress with Medusa? Johnny smiled faintly, exuding tranquility. All the undercover agents placed within the company by S-H-I-E-L-D had been neutralized under Medusa's control and through their mutual testimonies. A total of 16 individuals were identified. Emma smiled slightly. Excellent. Fury's cunning tricks do not work on me. Ensure that the intelligence that can be relayed back to S-H-I-E-L-D is sent, while I require more precise information from their end. Johnny nodded, casting a knowing glance at Emma, who wore an expression of understanding. Within S-H-I-E-L-D, there exists one of the Infinity Stones, the Tesseract, and infiltrating their ranks holds significant meaning for Johnny. After a brief but significant friction, S-H-I-E-L-D has indeed tempered its approach, particularly concerning the mutant issues that have long involved both the Hellfire Club and Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Whenever an incident is linked to mutants, S-H-I-E-L-D predominantly opts for non-intervention. Consequently, the Hellfire Club and Xavier's School have entered a remarkably rapid phase of development, with a multitude of mutants joining Hellfire. It has transcended its identity as merely a club, evolving into a meticulously stratified entity, akin to a kingdom shrouded in darkness. Under Johnny's directives, a considerable number of mutants have been relocated to an unnamed island in the Atlantic. Such islands have been acquired by Morgan Biotech, with several already undergoing investment and development to address certain exigencies. The first island, vast in expanse, serves as Johnny's initial stronghold within his broader strategy. Within this stronghold, alongside numerous mutants engaged in living and training, there exists a special area designated for particular research projects. Following the establishment of this island, Johnny appointed Natasha to oversee its operations, frequently spending time there himself. The mutants recruited by Hellfire primarily concentrate on various training exercises on the island, with Johnny occasionally intervening to personally assess their progress. He also restrains his own powers, honing his skills through intensive combat. The array of abilities among these mutants is vast, featuring many of formidable strength. Their awakening to such potent capabilities has led to an inflated sense of confidence among some. If anyone can defeat me, all my wealth and power shall belong to you, Johnny stated, a sentiment that incited fervor and prompted numerous challengers. However, during a confrontation where Johnny single-handedly faced over 100 combined attackers, he withstood their collective assault and subsequently demonstrated his physical prowess by systematically teaching each opponent a lesson, leaving them incapacitated for at least a week. This effectively quelled the audacity of those who dared to challenge him. This continuous state of combat reminded Johnny of his days on Sakaar, rekindling the exhilarating sensation of immersing himself in battle. Not only did it enhance his strength, but it also solidified his terrifying prowess, earning him immense respect among all mutants. Yet, this period of tranquility was abruptly interrupted by intelligence delivered by Natasha. General Ross, known as Thunderbolt, was conducting research on super soldiers at a military base that had erupted into chaos 3 days prior, with monstrous entities wreaking havoc and causing significant casualties and losses. The intelligence documented an incident involving a formidable mutated human that had occurred under the command of General Ross, who had since tightly sealed off the information. The findings were limited, as Emma and her associates discovered. Nonetheless, for Johnny, this information was already sufficient to deduce a multitude of implications. In Johnny's mind, a towering figure emerged, standing at 10 feet tall, with a massive physique, sinewy muscles, and radiating an aura of fury. Has the saga of the Hulk commenced? Joni murmured. Chapter 67. The Super Soldier Program. Joni's deduction was indeed accurate. The narrative of the Hulk had already unfolded. The gamma factor that had lain dormant within Bruce Banner for years awakened in a state of extreme anger, triggering his transformation. Subsequently, Ross fixated on Bruce Banner, exploiting the bond between him and his daughter to successfully capture Bruce, intending to refine his long-abandoned super soldier program through research on Bruce's body, thereby mass-producing super soldiers akin to the Hulk. However, aspirations often diverge significantly from reality. The transformed Hulk was far beyond Ross's control. In a fit of unrestrained rage, the Hulk rampaged through Ross's research facility, wreaking havoc and destroying a substantial portion of it before making his escape. Meanwhile, Ross desperately sought to conceal the truth while furiously hunting for the Hulk. The more terrifying the Hulk became, the more intense the flames of fury raged within Ross. In a certain sense, the Hulk represented the culmination of countless resources expended by Ross. Thus, he perceived the Hulk as his own possession, one that must remain under his dominion. Yet, with his research facility decimated, Ross recognized the necessity of finding a formidable ally to reinstate his former plans and advance his research. Morgan Biotech, with its military collaboration, was undoubtedly an ideal choice for Ross. Consequently, while relentlessly pursuing the Hulk, he also approached Morgan Biotech. Master, General Ross from the military has a rather unique project he wishes to collaborate on, and I believe you might find it intriguing. Shortly after the Hulk incident, Joni received this message from Medusa, a look of perplexity crossing his face. General Ross had long been captivated by the concept of super soldiers. Following World War II, his research facility had been completely obliterated due to a gamma explosion. If my conjecture is correct, he seeks our partnership for super soldier research, Joni remarked with a smile. Indeed, Medusa confirmed. Joni, gleaning Ross's intentions from the scant information provided, elicited a hint of surprise from Medusa. However, Ross's stipulations were rather peculiar. While the project could be entrusted to Morgan Biotech for research and refinement, all resultant findings would belong solely to him. In return, he offered a considerable remuneration. Do you believe we should acquiesce to his demands? Medusa inquired, unable to make a decisive judgment regarding Ross's request. Why not comply? Let him deliver all research data and relevant materials to the company, Joni replied with a slight smile, readily agreeing. As a general, Ross, despite his advancing years, is imbued with ambition, evident from his endeavors over a decade ago in the pursuit of super soldier research. Should he succeed in capturing the Hulk, the enhancement of the super soldier program through the Hulk's genetic template would undoubtedly render Ross's forces terrifyingly formidable. Imagine an army composed entirely of Hulks, impervious to weaponry, tireless, with each soldier capable of withstanding an entire legion. What profound transformations would such a force incite? Most critically, this army would be under Ross's command. However, while Ross's plans are commendable, the feasibility of his forces capturing the Hulk remains questionable. Joni, well-versed in the unfolding narrative, comprehends this truth. Following Joni's directives, Morgan Biotech swiftly forged a collaboration with Ross, signing a series of confidentiality agreements, thereby resurrecting the long-dormant super soldier program. The remnants of research data and experimental results from years past were, under Ross's orchestration, transported to Morgan Biotech. In this collaborative effort, Medusa, acting on Joni's counsel, invested considerable effort in assembling a cadre of distinguished genetic experts to work alongside Ross's researchers, delving into the study. With the emergence of the Hulk, Joni's once tranquil daily life now included the constant surveillance of Ross and Bruce Banner's movements. As one of the highest-ranking officers in the U.S. military, Ross wielded significant power, and his extensive manpower quickly yielded progress in tracking Banner's whereabouts. Sir, we have confirmed Bruce Banner's location. He is in the favelas of Brazil. The intelligence that reached Ross sparked an unmistakable excitement in his weary eyes. Prepare accordingly, but do not alert him, Ross commanded, his aging visage flushed with renewed vigor. Concurrently, Joni received intelligence from Hellfire, revealing intriguing news that suggested Ross might face a setback this time. The information mirrored what Ross had just learned, given Medusa and Emma's capabilities. Embedding a couple of operatives within Ross's ranks would be remarkably effortless. Joni merely needed to keep an eye on Ross, as the intelligence regarding Bruce Banner's whereabouts would be equally accessible to him. Despite Ross's extensive preparations for the pursuit of Bruce Banner, Joni perceived that even the most exceptional ordinary soldiers would stand no chance against the transformed Hulk. As anticipated, Ross's elaborate strategies not only failed to capture Bruce, but instead provoked him, leading to a furious transformation into the Hulk. Following significant casualties among Ross's troops, the Hulk soared into the sky, vanishing from Ross's view once more. Bang! In a fit of rage, Ross slammed his fist onto the desk before him, his eyes ablaze with fury and frustration, yearning to unleash his wrath. All of this was observed with clarity by the elusive Johnny. The Hulk is far more powerful than I had anticipated. However, I wonder how long his strength and physique will endure under my hand after his transformation. Johnny, who had been silently watching the entire spectacle, murmured to himself, "Devil, let us depart." He addressed the respectful Red Devil standing behind him. "Yes, master." With a soft sound, Johnny and the Red Devil instantly vanished from their location, as though they had never existed. "Master, what was the outcome?" Medusa, who had been waiting patiently for their arrival, inquired upon seeing Johnny reappear with the Red Devil. "It was quite a performance, but not unexpected," Johnny replied with a slight smile, revealing a hint of lingering intrigue. "By the way, how is the research on the super soldier brought by Ross progressing?" Thinking of the frenzied Hulk, Johnny posed the question. "According to the research data provided by Ross, we have successfully developed the super soldier serum. However, we lack a crucial component, rendering the serum incapable of meeting Ross's expectations. Moreover, it has not undergone extensive clinical trials, making it difficult to ascertain any potential side effects," Medusa disclosed, transparently updating Johnny on the progress of the research. "It matters not. Soon we shall acquire the experimental materials," Johnny responded with a faint smile, his expression bearing an oddly enigmatic quality. Chapter 68, A Frenzied Pursuit Commander. "I require an explanation. I need to understand who or what our target truly is," Colonel Blonsky, having faced the Hulk in battle, confronted Ross with a serious demeanor within the military base. "Blonsky, you have earned considerable merit in my service. With your accomplishments, you may be promoted without further combat," Ross replied, remaining reticent about the Hulk, reluctant to disclose too much even to his most capable subordinate. "No, Commander, I am a warrior." Blonsky firmly rejected the offer, his gaze resolute as he locked eyes with Ross. After a soft sigh, Ross appeared to arrive at a momentous decision, revealing the events surrounding Bruce Banner, which left Blonsky utterly astonished. "Blonsky, you are faced with two choices. I can grant you a promotion, allowing you to retreat from combat and take a back seat. Or you can choose to become stronger and confront the fearsome monster." Ross spoke slowly, observing the shock in Blonsky's eyes. Having endured two significant losses, Ross recognized that capturing the Hulk was beyond the capabilities of ordinary soldiers. To combat the monster, another monster must be created, and Blonsky was his most elite warrior. "Commander, I choose to fight," Blonsky declared almost without hesitation. He was a born warrior, and throughout the years, as an elite, he had never encountered a defeat as profound as that against the Hulk. He sought to redeem his honor. "Excellent. Blonsky, you shall be granted the opportunity to possess great power." Ross firmly patted Blonsky on the shoulder, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Soon, a serum for super soldiers, untested in any clinical trials, was clandestinely delivered to Ross and injected into Blonsky's body. After enduring unspeakable agony, Blonsky felt an overwhelming surge of vitality and explosive energy coursing through him. Once Blonsky had fully acclimated to the serum, Ross did not relent in his pursuit of Bruce Banner. He cunningly exploited the emotional bond between his daughter and Banner to once again locate Bruce's whereabouts. After transforming Blonsky with the super soldier serum, Ross eagerly initiated another attempt to capture Bruce. However, as in the original narrative, even though Blonsky's physique had been enhanced, rendering him far stronger than an ordinary man, he still appeared as feeble as a child before the Hulk. With a single, ferocious kick, the Hulk sent Blonsky flying several dozen meters, nearly shattering every bone in his body. This fierce confrontation unfolded within the confines of a university campus, witnessed by numerous onlookers. Although Ross swiftly mobilized military forces to contain the information, it nonetheless stirred considerable societal unrest. Failure was not an option. If Bruce Banner remained elusive, Ross found himself scrambling to deflect inquiries from the government. In his office, his brow was furrowed with worry. "Sir, the target's capabilities are exceedingly formidable. We have failed several times, resulting not only in substantial losses, but also prompting the Parliament to hold us accountable for our actions. If we do not resolve this matter swiftly, it could spell disaster," Ross's aide expressed, visibly distressed. "Don't tell me what I already know. Do you have any solutions?" Ross snapped, his irritation palpable as he interrupted his aide. "Sir, you once mentioned that to combat a monster, one must unleash another monster. While I may not entirely grasp your definition of a monster, I know of an individual who could potentially assist us. Johnny, the mastermind behind Morgan Biotechnology," the aide hesitantly proposed. Upon hearing Johnny's name, Ross paused, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Yet before he could make a decision, a soldier knocked on the door to the office. "Sir, there are matters that require your personal attention. Concerning Colonel Blonsky," a communications officer reported, his face bearing an unusual expression. Soon, to the astonishment of both Ross and his aide, they beheld Blonsky, who should have been broken and near death, fully restored, without a trace of injury. "Delighted to see your recovery, soldier," Ross remarked, his astonishment evident in his gaze. "Thank you, sir," Blonsky replied, his eyes shimmering with intensity as he nodded. Locking eyes with Ross, sharing an understanding that only the two of them could comprehend. "How do you feel?" Ross inquired. "Commander, I am eager to embark on the third round. However, this time, I require greater strength." Blonsky's voice, though subdued, carried a hint of madness. At the pinnacle of the Morgan Biotech building, Medusa, Emma, and others stood before Johnny, reporting on the recent developments within the company and the club. Almost all of it was good news, which lifted Johnny's spirits. "My lord, a few days ago, the military's Ross requisitioned a batch of super soldier serum from the company, and yesterday, he procured a significant quantity of the serum once more," Medusa articulated. "According to our intelligence, Ross has recently mobilized troops on a large scale and had an encounter with the Hulk, inciting a considerable degree of social unrest. This is the pertinent news we have. Currently, Ross has unleashed military resources and is utilizing SHIELD's network to relentlessly track Bruce Banner's whereabouts. Further actions should ensue shortly." Upon mentioning Ross, Natasha, who had been responsible for intelligence gathering, quickly retrieved relevant information. Yet another splendid performance is on the horizon. With the insights from Medusa and Natasha, Johnny pondered briefly and discerned the unfolding narrative. The emergence of the abomination and the fierce confrontation with the Hulk were imminent. Johnny's assessment proved accurate. The extensive super soldier serum mobilized by Morgan Biotech had all been administered to Blonsky, further augmenting his physique. Simultaneously, Ross had traced communications between Bruce and a biologist who referred to himself as Mr. Blue through SHIELD's network. This so-called Dr. Blue had been assisting Banner via email in the research of a serum to eliminate the Hulk, aiming to develop a drug capable of suppressing the Green Giant. Upon receiving this news, Ross was incensed. If Bruce, with Mr. Blue's assistance, succeeded in eradicating the Hulk, all his plans would be rendered futile. "Move immediately, Blonsky. This time, we cannot afford to fail." Chapter 69. The consequences of one's actions. This time, Ross placed all his hopes on Blonsky. To combat a monster, one must create a monster, and Blonsky was the creature forged by Ross. However, Ross was utterly unprepared for the astonishing ease with which this operation to capture Bruce Banner unfolded. As in the original narrative, Bruce had found Dr. Blue and, through his formula, managed to suppress the Hulk within him. Yet, just as Ross, filled with exhilaration, prepared to depart with Bruce Banner, the creature he had intended to use against Banner, Blonsky, slipped beyond his control. A towering monstrosity, exceeding 3 meters in height, rampaged through a bustling street in New York. The creature's body was a mass of bulging muscles, coated in a repugnant slime, with bones protruding grotesquely from within, encased in a semblance of bone armor. Sharp, bony spikes jutted from its spine, appearing exceedingly lethal. Moreover, the joints of its limbs were similarly adorned with pointed spurs, wielded as weapons to incessantly assault everything in its vicinity. The monster emitted an exhilarating roar, and under its savage might, the panicking crowd in the bustling streets was treated as mere insects. With a casual sweep of its immense power, figures were hurled into the air, and when they crashed to the ground, their fates remained uncertain. The ferocity of the creature was terrifying. It not only attacked humans, but also spared no vehicles or buildings in its vicinity. Whether they were sedans or trucks, everything shattered under the monster's formidable strength. The explosions of the cars posed no threat to the beast. Rather, they intensified its ferocity, driving it into a more frenzied state. The towering walls of buildings were rent asunder by its sharp bone spikes, leading to their thunderous collapse. As chaos escalated, a multitude of police and military personnel rapidly assembled, incessantly assaulting the creature. Yet, whether it was bullets or shells, none could inflict any significant harm upon the monster, resulting in heavy casualties among the attacking forces. Just when despair and terror gripped everyone, a tremendous explosion resonated from the end of the street, and a figure of comparable size to the monster emerged from the ground. The sound heralded the arrival of the Hulk. With a thunderous roar, the Hulk charged ferociously towards the rampaging figure, which was relentlessly assaulting the police and soldiers. The two figures collided with a deafening crash, quickly engaging in battle. Under the weight of their dreadful power, the already shattered street endured further devastation. Tall buildings crumbled. Shattered vehicles littered the thoroughfare, and the ground cracked open as if it had suffered a bombing. As the battle between the Hulk and Abomination intensified, their powers erupted wildly, wreaking havoc from one street to another, leaving destruction in their wake. Above the battlefield, a dozen helicopters circled, and those witnessing the ravaged streets could only gaze in shock and horror. Among them, General Ross, aboard one of the helicopters, wore a grim expression, his eyes bloodshot as he observed the ground combat. The two monsters engaged in battle were intimately connected to him. The Hulk, Bruce Banner, was, in a sense, his son-in-law. Meanwhile, the Hulk's adversary, Blonsky, transformed into Abomination, was his most elite soldier, Emil Blonsky. General Ross was solely focused on capturing Bruce Banner to enhance his super soldier program through Banner's unique physiology, oblivious to the drastic changes in Blonsky's temperament following the serum's interference. Sir, the two monsters below are too powerful. Our ground forces have been completely annihilated. The terrified report from the messenger echoed in General Ross's earpiece, sending a jolt of alarm through him. This incident had escalated far beyond expectations. Given his status, he could usually smooth over many issues, but now, the casualties caused by the battle between Hulk and Abomination were alarmingly severe. The most critical concern was their inability to halt the conflict. Sir, what should we do? We must report this. If the fighting continues, all of New York will be left in ruins. Beside Ross, a trusted confidant, unable to bear the silence, finally spoke up. Ross, well aware of the futility of his power to halt the clash between the two monstrous beings, felt a weight of despair. He knew that if this matter were escalated, his position as a general would be at stake. Just as he hesitated, the voice of a communications officer pierced through his thoughts, announcing the president's call, now connected to Ross's earpiece. General Ross, I expect an immediate explanation, otherwise, not only will you face a military tribunal, but national security itself will be jeopardized. Tell me, how do you intend to resolve this situation with these two monsters? The urgency in the president's voice indicated he was already aware of the unfolding chaos. Mr. President, Ross nearly choked with emotion. The current situation has spiraled far beyond my control. I can hardly manage one Hulk, let alone the addition of this abomination. I am risking my life to rectify this. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, his confidant suddenly leaned in, whispering a suggestion that sparked a glimmer of hope in Ross's eyes. Mr. President, if you could arrange for Mr. Johnny, who once resolved the Cuban Missile Crisis, I am certain this issue could be settled. Ross clutched at this last lifeline, envisioning the youthful, resolute figure he had encountered in his research. Arrange? Ross, have you lost your mind? Individuals like Mr. Johnny are not at the disposal of the government. I am not denying you an opportunity. I will provide you with Johnny's contact details. However, you must beseech him for assistance, and if you fail to secure his help, I suggest you pray that prison food in our country is palatable. The president's voice was laced with fury as he abruptly terminated the call, leaving Ross with a countenance that reflected his grave predicament. This calamity was of his own making, now teetering on the brink of catastrophe. To genuinely resolve the issue, appealing to Johnny's aid seemed imperative. Should he fail to subdue the two ferocious monsters, New York itself would likely fall victim to their wrath. Such a consequence was too dreadful for Ross to fathom. At that point, thoughts of military tribunals would be the least of his concerns. Perhaps self-destruction would be the most merciful option. Ross stood rooted for a while, his mind awash with turmoil. Initially, when the Hulk wreaked havoc at the research facility, he had mobilized military forces to suppress the incident, striving to conceal the disgrace. As a general, Ross possessed a sense of pride that made him reluctant to seek external assistance. His initial plan was straightforward: capture the Hulk, harness its power, and create an invincible warrior for the battlefield, thus elevating his own status and influence. However, he never anticipated the situation would devolve into chaos, leading to the current predicament. Now, the situation had spiraled beyond his control, leaving him no choice but to solicit Johnny's help. Communications officer, connect me to the secure line. Ross, his face pallid, commanded, casting a glance at the tumultuous battle between the Hulk and Abomination, surrendering his pride in the face of necessity. Within the Morgan Biotech Tower, even before the harbinger of dread began to ravage the streets of New York, Johnny had already received word that several drones equipped with stealth technology, developed by Morgan Biotech, were soaring above the city, transmitting a panoramic view of the devastation directly to Johnny's virtual screen. Through this technology, Johnny was granted a visceral experience akin to watching a cinematic spectacle. Master, General Ross of the military requests to speak with you. Soon, the phone before Medusa was connected. Johnny smiled faintly as he took the call from Medusa. General Ross, to what do I owe the pleasure of your late-night call? Johnny inquired nonchalantly, deliberately omitting the chaos erupting in the streets of New York, choosing instead to disregard the tremendous explosions and clamor on the other end. Mr. Johnny, the situation is such that there is no longer anything I can conceal, Ross divulged, revealing the tumult on the streets of New York. Oh, so all of this is a consequence of your biochemical research. I heard from Medusa that you recently requisitioned a batch of untested serum, which must have been used on some monstrosity. Upon hearing Ross's account, Johnny raised an eyebrow slightly. Johnny's calm demeanor only served to tighten Ross's jaw in frustration. As a high-ranking military official, he had already lowered his stance considerably, yet he was met with Johnny's feigned ignorance, discussing matters that bore no relevance to the current crisis. However, the gravity of the situation left no room for Ross to engage in idle chatter. After gritting his teeth, Ross adopted an even more submissive tone. Mr. Johnny, I take full responsibility for this incident, but the situation is dire and numerous civilians have already suffered casualties. Our military forces are utterly incapable of intercepting the creature. I implore you to assist in quelling this crisis. I would be immensely grateful on behalf of the military. At last, Ross's demeanor was one of complete supplication. Very well. I shall help you resolve this matter, Johnny replied, not wishing to make things overly difficult. In the usual collaborations between the military and Morgan Biotech, he had always been rather generous, with policies and benefits favorably aligned. Although he held a low opinion of Ross's grand ambitions, he could not dismiss the earnestness in his request. When someone sought his aid sincerely, it was only proper to extend some measure of courtesy. Nonetheless, Johnny would not engage in altruism without a vested interest. However, let me be clear, my assistance in handling two creatures comes with conditions. Surely, General Ross, you understand this? Johnny's shift in tone caused Ross's previously relaxed expression to tense once more. Of course, Mr. Johnny, whatever conditions you may have, I will do my utmost to accommodate you. At this moment, Ross dared not entertain any thoughts of negotiation with Johnny, for beneath the helicopter he was aboard, the Hulk and the Abomination had already laid waste to several city blocks. Two conditions. First, the Super Soldier Serum Project shall, from this moment forth, have no ties to the military. Second, should I intervene, the two monstrous entities will be my spoils, completely independent of any military association. Johnny laid out his terms directly, stating that after I assist in resolving this matter, Ross will have no further involvement. Both the Hulk and Abomination are to be taken by me, and I shall also claim the Super Soldier Project. Upon hearing Johnny's demands, Ross's expression darkened slightly. When he sought Johnny's intervention, he had prepared to pay a price, albeit he did not anticipate Johnny's substantial appetite. However, at this juncture, he found himself with no alternative but to acquiesce. Very well, as long as Mr. Johnny resolves this crisis swiftly, Ross begrudgingly conceded. Years of ambition evaporated in an instant, and even if the situation was ostensibly resolved, his predicament would likely remain dire. The simmering anger and frustration within Ross nearly compelled him to bloodshed. With the terms established, I decided it was time to stretch my limbs. You may simply observe the spectacle. Once the performance concludes, I shall reach out to you. After the communication ended, Johnny gestured to the screen before him, offering a faint smile to the others, and then leapt from the Morgan Biotechnology building. With his speed unleashed, Johnny's form became nearly imperceptible, traversing from Manhattan to the battleground of the Hulk and Abomination in mere moments. When Johnny's silhouette re-emerged, he stood high above the ruins of the battlefield. Observing the fierce clash between the Hulk and Abomination raging below, Johnny smiled, his gaze akin to that of a hunter spotting a prized quarry. With Ross agreeing to hand over the super soldier research to Morgan Biotechnology, Johnny was determined not to let this project languish. The emergence of the Hulk bore some serendipity. Replicating it would prove challenging, yet the creation of Abomination, through Blonsky, was considerably simpler. Johnny's primary objective remained the Abomination, along with the blue scientist, Samuel Stern, responsible for its creation. Based on Johnny's recollections, as the Hulk and Abomination battled, Stern had begun his transformation towards the leader. Nevertheless, he felt no urgency. After subduing the Hulk and Abomination, he could easily address the leader in due course. In contrast to the Hulk, who relies solely on instinct and fury, Johnny held a greater appreciation for Abomination. While the latter, once transformed, could not revert to a normal human form like the Hulk, Abomination retained its rationality. In other words, a logical Abomination could be controlled, while the mindless green behemoth could not. After a slight smile, Johnny's aura surged, soaring skyward, soon felt by the fierce combatants below. Moreover, under the weight of Johnny's formidable presence, Ross aboard a fighter jet discerned Johnny's whereabouts. Offering a subtle smile to Ross in one of the aircraft, Johnny's gaze gradually settled on the two combatants on the ground. I believe it is time to cease hostilities. Otherwise, much of New York may not withstand your reckless antics. Chapter 71. The ceasefire. Johnny's voice was calm and composed. Though soft, it resonated with an uncanny clarity that reached the ears of the Titans engaged in battle below. This unorthodox method momentarily startled Abomination, who halted, a flicker of wariness reflected in his crimson eyes as he regarded Johnny in the sky with confusion. With a ferocious roar akin to a savage gorilla pounding its chest, the Hulk expressed his displeasure at Johnny's command to cease. The sound of his bellow was imbued with the fury of the Hulk. its volume so immense that it could be heard not only across several nearby blocks, but also throughout the skies and a considerable portion of New York. Many civilians, who had narrowly escaped the ruins, felt a chill run down their spines at the terrifying roar, too frightened to linger, propelled by the police and military's evacuation. They fled as swiftly as possible. In the cockpit of the fighter jet, Ross's expression shifted at the Hulk's thunderous cry, though he soon reassured himself. Despite the Hulk's formidable strength, he was no match for Sebastian Shaw, who had nearly ignited a nuclear war between the U.S. and the Soviet Union. Shaw, capable of absorbing nuclear reactors, could unleash blows comparable to missile detonations, yet he too had fallen to Johnny. As the echo of the Hulk's roar faded, he observed Johnny's serene demeanor, finding little threat in it. With a muffled grunt from his nostrils, he disregarded Johnny in midair, his bloodshot gaze refocusing on Abomination. Launching an unprovoked assault with colossal fists, each infused with tremendous power aimed at Abomination. Clearly, my words hold no weight, Johnny thought, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. While Abomination was acutely aware of Johnny's sudden appearance, he remained vigilant against the Hulk's advance. As the Hulk's fist barreled toward him, Abomination's expression grew fierce, refusing to back down as he met the incoming strike with one of his own. They had exchanged blows in this primal fashion for some time, their strengths evenly matched, rendering it difficult to determine a victor. However, as Hulk's long-standing adversary, Abomination, in his transformed state, now possessed strength on par with the Hulk, enabling him to engage in close combat in hopes of overcoming the Hulk in his strongest domain. Just as the two enormous fists were on the verge of collision, Johnny had vanished from his previous location. Boom, boom. The resounding crashes occurred almost simultaneously, halting both the Hulk and Abomination mid-motion, each poised to strike. Yet, their eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld a figure materializing between them. With hands slightly raised, Johnny effortlessly blocked their impending clash, wearing an expression of ease. "I said to stop. Did you not hear me?" Johnny remarked, casually pushing forward. A formidable force surged from his arm, compelling both Abomination and the Hulk to retreat. The two colossal figures, propelled backward by Johnny's single push, carved deep grooves into the ground beneath them. In the high-altitude fighter jet, everyone witnessed the extraordinary moment when Johnny made his move, eliciting gasps of astonishment. My goodness! A single individual thwarted the assaults of two monstrous beings. Could this truly be human? How could such a formidable existence be possible? I had heard of this individual. He once averted a nuclear war between our nation and the Soviet Union. On several aircraft, people marveled and debated, profoundly shaken by the recent spectacle. Regardless of your identity, this is a battle between him and me. It would be wise for you not to intervene, lest you experience the bitter taste of regret and fear. Johnny's confrontation with the Hulk was interrupted twice, leading to Blonsky's furious wrath, his low, menacing voice resonating with an ominous glint in his eyes. Defeating and eliminating the Hulk had become an indelible obsession for Blonsky, and now, interrupted by Johnny, he was engulfed in a frenzy of rage. Johnny remained unfazed by Blonsky's furious roars, his expression betraying no change, and his gaze towards Blonsky was laced with mockery. Blonsky, incensed by Johnny's calm demeanor, was consumed by fury. Since becoming the Abomination, all who faced him were filled with dread, yet he discerned no significant reaction from Johnny's eyes, let alone a hint of fear. If fear was absent, then let him experience the deepest terror. With a menacing grin, Blonsky crouched slightly, propelling himself off the ground with tremendous force, akin to a cannonball hurtling towards Johnny. His razor-sharp claws glinted ominously, descending upon Johnny with the potential to effortlessly rend solid steel. As Blonsky charged, Johnny finally moved. In the face of the Abomination's ferocious attack, Johnny subtly shifted his body, appearing slow yet masterfully evading the onslaught. To onlookers, it seemed as if Blonsky had intentionally held back, not truly aiming to strike Johnny. However, only Blonsky knew that he had aimed to take Johnny's life, yet at the crucial moment, this human had deftly evaded him, with a powerful claw missing its target. Before Blonsky could react, Johnny's fist struck the armored chest of the Abomination with startling speed. This punch unleashed the raw power of Johnny's physique, and upon contact with Blonsky's chest armor, it emitted a sound of impending fracture under the strain. Boom! A deep, resonant sound echoed as the several-ton Abomination felt an acute pain in his chest. With a brief, anguished roar, he was launched skyward by Johnny's blow. Before Blonsky could regain his bearings, Johnny flickered into view above the airborne Abomination, delivering another devastating punch. This strike landed squarely on Blonsky's back. Johnny's immense strength shattered the air, crashing down upon Blonsky's spine, producing a sound akin to leather being struck. This time, Blonsky had no chance to cry out in pain. Torrents of blood and fragments of internal organs erupted from him, as his body plummeted like a projectile from the sky. Boom! A colossal tremor resonated as the shattered ground erupted, sending debris flying in all directions. The weight of the abomination, combined with Johnny's formidable punch, caused his body to crash through the cement floor, sinking deep into the ground, the depth unknown. Surrounding the gaping pit created by the abomination, cracks spread like a spider's web, instilling fear in the hearts of all who beheld it. Had the monster been dispatched in an instant? Good heavens, this is astonishing. To have vanquished such a creature in merely 2 rounds? This is a power beyond that of mere mortals. It must belong to the divine. Chapter 72. Overwhelming the green behemoth on the aircraft, the expressions of everyone, including Ross, were rendered somewhat dazed by the sheer shock. Although they were aware of Johnny's terrifying prowess, the force he had just displayed in dispatching the abomination was even more breathtaking than his usual abilities. Despite the evidence before them, an air of unreality pervaded their senses. With a single punch, sending the abomination deep underground, Johnny's body descended naturally. Unhindered by the hundreds of meters he fell. Observing the deep pit left by the abomination, Johnny could sense its waning essence. At that moment, the abomination, having endured Johnny's relentless onslaught, was gravely injured and stripped of its combat effectiveness. However, its unique constitution endowed it with remarkable recuperative abilities, preventing it from succumbing entirely. Had it been any other creature suffering such grievous wounds, including internal damage, it would surely have met its end. Witnessing the abomination reduced to a state of near oblivion by Johnny's onslaught, the green giant, with heavy breaths, was visibly displeased. This was his adversary. Yet it had been dispatched by Johnny. He was still brimming with unspent rage. What? Having seen me incapacitated, do you still intend to engage me? Johnny sensed the green giant's gaze and was taken aback momentarily. However, he soon understood. This green fellow, seemingly lacking in intellect after his transformation, was wholly driven by fury, intent only on unleashing wrath and destruction. In Johnny's recollection, the green giant had never displayed a hint of fear. Thus, today, let him experience the essence of fear. Coincidentally, I am also eager to test your strength. With this thought, Johnny's aura surged as he advanced towards the green giant. The already irritable green giant, feeling the weight of Johnny's presence, let out a thunderous roar of anger and charged at him. In his rush, the green giant effortlessly seized a nearby wreck of a car, barely recognizable in its shape, and hurled it at Johnny. In the face of the green giant's terrifying might, the tons of steel that comprised the truck felt like a child's toy, easily swung above his head. The massive truck generated a powerful gust of wind as it hurtled towards Johnny. Unfazed by the truck's ferocious force, Johnny stood his ground, clenched his fist, and retaliated with a punch. Layer upon layer of cosmic energy coalesced around Johnny's fist, augmented by his own immense physical strength. Upon the moment of contact with the approaching truck, a spine-chilling sound of shattering echoed through the air. A colossal truck was torn asunder beneath the explosive surge of cosmic energy emanating from Johnny, shattering into fragments, leaving only a remnant clutched by the green giant. The truck, swept away effortlessly by Johnny, rendered the green giant momentarily bewildered as he discarded the scrap metal in his grasp and lunged ferociously at Johnny, delivering a mighty punch. In the face of the green giant's fist, which was larger than a typical human head, Johnny merely smiled. The essence of strength is not dictated by size. Observing the green giant's vigorous movements, Johnny chose not to hold back. He unleashed a punch of his own, a distortion of power surging from his arm, coalescing around his fist, rendering the surrounding space increasingly nebulous. With a thunderous impact, their fists collided, and the force emanating from Johnny's blow landed squarely upon the green giant's massive hand. Even the mightiest of projectiles would struggle to breach his verdant skin. Yet Johnny's full might proved nearly overwhelming, causing the green giant to emit a primal roar as an unusual green blood splattered forth. In the astonished gaze of onlookers, the green giant howled in pain, his body propelled backwards with each step shattering the ground beneath him. After staggering several meters, he fell heavily to the earth, his expression a mix of fury and bewilderment. As the pain from Johnny's punch surged through him, a fierce blaze of anger ignited within the green giant's eyes. Under the pressure of his wrath, his physique began to swell, the already exaggerated muscles twisting into grotesque definition, with green veins bursting forth as his explosive aura rapidly intensified. With a mighty roar, the green giant rose, his lacerated flesh rapidly mending. Arms outstretched to display his formidable musculature, he bellowed at Johnny. The reverberating sound waves of his roar caused the surrounding ravaged structures to tremble. Undeterred, then I shall bring you low until you concede. Witnessing the green giant's fury escalate rather than diminish, Johnny scoffed lightly. In an instant, propelled by a sonic boom, he transformed into a blur. Appearing before the green giant in the blink of an eye, the The speed at which Johnny surged forward was beyond the comprehension of the brute force of the green giant. Before the latter's roar could fully escape his lips, it was abruptly silenced by the impact of Johnny's formidable fist against his abdomen. The ensuing confrontation could scarcely be termed as a battle. Johnny had truly unleashed his prowess, with both speed and strength far surpassing that of the green giant. Every strike from Johnny's fists and feet was imbued with cosmic energy, effortlessly penetrating the green giant's defenses and inflicting damage upon his form. Under the astonished gazes of all present, a one-sided display of brutality commenced. The green giant was reduced to a mere punching bag in Johnny's hands. His body flung through the air amidst the cacophony of thunderous blows. Initially, the green giant had the capacity to retaliate against Johnny's relentless onslaught. Yet his attacks lagged immensely in comparison to Johnny's speed, rendering him incapable of making contact. As the battle raged on with overwhelming ferocity, the Hulk was left battered and bloodied, his once mighty presence now diminished and weary. Under the astonished gaze of onlookers, his colossal form was effortlessly seized by Johnny, who was significantly smaller in stature, and hoisted above his head. With a surge of strength, Johnny propelled the Hulk upwards, and at the apex of their ascent, he forcefully hurled the Hulk downwards. A resounding crash echoed as the Hulk's massive body collided with the ground, leaving a substantial portion of the street in ruins beneath him. Amidst the debris, the Hulk struggled to rise, but after several futile attempts, he found himself unable to regain his footing. At this point, he had entirely lost his fighting spirit, far weaker than I had anticipated. Perhaps if it weren't for the suppressive power within you, I might have found this encounter more exhilarating, Johnny mused as he landed gracefully, looking down at the vanquished Hulk with an expression of serene composure. As the Hulk collapsed, a collective sigh of relief swept through the onlookers, the heavy burden of anxiety finally lifted. Unnoticed by all, Ross, who had been tightly clenching his fists, gradually relaxed them following Johnny's triumph over the Hulk. The sound of cracking ground reverberated as the abomination, having been buried beneath rubble, emerged from the depths of the crater he had created. His formidable healing abilities allowed him to recover swiftly. The severe injuries he had sustained began to mend, and fractured bones began to reconnect. With a thunderous roar, the abomination unleashed the pent-up fury within him. Chapter 73, The Punching Bag. The explosive sounds from earlier still resonated vividly in his ears. In his view, his defeat at the hands of Johnny was a consequence of his own carelessness, a lapse that Johnny had exploited. After witnessing the clash between the Hulk and Johnny, regardless of the victor, it was now his time to reap the rewards of their struggle. In that moment, he envisioned both adversaries perishing in despair and agony. However, before the abomination's roar could fully escape his lips, his expression froze in shock. Not far from the crater he had created, the Hulk lay helplessly on the ground, drenched in blood and gasping for breath. In stark contrast, Johnny stood before the Hulk, unscathed and impeccably composed, his attire pristine. Witnessing this scene, the abomination's eyes widened with a mix of astonishment and caution, but this was merely a fleeting response. The human who had dared to injure him must meet his demise. Bruce Banner, you wretched fool, brought down by an insignificant insect. The abomination jeered mercilessly at the Hulk, whose struggles to rise were in vain. His bloodthirsty gaze turned towards Johnny. This time, the abomination was on high alert. As the glint of bloodlust flickered in his eyes, the ground erupted with a thunderous crack, and he vanished from sight. When the onlookers regained clarity of vision, the abomination had already leapt over 100 meters into the air, casting a chilling smile towards the still Johnny below before diving downwards. The sight of abomination confronting Johnny, devoid of any fear and seemingly eager to continue the battle, struck onlookers as peculiar. Was his mind unraveling? Such thoughts swirled in the minds of the spectators. Yet, one could hardly blame abomination. Moments earlier, he had been severely wounded by Johnny, crashing down to the ground without witnessing how Johnny had obliterated the Hulk. With a colossal physique and the immense impact of a fall from 100 meters, Abomination's eyes shimmered with a terrifying light as he gathered all his strength, intending to impart an unforgettable lesson to Johnny in a single strike. It must be said that Abomination's aerial assault was visually striking. As he descended rapidly, the force generated was astonishing, and when he unleashed his punch, even the air erupted with a faint sonic boom. However, Johnny remained calm, standing on the ground, observing Abomination's assault with minimal emotional fluctuation. If any emotion could be discerned, it was merely a hint of disdain and mockery. In response to the impending attack, Johnny raised his right hand, poised to intercept Abomination's blow. The punch that could shatter flesh and bone approached Johnny's face, promising catastrophic consequences if it connected. Yet, the anticipated carnage did not unfold. Instead, as Abomination's full force converged upon Johnny's outstretched palm, it was effortlessly deflected. The tremendous energy dissipated without so much as a tremor in the ground beneath Johnny's feet. Abomination found himself suspended in midair, his expression a blend of astonishment and dread, as layers of translucent cosmic energy enveloped his fist, nullifying his assault entirely. In the face of Abomination's 2 attacks, Johnny smiled faintly at the terror etched in his opponent's eyes, unleashing his own ferocious power. Physical strength, speed, and mastery over cosmic energy surged forth, prompting Abomination's eyes to widen as he instinctively sought to retreat. However, Johnny's wrath was not so easily quelled. On the shattered streets, rhythmic sounds akin to striking a punching bag echoed. This time, Johnny's strikes were far more forceful than those he had delivered to the Hulk. Observers from above, witnessing the unfolding scene, silently mourned for Abomination. In a fleeting moment, Abomination was left bloodied, his body battered and bones likely shattered in numerous places. Even with his formidable regenerative abilities, he sensed that if this continued, his life might truly be in peril. With a thunderous impact, Johnny unleashed the full force of his physical might. Every ounce of divine energy coursed through him as he delivered a punch that mustered at least 10 tons of force. The impact sent Abomination's body hurtling like a cannonball across the street. Every wall, building, and public structure that Abomination collided with crumbled under his massive frame. He penetrated several blocks before finally coming to rest, most of his body buried beneath the debris of collapsed structures, his exposed head and limbs drenched in blood. Bearing the signs of a struggle, his breath faint and labored. This time, he truly sensed the footsteps of death approaching. Despite his body having undergone the transformation of a super soldier, endowing him with extraordinary regenerative abilities, he found that under Johnny's relentless assault, the speed of his recovery could not keep pace with the rate of destruction. It was only a matter of time before he would be crushed, trapped beneath the rubble. He lacked even the strength to move, blood flowing from his mouth like a ceaseless stream. Observing the wretched state of Abomination, Johnny descended and slowly approached the grievously injured creature. "Blonsky, this farce has come to an end. You too will come with me," he declared. Johnny had acquiesced to Ross's request with the intent of confronting Blonsky and the Hulk, and now that the battle had concluded, he had no intention of letting them escape. Upon hearing Johnny's words, Blonsky reacted with fervor, his battered body struggling to rise from the debris. "Even if I must die, I refuse to become a subject for others to study." As a former confidant of Ross, he understood all too well that in his current state, no matter whose hands he fell into, a grim fate awaited him. "You may not comprehend, but I am not here to negotiate. I am issuing a command. Of course, you may choose to resist, but this time, I shall show no mercy. Should Abomination refuse to comply." Johnny was unperturbed at the prospect of returning with a corpse for further examination. As he spoke, Johnny's impatience became palpable, his faint smile fading, which startled Blonsky and further fueled his growing dread. "Even if I were to accompany you, it would mean death for me. Go ahead and kill me. I will not yield." With each step Johnny took, the pressure on Blonsky intensified, compelling him to muster the courage to speak. "Oh, at no point did I claim I would kill you. I merely asked you to cease hostilities. I have never suggested you become someone else's research subject. If you are willing to cooperate, I might consider sparing your life. Joining me would certainly be more comfortable than serving Ross." Hearing Blonsky's words, Johnny replied, recognizing that Blonsky possessed not only strength, but also a measure of rationality that could be effectively utilized. Naturally, a series of experiments would be unavoidable. "Follow you? Who exactly are you?" Johnny refrained from immediate action, allowing Blonsky's fear to subside somewhat. After suppressing his trepidation, the formidable soldier spoke feebly. "I am Johnny." Upon hearing Johnny's introduction, Blonsky was momentarily taken aback before recognition dawned, his expression revealing an unmistakable shock. When Johnny had intervened to halt their actions, Blonsky had sensed a familiarity, but in his fury, he had overlooked it. Now he finally understood who this formidable being was that had so effortlessly subdued him. With this realization, Blonsky's anger dissipated entirely. As a loyal aide to Ross, he was well aware of Johnny's reputation. Moreover, he comprehended that if Johnny truly intended to kill him, he would not expend so much effort nor engage in lengthy discourse. Upon the moment when Blonsky recognized his identity, his expression shifted, a fact that did not escape Johnny's keen observation. His smile remained unwavering as he awaited Blonsky's response. In this instance, Blonsky found himself momentarily ensnared in a web of internal conflict. The words spoken by a formidable opponent capable of easily overpowering him were not to be doubted. However, the idea of leaving with Johnny stirred a natural resistance within him. As Johnny's impatience became increasingly evident, Blonsky, startled, ultimately made his decision. "I shall comply with your arrangements and depart with you," he hastily proclaimed, his body relaxing in the process. On board the aircraft, the onlookers observed with relief as the Abomination, Having subdued its ferocity before Johnny, lay before him. General Ross, the matter has been resolved. I will escort these two away. As for the civilian casualties and the damaged streets, you may address them as you see fit. Just as Ross was still grappling with the unexpected turn of events, Johnny's voice resonated in his ears, causing his expression to shift with a subtle change, leading him to nod with a resigned smile. Although it was somewhat unpalatable for Ross to allow Johnny to take the Hulk and Bronsky, he understood it was the condition under which he had solicited Johnny's assistance. Witnessing such strength, he harbored no thoughts of offense. Before long, helicopters appeared on the horizon, tasked with retrieving the incapacitated Hulk and Abomination under Emma's command. Master, are you not joining us? Emma inquired, noting Johnny's reluctance to board the aircraft. There is another matter to attend to. Take these two behemoths away first, and have Red Devil come to collect me shortly. Johnny replied with a faint smile, having resolved the fates of the Hulk and Abomination. Yet he had no intention of sparing Samuel Stern from his reckoning. Although Emma was uncertain of Johnny's plans, she nonetheless departed aboard the helicopter. In a swift motion, Johnny vanished into the desolate streets now reduced to ruins. Within Samuel Stern's laboratory, chaos reigned. Instruments and serum samples lay strewn across the floor, while Samuel himself lay unconscious, breathing in a rapid and irregular manner. A shattered serum vial, now broken, had allowed the crimson liquid to escape, cascading down and dripping onto Samuel's head. Astonishingly, a strange energy emanated from Samuel's form, while his head swelled, akin to a container filled with an expanding liquid, pulsating increasingly with intensity. Has the transformation not yet completed? Johnny, having abruptly materialized before Samuel, regarded the peculiar changes with an inscrutable expression. His acute senses allowed him to discern that Samuel's mental energy was surging, emanating chaotic and bizarre waves of power. In addition to the gamma radiation reminiscent of the Hulk, there existed formidable psychic abilities. However, given Samuel's current state, it appeared that this extraordinary transformation would not reach its conclusion swiftly. Awakening would necessitate a considerable period. Emma, summon Red Devil, Johnny instructed. Johnny dialed Emma's number, informing her of his location before abruptly ending the call. The air crackled softly, and before Johnny, the figure of the Red Devil materialized. Master. The Red Devil addressed him respectfully, momentarily taken aback by the sight of Samuel Stern on the ground. Bring him along to the research center at Morgan Biotech. Johnny nodded and spoke to the Red Devil. With a faint sound, the lingering black-red smoke dispersed, and the three figures vanished. Within the confines of Morgan Biotech, a designated area had long been prepared for the containment of certain extraordinary entities. At this moment, Blonsky and the Hulk were present. The sight of these two massive figures, brought back by Emma and her team, had thoroughly startled the guards assigned to oversee them, who were now visibly tense at the sight of the Hulk's formidable and grotesque form. Before they could properly secure the Hulk and Abomination, the Red Devil had already appeared, accompanied by Johnny and the transforming Samuel Stern. Upon recognizing Johnny and the others, the staff, initially in a state of panic, finally relaxed. Arrange a larger area to keep this fellow under close observation. If he causes any trouble, let him be. Once he returns to normal, inform me. Johnny remarked with a faint smile, referring to the temporarily incapacitated Hulk. In this brief moment, the Hulk had regained some of his strength, and the various wounds on his body began to exhibit signs of automatic healing. However, while this healing was rapid, it still required time and consumed a significant amount of energy. Bruce Banner had injected certain suppressive agents at Mr. Blue's lab to prevent his transformation, which lingered in his system, leaving him feeling exceedingly weak. Following Johnny's orders, the Hulk was swiftly transported by staff using specialized equipment and placed in a unique prison cell designed to accommodate extraordinary situations like his. Although it was true that if the Hulk truly went berserk, restraining him would be a challenge, the cell was fortified with powerful magnetic fields and high-voltage currents, making it a formidable barrier even for the Hulk. With the Hulk secured, Johnny's gaze shifted to the bewildered Blonsky. Having been brought to the research center of Morgan Biotech, Blonsky had encountered numerous peculiarities along the way, causing his thoughts to gradually shift. It appeared that following Johnny promised a more prosperous future than serving a mere ordinary military general. Noticing Johnny's attention upon him, Blonsky understood the implication. As long as you do not kill me, I am willing to heed your commands and submit to you. This time, Blonsky's declaration of loyalty was infused with more sincerity than before. Johnny smiled subtly. The Abomination, this brutal behemoth, was indeed a double-edged sword. For Ross, it was impossible to control the Abomination, only leading to self-inflicted harm. Yet in Johnny's grasp, the Abomination posed no threat. Bronsky, your awakening brings me great satisfaction. I shall spare your life. However, certain necessary protocols must still be observed. First, you will undergo a series of tests. after which I will arrange for personnel from the research department to take over your case. I trust you will not disappoint me. By the way, until the staff finds a method to restore your body to a normal state, your movements will be confined to designated areas. Should any further disturbances arise. Johnny nodded, casually remarking, I know what to do, master. Bronxy, gazing into Johnny's calm eyes, felt a tremor within him and quickly spoke up. Chapter 75. The storm arises. New York is besieged by monstrous invaders, and a mysterious figure emerges to avert a colossal crisis. The identity of this enigmatic person remains shrouded in mystery, raising suspicions of governmental covert operations to cultivate agents. In times of impending peril, the rise of superheroes often accompanies such crises. Our world is safeguarded by heroes. Though Johnny resolved the incident involving the Hulk and Abomination, the storm it unleashed rapidly captivated the entire nation, garnering extensive attention even from foreign countries. Following the resolution of the Hulk and Abomination's rampage, the government responded swiftly, launching extensive medical and rescue operations, while military forces stationed near New York were urgently deployed. General Ross, the casualties and direct financial losses from this incident continue to escalate. Had the government not intervened to guide public opinion promptly, we could have faced even graver social issues. Even I, as president, am at risk of political downfall. I require you to provide a satisfactory explanation to everyone. As crisis relief efforts persisted in the disaster-stricken areas of New York, an emergency council convened, with Ross facing the discontented and furious gazes of all present, rendered speechless. He understood that no matter how he explained the situation, the outcome would remain largely unchanged. His time was up. In the wake of the New York incident, Morgan Biotech mobilized vast resources and rescue teams in a timely manner. Having already deployed over 20 million in supplies, an exemplar of the new era, Morgan Biotech announced its responsibility for the restoration of 3 city blocks, with construction crews having already arrived on site. Amidst the focus on the incident itself, the most striking aspect was undoubtedly Morgan Biotech's involvement. It must be noted that Johnny's decision to have the company step forward at this juncture resonated profoundly with the public, eliciting a tremendous response. In less than a month, Morgan Biotech's market value surged by at least 15%. Following Morgan Biotech's proactive stance, several local enterprises in New York also attempted to step up. However, in comparison to Morgan Biotech, their speed and effectiveness paled significantly, and they were often suspected of merely following the trend, garnering little favorable acclaim. My master, your decision has proven exceptionally astute. The company now enjoys a remarkably positive image among both high-level government officials and the public, which holds immeasurable long-term significance for its growth. Medusa remarked with a smile, expressing her admiration within the confines of the Morgan Biotech building. In response, Johnny smiled. As a time traveler, his experience far surpassed that of the current era, and his vision extended far beyond. How are our guests faring? Johnny inquired. The abhorrent serum from Bronski had been entrusted to the research department for integration with the Super Soldier project brought by Ross. Although progress had been made, it was not yet fully refined. However, with a living experimental subject at hand, it was believed that the secrets of the abhorrent's body would soon be unraveled. As for Bruce Banner, he had regained consciousness and returned to a normal state, albeit somewhat weakened. By the way, Mr. Blue has awakened, though his condition is somewhat unusual. Medusa, aware of Johnny's keen interest in this matter, reported with particular detail. Unusual? In what way? Johnny asked, slightly taken aback. Mr. Blue's body had undergone a transformation. Tests revealed that his brain capacity had nearly reached several dozen times that of an average human. This meant that his intellect vastly exceeded the limits defined by humanity. Even when compared to the supercomputers of contemporary society, his capabilities were superior. Furthermore, following his transformation, he not only possessed extraordinary intelligence, but had also developed a certain degree of psychic power, which was continually enhancing. Medusa couldn't help but feel a sense of awe when mentioning Samuel Stern. After accompanying Johnny to Earth, she had encountered numerous individuals with psychic abilities, leading her to question her own gifts. Are psychic abilities so undervalued on Earth? Fascinating, indeed. Mr. Blue is a remarkable talent. Medusa, do you think we could persuade him to remain with the company? Upon hearing of Samuel's abilities, Johnny was already contemplating the prospect of recruiting him. Thus far, his team included Medusa, Emma, and a considerable number of mutants and abhorrents, which provided a reasonable level of combat prowess. However, the glaring deficiency lay in the realm of scientific talent. Currently, at least 2 individuals stood out as promising candidates, Samuel Stern and the human form Bruce Banner. My lord, I believe it may be quite challenging to recruit Mr. Blue through conventional means. Are you suggesting we employ psychic abilities for direct control? Medusa, having interacted with the awakened Mr. Blue, understood that his intellect would complicate the process of recruitment. No, Medusa. The challenge is what makes it intriguing, is it not? Johnny replied with a subtle smile, extending his hand to embrace Medusa's slender waist. Come, let us meet him. Under Medusa's guidance, the two soon arrived at the area where Mr. Blue was located. Following his awakening, this zone had experienced a large-scale, indiscriminate surge of psychic energy, resulting in several staff members losing consciousness, after which it had entered a semi-locked state. Standing before the door of Mr. Blue's lounge, Johnny felt waves of potent psychic energy sweeping over his body, imbued with a sense of intimidation and probing. However, both Johnny and Medusa are nearly impervious to such levels of psychic energy. With a subtle smile, Johnny pushed open the door. The lounge was simply furnished, with pristine white walls, a plain white single bed, and white tables and chairs. At that moment, Samuel Stern, whose head appeared several times larger than usual, was seated cross-legged on the bed, his eyes gently closed, seemingly in deep contemplation. Mr. Samuel Stern, Medusa began, preparing to introduce Johnny upon seeing him. Johnny, during the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis, demonstrated remarkable prowess by neutralizing the Hellfire leader, Sebastian Shaw, who nearly instigated a catastrophic conflict between the U.S. and the Soviet Union. His abilities include flight, energy manipulation, and speed that far exceeds human limitations. He is now the de facto leader of the Hellfire Club and the power behind Morgan Biotech. Before Medusa could finish her introduction, Samuel, with his oversized head, spoke up, revealing nearly everything there was to know about Johnny. Medusa was momentarily taken aback, while Johnny chuckled, sensing that Samuel intended to assert his dominance. Little did Samuel know, the abilities he showcased were precisely what Johnny sought to harness. Chapter 76. Fresh blood. Since you are acquainted with me, I see no need for further self-introduction. However, you, Dr. Samuel Stern, remain somewhat of a mystery to me. Johnny remarked with a slight smile, casually pulling a chair beside him and gazing at Samuel with an air of nonchalance. Before your arrival, I was merely an ignorant explorer, believing that my superficial understanding of science could alter the world. Yet, then he appeared, so exquisite, he seemed like a deity. Samuel's eyes slowly opened, filled with fervor as he thought of the Hulk and abomination. A deity? Johnny inquired. Indeed, a being of unimaginable strength. What else could it be? You must have seen it. That formidable power, that towering physique, that intoxicating green. Samuel murmured, his excitement causing the energy around him to intensify. As Samuel grew animated, the veins on his unusually large head throbbed, revealing strange green hues that enveloped his entire cranium. Forgive me, but the deity you speak of nearly fell at my hands. Johnny replied calmly, observing the change in Samuel's complexion. Samuel's words faltered, abruptly halting. Samuel, your deity is now subservient to me. Should the opportunity arise, I shall arrange for you to meet him, Johnny stated, leaving Samuel speechless once more. I offer you a choice, to submit to me as your so-called deity has, or, Johnny said with a smile directed at Samuel, or you will kill me, I presume? Samuel interjected, interrupting Johnny's sentence. No, I would never take your life. Instead, I would recommend you to a place known as the Cube, a sanctuary meticulously designed by S.H.I.E.L.D. for beings endowed with extraordinary capabilities. There, you would be granted a private space of approximately 5 square meters, along with an opportunity to engage in research, Johnny articulated. Engage in research? What kind of research? Samuel, despite possessing an immense intellect and computational prowess beyond the reach of ordinary minds, found himself momentarily bewildered by Johnny's words. Research conducted upon you, Johnny replied calmly. Samuel's expression stiffened, akin to having ingested something distasteful. Meanwhile, Medusa, who stood beside Johnny, was already laughing with exuberance. According to the intelligence gathered by S.H.I.E.L.D., it was indeed mentioned that the supervillains incarcerated within the Cube would undergo certain inhumane experiments. For someone like Samuel Stearns, if he were truly confined within the Cube, it would be nearly impossible to escape the fate of becoming a subject of experimentation. I trust that with your considerable intellect, you can discern the veracity of my claims. Now, Mr. Big Head, I await your response, Johnny said after allowing Samuel a moment to ponder, patiently waiting for his answer. Observing the contemplative expression on Samuel's face, Johnny knew that his words had prompted Samuel to deliberate carefully. After all, no one would willingly become a subject for another's experiments. Dr. Samuel, if you are inclined to submit to our master, the Morgan Biotechnology Research Center is in need of a leader. Our master has been contemplating that we should invest more in the field of gamma biology, Medusa interjected, having honed her understanding of human nature over years of management. Her words struck a chord with Samuel, addressing his most pressing concern. If I were to submit, I must retain the autonomy to choose my research and ensure ample funding for it. As a dedicated researcher, Samuel, driven by his fervent passion for discovery. Finally resolved to address Johnny. In addition to your stipulations, you will possess ample freedom and my protection. In the future, you will realize that what I offer you far exceeds what your grand intellect could ever conceive, Johnny replied with a slight smile. His plans encompassed merely the first phase on Earth. As the narrative of the Marvel Universe unfolded, Earth would inevitably align with colossal forces from beyond the cosmos, even those from alternate dimensions. When this grand chessboard was set into motion, Johnny would not merely be a pawn, but rather the very hand that wielded the pieces. Upon hearing Johnny's proclamation, Samuel, though sensing a hint of exaggeration, was undeniably moved by the conditions presented. Master, I am willing to submit. Rising from his seated position on the vessel, Samuel inclined his body slightly in deference to Johnny. Medusa, I leave the remaining matters in your capable hands. Please ensure that our esteemed executive from the Morgan Biotechnology Research Department is thoroughly acquainted with the company. Make every effort to fulfill the needs of Dr. Samuel. Additionally, I must seek an audience with another deity. Johnny's smile widened. Very well, Master. Dr. Samuel, please follow me. I shall have someone guide you through our research center. As for the records and preserved serum samples from your previous laboratory, they will soon be transferred to the workspace we have prepared for you. Medusa smiled slightly, having already issued a command through her communicator to lift the Area S lockdown. Soon, staff arrived to escort Samuel to the research facility. Director, Samuel is also adept in mental abilities. I am unable to ascertain whether he is genuinely loyal to you, Medusa remarked, furrowing her brow slightly as the staff led Samuel away. Medusa, do not concern yourself. His sincerity is of little consequence. What I value is his research capabilities and talent. I am not skilled in reading minds, so I shall provide him with what he most requires and observe his performance thereafter, Johnny replied with a smile, igniting a glimmer of contemplation in Medusa's eyes. What he most requires? Master, you are becoming increasingly enigmatic. Medusa shook her head, momentarily unable to fully grasp Johnny's meaning. Before long, Johnny demonstrated his intentions through decisive actions. Bruce Banner, here I can offer you absolute sanctuary. Even if Ross or S.H.I.E.L.D. were to discover your presence here, no one would trouble you. Moreover, Morgan Biotechnology boasts the world's foremost experts in gamma radiation and biology. Even your old friend, Mr. Blue, is part of Morgan Biotechnology. I trust they will find a solution to your bodily afflictions. Facing the now normal Bruce Banner, Johnny spoke amiably, eliciting admiration from Medusa, who watched in awe. I am beginning to understand the Master's intentions. Chapter 77. A warning to humanity. Bruce Banner has devoted immense effort to controlling the Hulk within him since his first awakening. Over the years, he has sought ways to manage his transformations while evading Ross's pursuit, leaving him utterly exhausted. Thus, when Johnny presented him with this opportunity, offering not just refuge but also a chance to research methods to suppress the Hulk, Bruce agreed without hesitation. Excellent, Bruce. Morgan Biotechnology will arrange an appropriate identity and position for you. You will remain with us for the time being, and I will ensure that Samuel Stern continues his research on how to better control your transformations. Johnny's face was adorned with a smile, temporarily placing Bruce Banner within the research division. For Johnny, Bruce represented a valuable scientific asset, particularly in the realm of gamma research. Moreover, aside from his remarkable talents in the realm of scientific research, the transformed Hulk also proves to be a formidable fighter. After entrusting Medusa with the arrangement of several new members, Johnny chose not to linger at the company, instead retreating to the comfort of his villa. Typically, trivial matters failed to pique Johnny's interest, and with capable individuals at his disposal, he delegated all responsibilities to them. However, his serene lifestyle was abruptly interrupted by an unforeseen earthquake. Johnny's senses are astutely sharp. Not only can he detect an earthquake, but even the slightest movement within several hundred meters cannot escape his awareness. Although the tremor was not particularly severe, it did cause a slight change in Johnny's demeanor. In that fleeting moment of the quake, he sensed an unusual presence. Though distant, it instilled a sense of foreboding within him. Yet, this feeling quickly dissipated, leading Johnny to dismiss it as merely a powerful mutant awakening somewhere nearby. Nevertheless, it wasn't long before Johnny was confronted with urgent news reports on television. Just 15 minutes prior, a seismic event had reverberated across the globe, felt by nearly every nation. Fortunately, the intensity of the quake was low, and as of now, there had been no reports of casualties or property damage. Investigations into the earthquake's cause were still ongoing. Observing the news, Johnny furrowed his brow slightly. Heavens, could it be that the Marvel Universe is facing Godzilla? He muttered, yet he did not dwell on the thought for long. However, a piece of intelligence relayed by Emma through the Hellfire Club piqued his interest once more. During the earthquake yesterday, Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters reported that the most promising student, Jean Grey, had experienced vivid dream visions. In her dreams, she encountered a dark force that threatened to annihilate the world. Professor Charles Xavier, utilizing a brainwave amplification device, discovered that this earthquake was seemingly connected to an exploration in Cairo involving mutants. Upon reading this information, Johnny paused momentarily, taken aback. Jean Grey, a dark force? His mind immediately conjured images of the Phoenix Force within Jean's being, a power that, once fully awakened, could not only obliterate the Earth, but, as far as he knew, even threaten the universe itself. It seems I must pay a visit to Xavier's school for gifted youngsters, Johnny murmured to himself, reclining against the plush sofa. However, before he could put his plans into motion, a phone call from Emma interrupted him. Master, another crisis has arisen. By the time Johnny received Emma's call, the world had descended into utter chaos and panic. Within the Hellfire Club's headquarters, images were playing out before him. The footage showcased various missile silos across different nations activating, with all missiles launching and vanishing from view in an instant. Master, all these missiles have been launched directly into space. Have the nations of the world gone mad? Before them, the scene left Medusa and her companions utterly speechless. Contact Xavier's school for gifted youngsters, Johnny declared, his expression darkening as he turned to Emma. Moments later, Emma's countenance grew somber. Master, there has been no response from Xavier's school. Should we send the Red Devil to investigate? Upon hearing Emma's words, Johnny fell into a brief contemplation. Piecing together various elements, he surmised the unfolding events. The plot of X-Men, Apocalypse was now set in motion. On the other side of the Earth, Apocalypse had indeed resurrected. As in the original narrative, he found himself in the impoverished abode of Storm, where he gleaned the state of the world through the television, preparing to cleanse it entirely. Accompanied by Storm, he sought out what he deemed the most formidable mutants, Storm herself, Psylocke, Angel Warren, and Magneto. With Apocalypse's guidance, the four fully unlocked their powers, forming the Horsemen of Apocalypse. Furthermore, through mental dialogues with Charles and Magneto, Apocalypse discovered the coveted ability of telepathy possessed by Charles. Seizing the moment when Charles and Magneto were communicating through a cerebral amplifier, the powerful Apocalypse infiltrated the device, gaining control over Charles. Once he dominated Charles, Apocalypse swiftly achieved his objectives, manipulating key figures in all nuclear nations on Earth to launch nuclear missiles into the sky. If Johnny's conjecture held true, Xavier's school for gifted youngsters had likely been reduced to ruins in the ensuing explosion. Send the Red Devil along with a few capable mutants to Xavier's school, and ensure that everyone is relocated to the club, Johnny stated, making his decision known. Understood. The Red Devil promptly gathered a group of powerful mutants and teleported from the club towards Xavier's school. However, just as the Red Devil departed, Johnny's gaze shifted. A wave of psychic energy surged toward his mind. Not only Johnny, but everyone on Earth was suddenly invaded by this unexpected mental force. Listen, all of you in this world, this is my counsel, echoed a voice within the minds of all. It was the telepathy of Charles Xavier. Emma's expression changed slightly as she recognized the familiar mental signature. Sensing this psychic disturbance, Johnny refrained from using his formidable mental prowess to obliterate it. The energy was not particularly strong, nor did it possess any offensive capability, serving solely as a means of communication. A smile crept across Johnny's lips as he raised a hand to reassure Emma not to panic. Chapter 78. A minute for you. I urge each of you, humans and mutants alike, to heed my warning. You have lost your way. However, I have returned, and the final judgment is imminent. The voice resonated continuously in the minds of all, plunging countless individuals into a state of confusion and astonishment. The edifices you have erected, all your splendid towers, shall crumble, heralding the dawn of a new epoch, one that you cannot resist. As the waves of psychic energy surged, a voice resonated within the minds of all present. Johnny did not recoil from this psychic force. Rather, he harnessed his formidable mental prowess to attune himself to it. Soon, a subtle shift crossed Johnny's countenance as he discerned a faint, almost imperceptible tremor emanating from Charles's psychic energy. Chin, if you can hear me, concentrate and follow my voice to the Hellfire Club to seek Mr. Johnny. Only he can assist us. You must find him. From this delicate psychic fluctuation, Johnny deciphered a message that elicited a flicker of unease upon his face. It seemed that even though Charles had been captured by Apocalypse, he was not entirely devoid of resistance. At the very least, he had managed to signal Jean Grey for help in this precarious manner. Accomplishing this feat under Apocalypse's very nose was no small achievement. This message was conveyed with a singular purpose: to inform the strongest among you, those endowed with immense power, to safeguard those around you. The final words bore a note of struggle in Charles's voice, indicating his arduous resistance against Apocalypse. Johnny, there is a voice speaking in my mind. What is happening? What should we do now? Natasha inquired, her gaze fixed upon Johnny with a hint of confusion. The voice you heard in your mind was transmitted by someone controlling Charles, reaching out to the entire world. You are not alone in hearing it. Everyone can hear it. He is declaring his return, Johnny replied with a faint smile. What should we do now? Emma, possessing some knowledge of Charles, recognized the formidable nature of the being capable of controlling him. Wait, Johnny simply stated. Wait. The women were perplexed, entirely at a loss regarding Johnny's meaning. Inform everyone that the sky has not yet fallen. Continue with your lives, and soon, answers will emerge regarding the other matters, Johnny said, a confident smile gracing his features. Through the subtle waves he had captured from Charles's psychic energy, he was already aware that the Red Devil had returned with the remaining members of the Academy and was meticulously plotting their next steps. Johnny awaited not only Cheen, but others as well. Why has the Red Devil been gone for so long? After some time, Johnny expressed his mild perplexity. The Red Devil, unlike others, was adept at spatial teleportation, traversing distances almost instantaneously. Emma too felt a tinge of curiosity and promptly dialed a number. Red Devil, what is the situation on your end? She inquired as the call connected. The military has intervened. When I arrived, they were in a standoff with the Academy's students. Led by Colonel Strick, came the Red Devil's somewhat somber voice from the other end. Upon hearing this, Emma's expression shifted slightly. Put him on the line, Johnny instructed, his brow furrowing slightly. Yes, the Red Devil dared not be negligent. After a brief silence, another voice emerged. This is Colonel Strick. Regardless of your faction, it is advisable not to interfere with military operations. Clearly, the individual speaking was Colonel Strick, the military official confronting the Red Devil and his associates. I shall grant you 1 minute. If you do not release them, I will personally come for you. Johnny's expression was cold as he spoke slowly, his tone leaving no room for dispute. On the other end of the line, Colonel Strick's face darkened with fury upon hearing Johnny's words. Sir, I have already stated that this is a military operation. It would be wise for you not to meddle, otherwise, you will encounter significant trouble. Johnny's resolute tone ignited Strick's ire, yet he managed to maintain a semblance of composure, suppressing his anger as he replied. Do not think that your rank as a colonel intimidates me. Even a general would not dare to threaten me in such a manner. You have 30 seconds remaining. Johnny had little interest in further discourse with a mere colonel and issued his ultimatum directly. Sir, please identify yourself. Although Strick was not easily intimidated by Johnny's words, he still inquired. My name is Johnny, he replied calmly. On the other end, Colonel William Strick's expression froze as he recalled a highly classified entity mentioned in top-secret documents. As a colonel, he was not privy to such secrets. However, he served under the military scientist Boulevard Trask, who had long been conducting clandestine mutant experiments and the Sentinel robot program with covert military support. It was precisely for this reason that William Strick had the opportunity to access information related to mutants. Upon realizing Johnny's identity, Strick felt a chill run down his spine, momentarily at a loss for words. Who was Johnny? Was he someone a lowly officer could provoke? You have 10 seconds. Johnny's words snapped Strick back to reality. My apologies. Sir Johnny, I did not realize it was you. I will immediately withdraw my men. I sincerely apologize. Beep beep. Johnny was not in the mood to continue listening to Strick's excuses and promptly hung up the phone, confident that Strick, if not a fool, would know what to do. On the other end, Strick listened to the dial tone, his expression grim, his back still chilled, and in mere moments, he was drenched in cold sweat. Although he was reluctant to release the numerous mutants, what could he do? Strick could only admonish himself to exercise extreme caution in future operations involving mutants. Otherwise, he might not even know how he would meet his demise. After standing motionless for a while, Strick finally regained his senses. I apologize. I was unaware you were with Mr. Johnny. You may leave now. We will withdraw. He addressed the Red Devil and the mutants accompanying him, as well as the esteemed Xavier Institute behind them, before leading his men away in defeat. Upon receiving the orders from Strick, his entourage was engulfed in confusion. However, upon witnessing the ominous expression on Strick's face, which seemed as if it could precipitate water, they instinctively refrained from voicing their thoughts, fearful of incurring his wrath. Come, follow me. I shall escort you to a secure location, he commanded. Chapter 79. The President's Plea. My lord, all the instructors and students from Xavier Academy have been returned. The War Police and a student named Jean Grey urgently request to see you. Soon, news arrived from the Red Devil. Make sure everyone is settled properly, and let them come to my office, Johnny instructed. Before long, a group of anxious War Police and a graceful young woman appeared before Johnny. Notably, the team had seen an influx of newcomers. Aside from the familiar Mystique and Beast, there were Cyclops, Nightcrawler, and Quicksilver among them. Mr. Johnny, you must save the professor, Hank exclaimed, unable to contain his urgency upon seeing Johnny. Hank, do not fret, I am already aware. Sit down and take your time, Johnny replied with a gentle smile, gesturing for everyone to take a seat. Among the assembly, several individuals had only heard of Johnny before and had never met him. Facing such a formidable presence for the first time rendered them somewhat uneasy. "Thank you once again, Mr. Johnny, for rescuing us. I wish to implore your assistance. The professor is in trouble." Under Johnny's calm gaze, Hank's anxiety eased slightly. Taking a deep breath, he began to speak. "Hank, we are old acquaintances. No need for such formality. I have heard about Charles being taken by Apocalypse, but for the moment, his life is not in imminent danger," Johnny replied serenely. "Mr. Johnny, I am Jean Grey, a student of Professor Charles. While everyone could hear the professor's voice, I received a private message from him. He urged us to seek your help." Gazing at the exceptionally youthful Jean Grey, Johnny responded with a faint smile. "I too have heard the message Charles conveyed to you. At the appropriate time, I shall intervene," Johnny assured, instilling a sense of relief in the group. "My lord, Apocalypse possesses unique abilities. Based on the intelligence we have gathered, he is capable of teleportation, sand manipulation, and enhancing mutant powers. Moreover, we suspect he wields a form of immortality. His combat prowess is formidable. It is likely that only you can confront him." In the room, Natasha, responsible for intelligence gathering, unfurled a stack of documents before Johnny, all pertaining to Apocalypse. Upon hearing Natasha's words, the war police grew tense. These abilities are not inherent to Apocalypse himself. As a mutant who awakened thousands of years ago, his sole capability is the complete transfer of his consciousness into another body, allowing him to usurp others' powers. This is also the reason he has set his sights on Charles. After reviewing the intelligence, Johnny smiled faintly and uttered words that left everyone astounded. "Given the circumstances, Mr. Johnny, let us hasten to rescue Charles," Raven exclaimed urgently. Among the group, Raven had grown up alongside Charles, nurturing a profound bond between them. Upon hearing Johnny discuss Apocalypse's intentions, she was left utterly astounded. "There is no need for haste. Apocalypse's powers require assistance. In the short term, Charles is secure. Moreover, I have heard that following Apocalypse's message to humanity, nations around the world have united to deploy fighter jets to confront him. We should receive news shortly," Johnny replied, maintaining his calm demeanor. Observing this, the others, including the war police, refrained from further commentary, hoping for Charles's safety. "My lord, should we mobilize personnel from the club?" Emma inquired, a hint of anxiety evident in her voice regarding Apocalypse's formidable strength. "No, that would be unnecessary," Johnny replied with a slight smile. As the group anxiously awaited news, Medusa's phone rang. Upon answering, her expression shifted to one of peculiar intensity, clearly indicating something significant was afoot. "My lord, I have just received word that the fighter jets dispatched by the allied nations were all destroyed over Cairo. They wish to speak with you," she reported after ending the call. Medusa's eyes reflected a dawning realization, finally comprehending Johnny's prolonged wait. It was evident that the nations had reached a point of desperation, and contacting Johnny was a foregone conclusion. "Bring them in," Johnny nodded, already suspecting the outcome. Soon, a group appeared before Johnny. Among them, he recognized a familiar figure, General Ross, indirectly linked to the New York incident. However, standing at the forefront was another individual, the President of the United States. Johnny's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing the President, a frequent figure in the news, but he quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. If they had resorted to such measures, it was indeed a matter of urgency. "Mr. President, I did not expect your presence in my humble abode. I often see you on television," Johnny remarked, standing with a welcoming smile, having recognized the President's identity. "Mr. Johnny, there is no need for such formality. You have resolved numerous issues for the nation, and I have long wished to express my gratitude personally," the President replied, his face beaming with warmth, exhibiting no airs of superiority, but rather an unusual cordiality. Yet, Johnny discerned a deep-seated worry lurking in the President's eyes. "Mr. President, I am curious about the reason for your visit. Has the club encountered tax issues?" Johnny jested lightly as they took their seats. "You jest, Mr. Johnny. But the primary reason for my visit is to seek your assistance," the President said, waving his hand to steer the conversation back to the matter at hand. His demeanor turning serious. One of the President's aides promptly opened the laptop he had brought along. "Mr. Johnny, you are likely already aware of the recent global event where nuclear missiles were simultaneously launched into space, accompanied by the cacophony echoing in the minds of all. Our investigation has revealed that the instigator of this incident is a mutant who has slumbered for millennia. In response to this formidable mutant, nations across the globe have united, dispatching unmanned reconnaissance drones equipped with powerful explosives. However, all drones sent by the World United Command mysteriously vanished over Cairo, their detonators rendered futile, shrouded by an anomalous magnetic field that disrupted their signals. This is the last image captured. The mention of Apocalypse has caused even the President of the United States to furrow his brow, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Initially, It was believed that the collective might of the world's nations could devise a means to counteract this threat, yet their efforts proved futile. As Johnny gazed upon the final footage displayed on the screen, a profound smile graced his face. The image revealed Eric, clad in peculiar armor and donning a distinctive helmet, extending his hand towards the drones hovering in the sky. The helmet Eric wore bore an uncanny resemblance to the one once worn by Charles. "Eric," Raven exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Chapter 80. Taking advantage of the chaos, Your Excellency Johnny. This is the final image we received. According to satellite maps, Cairo, Egypt, has been utterly decimated by the mutant, leaving naught but a colossal pyramid amidst the shifting sands. The president spoke gravely, his voice heavy with despair. All nuclear arsenals have been cast into outer space under Apocalypse's dominion, and the once mighty capital of Egypt has been obliterated in a matter of moments. At this rate, should Apocalypse arrive, cities like New York and Washington may well share Cairo's grim fate. Mr. President, there is no need for undue concern. We have ample time. The adversary is far removed in Cairo, a considerable distance from America, Johnny reassured him, though his words did little to alleviate the president's anxiety. Instead, evoking a sense of impending sorrow, it appeared the foe harbored little intent to strike at this moment. Mr. Johnny, my purpose in seeking you is reflective of the consensus among nations. After deliberation, we have unanimously concluded that you alone possess the capacity to neutralize the threat posed by the mutant apocalypse. Rest assured, should you choose to intervene, the nations will remember your invaluable assistance. This is a matter of mutual benefit we have deliberated upon. Do peruse the document and express any further needs you might have. The president, unable to engage in casual conversation any longer, presented a document detailing the concessions the nations were willing to offer. In essence, it outlined the recompense for Johnny's intervention. Johnny glanced over it briefly, a subtle smile emerging as he noted the favorable terms. You are too kind, Mr. President. The mutant's actions are excessively extreme, and I cannot stand idly by. With a faint smile, Johnny accepted the document and casually tossed it to Medusa. However, Mr. President, I desire one more thing. With a shift in tone, Johnny's gaze fell upon the president. Upon hearing the initial part of Johnny's request, the president felt a surge of joy, yet the subsequent statement made his heart race with apprehension. In order to persuade Johnny to take action, nations around the globe, including the United States, had offered substantial rewards that encompassed not only economic incentives, but also various privileges, sufficient to enable Johnny's Morgan Biotech and Hellfire Club to rise rapidly. Yet, was he still unsatisfied? Mr. Johnny, please feel free to express your needs. We shall strive to accommodate them within our capabilities. Although the president harbored thoughts of Johnny's apparent avarice, a smile remained on his face. In the face of the impending threat of apocalypse, nothing was more crucial than preserving life. Rest assured, Mr. President, my request is not a burdensome one. I merely seek an item from S.H.I.E.L.D., known as the Tesseract. Johnny spoke slowly, addressing the president. The Tesseract, also referred to as the Space Stone, is one of the 6 Infinity Stones, possessing boundless spatial power, making it one of the most fundamental and formidable forces in existence. This was, indeed, the primary reason for Johnny's arrival on Earth. Since its inception, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been engaged in the retrieval of the aircraft that Captain America once piloted, which had tragically crashed. On the surface, this endeavor appeared to stem from the deep-seated bond between S.H.I.E.L.D.'s founder, Howard Stark, Peggy Carter, and Captain America. However, beyond this sentimentality, there lay another objective, the Tesseract. Furthermore, Johnny had received precise information from within S.H.I.E.L.D., indicating that the Tesseract had already been salvaged and was classified as a top-secret item, designated 084. Upon learning that S.H.I.E.L.D. possessed the Tesseract, Johnny had been contemplating how to secure it for himself, and now presented an opportune moment. The Tesseract? Mr. Johnny, could you elaborate on what this item entails? The president responded, momentarily taken aback by Johnny's proposition. Could an item from S.H.I.E.L.D. truly be more enticing than the substantial benefits offered by various nations? It's merely a trivial artifact. My company is currently engaged in research related to energy, Johnny replied succinctly. Eschewing any elaborate explanations, he was confident that such a condition would be agreeable to the president. Very well, Mr. Johnny, I shall promptly contact S.H.I.E.L.D. and ensure that the item you require is delivered to you. After a brief moment of contemplation, the president made a decisive choice. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. President. Medusa, prepare the aircraft. Our destination is Cairo. Johnny's face blossomed with a smile. Soon, he would encounter the first of the 6 infinity stones. Upon hearing Johnny's words, the president and his entourage exhibited profound astonishment, while the group of agents behind Yi Feng became increasingly animated. Mr. Johnny, I have developed a fighter jet myself, which should outperform standard models. Perhaps you would prefer to travel with us? Just as Medusa was about to depart, Hank, who had remained silent until now, softly interjected. Although Hank is a mutant, it is undeniable that his talent in technology is equally remarkable. No problem. Hank, I have a condition. Once the apocalypse situation is resolved, you will join Morgan Biotech, and I will compensate you as a top researcher. Considering Hank's technological prowess, Johnny instantly made a decision. At such a time, it was the perfect opportunity for extortion. A talent like Hank could undoubtedly bring tremendous breakthroughs to the company's technology department. Hank, anxious to save Charles, agreed without much thought upon hearing Johnny's words, swiftly departing with the other X-Men to prepare for their flight to Cairo. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the director's assistant, with a peculiar expression, presented a document to Fury. Director, there is an order personally signed by the president that requires your approval. Fury furrowed his brow, evidently not in good spirits. The emergence of Apocalypse was, in principle, within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s purview. However, the magnitude of Apocalypse's power had far exceeded what S.H.I.E.L.D. could manage. The direct order from the president gave Fury an ominous premonition, which soon materialized into reality. Bang! Fury slammed his fist onto the table, causing several items to tumble to the floor with considerable force. Director, what's the matter? The assistant, startled by Fury's unabashed fury, inquired. Have them bring the Tesseract, Fury commanded, not wishing to elaborate, consumed by his anger. Director, the Tesseract is a critical component of the Perseus project. Research is currently underway. The assistant hesitated before speaking. Now, Fury bellowed, his pent-up rage directed at the assistant. Yes. The assistant, sensing Fury's ferocious demeanor, nodded hurriedly and exited. Chapter 81. The Power of Space. How could Johnny possibly know about the Tesseract? As the assistant rushed off to procure it, Fury murmured in confusion, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Having reviewed the Tesseract's records, Fury was acutely aware of its terrifying potential. If S.H.I.E.L.D. could fully comprehend its capabilities, however, the president's order left Fury with a profound sense of futility. Before long, the Tesseract departed from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secret base, delivered directly to Johnny by a military aircraft. Mr. Johnny, here is the Tesseract you requested. The black box containing the Tesseract was handed to Johnny by the president himself. Without needing to open the box, Johnny could sense the vast, formidable energy within it. Among those present, aside from Johnny, only Emma and a few others with strong perceptual abilities sensed its power. Yet, despite their curiosity, none dared to speak. Mr. President, may our collaboration be fruitful. Suppressing the excitement within, Johnny maintained an unruffled exterior as he accepted the box handed to him by the president. Mr. President, I also need to prepare. You may rest at the company. Now that he had acquired the cosmic cube, Johnny had no intention of letting it remain idle. After exchanging a brief greeting with the president and casting a meaningful glance at Medusa, he swiftly departed. Within the company, there existed a designated area to which only Johnny and a select few, including Medusa, had access. At present, this entire zone was enveloped in immense energy fluctuations, with Johnny being the sole occupant. World Quest. Collect Infinity Stones. Completion rate, 16. Collect Infinity Stones. Space Stone. The completion rate on Johnny's mission panel had escalated from 0.6 to 16. In his grasp was a cube-shaped crystal, not significantly smaller than a 9th-tier cube, emanating an ethereal blue glow. This luminescence was extraordinarily peculiar, as if the diminutive cube harbored boundless space within its confines. System. Can I now absorb the energy contained within the cosmic cube? Grasping the azure cosmic cube, Johnny was exhilarated, having long coveted the spatial power it contained. Indeed, the host can utilize the energy of the absorbed Infinity Stones to wield corresponding abilities or directly command the Infinity Stones to unleash powers. The system's crisp notification only heightened Johnny's enthusiasm. He could sense the abundant energy within the cosmic cube, ready for him to absorb and convert into his own essence at will. System, if memory serves, the Power Stone, also known as the Cosmic Sphere, is typically inaccessible to ordinary individuals. How can I absorb its energy? Johnny suddenly pondered this critical question. The Power Stone was known to be beyond the reach of common folk, who would face backlash if they attempted to harness such formidable power. After the host completes the Champion's Blade task, the body will undergo transformation, eliminating any potential risks. All infinity stones can be accessed and absorbed. Upon absorbing sufficient energy, the methods of utilizing the abilities and relevant information will be conveyed to the host's mind. The system, eager to clarify, provided its explanation with great diligence. Very well. I shall discover the outcome through practice. Johnny nodded slightly, and the blue cube in his hand radiated brilliantly. In an instant, the entire space was awash with a vivid azure luminescence, and the fluctuations of spatial energy intensified dramatically. The cosmic cube shimmered, and an immense torrent of energy surged from Johnny's palm into his body. This was a peculiar force that captivated him, compelling him to consume it incessantly. Before Johnny's eyes, a brand new realm seemed to unfold, revealing myriad spaces and vibrant worlds within reach. As Johnny continued to absorb, the spatial energy flowing into his body multiplied, dispersing throughout each of his cells. As it integrated with his cells, it subtly began to adjust and transform his very being. At this moment, had anyone been standing beside Johnny, they would have observed that his body seemed to manifest countless phantoms, each appearing to inhabit disparate realms, occasionally diverging and then converging once more. Accompanied by the overwhelming force of spatial energy being absorbed by Johnny, a plethora of information related to space materialized within his mind, continuously enhancing his comprehension and understanding of the spatial domain. Some revelations nearly overturned Johnny's established perceptions, imparting upon him a profound sense of enlightenment. Furthermore, beyond the insights regarding space, whenever the energy Johnny consumed reached a certain threshold, a particular spatial ability would be unlocked in his mind, with methods of application emerging spontaneously. Just as the system had indicated, Johnny's voracious consumption did not persist for long. The energy of the cosmic cube is boundless, yet the spatial power his body could contain is rather limited. This brief, fervent ingestion had already inundated every cell within him with a substantial amount of spatial force. My physique is indeed struggling to keep pace. It appears that to accommodate greater power, I must continuously strive to grow stronger. With a gentle smile, Johnny's eyes, which had been closed, slowly opened, marking the conclusion of his initial absorption of the Infinity Stone's energy, and the multitude of overlapping phantoms dissipated. With a casual motion, he swiped at the space before him. This seemingly effortless gesture caused a deep, dark spatial rift to manifest in an instant, akin to the maw of a beast yearning to consume, evoking a palpable sense of trepidation merely by being observed. Through the profound rift, Johnny could sense the chaotic spatial currents swirling beyond it. Given his current physique, entering such tumultuous spatial currents without employing protective spatial energy would result in immediate disintegration. Once the energy in Johnny's palm dissipated, the rift seamlessly closed, leaving no trace behind. The power of space is truly astonishing. Gazing at the cosmic cube in his other hand, its blue radiance retracting, a gleam of determination sparkled in Johnny's eyes. Having already pledged to assist the war machine and the president in resolving the apocalypse crisis, the acquisition of the space gem stirred a fervent eagerness within him to engage in battle. With a flick of his wrist, the space gem mysteriously vanished from Johnny's grasp. Now residing within a storage space he had independently created utilizing his spatial powers. Subsequently, Johnny gradually rose to his feet, his aura retracting slowly, akin to the vanishing cosmic cube, as he stepped out of the area. Chapter 82. A fortuitous find in less than an hour. Hank had piloted his newly developed aircraft to the Morgan Bio building. Hank, the performance of this aircraft is indeed commendable. However, I find myself curious. Where was your aircraft during the explosion at the academy? As the aircraft sped through the skies, Johnny inquired, a hint of curiosity lacing his tone. It is as follows, Mr. Johnny. In the depths of the academy, Charles has invested considerable effort to arrange for me a private research laboratory. I typically spend my time in this lab, and over the years, I have indeed developed a number of intriguing projects. Hank, feeling somewhat bashful at Johnny's commendation of his achievements, smiled and replied, a number of projects, indeed. Johnny was momentarily taken aback. Yes, in the realm of energy conversion and propulsion, that is but one facet. I have also conducted significant research on biologically active materials. Furthermore, I have made some strides concerning the genetics that could transform humans into mutants. Observing Johnny's keen interest in his findings, Hank felt increasingly shy. It seems I have stumbled upon a treasure, Johnny remarked, a flicker of astonishment gleaming in his eyes. Mr. Johnny, the maximum speed of the aircraft I designed can reach an astonishing 34 Mach. At that velocity, it can arrive in Cairo in approximately 2 hours. As the pilot of his creation, Hank had pushed the performance of the aircraft to its limits. Johnny nodded, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Hank's exceptional capabilities indeed surpassed his expectations. Given the current state of Earth's technology, aircraft of this era rarely approached the speed of sound, let alone exceeded it. Hank's design, under optimal conditions, could achieve speeds 4 times that of sound, far exceeding Johnny's estimates. Such an aircraft transcended the mere label of excellence. Hank's research achievements were, at the very least, decades ahead of their time. In Johnny's eyes, Hank had unequivocally become a designated talent within Morgan Biotech. He privately resolved that once this incident concluded, he must ensure Hank's future was secure, for he could not afford to let him falter. Hank had already provided him with unexpected delight. One could only imagine the capabilities of the technological prodigies poised to rise in this era. Names floated through Johnny's mind. Mr. Fantastic Reed, Iron Man Tony Stark. Meanwhile, in the now desolate Cairo, Egypt, several towering pyramids stood resolutely. Within one of the most magnificent pyramids, Apocalypse stood alongside the 4 horsemen. While Charles was laid upon the altar of the ritual, his limbs bound and unable to struggle. The time is drawing near. I shall commence the ritual shortly. Once completed, I will become immensely powerful, capable of transforming into anyone. However, the process of the ritual must remain uninterrupted. Do you understand? The 4 horsemen nodded in agreement. After a moment of hesitation, Magneto, Eric Lenscher, decided to disclose information regarding Johnny. There exists another formidable force on Earth, a man named Johnny, from many years ago. Following a detailed account, Magneto relayed all he knew about Johnny to Apocalypse. Upon listening to Magneto's description, Apocalypse appeared unconcerned, while the other 3 horsemen displayed hints of astonishment. Do not worry, my child. The fears of the past have been magnified by you, but today, your abilities have been fully realized. Those once deemed insurmountable before you now crawl beneath your feet. Go forth and accomplish your tasks. Apocalypse commanded Magneto, then instructed the others to stand guard outside the pyramid. Magneto indeed harbored a sense of trepidation towards Johnny. However, under Apocalypse's persuasive rhetoric, he gradually dispelled his fears. With his current prowess, he could manipulate the Earth's magnetic field at will, capable of altering it to the extent that he could annihilate all life forms if he so desired. Contemplating this, Magneto's confidence surged, swelling within him. Subsequently, the 4 horsemen of the Apocalypse returned to their respective posts, and Magneto resumed his control over the Earth's magnetic field, crafting an immense metallic magnetic barrier that encircled the entrance of the pyramid. This myriad of fragmented metals, intertwined with the Earth's colossal magnetic field, formed a formidable defense, impervious even to missile bombardments. Apocalypse, you are but a false god. Those who follow you will ultimately betray you. Charles, completely bound to the altar, observed as Apocalypse reclined beside him, preparing to commence the ritual. In a fervent plea, he prayed that Jean Grey could reach Johnny and avert this impending catastrophe. Lying serenely on the altar, Apocalypse waved his hand, summoning a massive diamond-shaped golden object from within the pyramid, which ascended gracefully into the sky and settled atop the pyramid, beginning to radiate brilliance, drawing in the sun's resplendence. I have undergone countless cycles of rebirth, yet I have never attained my desires. This time, I shall achieve perfection. Rendering myself omnipresent, becoming part of everyone, Apocalypse declared, his voice tinged with unmistakable excitement as the ritual was on the verge of initiation. Charles gazed helplessly as the ceremony approached, witnessing the colossal rays of sunlight converging at the apex of the pyramid. These beams, akin to rippling waters, were absorbed by the vast diamond, cascading down along the pyramid's intricate patterns. Despite his fervent struggles, all his powers were constrained upon the altar, his body ensnared, rendering escape impossible. As the golden liquid, flowing like water, threatened to envelop the altar and commence the ritual, the resplendent interior of the pyramid was suddenly cloaked in darkness. Above, a fighter jet entirely obstructed the sun's rays, casting the pyramid's peak into shadow. Apocalypse, reclining on the altar, felt a shift in his expression as he sensed a multitude of presences emerging from the skies beyond the pyramid, his pupils narrowing in alarm. Among these presences, one subtle aura struck a profound sense of peril in the perceptive Apocalypse. In his perception, this aura coincided with the changes in the sky, leaving no doubt that the two were intrinsically linked. How could such a formidable entity exist? Exclaimed Apocalypse in astonishment, his voice betraying his shock. Bound to the altar, Charles also sensed this aura, his face alight with excitement. He has finally arrived, and he is even more powerful than before. Charles murmured to himself, overwhelmed with relief. Apocalypse paused, his curiosity piqued. Who do you speak of? Feeling an intense threat emanating from this aura, he questioned Charles, eager for answers to the enigma unfolding before them. Chapter 83. Spatial confinement. If you are intruding upon my mind and delving into my memories, you should be aware that there exist entities in this world far more formidable than yourself. Eric had warned you, though you chose to disregard his caution. A smile graced Charles's face. Although his body remained ensnared and immobile, He had regained a measure of calm compared to the earlier panic. Are you referring to that human? Johnny. Who is he? Apocalypse paused for a moment, quickly gathering his thoughts, a frown creasing his brow. Initially, when Eric had alerted him, Apocalypse had dismissed it, considering Johnny to be merely a product of Eric's exaggeration. However, the palpable sense of threat now gnawed at him with regret. Had he known of Johnny's immense power, he would have prioritized neutralizing this threat before the commencement of the ceremony. Years ago, a nuclear war incited by mutants had nearly erupted, and it was he who had intervened to avert that crisis. Charles harbored no intention of withholding information, succinctly recounting Johnny's past actions to Apocalypse, which only deepened the furrow on Apocalypse's brow. At this juncture, it was abundantly clear what Johnny's intentions were as the ceremony approached. Apocalypse knew he could not proceed with the ritual while the threat posed by Johnny loomed. He had to first resolve the present predicament. Otherwise, should the ceremony be interrupted midway, he could suffer unimaginable repercussions. The events of millennia past were still vividly etched in his memory. Above, Hank's designed aircraft descended gradually from the skies. Mr. Johnny, we've detected a powerful cyclical magnetic field ahead. Our aircraft will undoubtedly be affected, Hank remarked, his expression somber as he scrutinized the data on the screen. Let us land here, Johnny replied nonchalantly, gazing through the specialized transparent glass of the aircraft at the magnificent pyramid below. In front of the pyramid, a multitude of metals floated in a peculiar magnetic field, forming a formidable torrent of metal. Although Hank's aircraft boasted decent defenses, navigating through the chaotic magnetic field posed considerable challenges. Any misstep could lead to a catastrophic crash. At the heart of the colossal magnetic field, Johnny beheld the figure of Magneto, suspended in midair. Clad in his armor, Magneto extended his body, manipulating the immense magnetic field of the Earth. He not only shaped the torrent of metal but also influenced the planet's magnetic forces, continuously exerting his control. Magneto appeared to be deeply engrossed, eyes shut tight, channeling and directing the magnetic field. The arrival of the Warhawk aircraft seemed not to disturb him in the slightest. Leave Magneto to me, Johnny murmured, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from the command center. Johnny's assessment was astute. Magneto's concentration on controlling the monumental magnetic field left him little room for distraction. Eric Lenshare, you may cease your efforts, a calm voice interrupted, pulling Magneto from his profound state of perception, wherein he was immersed in the extraordinary sensation of wielding control over the Earth's magnetic field. As Magneto slowly opened his eyes, the first sight that met his gaze was none other than Johnny, who was also suspended in the very magnetic field he had meticulously constructed, observing him with an expression of calm detachment. Instantly, Magneto's pupils constricted. Johnny, a fleeting expression of astonishment crossed his face, causing chaos to erupt within the magnetic field. However, this turmoil was quickly suppressed by his sheer will. By choosing to follow Apocalypse, Magneto was acutely aware that Johnny would not remain passive. Such a choice inevitably placed him in opposition to Johnny. Previously, the thought of opposing Johnny had never even crossed his mind. Yet now, with his magnetic powers enhanced through Apocalypse's assistance, he had reached a level of control that he found terrifying. This newfound strength inflated his confidence to an almost hubristic extent. Mr. Johnny, I am now one of the 4 horsemen of Apocalypse. If you intend to thwart Apocalypse's mission to save this world, you are standing against me. The astonishment within Magneto was forcibly suppressed, and feeling the immense energy he could command, his voice resonated with newfound assurance. Observing the surging power radiating from Magneto, Johnny paused momentarily before a cold smile crept across his face. It seemed that after maximizing his abilities through Apocalypse, Eric had indeed become insufferably arrogant. Regarding Magneto's inflated ego, Johnny chose not to waste words. With Charles captured by Apocalypse, a ritual could commence at any moment. Should Apocalypse gain access to Charles's powers, even if Johnny intervened, subduing Apocalypse would prove to be quite a challenge. Since you wish to stand in opposition to me, I hope you are prepared for the consequences, Johnny replied coldly. Facing the magnetic shield crafted by Magneto, he unleashed his physical might, delivering a powerful punch toward the barrier formed by countless minute metal fragments. As Johnny made his move, a flicker of fear momentarily crossed Magneto's eyes, prompting him to fervently manipulate the magnetic field, enveloping himself within its protective embrace. The collision was thunderous. Johnny's immense strength struck the barrier, creating violent vibrations that rippled outward, resembling waves on water. The entire shield undulated beneath the force of Johnny's punch, producing concentric circles akin to ripples on a surface. However, once the strength of Johnny's blow was expended, the barrier remained unscathed. Seeing this, a spark of excitement flickered in Magneto's eyes, as the fear nestled deep within him gradually dissipated, transforming into confidence. Mr. Johnny, My magnetic field is linked to the Earth's immense magnetic field. You cannot break through it. If you are willing to join us, Apocalypse will likewise bestow upon you formidable power." As he spoke, Magneto's tone brimmed with newfound authority, almost unwittingly adopting a commanding demeanor. "Space, be confined." Observing Magneto's relentless arrogance, Johnny chuckled coldly, making a casual gesture. There was no significant surge of power, yet the very space surrounding Magneto came to a complete standstill. The flow of the magnetic field, the fluctuations of energy, and even the air itself were all rendered motionless. Everything within this space appeared as if ensnared by a spell of paralysis. The multitude of metallic fragments that constitute the core of the magnetic field ceased their movement. Floating in midair, and Magneto's body was similarly suspended, rigidly hovering in place, his confident demeanor still distinctly visible. "Power can lead to arrogance. However, in my presence, your strength is insignificant," Johnny disdainfully declared as he sealed off the space surrounding Magneto. This skill was one Johnny had only recently comprehended, having absorbed vast amounts of spatial power with the assistance of the system, marking his first application of it. Nevertheless, the effect did not disappoint him. Chapter 84. Unaware of his fate once formed, the imprisoned space resembled an impregnable fortress, nearly impossible to breach by sheer force. Not only was Magneto's ability limited to the control of magnetism, but even 2 years prior, Shaw, having absorbed immense nuclear energy, could obliterate a fleet with ease. Yet, under this spatial confinement, he too was rendered compliant. With his body entirely restrained, Magneto could no longer manipulate the magnetic field. With a casual gesture, Johnny sent Magneto's confined form crashing to the ground, stirring up a considerable cloud of dust. Fortunately, the landscape was devoid of buildings. Only the swirling sands left in the wake of Apocalypse's powers. Otherwise, given Magneto's formidable physique, this fall alone would have been enough to incapacitate him. Still, the violent impact left Magneto pale and shaken, yet under Johnny's confinement, he was utterly incapable of any action. 2 years prior, he had witnessed Johnny's prowess in combat. Little did he expect that, 2 years later, his abilities would be fully unleashed, still leaving him as helpless as a defeated dog, unable even to struggle. The clash between Johnny and Magneto transpired in mere moments, from their initial encounter to the onset of battle, and now the conclusion. Upon sensing Johnny's formidable presence, Apocalypse had already resolved to suspend the ritual, stepping out of the pyramid just in time to witness the unfolding scene. Recognizing the immense power emanating from Johnny, Apocalypse's expression was grave, tinged with a hint of relief. Faced with an adversary of Johnny's caliber, he was grateful he had not placed his hopes on the Four Horsemen. Had he allowed them to confront Johnny while he continued with the ritual, the likelihood of interruption would have been nearly guaranteed. Among the Four Horsemen, Apocalypse had the highest regard for Magneto. After fully harnessing Magneto's abilities, he remained inwardly astonished, despite not showing it outwardly. Yet, the capabilities that astonished even him faltered before Johnny, barely enduring for less than a minute. Beside Apocalypse, the Angel Warren, Storm, and Psylocke encircled him, witnessing Magneto's immobilization at Johnny's hands. Having been a mutant for quite some time, Storm possessed a deeper understanding of the mutant world, while Psylocke had connections with the Taliban's underground intelligence center. Both were acutely aware of Johnny's formidable strength. Seeing Magneto's almost instantaneous loss of resistance filled them with profound unease and vigilance. Only Warren, upon witnessing Magneto's subjugation by Johnny, felt little fear. On one hand, the youthful Angel Warren, brimming with arrogance after his powers were unleashed, became even more inflated than Magneto himself, and he was utterly unfamiliar with Johnny. The phrase "ignorance is bliss" perfectly encapsulates this situation. On the other hand, Magneto, subdued by Johnny, perceived this as an opportune moment to showcase himself before Apocalypse. If he could vanquish Johnny, Apocalypse would undoubtedly regard him with newfound respect, enabling him to secure a dominant position among the Four Horsemen. Before Apocalypse could utter a word, Warren transformed, his colossal, steel-like wings unfurling instantaneously, creating a fierce gust of wind as he soared skyward, hurtling towards Johnny with intent to obliterate him beneath his iron wings. "Die!" Warren bellowed as he approached Johnny, his wings thrumming, shedding countless steel feathers that morphed into a relentless barrage of ferocious attacks aimed directly at Johnny. Sensing the intense murderous intent emanating from Warren, Johnny, who had just dispatched Magneto, felt a fleeting glimmer in his eyes as an immense pressure began to build once more. In such circumstances, the proverbial bird that sticks its head out gets shot applied, and Warren had transformed into that audacious bird. Faced with the multitude of steel feathers hurtling toward him, Johnny showed no inclination to evade. Instead, cosmic energy surged from all directions, enveloping his form and forming a translucent energy barrier. As the steel feathers neared him, they collided with an invisible barrier, unable to penetrate. Indeed, these feathers, sharper and harder than steel, emitted a disconcerting screech as they were effortlessly swatted away by Johnny, disintegrating into metallic dust. Witnessing this spectacle, Warren's expression shifted dramatically. As he charged towards Johnny, his wings expanded abruptly, attempting to cushion his assault and avoid a direct confrontation. The transformation of a significant number of feathers into offensive projectiles was a technique Warren had mastered only after his powers were fully developed. These feathers possessed exceptional penetrating ability, capable of piercing flesh and even steel. Yet now, all of his unleashed steel feathers were dismantled by Johnny with ease, scattering remnants down from the sky. How could he not be alarmed? Humph, enjoying the feathers, are we? As Warren hesitated momentarily and prepared to retreat, Johnny seized the opportunity. With a mere thought, he infused immense power into a single steel feather that had momentarily halted in midair. The levitating feather shimmered with a translucent, formidable energy, aimed squarely at the lunging Warren. Charged with potent cosmic energy, the feather transformed into a blur under Johnny's overwhelming force, hurtling towards Warren just as he altered his trajectory in the air. The remnants of steel feathers shot toward Warren, swiftly transforming into lethal weapons. As Warren sensed the imminent threat, it was too late to evade. He could only fold his wings around himself for protection. His reinforced wings were not only incredibly sharp, capable of slicing through steel with ease, but also boasted remarkable defensive capabilities, rendering ordinary armor-piercing rounds ineffective against them. Regrettably, he was confronted with an onslaught infused with the overwhelming energy of the cosmos. The moment the remnants of wings struck Warren's feathered appendages, a cosmic explosion erupted, akin to a devastating bomb detonating against the angel's body. Although the angel's steel wings could withstand the majority of explosive damage, they were nearly obliterated in the face of Johnny's concentrated attack. As the metallic wings shattered, the angel emitted a piercing scream, blood gushing forth as he was pierced by the fragments of his own destroyed wings under the force of the explosive shockwave. The scream abruptly ceased, and Warren's body plummeted straight down from the sky, accelerating rapidly until it crashed into the ground with a heavy thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. Blood flowed from beneath the broken wings, and the angel Warren was irrevocably dead. The location of Warren's fall was not far from Apocalypse, who, witnessing this scene, was consumed by rage, a terrifying aura rising around him as he fixed his gaze upon Johnny in the sky. Chapter 85, The Wrath of Apocalypse. In the briefest moment, Apocalypse's four horsemen found Magneto utterly restrained and powerless against Johnny's might, while the angel Warren met a tragic fate, dispatched in an instant. At this juncture, Apocalypse could no longer refrain from acting. His eyes turned a fearsome white, and a peculiar spatial power surged forth, relentlessly assaulting the force that bound Magneto. As Apocalypse moved, he reappeared before Johnny, standing suspended in midair. Facing one another, both exuded immense pressure, hinting at an impending confrontation. Undaunted by Apocalypse's formidable presence, Johnny remained aloof, floating effortlessly and facing the wrathful Apocalypse with an icy demeanor. You have slain one of my horsemen, and now he lies at your feet. I offer you a chance to fill the vacancy among the four horsemen. Once the world is reordered, you shall stand as the second most powerful being in this realm. Apocalypse proclaimed slowly, having recognized Johnny's remarkable prowess. The prospect of recruiting Johnny to aid in reshaping the world order was immensely appealing to him. Upon hearing Apocalypse's words, Johnny raised an eyebrow and could not suppress a mocking laugh. Apocalypse, it seems you have misplaced your mind amidst your countless bodies. Do you truly believe you can compel me to submit? I too offer you a chance. Kneel now, and I may consider sparing your life. Johnny laughed in fury. He had encountered a myriad of foes, and it was always he who granted them the opportunity to bow before him. Apocalypse was the first adversary to attempt to subjugate him, and Johnny met this with unwavering defiance. Faced with Johnny's resolute rejection, Apocalypse's expression darkened, and his aura intensified exponentially, causing the very space around him to ripple as it struggled to contain his wrath. Very well, Apocalypse declared, his tone chillingly devoid of the earlier fury, a murderous intent now permeating the air. The eyes of Apocalypse transformed once more into a hauntingly pure white, radiating an unsettling brilliance. With waves of immense energy surging forth, Apocalypse pointed towards the ground. Under the command of his finger, an extraordinary transformation occurred upon the desolate earth. The ruins, the soil, stones, and fractured steel were all instantaneously reduced to particles, swiftly morphing into a cloud of fine yellow sand that filled the air. As Apocalypse's will manifested, vast swathes of this sandy terrain surged upwards like a torrential flood, a formidable force that rapidly advanced towards the area where Johnny was suspended. It was this very capability that had led to the utter annihilation of Cairo at Apocalypse's hands, subsequently utilizing the remnants of the city's destruction to erect a colossal pyramid behind him. The ability to transmute matter into sand was one of Apocalypse's most formidable skills, showcasing his prowess as he faced the powerful Johnny. Yet, the question remained, could this colossal sand vortex truly pose a threat to Johnny? As the swirling tempest of sand approached, enveloping the sky and expanding its reach, evading it without the use of spatial teleportation seemed nearly impossible. In response, Johnny's gaze hardened as he summoned layers of cosmic energy to form a solid defensive barrier around himself, bracing to confront the impending torrent of sand. What is Mr. Johnny doing? Why doesn't he evade? Wondered the concerned Quicksilver, her face marred with anxiety. Apocalypse's might was overwhelming. Could he truly contend with it? Sensing the terrifying threat of the sand dragon, Quicksilver gasped in alarm, acutely aware of the devastating power behind Apocalypse's attack. On board the descending aircraft, the soldiers bore witness to this spectacle, many of them witnessing Johnny's might for the first time, their eyes wide with dread. There is no need for concern, Mr. Johnny will surely handle Apocalypse, one reassured. Now is our chance. Johnny is restraining Apocalypse. We must descend and swiftly deal with the remaining two of the four horsemen and rescue Charles. Though astonished by the clash between Johnny and Apocalypse, Mystique and Beast had already witnessed fragments of Johnny's power and were less shocked. They urged Quicksilver and the others to prepare. All were formidable mutants, and despite their shock, they quickly regained their focus, recalling their mission. Nightcrawler, only two of Apocalypse's horsemen remain. Leave them to us. Your abilities are unique. Hurry into the pyramid. I will connect with you telepathically to guide you to Professor Charles. Quicksilver instructed Nightcrawler, her psychic energy extending to establish a link, enabling her to guide him directly to the entrapped Charles within the pyramid. As the aircraft touched down, Mystique and Beast, along with several other mutants, disembarked, preparing to confront the remaining horsemen, Psylocke and Storm. Both factions are formidable mutants. One side, enhanced by Apocalypse, features the exceptionally powerful Psylocke and Storm, while the opposing side consists of an overwhelming number of X-Men from the Academy. The two groups clash with unyielding determination, and in an instant, combat erupts. The air is filled with the roars of beasts, the sounds of explosions, the clashing of weapons, and the collapse of buildings, accompanied by a surge of energy. Meanwhile, Kurt has utilized his teleportation ability to silently evade the two battlefields, appearing at the entrance of the pyramid. In a swift motion, he enters the pyramid, following Jean Grey's guidance to locate and rescue Charles. Above in the sky, a torrent of yellow sand, controlled by Apocalypse, rises defiantly, engulfing the entire area where Johnny resides. The sands flow like water, surging towards Johnny at the center, forming a colossal quicksand sphere that seeks to crush him. With each wave of yellow sand relentlessly battering and enveloping him, the sandy sphere surrounding Johnny grows increasingly immense. Within Johnny's body, a distorted force gathers. This seemingly intangible power, as the torrent of yellow sand encroaches, proves insurmountable against the overwhelming onslaught, while the mixed yellow energy of the sand is propelled by this distortion, swirling around him like flowing water. Once the massive torrent of yellow sand completely envelopes Johnny, all that remains before Apocalypse is a colossal sandy sphere nearly 100 meters in diameter. Chapter 86. The duality of ice and fire. As the tempestuous sands finally come to a halt, Johnny's figure is no longer visible. In the sky, only the gigantic, mountain-like sphere of sand remains, continuously spiraling and expanding, emanating a breathtaking pressure. Observing this heavy orb, Apocalypse shakes his head slightly, feeling no trace of Johnny's presence within. Had you chosen to submit to me earlier, you might have become one of the most powerful mutants in this world. Alas, your arrogance has sealed your fate. Apocalypse slowly raises his hand, fiercely grasping at the massive sandy sphere encasing Johnny. The colossal orb, composed of countless grains, trembles violently, producing an ominous sound as it compresses inward, swiftly shrinking to half its original size. The immense density generates an overwhelming pressure within the sandy sphere. It could undoubtedly pulverize steel into dust. In Apocalypse's view, no flesh and blood being could survive such crushing force. However, just as he contemplates this with a sense of regret, the shrinking sandy sphere suddenly cracks, producing a sharp sound. Soon after, a cacophony of cracking emerges from the sphere, dense fissures appearing across the enormous sandy orb. How is this possible? Shock is evident on Apocalypse's face. Yet, before he can regain his composure, the fissured sphere erupts violently. Boom! From the shattered sandy sphere, a powerful force surges skyward, an overwhelming might that blasts away all the yellow sand that dares to come into contact with it. Before Johnny, a colossal hand of cosmic energy swept through the air, shattering the billowing sands into fragments, as torrents of yellow dust rained down from above. Have you perhaps celebrated your triumph a tad too early? Under the incredulous gaze of Apocalypse, Johnny's figure materialized, unscathed and exuding an even more formidable presence, powerful and fierce. Before Apocalypse could utter another word, Johnny launched his counterattack. Perpetual Freeze. With a soft yet commanding utterance, Johnny unleashed a bone-chilling cold upon the floating Apocalypse. Every limb, organ, and even the brain was besieged by an overwhelming frost. Under this oppressive force, Apocalypse's body swayed, succumbing to an emerging stiffness. However, he was no mere Magneto. As a mutant existing for countless years, he was not easily subdued by a single realm of eternal frost. A surge of purple energy erupted from Apocalypse, seemingly augmenting his physical attributes, allowing him to regain his composure. The fierce cold released by Johnny was completely warded off by the protective violet energy enveloping Apocalypse. Unable to penetrate, even slightly, though somewhat disheveled, Apocalypse managed to withstand the intensifying chill. After the initial rigidity, it became increasingly difficult for the frost to inflict any substantial harm. Observing this, Johnny's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, an ancient being possesses a myriad of techniques. Apocalypse's display was akin to Johnny's command of cosmic energy, albeit he wielded the accumulated mutant energy of millennia. If one form of ice could not subdue you, let us see how you fare against the duality of ice and fire, Johnny mused. Fire. With Johnny's proclamation, a terrifying blaze of energy erupted around him. A perfect equilibrium of extreme cold and surging heat, two utterly distinct forces harmoniously intertwined. As the flames surged forth, they swept towards Apocalypse with an unbridled ferocity, rivaling the intensity of the frost. The clash of frigid and fiery extremes caused the very space surrounding Apocalypse to tremble, seemingly unable to withstand the assault of such opposing powers. Under Johnny's formidable control, the destructive forces of freezing and incinerating converged, yielding an effect reminiscent of obliteration. This ability, previously unattainable for Johnny, was only mastered after honing his mental prowess upon arriving on Earth, allowing him to fuse contrasting energies rather than let them extinguish one another. The combined power of ice and fire was dubbed by Johnny as the force of annihilation. Within the zone of destruction forged by these two extreme energies, Apocalypse was no longer as fortunate as before. With a thunderous roar, his indigo skin erupted with countless minuscule wounds, revealing the crimson flesh beneath. The divergent forces imposed upon him shattered Apocalypse's violet defenses, inflicting upon him a torturous, lacerating pain, leaving him in a state of utter despair. However, within this realm of cataclysmic transformation, Apocalypse is no fool. His regenerative abilities are fully activated, his flesh rapidly mending under the might of his self-healing prowess, only to be torn asunder once more, and then healed again. The expression on Apocalypse's face reveals a hint of agony, yet his aura remains undiminished, clearly indicating that Johnny's strike, while injurious, does not tip the scales of victory. The manipulation of both frigid and fiery forces is indeed an admirable capability. In my endless cycle of rebirth, I too have possessed a similar power, yet you are the first to achieve a flawless amalgamation of these two abilities. As Apocalypse's body endures the cycle of tearing and healing, his expression stabilizes, and he speaks slowly, devoid of any rage born from pain, instead imbued with a sense of admiration. Yet, it is a pity that even the most dazzling of talents must eventually wilt in my presence. Akin to the fall of the stars, with his exposed hand directed towards the heavens, Apocalypse abruptly clenches the void. Accompanied by his voice, the sky above Johnny ignites into a vivid crimson. As the air shatters with a resounding crack, all eyes are drawn upward, and they behold a breathtaking spectacle. A multitude of fiery red meteors fills the entire expanse of the sky above. False stars. With Apocalypse's thunderous command, these colossal meteors, summoned from thin air, plummet towards Johnny's position, enveloped in roaring flames and hurtling at astonishing speed. These meteors, descending from the heights, not only possess an extraordinarily high temperature, threatening to incinerate space itself, but also boast tremendous velocity and impact force. Were it merely a single meteor, Johnny's formidable physique would allow him to disregard it entirely. However, under Apocalypse's extraordinary powers, the meteors in the sky number more than one. They form a veritable meteor shower, with one wave descending as another swiftly emerges. Witnessing the torrent of meteors cascading from above, Johnny's brow furrows slightly. With his capabilities, he knows that these meteors will not inflict even the slightest harm upon him. Yet, if he were to evade, the immense meteor storm would undoubtedly unleash unprecedented devastation upon the ground. Below, the battle police have all disembarked from their aircraft, engaging in combat with the remaining two Apocalypse Knights, and it will be some time before they can extricate themselves. Faced with the abilities of these mutants, surviving such a widespread carpet bombing attack seems nearly impossible. The celestial phenomenon captures everyone's attention, and the expressions of the battle police shift to one of horror as they behold the scene above. How could Johnny alone withstand such an apocalyptic display? And if he cannot, they all face certain death. Chapter 87. Folding space with a narrowed gaze, Johnny resolves not to continue this game with Apocalypse. With a swift motion of his hand, the cosmic cube materializes within his grasp. As his will surges forth, a brilliant azure light erupts, and the enigmatic ripples of spatial distortion unfurl. Let me grant you a taste of my new ability, spatial folding. With the space gem in hand, a subtle smile graced Johnny's face as he reveled in the exhilarating sensation of unparalleled power. The immense force of space was instantly summoned, radiating outward from him in a sudden expansion. The power of space transcended all speeds. Wherever Johnny's thoughts wandered, the fabric of space lay within his grasp. The colossal fireball meteors descending from the sky were enveloped by the power of space, and the entire expanse transformed into a blank canvas, producing a peculiar folding effect. Before the astonished gaze of all, the fabric of space twisted dramatically, and the trajectory of the meteors, under Johnny's command, shifted significantly. Originally plummeting straight down, the meteors altered course within the folded space, redirecting towards the figure of Apocalypse in midair and the massive pyramid beneath him. Apocalypse, who was commanding a multitude of meteors brimming with destructive force, suddenly found the meteors that were initially aimed at Johnny now hurtling towards him. A flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. As his expression changed, Apocalypse endeavored to control the descent of the meteors. However, to his dismay, no matter how he manipulated their trajectories, a vast number of meteors continued to crash down upon him without any alteration in their course. Throughout his long existence, Apocalypse had acquired a variant ability related to space, enabling him to utilize spatial powers for teleportation. Yet, the prospect of seamlessly controlling such a vast expanse of space was far beyond his capabilities. The overwhelming meteor swarm, without awaiting Apocalypse's further command, surged towards him. In desperation, a surge of purple energy erupted from him once more, roaring like a violet flame as it met the onslaught of falling meteors. Boom, boom. In an instant, the fiery meteors collided with the purple energy emanating from Apocalypse, unleashing tremendous vibrations and explosions that erupted across the sky. What was Apocalypse doing? Had he lost his sanity? Witnessing this bizarre scene, the onlookers on the ground, filled with despair, were left dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend why the meteors he had summoned to annihilate them were now barreling towards him instead. Perhaps only Johnny, with a faint smile upon his face, understood what had transpired in that fleeting moment. Grasping the space gem, he became the sovereign of space, capable of folding and controlling the movement of matter within the entire realm at will. No matter how Apocalypse attempted to alter the trajectory of the meteors, they remained firmly under Johnny's dominion. Gigantic meteors thunderously collided with the purple flames erupting from Apocalypse, shattering into fragments of rock and fire that completely engulfed the space in which he resided. Beyond the visibility of the crimson flames, only a trace of purple light remained, as Apocalypse's presence was wholly consumed. At that moment, Apocalypse bore the weight of the immense energy expended to summon the meteor swarm, his face twisted in agony, experiencing a primal urge to unleash his fury. It was the first time in his lengthy life that he felt such overwhelming distress in battle. Apocalypse now genuinely perceives the formidable strength of his assaults, as the incessantly descending meteoric fragments collide with the violet flames enveloping his form. Initially, a few impacts are manageable, yet the overwhelming power of this menacing purple energy remains unyielding. However, the meteors he summoned are not merely a handful, but rather a torrential cascade. Consequently, they are now manipulated by Johnny and hurled back at him. As the meteor shower reaches its climax, its destructive force peaks, with an unrelenting barrage of asteroids relentlessly striking the shimmering aura surrounding Apocalypse. This barrage causes even the steadfast flames to tremble slightly, while the figure shrouded in flames bears a ferocious visage. Nevertheless, as an ancient mutant progenitor inscribed within sacred texts, Apocalypse wields immense power. After enduring the entirety of his own summoned onslaught, he emerges unscathed. Moreover, the continuous explosions of meteors disrupt the devastating domain cloaking Apocalypse, causing it to dissipate. Suspended in midair, he feels the violet flames recede slightly. As the fire gradually wanes, his gaze becomes terrifying, fixated intently on Johnny. Is it exhilarating, Apocalypse? In response to his fierce glare, Johnny remains unfazed, uttering words that evoke an impulse in Apocalypse to spew blood. You shall pay for your arrogance with your life. At this moment, the notion of subduing Johnny vanishes from Apocalypse's mind. His singular desire is to rend this human, who has persistently taunted him, into shreds. With the fury of Apocalypse surging, a dense purple energy erupts from him, more terrifying than before, instilling a sense of dread among those on the ground. The purple energy, akin to flames, envelopes his form with an immense destructive power, creating a scorching intensity that distorts the air around him, as if his wrath is ablaze. As he raises his arm, a substantial concentration of violet flames coalesces into a singular, devastating purple beam of energy, which swiftly transcends the very fabric of space and descends upon Johnny. This assault, more concentrated than his previous attacks, possesses no frills, merely a pure beam of destructive energy. It is precisely this targeted and potent strike that renders its power overwhelmingly formidable. The same force, when concentrated, is far more terrifying than when dispersed. Witnessing the formation of this beam of annihilation, which causes the surrounding space to quiver under its weight, Johnny exhibits little surprise. Having lived for millennia, he is well aware of the myriad of tricks at the disposal of such an ancient being. Alas, none possess the capacity to inflict harm upon him. With a smirk of derision, Johnny remains composed. At his command, vast cosmic energy rapidly coalesces before him, materializing into a semi-transparent defensive barrier that envelopes his form completely. The beam of destruction, as thick as a water barrel, collides against the barrier, thwarted and kept at bay. The violet force of annihilation collided with the translucent cosmic energy defense barrier, erupting instantaneously in a burst of purple flames that radiated outward, accompanied by a series of explosive roars. The barrier constructed by Johnny fiercely resisted the apocalyptic beam of destruction, preventing the rich purple flames from breaching its confines. You are formidable, but I have amassed power over millennia. You stand no chance against me. Prepare to experience obliteration. As he witnessed the violent clash between the violet beam of destruction and the translucent barrier, Apocalypse intensified his energy output, speaking with an air of confidence that suggested he had Johnny at a disadvantage. Observing Apocalypse, Johnny let out a soft sigh, a glimmer of pity evident in his gaze. Chapter 88. Have you ever felt despair? At this moment, Apocalypse was in a complete frenzy. However, Johnny was reluctant to reveal a crucial truth. The energy barrier he had conjured did not draw upon his own strength, but rather manipulated the boundless cosmic energy. As long as Apocalypse's attack did not exceed the barrier's limit in a single blow, Johnny could continue to withstand his onslaught indefinitely. Endure my wrath, Johnny declared as the defensive barrier around him absorbed the violet energy surge unleashed by Apocalypse. A fierce glint flickered in Apocalypse's eyes as he escalated his assault. After a prolonged struggle, Apocalypse comprehended that Johnny was undoubtedly his most formidable adversary, far more threatening than any nuclear arsenal of ordinary human civilization. If he desired to reclaim dominion over this world and transfer his consciousness into Charles's body, he must eliminate Johnny. The surge of energy from Apocalypse was indeed formidable, exerting pressure even on Johnny, who was tirelessly managing the cosmic energy defense. Realizing this, Johnny had no intention of engaging in a war of attrition with Apocalypse. Having only recently acquired the Space Stone, he had yet to fully master its capabilities. He had no time to indulge in a frivolous battle with Apocalypse. Since you believe your attacks can harm me, allow me to demonstrate what true despair entails. Johnny's calm voice resonated amidst the gaze of onlookers. Upon hearing his words, Apocalypse's expression hardened, bracing himself for Johnny's potential counterattack. However, before the astonished crowd, Johnny performed an act that left them utterly aghast. He withdrew the energy barrier surrounding him. The immense cosmic energy slipped from Johnny's control, rapidly dissipating, while the remnants of the energy barrier were obliterated by Apocalypse's ever-increasing assault. Without the protective shield, Johnny's body lay exposed to the terrifying might of Apocalypse's strikes. Is he insane? This was the singular thought echoing in everyone's minds. The sheer ferocity of Apocalypse's attacks was palpable, even without directly facing it. The oppressive waves of energy indicated that even the toughest metals on Earth would be annihilated. Yet, in this moment, Johnny appeared to be recklessly willing to endure Apocalypse's assault with his very body. The purple flames, a formidable energy surge, enveloped Johnny's figure entirely, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. Even Apocalypse found the spectacle somewhat unfathomable. Just a moment prior, Johnny had been issuing threats, promising to unveil the essence of despair. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he was struck directly by the destructive flames. Was this a jest? Upon realizing that his attack had indeed found its mark, Apocalypse momentarily stood in astonishment. This was undeniably real. His energy had struck the adversary. A flicker of elation glimmered in Apocalypse's eyes. He was acutely aware of the sheer terror his assault could unleash. Johnny had made a foolish decision, signaling the conclusion of this dreadful confrontation. With Johnny dealt with, the mutants on the ground were hardly a concern. while Charles awaited his ascendance at the pyramid's altar. This world was on the cusp of welcoming a new master. But wait, before the exhilaration in Apocalypse's gaze could fully manifest, it morphed into bewilderment. Indeed, he had struck Johnny, yet within his perception, the adversary's aura not only persisted but grew increasingly potent. The energy surge he unleashed felt as if it had been swallowed whole by a black hole. As he observed, the energy impact at Johnny's location showed no signs of dispersing. Instead, it was continuously condensing. Amidst the purple flames, Johnny's silhouette became ever clearer. The terrifying might of the purple flames illuminated Johnny's form, rendering him as an awe-inspiring deity. Johnny's body, besieged by the purple flames, bore no injuries, and his garments remained pristine. There was no trace of pain upon his visage. Rather, a subtle smile played upon his lips. Apocalypse, do you now grasp my intent? The majestic purple flames did not emanate the aura of annihilation. It seemed instead that Johnny was actively absorbing and relishing the energy. Impossible. Apocalypse gasped in horror, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could the unparalleled destructive force of his energy be absorbed? A creeping despair began to envelop Apocalypse's heart, spreading like a shadow from every corner of his being. Fine power, yet still too feeble, Johnny remarked, his expression darkening. He stepped forward into the void, each stride covering a distance of over 10 meters, steadily closing the gap between him and Apocalypse. For the first time, fear began to stir within Apocalypse's heart as he faced the advancing Johnny. It had been countless years since he had tasted the flavor of fear. No. In his hysteria, Apocalypse unleashed a frenzied roar, the immense sound waves radiating outward, creating ripples of shock that disturbed even the clouds above, rendering them chaotic. Yet, no matter how much Apocalypse intensified his assault, Johnny maintained a deliberate pace, drawing ever closer. The greater Apocalypse's power became, the more overwhelming the pressure around Johnny grew. The ability to absorb and engulf energy is precisely what Johnny acquired after defeating Sebastian Shaw. Although he possesses only 4 units of this power, Johnny's extraordinary physique allows him to absorb a remarkable amount of energy. For a brief period, Apocalypse's assaults cannot possibly exceed Johnny's absorption threshold. Feeling an overwhelming surge of strength within his body, Johnny approached Apocalypse with a slight smile. A single, unembellished punch, imbued with the might of a landslide, struck the terrified Apocalypse without any doubt of its efficacy. In this punch, Johnny gathered all the power within him, channeling cosmic energy, divine strength, immense toxins, and the recently absorbed violet flame energy, all unleashed through his formidable physique. As Johnny's fist was raised, it swiftly descended upon Apocalypse. With mastery over space, distance ceased to be an impediment for Johnny. Boom. Amidst the suffocating pressure felt by all, a colossal sound erupted, akin to thunder. In the wake of this explosive impact, Apocalypse's cries seemed utterly insignificant. A radiant light burst forth, rendering it difficult to see the diminutive figure of Apocalypse plummeting from the sky, deeply embedded into the earth, sinking hundreds of meters below the surface. A punch as awe-inspiring as divine retribution, terrifying beyond measure. Chapter 89, A Desperate Gambit in the Sky. A brilliant light illuminated the scene, causing everyone to feel as though there were 2 suns above. Johnny's punch, emanating an alarming energy, even surpassed the blinding sunlight. As the brilliance faded, the astonished onlookers found no trace of Apocalypse in the heavens. Only a figure, majestic and godlike, remained. Johnny, is it over? This thought crossed the minds of all present. With a gentle sound, Nightcrawler appeared beside the weary Charles, who was barely able to stand. Charles, Professor. The faces of the X-Men, including Cyclops, lit up with joy at the sight of Nightcrawler successfully rescuing Charles. Upon seeing his friends and the figure of Johnny hovering in the sky, Charles's weak visage brightened with a hint of relief. At this moment, the predicament of the Horsemen of Apocalypse was rather awkward. To be precise, it was the 3 remaining horsemen, as Angel Warren had been swiftly dispatched by Johnny. Magneto's expression was a mixture of shock and profound fear. The spatial forces binding him dissipated slowly as Johnny unleashed his full power upon Apocalypse, granting him a chance to escape. A trickle of blood escaped his lips as he glanced at the jubilant X-Men, his eyes dark and resolute. Without pausing, he struggled to rise and quietly departed while Johnny was otherwise occupied. Meanwhile, Psylocke and Storm found themselves in an uncomfortable situation. Just moments ago, they had been engaged in battle with the X-Men, and now, with Apocalypse's fate uncertain, they were at a loss about what to do. However, before the others could fully relish their victory, a tremendous tremor erupted from deep within the earth, causing the ground to quake violently and nearly toppling the X-Men standing above. What is happening? What is going on? As the X-Men, having just relaxed, felt their hearts plummet once more into a state of trepidation, they steadied themselves. casting anxious glances around. In the sky, Johnny furrowed his brow slightly. Although he stood high above, the tremors from deep within the earth were unmistakably palpable. Beneath the surface, Johnny sensed a familiar presence, albeit diminished compared to before. It was undoubtedly Apocalypse. The vitality of this being was truly formidable. Johnny murmured to himself, not overly concerned. Even the mightiest of Apocalypse's powers could hardly unsettle him. Following the initial colossal tremor from beneath the earth, a series of continuous quakes ensued, akin to some monstrous entity awakening from its subterranean slumber, evoking an uncontrollable sense of dread. This is bad. Apocalypse is still alive. Among the group, aside from Johnny's keen perception, the near-Omega level Jean Grey also sensed the terrifying aura below, her expression shifting dramatically. Jean's words cast a shadow over the hearts of all present. To endure such a devastating blow and yet still survive. We are all mutants. How can you, a mutant, withstand such punishment? Is there no end to this? We must leave. Just as anxiety gripped the faces of her companions, Jean seemed to sense something and shouted, "Run!" Boom. As soon as Jean's voice fell, a tremendous roar erupted from below, and a ferocious sandstorm spiraled skyward, forming a massive vortex of debris. This sandstorm was immense, with a diameter exceeding 100 meters. Following this, a second, third, and numerous other sand vortices erupted from the depths, their reach expanding, causing the X-Men to pale in shock. As the menacing whirlwinds approached, the X-Men retreated, none daring to face the potential devastation of such a terrifying tempest. As the X-Men scrambled back, Storm and Psylocke were no exceptions, hastily fleeing toward the periphery of the storm. "Johnny, you are undeniably powerful, to the extent that I find it difficult to contend with you. Yet, you have shattered my world, and I shall seek to obliterate yours, burying you alongside it." Amidst the swirling sandstorm, Apocalypse's venomous voice resonated, imbued with a profound hatred that cut deeply. Upon hearing Apocalypse's voice, a shiver of fear coursed through all present. "Apocalypse, the only thing that has ever piqued my interest in you, aside from your formidable resilience, is your incessant threats." Johnny regarded the spiraling sandstorms erupting from the depths with a disdainful smirk. "My abilities may not allow me to defeat you directly, but I can turn all land to sand, even the entire planet, causing the world to crumble. You, too, shall not survive." Apocalypse's voice was laced with palpable madness, echoing throughout the area, causing the countenance of all who heard it to change drastically. To turn the entire planet to sand? This is a path to mutual destruction. The facts have corroborated Apocalypse's assertions. As a multitude of raging sandstorms ascended into the sky, the ground beneath experienced a rapid desiccation, the swiftness of which was astonishing. This dreadful transformation was not confined to the surface. It was also occurring beneath it. "Nightcrawler, assemble everyone aboard the aircraft." Mystique's expression shifted slightly, sensing the imminent danger. She sharply commanded Nightcrawler beside her. The swiftly spreading desiccation caused the earth to undulate like waves, presenting an extraordinarily bizarre sight. While the battalion of soldiers was on the verge of being engulfed by the sand-ridden terrain. "Wait, take them with us. They are our kin, merely misled by Apocalypse." Just as Nightcrawler was preparing to activate his powers to teleport everyone onto the aircraft, Charles urgently interjected, his gaze fixed on the terrified Storm and Psylocke. Both Storm and Psylocke heard Charles's call, their faces reflecting utter helplessness. They could clearly hear Apocalypse's intentions. He wished for everyone to perish, to accompany him in death, undeniably placing them in absolute opposition to him. Yet just moments ago, they had been fighting alongside Apocalypse and the soldiers. "Come here." As the leader among the soldiers, Charles commanded with considerable authority, and no one dared to dissent. The relentless spread of the sand left no time for Storm and Psylocke to react. As they fled moments ago, they hadn't distanced themselves far from the soldiers and soon rushed to the forefront. "Grab hold of me." In a critical moment, Nightcrawler bellowed. His teleportation abilities pushed to their limits. Carrying such a multitude was unprecedented for him. With Nightcrawler's deep roar, the space finally erupted with a muffled sound. Just before the desiccation reached their feet, their figures vanished, all whisked away to the aircraft by Nightcrawler. At the precipice of life and death, Nightcrawler, having maximized his mutant abilities, collapsed onto the aircraft, utterly spent and unconscious. "Hank, move," Charles urged upon noticing Hank's dazed expression. Chapter 90. Absolute kill soon. The aircraft's engines belched forth a tremendous flame, soaring into the sky, escaping the sandy abyss below. Apocalypse observed their departure, yet showed no inclination to thwart them. "None shall escape. You will accompany me," descending once more into slumber, an eternal slumber. Apocalypse's voice was frenzied, indifferent to the escaping soldiers. Amidst the yellow sands, Apocalypse's body appeared battered and broken, a pitiful sight, for Johnny's previous punch had nearly obliterated him. Were it not for Apocalypse's formidable regenerative abilities, his condition would be even more dire. It is time to conclude this farce. Hearing Apocalypse's words, Johnny smirked slightly, waving his hand to summon the cosmic cube once again. Instantly, the blue cube emanated an unparalleled wave of spatial energy at Johnny's behest. The frenzied tempest, sensing the terrifying fluctuations unleashed by the cosmic cube, revealed a flicker of dread upon the bloodied visage of Apocalypse. What is this? The voice of Apocalypse resonated with a shocking intensity as he fixated on the cosmic cube held by Johnny, sensing the boundless spatial power within. The dead have no right to know, he exclaimed, astonished. At that moment, Johnny was filled with genuine fury. Although not a native of this earth, as a traveler, he felt a profound sense of belonging to this world, especially after years of residing here. Apocalypse, this ends now. Space, tear apart. With Johnny's words, Apocalypse suddenly perceived an overwhelming sense of danger. Ensnared in madness, his eyes betrayed a flicker of horror. As Johnny wielded the cosmic cube to harness spatial abilities, Apocalypse was struck by an acute sense of impending doom. No, I will take you all with me, Apocalypse bellowed, his ability to turn to sand amplifying exponentially as he recklessly sought to drag everyone down with him before his own demise. Witnessing Apocalypse's actions, Johnny's gaze held a hint of mockery. Under the absolute pressure of power, what significance did anything hold? At that moment, a colossal azure force of spatial energy was unleashed from Johnny, transforming under his command into a terrifying force that shattered the very fabric of space. Enveloping the area where Apocalypse stood, the spatial destruction released by the stone escalated to an unimaginable degree, a level of power beyond Apocalypse's comprehension or resistance. No, no. Cracks in the fabric of space emerged around Apocalypse, spreading towards him in his frenzy. The edges of these rifts came into contact with the surging energy coursing through him. Amid his frenzied howls, the previously manifested purple energy ignited once more, enveloping his form in flames. Yet, the overwhelming force crushed the once potent purple flames, rendering them powerless against the relentless slicing of the rifts, even for a fleeting moment, revealing despair on Apocalypse's twisted face. The Grim Reaper's scythe had swung, and his death was inevitable. As the multitude of spatial rifts sliced through his body, the enormous and terrifying aura of Apocalypse swiftly dissipated, akin to a deflating balloon, leaving only a shattered shell behind. With the colossal aura vanishing, the essence of life within Apocalypse completely extinguished as his body was severed by the countless rifts. Under the absolute devastation of spatial tearing, even the most robust healing energy could not salvage his obliteration. Once all the rifts had traversed his form, the relentless sandification of the ground came to a halt, leaving a distinct boundary between the swirling sands and the earth, stretching across Cairo. The colossal pyramid, once a monument to destruction, began to slowly sink into the desert, unable to withstand the sand's relentless embrace. As the tumultuous sandstorm dispersed, Johnny beheld the pyramid, glimmering like a golden pinnacle, before it was entirely swallowed by the sea of sand. With a casual wave, the being known as Apocalypse was fragmented into numerous shattered remnants. Before these remnants could touch the ground, they were swept away by Johnny's spatial powers, vanishing along with the cosmic cube into a storage dimension. Truly, the Infinity Stones are remarkably convenient to wield. It appears that for the foreseeable future, I must transform into a reservoir, continually absorbing spatial energy. After swiftly annihilating Apocalypse using the cosmic cube to unleash a rift in space, Johnny murmured to himself. With a mere thought, his figure vanished from the air, reappearing atop the battle aircraft alongside the others, including the X-Men. Mr. Johnny. Upon witnessing Johnny's display of instantaneous teleportation, the onlookers gradually emerged from their shock. Gazing at him with reverence, Johnny nodded slightly. Having resolved the threat posed by such a formidable entity, his countenance remained tranquil, devoid of any arrogance. His gaze swept over the faces around him, momentarily pausing upon encountering Psylocke and Storm. The two women felt an overwhelming anxiety. They were entirely uncertain of Johnny's sentiments toward them. Should he be in a foul mood? With his terrifying powers, they could easily be extinguished without a chance to retaliate. However, after a brief glance, Johnny shifted his focus away from them, seemingly indifferent to their presence. Charles, are you all right? Johnny's inquiry deeply moved Charles, who realized that his escape from the fate of being consumed by Apocalypse's powers was solely due to Johnny's intervention. Mr. Johnny, I am fine. Thank you so much for this. Charles replied with a humble and grateful smile, acutely aware of the need to show utmost respect in Johnny's presence. His words not only expressed his own gratitude, but also represented the sentiments of all mutants within the Academy. Following Charles's declaration, The members of the X-Men offered their thanks to Johnny as well. Had Johnny not intervened, not only would Charles have perished, but the entire world would have fallen under Apocalypse's dominion. There's no need for such formality, Charles. Even if it weren't to save you. I would have intervened against Apocalypse's ambition to establish a new order. However, after this incident, the position of mutants in human society will likely become even more precarious. Johnny smiled faintly as he spoke. Upon hearing Johnny's words, Charles understood the underlying implications. When Johnny referred to the precarious status of mutants, it was an understatement. A mutant from millennia ago nearly brought about global destruction, making the global attitude toward mutants painfully evident. Even if the fears surrounding mutants were not entirely alleviated, the scrutiny and hostility would undoubtedly intensify. The plight of mutants was not merely awkward, it was dire. Charles, with his keen intellect, grasped these realities. Yet he felt powerless to alter the situation. Indeed, genetic mutations and the acquisition of various abilities were originally divine gifts. However, now, these gifts have brought calamity upon mutants. Charles sighed deeply, filled with concern and resignation. The remaining mutants present shared his apprehension. While their own powers ensured their survival, what of their brethren? The principle that an innocent man may suffer for possessing something valuable remains an immutable truth. The existence of governmental institutions is fundamentally to uphold the order they have established, and the emergence of mutants poses a threat to this order. Professor, I believe I may possess a solution that could alleviate the plight of mutants. Johnny remarked with a subtle smile, observing the expressions of those around him. Mr. Johnny, do you have a plan? Charles inquired, momentarily taken aback by Johnny's assertion. His surprise quickly transforming into excitement, while the others turned their attention toward Johnny. Were it any other individual making such a claim, it might have gone unnoticed. But this was a man who had just saved the world. It's quite simple. The Academy was founded with the intention of fostering peace and balance between ordinary people and mutants. If the Academy were to gain official recognition, it could accommodate a significant number of uniquely gifted mutants, guiding them towards righteous actions that would benefit society and reshape the public's perception of mutants. Moreover, it could serve as a spiritual leader for mutants, acting as a bridge and bond between them and ordinary individuals. Noticing that the gathered crowd was beginning to grasp his perspective, Johnny gradually articulated his thoughts. Chapter 91. Subduing the Sentinels. As Johnny's words resonated, everyone fell into contemplation. A decade ago, when mutants were still a rare phenomenon, Johnny, alongside the Sentinels and others, could maintain a tenuous relationship between mutants and ordinary people, taking preemptive measures before tensions escalated. However, now, the number of mutants worldwide had far surpassed the capacity of Xavier's school for gifted youngsters to manage. With the emergence of countless mutants, the recorded figures alone neared 1 million, rendering Charles and his companions powerless, despite their best intentions. Conversely, the Hellfire Club, under Johnny's influence, enjoyed a certain level of respect from the government and military, as well as from various formidable factions, preventing any deterioration of relations. Realizing the implications of Johnny's connection to the Hellfire Club, Charles's gaze shifted slightly, comprehending Johnny's intent. Mr. Johnny, are you willing to step forward now? Charles asked earnestly, his expression solemn. After enduring numerous trials, Charles had unconsciously transitioned from addressing Johnny informally to using the more respectful you, signifying the esteem he held for him. Charles, I had not intended to take such a step, but it appears that relying solely on Xavier's school to resolve all issues is rather unrealistic, especially given that the Academy has been reduced to ruins in the wake of the explosion, Johnny replied. Upon mentioning the destruction of Xavier's school, Charles felt a pang of bitterness. This castle had been the legacy of his family for generations, and he never imagined it would end up in such a state. Mr. Johnny, your willingness to stand up during such a critical time is commendable. I am ready to contribute to the cause of mutants, Charles declared. The transformation of the ancient castle into ruins merely flickered through Charles's mind. What lay before him was a far more grave decision. It was evident that he had already reached a conclusion. Upon hearing Charles's words, the assembled warriors nodded in agreement. Those familiar with Johnny were already aware of his approach, while newer members had heard tales of his legendary exploits. Now, as Johnny offered his assistance amidst the increasingly pressing mutant issue, they were more than eager to accept. Very well, Charles, the matter here has nearly concluded. Since Xavier's Academy has been destroyed, you shall accompany me for the time being. I will ensure your safe placement. As for their future allegiance to the warriors, Johnny's gaze once again fell upon Blink and Storm. Noticing his focus on them, both women exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with a hint of trepidation. Mr. Johnny, they are both mutants. Could you perhaps grant them a chance? Charles, observing Johnny's interest in Blink and Storm, understood that if these two failed to make the correct decision, it was entirely within Johnny's capacity to eliminate them without hesitation. Apocalypse had nearly plunged the world into ruin. Having aligned with him, they were not to be forgiven lightly. However, since Charles had spoken, Johnny was willing to extend another opportunity for choice: join the Warriors or align with the Hellfire Club. With Charles having interjected, Johnny felt obliged to acquiesce. After a slight nod, he addressed the two women. Moreover, Johnny was not one to revel in bloodshed, should they make a choice that pleased him. Their continued presence would not be unwelcome. The choice was unmistakably clear: joining the Warriors meant entering Charles's team. While the events following Apocalypse had rendered Charles and his crew somewhat subordinate to Johnny, they had not stated it so explicitly, thereby retaining a degree of autonomy. Conversely, choosing the Hellfire Club would mean becoming Johnny's direct subordinate. Upon hearing Johnny's proposition, both women felt a surge of surprise and exchanged glances, clearly formulating a plan. Professor Charles, prior to encountering Apocalypse, we were merely low-tier mutants. After his emergence, we were deceived by his falsehoods and committed numerous errors. We hope you might grant us another chance. I am willing to join the Warriors to atone for our misdeeds. Storm, also known as Aurora, spoke directly to Charles. The Warriors and Xavier's Academy enjoyed considerable prestige within the mutant community, and Storm quickly made her choice. And you? Johnny inquired, turning his attention to the cool and composed Blink. I wish to follow you. Blink's response was somewhat unexpected for Johnny. Yet the determination in her eyes left no room for doubt regarding her sincerity. In a rational assessment, one might presume that both Blink and Storm would overwhelmingly opt for the Warriors, gaining absolute freedom as long as they did not act against their beliefs. However, Blink and Storm differed. Storm, hailing from the slums, simply desired a better life. The spirit butterfly yearns for power. Her choice to follow the strong and embark on the path of strength is what led her to become one of the 4 horsemen of the Apocalypse. Now, the invincible prowess displayed by Johnny has, unknowingly, captivated the spirit butterfly. Very well, since you have made your choice, I shall grant you my agreement. The cold beauty. The spirit butterfly gazed intently at Johnny. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. After all, having a woman who possesses both beauty and strength willing to follow him is indeed a fortunate circumstance. The group, aboard the aircraft engineered by Hank, swiftly traversed the skies at 4 Mach, arriving above New York in no time. On the expansive rooftop helipad of the Morgan Biotech building, Medusa, Emma, and others awaited Johnny's arrival, having received his message, arranged for Charles and the others. Henceforth, Hank will serve as a researcher at Morgan Biotech, assigned to Muirsale. Additionally, this is the spirit butterfly. Natasha will help her acclimate, as she will be staying at the Hellfire Club. After disembarking the aircraft, Johnny issued a few brief instructions and efficiently organized everyone. With the formidable backing of both Morgan Biotech and the Hellfire Club, accommodating the group posed no difficulties. Following Johnny's directives, Charles and the others were swiftly settled. Though the horsemen had not engaged in excessively fierce battles, the aftermath of the apocalypse had left the soldiers weary in body and spirit. Under Medusa's guidance, they entered a phase of recuperation. However, despite Johnny's resolution of the apocalypse, the repercussions were not something that could be swiftly resolved. In fact, the impact only continued to expand, stirring significant unrest across the globe. Chapter 92. The Morgan Consortium. The global devastation wrought by the apocalypse left nations in a state of heightened anxiety. Egypt, bearing the brunt of the calamity, found its capital utterly annihilated, transformed into a vast desert, and would take centuries to recover. The death toll was staggering. Upon receiving the news of Johnny's resolution of the apocalypse, the Egyptian government promptly expressed its deepest gratitude, dispatching the promised compensation to Morgan Biotech without hesitation. A representative from the Egyptian government wished to convey their thanks to Johnny in person, but was politely declined by Medusa. Though unable to meet Johnny to express their nation's gratitude directly, the Egyptian representative bore no resentment, only a tinge of disappointment as they departed. Following Egypt's lead, nations around the world adhered to their commitments, promptly delivering the promised rewards to Johnny and enacting foreign trade and cooperation policies favoring Morgan Biotech. If only a few small nations had sought to ally with Morgan Biotech, the impact might have been negligible. However, nearly every country across the globe exhibited a profound goodwill towards Morgan Biotech, even bordering on sycophancy, which is indeed intriguing. In the face of a global crisis, the hero Johnny emerged promptly to undertake the monumental task of saving the world. His valiant deeds were soon acknowledged and deliberately publicized by official channels, bringing his actions to the attention of the masses. Once it became known that the power behind Morgan Biotech was none other than Johnny himself, the distinct attitude of various nations towards the company was aptly elucidated. Morgan Biotech had consistently maintained a positive reputation, and their response during the chaos of the Hulk and Abomination incident in New York further solidified their commendable standing. With the endorsement and accolades from nations worldwide, Morgan Biotech, now firmly established as a conglomerate, garnered admiration and respect from all quarters. As for Johnny, the chairman of the Morgan Consortium, he was instantaneously bestowed with titles such as Hero of Humanity. The company had officially entered the ranks of conglomerates, and its position was unequivocally secure. On the governmental front in the United States, nearly all legislators and politicians extended olive branches without any prompting from us. Even the president had privately sought to forge an understanding with us. Your prestige, Johnny, resonates from the highest echelons of government down to the common citizen, with none remaining unaware of your influence. In the high-level conference room of the Morgan Biotech building, Medusa spoke with a smile. Those present at the meeting included Medusa, Emma, Natasha, Dusk, Samuel, Hank, and Charles. Except for Charles, who held a respectful admiration for Johnny, the others were direct subordinates of Johnny. Consequently, Johnny frequently entrusted Charles to represent the X-Men in discussions and decisions. Dusk, having recently submitted to Johnny's leadership, earned his trust after undergoing a loyalty assessment conducted by Emma. Beyond her combat training at the Hellfire Club, she served as the chairman's secretary. Since Johnny's emergence into the public eye, the role of chairman had transitioned from Medusa to him. There is a saying, when there is work, the secretary is busy. When there is none, the secretary remains idle. Johnny's choice to appoint Dusk as the chairman's secretary carried a similar connotation. For any man, winning over a woman of Dusk's cool and ethereal beauty is a source of considerable achievement. Well, this aligns with my expectations, Johnny remarked, nodding in satisfaction at the current attitudes of various nations. The remarkable progress of Morgan Biotech left everyone astonished, although Johnny remained relatively unfazed. For him, wealth and power were merely instruments to achieve his ends, not pursuits in themselves. He had always valued his own strength above all else. By the way, Chairman, the military wishes to engage in a deeper collaboration with us and is willing to entrust us with their long-researched special projects. Additionally, they propose that we manufacture all their armament projects. Should we take on this opportunity? Medusa inquired. Let Mr. Blue decide on the military's projects. If he expresses interest, we shall proceed. If not, we shall decline. As for the manufacturing of weaponry, it holds no practical significance. Let the military seek others for that. Johnny smiled faintly, his gaze shifting from Medusa to Samuel Stern, whose entire form had transformed into a verdant hue, crowned with a large head. Understood, Chairman. The primary research focus of the scientific division is currently on genetic biology. I will exercise caution in selecting military projects. Samuel, having undergone a transformation due to the green giant serum, now appeared markedly different from an ordinary person. However, he did not wish to lose control like the Hulk and was largely unconcerned with his altered appearance, dedicating himself entirely to research that piqued his interest. Very well. Proceed as you see fit. Have you found a suitable solution for Bruce's condition? Johnny inquired, nodding slightly. Chairman, Dr. Stern and I have already begun mapping and sequencing the anomalous gamma gene sequences found in the blood. I believe we will soon discover a definitive method to eradicate these adverse effects. Johnny's recollection of Bruce's predicament touched him deeply. Banner, to me, your condition is not an anomaly, but rather an evolution, akin to the emergence of mutants. Becoming the Hulk has endowed you with immense strength and resilience, making you more adaptable to various environments. What you need to do is not eliminate it entirely, but to master it. Control your rage, control your abilities. Ultimately, the choice lies with you. Johnny nodded, addressing both Samuel and Bruce. The Hulk's abilities are unique. Theoretically, his strength is contingent upon the intensity of his anger. As anger accumulates, his power knows no bounds. Upon hearing Johnny's words, Samuel nodded slightly, while Bruce, after a brief acknowledgement, fell into silence. Samuel had previously echoed similar sentiments while they researched his condition, yet Bruce, heavily influenced by his transformation, was still unable to embrace Johnny's suggestion, being fixated on ridding himself of this power. As for matters concerning the company, there are no significant issues. You may exercise your discretion. Charles, have the students from Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters and the Hellfire Club members been settled in? After addressing the company's affairs, Johnny turned to Charles. Chairman, Medusa's arrangements have been excellent. Everyone is now settled. The Hellfire Club members are temporarily at the club, but the problems concerning mutants remain unresolved. Following the Apocalypse incident, as you mentioned, their situation has indeed become more precarious, Charles expressed with gratitude. Not only had Johnny saved his life, but his efforts for the mutants had also profoundly moved him. I have been contemplating the issues surrounding mutants during this time. Charles, do you have any thoughts? Please feel free to share. When Johnny intervened with Apocalypse, he had already resolved to engage with the mutant issue. Moreover, Charles had enlisted the Hellfire Club members, effectively making them Johnny's subordinates, despite the absence of a formal hierarchy. Johnny, in turn, would not neglect his responsibilities toward his subordinates. Chapter 93, The United Nations World Conference, Part 1. Chairman, this is the most feasible approach I can presently conceive. While mutants possess awakened abilities that render them more formidable than ordinary individuals, they are not invincible enough to alter the world solely through their powers. Thus, they too require the protection of the law. If nations could unite to enact legislation safeguarding mutants, it would significantly enhance their living conditions. Since Johnny has arranged for himself to participate in this high-level meeting, Charles felt no need to withhold his thoughts and candidly shared his ideas. Upon hearing Charles's proposal, the attendees nodded in agreement, acknowledging the merit of his suggestions. Indeed, enacting laws to protect mutants could fundamentally ameliorate their precarious existence on a macro level. However, is it feasible for nearly 200 countries worldwide to simultaneously legislate protection specifically for mutants? Charles, your reasoning is sound. If we can establish legal frameworks to safeguard mutants, it would substantially alleviate their crisis on a broader scale. However, protection alone is insufficient. Stringent laws would also necessitate regulating mutants' conduct and actions. Should such legislation come to fruition, it would provide protection on significant moral issues, and in particular scenarios, with the cooperation of the Avengers and the Club, even if we cannot entirely avert the mutant crisis, we can at least greatly improve the current situation. Johnny had contemplated the same matters, and with even greater detail, leading the attendees to regard him with renewed hope. To galvanize nations into enacting legislation, only Johnny among them possessed the requisite prestige and capability. Would it be plausible for anyone else to garner the respect of all nations? Under the gaze of his peers, Johnny wore a serene smile, clearly having made his resolution. Charles, I will need your collaboration on this matter. Although I can take the lead, I am not a mutant. You, as the representative of mutants, must advocate for governments to establish laws addressing the needs of mutants. You are the ideal representative. In certain circumstances, your abilities could determine the future circumstances of mutants' lives. Do you understand my meaning? Upon hearing Johnny's words, the mutants present, Charles, Emma, Blink, and Hank, all displayed expressions of surprise, recognizing the thoroughness of Johnny's considerations. Some implications were clear enough for Charles to grasp without further elaboration. If he could participate as a representative in the formulation of mutant legislation at critical moments, he could subtly employ his abilities to steer the process, thus creating laws that would offer substantial protection for mutants. Chairman, on behalf of all mutants worldwide, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your assistance. Charles expressed, his voice tinged with emotion. Throughout his life, he dedicated himself to the betterment of the mutant world. It is through this dedication that one can truly appreciate the profound changes Johnny's actions can bring to the dire circumstances faced by mutants. Very well, Charles. We are all on the same side. Such words need not be spoken. I have already enlisted Medusa to mobilize resources for the reconstruction of the Xavier Institute, which was damaged in the explosion. Additionally, 3 interconnected islands in the Atlantic have also received considerable investment and are currently under construction, destined to serve as a new base for the X-Men. Johnny smiled faintly, revealing yet another surprise that left Charles momentarily stunned, filled with excitement. When Charles chose to join and lead the X-Men alongside Johnny, he was fully prepared to follow Johnny's directives from that moment forward. However, after joining, Johnny's various arrangements required no repayment, which was more than enough to leave Charles overwhelmed with gratitude. I will soon reach out to the American government to call attention to the mutant issue, and we will convene a United Nations meeting to address it. You will accompany me. Furthermore, the Xavier Institute will re-emerge into the public eye, continuing its legacy as an educational institution. As for the X-Men, the bases on the islands should be adequately established, Johnny declared. Chairman, Charles found himself momentarily choked up, at a loss for words. In such moments, expressions of gratitude felt insufficient. He could only feel his eyes welling up, cherishing everything Johnny had done for them. Now, does anyone have any other matters to discuss? If not, let us proceed as such. Medusa, please contact the government on my behalf and relay the essence of what I have conveyed today, Johnny stated, moving forward decisively without any delay. Once the mutant issue was addressed, Johnny had his own plans. After the battle with Apocalypse, he had yet to find the time to fully process his gains. At least, for now, Apocalypse's body remained quietly stored in the spatial realm, awaiting consumption. Additionally, the cosmic cube required extensive familiarization and study. Understood. I will initiate communication with the government immediately, Medusa replied with a gentle smile, her tone imbued with submission. After a long period of companionship, Medusa had matured fully, capable of executing Johnny's simple instructions with grace and efficiency. With Johnny's current stature, the Morgan Corporation swiftly reached out to the American government to convey Johnny's intentions. The government responded with utmost seriousness, eager to engage, providing an affirmative reply at the earliest opportunity, while simultaneously communicating with nations worldwide. A United Nations meeting would be convened to reasonably address the mutant issue. There was no need for Johnny to step forward. Nations had already begun to consider the matter. With Johnny now taking the initiative, his call resonated across the globe, and countries were eager to extend him the courtesy, swiftly finalizing the specifics of the United Nations meeting schedule. Chairman, your current prestige is indeed quite effective. The United Nations has provided a specific response. In 1 week, a conference will be held in Manhattan, and you are invited to attend. Before Joni lies a crimson, gold-embossed document resembling an invitation, adorned with a charming smile reminiscent of Medusa. Although a week may seem slightly prolonged, it is still acceptable. Please inform Charles to make ample preparations. Joni nodded, casually toying with the exquisite invitation, which spun rapidly in his hands, flickering in and out of visibility as if traversing another dimension. Chapter 94, United Nations World Conference, Part 2, with the date for the United Nations World Conference established. The various combatants engaged in base construction on the Atlantic Islands were filled with elation, their reverence and gratitude towards Joni reaching unprecedented heights. This conference, dedicated to the legislative issues concerning mutants, garnered widespread attention across the globe. As the number of mutants continues to increase, a myriad of issues has arisen. For a protracted period, not only have ordinary individuals been significantly affected, but the plight of mutants has also been dire. Moreover, numerous nefarious organizations and forces have covertly targeted mutants, clandestinely capturing them for inhumane research and experimentation. In this bleak environment, both mutants and ordinary citizens find themselves ensnared in the turmoil. In the shadows, an unknown organization has invested vast resources into the long-term study of mutant genes and serums. To expedite this research, they have recruited numerous unwitting volunteers, most of whom are ordinary individuals afflicted by terminal illnesses, deceived by false promises and reduced to pitiable test subjects. As these contradictions become increasingly pronounced, should the United Nations World Conference succeed in drafting legislation that not only protects the rights of ordinary citizens, but also safeguards mutants while imposing constraints on all parties to ensure societal order, it would be welcomed by all. Thus, this conference has attracted considerable attention. A week swiftly passed. While Joni had not prepared extensively, Charles had devoted significant thought to numerous issues over the past week and appeared somewhat haggard. Charles, have you not been sleeping well? How is the preparation coming along? In the Morgan Bio building that morning, Joni observed Charles' less than vibrant complexion and inquired. Chairman, I am fine, Charles replied, though his demeanor suggested fatigue, yet he was clearly excited. Raising a substantial stack of documents in his hand, evidently the result of considerable effort over the week. Then let us proceed. Do not resist. Joni smiled faintly, channeling spatial powers to transport himself and Charles to the venue of the United Nations World Conference. Having mastered the ability of spatial teleportation, Joni had not utilized it frequently. However, each time he did, it instilled within him a peculiar sensation. Yet, this feeling was fleeting, and Joni could not fully comprehend it at the moment. He could only wait until the matters concerning mutants reached a resolution, after which he would dedicate ample time to study it thoroughly. This time, the United Nations World Conference, from decision to the declaration of war, was prepared in the remarkably brief span of just 1 week. Not to mention the extensive discussions required among nations. Merely arranging for travel from each country to the United States would consume a considerable amount of time. The ability of leaders from nearly 200 nations to set aside their bustling political affairs and converge in Manhattan within a matter of days underscores the significance attributed to Joni by the global community. The entire area where the conference was to be held was already under strict security measures, with a substantial presence of security personnel ensuring that not a single detail was overlooked. When Joni utilized spatial teleportation to appear outside the conference building alongside Charles, it immediately incited a wave of tension among the onlookers. However, upon recognizing Joni's visage, a collective sigh of relief was released. Given Joni's current stature, he was not merely renowned, but had become a household name. The catastrophic threat posed by Apocalypse had rendered any attempt to suppress information futile. When Apocalypse commandeered Charles's telepathic abilities to declare his return to the world, humanity was plunged into a state of panic. Ultimately, it was Joni who intervened, successfully resolving the crisis instigated by Apocalypse. As a result, Joni quickly became the focal point of attention, with news outlets, both official and independent, filling their headlines with stories about him, thereby enhancing his immense prestige and recognition. Mr. Joni, I sincerely apologize, but according to regulations, a security check is required before entering the building. The security personnel, well acquainted with Joni, exhibited signs of nervousness as he and Charles approached the entrance. Nevertheless, duty compelled them to speak. Anyone familiar with Johnny's accomplishments would find it impossible not to feel apprehensive in the presence of such a formidable power. After all, in the minds of the average person, the strong are often perceived as aloof and prideful. "Oh, not a problem at all," Johnny responded with a demeanor of affability, willingly complying with the security protocols. His amiable attitude elicited expressions of gratitude from several security personnel. Upon entering the conference building, they were escorted by a professional guide towards the uppermost floors. The conference was prepared to take place in Manhattan, with the U.S. government having considered numerous factors, primarily to underscore Johnny's status as an American citizen and the close ties he shared with the government. The arrangements were meticulously executed, with every aspect of hospitality flawlessly addressed. Johnny and Charles arrived not too late, well ahead of the official start time of the meeting. However, by the time they reached the Grand Assembly Hall under the guidance of their escort, it was already brimming with attendees. Nearly all heads of state had gathered. "Your Excellency Johnny, Mr. Johnny, greetings, I am the president of." The hall erupted with excitement at Johnny's arrival, as leaders from various nations set aside their formalities to extend warm greetings, showcasing a remarkably approachable demeanor. Meanwhile, Charles, accompanying Johnny, found himself largely overlooked by the throng. "Ladies and gentlemen, recognizing the value of your time, let us not squander it further. The issue of mutants demands urgent resolution, so let us commence without delay." After a series of polite exchanges, Johnny perceived a consensus among the world leaders, who seemed inclined to defer to him. Even the American president, who had previously interacted with Johnny, engaged in endless pleasantries. In an effort to curtail this tedious formality, Johnny took the initiative to speak. "Very well, Your Excellency, Johnny, truly exhibits a deep concern for the nation." With that, the leaders echoed their agreement. It is difficult to fathom how these individuals, typically in positions of great power, shaping the destinies of their nations, could exhibit such deference in the presence of a single individual. However, upon reflection, Johnny understood the dynamics at play. If he possessed only moderate strength, he might not command such attention or influence. Yet now, the power he demonstrated transcended the authority of national governance, at least on Earth. Thus, these leaders felt compelled to cultivate a favorable relationship with him, fearing any misstep. The strong wield the power of discourse and occupy an absolute dominant position. This is the essence of international diplomacy. The individual beside me is Professor Charles Xavier, an expert in biological mutation and genetic evolution, and also a mutant himself. Previously, the voice of apocalypse that everyone heard was, in fact, controlled by Professor Xavier. Today, he participates as a representative of mutants in the drafting of mutant legislation. With the assembly granting Johnny the lead, he proceeded without excessive formality and addressed the matter directly. Chapter 95, The Mutant Act. The proceedings that followed were largely beyond Johnny's purview. His involvement in the mutant issue was primarily to facilitate Charles in realizing his vision of establishing laws that balance the rights of mutants and ordinary citizens. The creation of a new legal framework is undoubtedly a protracted and arduous endeavor, especially one intended for global applicability. During the conference, Charles engaged in vigorous discussions with heads of state from various nations, continually presenting his concerns and proposals, along with substantial legislative foundations to gradually bring his vision to fruition. With Johnny present, Charles, as his representative and spokesperson, received a degree of respect from the world leaders. In discussions pertaining to certain aspects of the legislation that favored mutants, they engaged in brief negotiations, ultimately opting to yield, which brought a smile to Charles's face. This meeting persisted from morning until dusk, and by the conclusion, Charles exhibited no signs of fatigue, but rather wore a serene smile. The overarching legal framework was finally established through the collaborative efforts of Charles and the world leaders. Based on the universally agreed-upon legal structure, nations may make slight adjustments and detail regulations according to their specific national contexts, yet must remain within the established framework. Throughout the meeting, Johnny remained largely silent, as it was Charles who engaged in fervent discussions with the heads of state and various spokespersons. After extensive deliberation, the conference gradually approached its conclusion. To Johnny's mild surprise, prior to the commencement of the meeting, he had signaled Charles that on issues not encroaching upon the basic interests and personal rights of ordinary individuals, Charles could exercise his capabilities to facilitate smoother legal formulation. However, throughout the meeting, Charles refrained from utilizing any such abilities, relying solely on his exceptional eloquence to persuade all present. During a moment of leisure, Johnny's gaze inadvertently swept across the world leaders, leading him to discover an individual of particular interest, the head of state from the African nation of Wakanda, King Chaka, the Black Panther. Regarding Chaka, Johnny required no extensive contemplation, as he swiftly recalled the other identity associated with him. Nestled in Africa, Wakanda, like many other nations on the continent, had long been perceived as a land of backwardness and poverty. In the international arena, Wakanda, akin to numerous African countries, held a rather modest status, the singular distinction being that it had historically been home to a rare meteorite known as vibranium, the very material utilized in Captain America Steve Rogers' shield during World War II. Although vibranium was merely a fleeting phenomenon, it nonetheless stirred considerable excitement at the time. Furthermore, Wakanda stood out among African nations due to its unique characteristic. For centuries, it had steadfastly rejected any form of humanitarian assistance, embodying a somewhat isolationist stance. Nevertheless, Johnny was acutely aware that if assessed purely on economic and technological grounds, one could argue that Wakanda was indeed the most affluent and technologically advanced nation on Earth. The country adhered to ancestral teachings, preserving its primitive essence, and each successive ruler harbored little ambition, which ensured Wakanda's continued existence in a low-key and harmonious manner. Subtly retracting his gaze, Johnny pondered whether, once the mutant legislation was finalized, he should engage Chaka in a discussion regarding vibranium. The lengthy meeting eventually drew to a close, and among the attendees, only Charles appeared exuberantly animated, his delight barely concealed, while the others exhibited signs of fatigue. The draft for the mutant law had been approved by the various nations, resulting in the establishment of a permanent committee for mutants, with each country appointing 1 or 2 representatives as permanent members, Charles included. Johnny felt somewhat resigned, as the meeting he had initiated was intended to be fully managed by Charles. However, the world leaders were not oblivious, ultimately pulling him into the fray, making him one of the council's members. There were even suggestions for Johnny to assume a leadership role, which he declined. With heads of state from around the globe convening in Manhattan for a joint meeting, the United States had made extensive preparations, organizing a lavish banquet of a higher caliber than typical state banquets. Although Johnny generally refrained from such gatherings of mutual flattery and pleasantries, this occasion was a result of his own orchestration, rendering his departure inappropriate. Naturally, at the banquet, Johnny emerged as a figure of considerable allure, engaging in lively conversations with leaders from various nations, all wearing expressions of delight. Should such a scene unfold before the public eye, it would surely leave many in astonishment. Johnny, in the presence of others, did not exhibit any aloofness. His face was perpetually adorned with a warm smile, treating all dignitaries with equal regard and ensuring none felt neglected. Observing Johnny's polite greetings and courteous exchanges, the world leaders did not harbor excessive disappointment. They were content merely to maintain amicable relations with him. The banquet provided an opportunity for the heads of state to engage in discussions with the host, the United States. Having arranged several private rooms, stringent security and confidentiality measures were in place to ensure that significant national matters could be deliberated upon. Noticing Johnny's lack of intent for deeper discussions, the leaders exchanged brief pleasantries before dispersing to pursue their individual endeavors, engaging in light conversations amidst the harmonious atmosphere. King Chaka, may I have a moment for a private conversation? I am quite intrigued by your nation's traditional culture. The only instance that elicited a hint of enthusiasm from Johnny was in his interaction with Wakanda. Chaka, momentarily taken aback, pondered why Johnny, amidst a multitude of powerful nations, would express such interest in his relatively underdeveloped country. However, regaining his composure, he donned a deliberately surprised expression in response to Johnny's approach. Of course, Your Excellency. Guided by a professionally trained attendant, Johnny, along with Chaka and his bodyguard, was ushered into a lavishly adorned room. Upon entering, Chaka gestured for his bodyguard to remain outside. As the king of Wakanda and the current Black Panther, his prowess far surpassed that of his protector. Your formidable strength instills a sense of trepidation in me. Yet your ability to consider the weaker among us is what truly commands my admiration. Chaka expressed this sentiment to Johnny while performing a distinctive Wakandan gesture of respect. Your Majesty, you flatter me. These are merely actions within my capability. If you do not mind, I would be honored to forge a friendship with you. Johnny replied with a serene smile, prompting Chaka's grin to broaden. The prospect of deepening ties with a powerhouse like Johnny is a pursuit desired by numerous leaders across the globe. Chapter 96, The Favor of Wakanda? Observing Johnny and King Chaka retreat into a specially arranged room for their private conversation, many leaders present noted this development with a degree of surprise. Why would Mr. Johnny take an interest in Wakanda? This seems rather peculiar. If Wakanda possessed any noteworthy asset, it would likely be the vibranium meteorite that appeared decades ago. It is said that the metal refined from such meteorites is indestructible, perhaps piquing Mr. Johnny's interest. Vibranium? You are referring to the sound-absorbing steel, which elicited a few scattered remarks from the crowd, yet garnered little attention. To them, Johnny's amicable relations with Wakanda bore little significance. After all, it was merely a nation impoverished and underdeveloped, located far across the African continent. However, In the privacy of a secluded room, while engaging in casual conversation with Tishaka, Johnny held a differing perspective. King Tishaka, my Morgan Biotech has recently developed a keen interest in various ores. I have heard that your nation produces a raw material known as vibranium. I am willing to offer fair compensation, and I wonder if we might explore a collaborative opportunity? After a leisurely exchange of thoughts ranging from history to culture, Johnny gradually shifted the discourse towards the matter at hand. Upon hearing Johnny's mention of a potential partnership concerning vibranium, Tishaka's interest was piqued, though he found himself in a quandary. The vibranium ore was the very foundation of Wakanda's sovereignty. During the Second World War, due to internal circumstances, some vibranium had inadvertently made its way to the market, causing quite a stir. Consequently, Wakanda, under pressure, had relinquished a significant quantity of vibranium meteorites, and only after declaring the exhaustion of all raw material did the situation settle. Now, with Johnny broaching the subject once more, Tishaka found himself deep in contemplation. Johnny's formidable prowess was evident, and the notion of rejecting a discussion about vibranium was not a simple matter. A misstep could not only jeopardize relations with Johnny, but might also lead to unintended offense, which was far from his desired outcome. Yet, if he were to offer a portion of vibranium ore to Johnny, the repercussions from other nations would undoubtedly follow. King Tishaka, this is a matter between us. Should we find common ground, I assure you that I will not place Wakanda in a difficult position. As Tishaka wrestled with his indecision, Johnny spoke slowly. Your Highness Johnny, vibranium, this extraordinary metal, while immensely resilient, is not particularly unique in many respects. Over the years, our nation has indeed discovered a few scattered meteorites, which I would gladly present to you as a gift, though they are few in number. I hope you will not take offense. As a ruler, Tishaka was no fool. Johnny had spoken so candidly that to refuse would seem lacking in grace. Thus, he used the excuse of limited vibranium reserves to offer all his stock to Johnny, believing this gesture would suffice to please him. If you truly intend to give me all your vibranium, that would be quite a surprise, Johnny thought to himself, stifling a wry smile. I thank you for your generosity. King Tishaka, if Wakanda ever finds itself in need of my assistance, please do not hesitate to reach out. I believe my capabilities may indeed be of some help at times. With a slight smile, Johnny expressed his appreciation, acknowledging Tishaka's goodwill. After engaging in further light conversation, having achieved his objectives, Johnny chose not to delve deeper with Tishaka and departed as the banquet drew to a close. As for Charles, he continues to engage in discussions with representatives and committee members from various nations regarding mutant legislation. Johnny merely exchanged a brief greeting with him before departing from the conference building and returning directly to his island base in the Atlantic. This island base, belonging to the Hellfire Club, is typically overseen by Natasha, although Emma occasionally visits while managing the club's residence on Fifth Avenue. Of course, Emma's visits are often prompted by Johnny's swift return as the principal director. Upon Johnny's arrival, Natasha, stationed on the island, quickly received the news and set aside her current tasks. The gatherings of world leaders, much like those in the political and business arenas, are tedious entanglements of interests, which do not appeal to me. Once I resolved the matter of mutant legislation, I returned. Johnny nodded slightly, relishing Natasha's gentle shoulder massage. Natasha, how does it feel to train the club's mutants? He inquired. Although mutants possess extraordinary abilities, certain powerful ones, once awakened, can surpass even the most well-trained agents without formal training. However, I have tailored their training to their diverse abilities, incorporating targeted exercises and practical simulations of considerable intensity, allowing them to experience crises and rapidly enhance their skills. Additionally, the intelligence division has formed swiftly. Some mutants with unique abilities are inherently exceptional operatives. Our intelligence network now spans the military, government, and various renowned organizations and factions domestically. Over at the War Police, Mystique also serves as an operative, stepping in for challenging tasks. Natasha's lips parted as she spoke of her responsibilities. As a top-tier agent who inherited the Black Widow title from the Soviet Red Room, she has undergone the most rigorous training and understands the training modalities required to expedite all mutants to the level Johnny expects to see. Rest assured, I trust you with this, Johnny replied. However, you need not exert yourself too much. Delegate tasks to your subordinates. The serum within you still has certain flaws, yet it possesses significant potential for enhancement. I have recently arranged for the research team to investigate genetic improvement and reinforcement in biological entities. Should they yield results, your strength could see considerable advancement. Given Johnny's familiarity with Natasha's physique and character, he instinctively grasped her thoughts. This woman, having submitted to him, has never ceased her quest for self-improvement, and her training regimen is quite rigorous. Coupled with the genetic enhancements she underwent in the Red Room, not only has her lifespan extended, but her abilities continue to grow as well. A grand era is approaching. Natasha, prepare yourself well. A meaningful expression graced Johnny's face as he uttered words that Natasha found somewhat perplexing. However, before Natasha could comprehend Johnny's intentions, his strong arms had already enveloped her delicate form, gently pulling her into his embrace. Chapter 97. 3 crates of vibranium, or after the convening of the United Nations World Conference, Johnny ceased to inquire further, returning to his domain to prepare for a period of seclusion. This time, his retreat was guided by 2 primary objectives. First, he intended for the specter to consume the body of Apocalypse. Although some time had elapsed since Apocalypse was dealt with, the undead specters remained indifferent to such matters, continuing their relentless feeding regardless of the duration. Second, having acquired the space gem, Johnny had only dedicated a brief period to absorbing its energies and had not thoroughly explored its profound capabilities. The vastness of spatial abilities required extensive contemplation and accumulation. Hence, he aspired to master these powers completely when time permitted. Just as Johnny was preparing for his retreat, a tumultuous wave regarding mutants erupted in the outside world. Nations united to promulgate the mutant law, a legislation that recognized the existence of mutants, ensuring their social status was on par with that of ordinary individuals, while providing protection and regulations for both groups. The enactment of the mutant law brought joy and fervent support from countless individuals, prompting many mutants who had long lived in shadows to step into the light. Those dwelling at the fringes of society began to emerge into public view. Their lives now afforded a measure of security under legal protection. In this burgeoning environment of support for mutants, ordinary citizens gradually overcame their inherent fears of the unknown, striving to accept their mutant counterparts. Concurrently, Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters was successfully rebuilt, extending an invitation to young mutants worldwide. Here, they could receive proper guidance to adapt to and master their abilities, facilitating their integration into society. The gratitude of the mutants was palpable in their hearts. Xavier's institution had become a sanctified ivory tower. In a brief span, an influx of mutants arrived at Xavier's School from all corners of the globe, nearly overwhelming the institution. Fortunately, the Morgan Consortium provided substantial backing, ensuring the Academy's operational continuity. Medusa and Charles had communicated privately, arranging for the Academy's students to gain access to channels within the Morgan Consortium. With sufficient capability, and after undergoing evaluation, graduates could secure positions within the Morgan Consortium or the Hellfire Club, thus acquiring a platform to showcase their talents. Additionally, Morgan Biotech had engaged in numerous classified military projects in collaboration with the armed forces. The military's intention was to entrust all research and armament projects to Morgan Biotech, thereby fostering goodwill with Johnny, who possessed the requisite strength for such endeavors. However, Morgan Biotech has now ascended to the ranks of powerful conglomerates, possessing formidable influence and confidence. They selectively engage in project collaborations with the military, adhering strictly to the preferences of research leaders like Samuel Stern, completely refraining from the arms manufacturing sector. Consequently, the military, left with no alternative, abandoned its original plans and shifted its focus towards other emerging enterprises, aiming to foster new partnerships. After careful consideration, the military successfully identified suitable collaborators, including Stark Industries and Osborne Bioindustries, both capable of meeting the vast military demands of the United States, along with several medium-sized enterprises, such as Hammertech Stark Industries. Founded by Howard Stark, one of the original architects of SHIELD, boasts a legacy of excellence in scientific innovation and has maintained close ties with the military since World War II, providing invaluable contributions as a designated research entity. Osborne Industries, chosen for its historical connections, also serves the military. However, being a family-run business, it lacks substantial backing, resulting in a more stringent military stance towards it. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that a close collaboration with the military can significantly expedite a company's growth, an opportunity that countless enterprises would eagerly strive for, yet few can attain. Setting aside these extraneous matters, as the tumultuous wave caused by the mutant law began to subside, Johnny felt it was time for him to enter a period of seclusion. At the island base, summoned by Johnny, everyone gathered together. Natasha, you've been away from the base for a few days. Is there a particular reason? Johnny inquired casually upon noticing Natasha's absence since the United Nations World Conference. Chairman, it was a message from Lingdai. We sought out a special mutant named Taliban, Natasha replied, warmth filling her heart at Johnny's inquiry. Taliban. Johnny paused, taken aback that a mutant had prompted Natasha to personally undertake a visit. Taliban is a mutant who has awakened extraordinary abilities. He can sense all mutants within a certain range, akin to Professor Charles's powers, albeit not as potent. Nonetheless, his involvement will aid our efforts concerning mutants, and he was a prior collaborator of Ling Dai, which is why I accompanied her on this visit. Natasha glanced at Ling Dai, who, as the chairman's secretary, nodded slightly in affirmation. Johnny had intended for Ling Dai to be his secretary for some time, but had yet to find the right moment. Otherwise, he would have long since won over the enigmatic beauty. As for the matters concerning mutants, I leave them in your capable hands. Should you encounter any difficult issues, consult with Charles. Johnny nodded slightly. Chairman, previously you made an agreement with King Chaka of Wakanda. Recently, a shipment of vibranium has arrived at the company from Wakanda, and King Chaka has left you a message. Would you like to listen to it personally? Medusa selected some matters of slight importance and directed her words to Johnny. No need. It's obvious they are merely pleasantries. How many raw vibranium stones are there? Upon the mention of vibranium, Johnny's brow arched slightly, revealing a flicker of interest. There are quite a few, 3 boxes in total, securely stored and transported, and they have now been handed over to the research department. Medusa was quite invested in the vibranium, as she had learned that the quantity of vibranium that had appeared globally over the years was certainly not abundant. For King Chaka to send 3 boxes at once should be considered a significant gesture of goodwill. Quite a few. Medusa, if I were to tell you that beneath Wakanda, there are at least over 1,000 tons of vast vibranium or veins, would you still consider 3 boxes to be ample? Johnny chuckled softly, internally chiding Chaka for his stinginess. Nevertheless, 3 boxes would suffice for the research needs for the time being. What? Johnny's words left everyone momentarily stunned, as they almost believed they had misheard. Chapter 98. Devouring Apocalypse. There is no doubt that Wakanda is not as impoverished as we have come to understand. Rather, one might interpret it this way. Their technological advancement and wealth are at least a century ahead of America, all due to vibranium. Centuries ago, a colossal vibranium meteorite fell from the sky, and beneath the entire nation of Wakanda lies this exceptionally precious ore, which is considered a rarity in the eyes of the world. As the incredulous gazes of the crowd lingered on him, Johnny spoke with a smile. As a traveler, he might be one of the few, aside from the Wakandans themselves, who truly comprehends the situation in Wakanda. Thus, it follows that Wakanda's persistent rejection of humanitarian aid and its isolationist development status is not due to poverty or backward customs, but rather a silent accumulation of wealth. The crowd began to comprehend this revelation, murmuring amongst themselves. Chairman, regarding the vibranium matter. Medusa, regaining her composure, cast her gaze upon Johnny with a hint of frustration. Using the vibranium meteorite from beyond the stars, Wakanda has evolved over centuries from a primitive African tribe into a powerful nation unknown to the world, all thanks to vibranium. If Wakanda were to be more open, it would undoubtedly be the strongest nation in the world today. However, since they have been generous enough to provide us with 3 boxes of vibranium, we must not squander this opportunity. I propose we establish a dedicated research project focused on vibranium. The results will surely exceed expectations. Johnny remarked with a smile. Understood, Chairman. With Johnny's directive, Natasha set aside her earlier discontent and nodded in agreement. Everyone, the reason for gathering you here today is to announce another matter. I will be undergoing a period of enhancement. As for the duration of this period, I cannot ascertain how long it will be. Perhaps a few months, maybe years, or even longer. Johnny calmly articulated the purpose of gathering everyone, leaving them momentarily stunned. Despite his frequent disappearances and minimal involvement in various matters, he had never engaged in prolonged seclusion until now, which would last several months, an unexpected revelation for all. However, there was no cause for concern. Should any extraordinary circumstances arise that proved insurmountable, he assured them they could contact him at any time. Noticing the expressions of the gathered individuals, Johnny offered a gentle smile and spoke. Naturally, there were no objections to Johnny's decision, although the few women present felt a twinge of disappointment at the prospect of his extended retreat. Sensing the shift in their gazes, Johnny understood perfectly. Following the meeting, a fervent celebration of love ensued, lasting a full 3 days, leaving the women utterly exhausted, while Johnny himself was invigorated and retreated deep into the island's base, entering a specially crafted space to commence his prolonged meditation. Beneath the island's base, Johnny had invested considerable manpower and resources to excavate a vast chamber, which he reinforced meticulously. Within this space, a controllable magnetic field existed. For ordinary individuals, the pressure exerted by such a field would be overwhelming and unbearable. However, with Johnny's formidable physique, he could effortlessly navigate this level of magnetic force, even enhancing his own physical prowess in the process. With a flick of his wrist, the broken body of the Apocalypse was summoned from his storage, and the long-neglected undead spirit stood before him with reverence, its dim ethereal energy coalescing. Upon sensing the latent, immense power within the Apocalypse's form, the spirit's eyes glimmered, betraying a profound hunger to consume. Feast, Johnny said with a slight smile, addressing the spirit. Upon receiving his consent, the spirit erupted in jubilant cheer and hastily began devouring. As Johnny's strength grew, so too did the spirit's capacity to absorb, significantly enhancing its abilities. In mere moments, the body of Apocalypse was completely consumed, and waves of elation and satisfaction emanated from the spirit, clearly content with the flesh of Apocalypse. Ding. Consuming a mutant grants abilities. Consciousness Transfer 5, Sanctification 3, Enhanced Perception 2, Mutant Power Amplification 2, Spatial Teleportation 3. Conversion of consumed points yields 1,500 points. Once the spirit had entirely consumed the Apocalypse's body, a prompt echoed in Johnny's mind, his smile widening uncontrollably. Not only did the consumption yield an astonishing 5 abilities, but the acquisition of 1,500 points was unprecedented, marking it as the highest reward from any enemy the spirit had devoured under Johnny's command. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Johnny managed to quell his excitement, beginning to contemplate whether to select the abilities of Apocalypse or to utilize the amassed points. 5 abilities. Consciousness Transfer holds no significance for me, while Sanctification and Heightened Perception are barely acceptable, though their impact is rather limited. The enhancement of mutant abilities and spatial transportation seems somewhat superfluous. It is the quality of abilities that matters, not the quantity. After a moment of introspection, Johnny had made his decision. He already possessed a considerable array of powers, many of which evidently failed to meet his expectations during combat. Even acquiring a few additional abilities would yield minimal enhancement to his prowess. System, convert them into devouring points. With this resolution, Johnny communicated with the system through his thoughts, swiftly transforming the body of Apocalypse into 500 devouring points. For every 100 devouring points he possessed, he could enhance one skill. Thus, with 500 points, if utilized wisely, he could undoubtedly experience a monumental transformation in strength. Upon arriving on Earth, Johnny had undergone numerous experiences. Based on his knowledge of Marvel's history, various narratives would soon unfold. At that moment, as he had told Natasha, a grand era was on the horizon, and he would require even greater power to secure his position in the future. Consequently, how to allocate these 500 devouring points became Johnny's foremost concern. With a flicker of intent, Johnny opened his attribute panel. Host, Johnny Devouring Points. 550 skills. 1. Combat, Passive, 3-2. Fire Control 7-3. Ice Control 7-4. Divine Power 3-5. Speed 7-6. Titan Physique 10-7. Cosmic Energy Manipulation 10-8. Toxin Control 6-9. Absorption and Transformation 4-10. Spatial Gem Comprehension. Spatial Transportation 1. Spatial Confinement 1. Spatial Creation 1 on his system panel. Johnny could distinctly see all the abilities he had mastered thus far. The last entry, number 10, represented several recently acquired spatial abilities, which emerged after he absorbed considerable energy from various spatial gems. According to the information provided by the system following his absorption of spatial powers, his body could currently accommodate enough spatial energy to execute any spatial skill rated at 5. However, the upper limit was constrained to 5. To wield more formidable abilities, he needed to enhance himself. Otherwise, the overwhelming power would be beyond his control. Excellent. Let us begin with spatial abilities and physique. Observing his clear attribute template, Johnny swiftly made his decision. Chapter 99. Secluded comprehension. Only by possessing a more formidable physique could Johnny's body endure the immense spatial power. System. I shall expend 500 devouring points to elevate my Titan physique. Without excessive deliberation, Johnny decided to raise his Titan physique from 10 to 15. A torrent of powerful heat surged from within Johnny, radiating through his limbs and body, prompting an involuntary sigh of relief from him. Beneath the surging tide of fervent energy, every cell in Johnny's body fervently absorbed the warmth, akin to bamboo shoots sprouting after a spring rain, incessantly strengthening, repeatedly rupturing, and rejuvenating. Once the torrent of heat subsided entirely, the cellular consumption did not cease. The yearning for warmth lingered for a moment, until the cells gradually settled into a state of calm. As Johnny slowly opened his eyes, he sensed the metamorphosis within him, a formidable surge of strength and vitality, far exceeding what he had previously possessed, instilling in him the sensation of being able to shatter mountains with a single punch. This was no mere illusion. With the Titan physique reaching a level of 15, Johnny could effortlessly cleave through rock, unleashing a force that could easily exceed several hundred tons with a mere strike. The enhancement of his physique was accompanied by a dramatic escalation in all facets of his abilities, most notably, his capacity to contain energy. Johnny's body resembled a vessel. Each enhancement rendered this vessel more expansive and robust, consequently increasing its volume. After fortifying his physique, Johnny engaged in a brief period of acclimatization and experimentation, swiftly familiarizing himself with his augmented form. The Titan physique was a power he had long since acquired, and mastering it felt second nature, requiring only minimal adjustment. This time, however, his focus during this retreat was directed towards the domain of space. The Space Stone, also known as the Cosmic Cube, embodies one of the 6 ultimate powers within the Marvel Universe. Mastery of such a profound force demands immense dedication, even to merely grasp its fundamentals. Space is an intricate concept. With a casual flick of his wrist, Johnny summoned the blue luminescence of the Cosmic Cube, which he had now extracted. Having consumed the infinite spatial energies within the cube, a connection had been forged between Johnny and the Space Stone. As long as he held the gem, he could perceive the boundless power of space. As he grasped the Space Stone, Johnny's perspective of the world shifted dramatically. Everything appeared fragmented, and space itself transformed into mere points, lines, and planes. Not only did he observe the world with his eyes, but he also engaged with it through his burgeoning understanding of spatial dynamics. The enhancement of his physique allowed Johnny to harbor more spatial energy, yet he refrained from hastily consuming it. After establishing a link with the Space Stone, he resolved to first elevate his comprehension and insight into the nature of space. The mastery of spatial power would yield the most immediate enhancement in Johnny's velocity. Through the manipulation of space, he could attain an extraordinary level of speed. Movement within the spatial realm is influenced by its very fabric. Prior to mastering space, Johnny possessed remarkable swiftness, enabling him to temporarily reach speeds multiple times that of sound. However, upon grasping the ability to traverse through space, Johnny realized that with merely a thought, he could instantaneously traverse thousands of kilometers, an achievement that sheer speed alone could scarcely attain. With the Space Stone in hand, Johnny endeavored to rely solely on his newfound control of space, eschewing his speed abilities for the time being. With a sudden surge of intent, Johnny's form transformed into a fleeting specter, darting forth with unyielding speed, rendering the constraints of space nearly negligible. He propelled himself like a cannonball, appearing in an instant dozens of meters away. Yet, this sensation was insufficient. As his body came to a halt, a glimmer of confusion flickered in his eyes. Although he had diminished the spatial bindings, something still felt amiss. Once more, he harnessed the power of space, propelling himself in a singular direction. No, this was still incorrect. Within the vast expanse, Johnny's form flickered in and out of visibility, devoid of any special abilities, relying solely on his mastery of space. Each attempt incrementally heightened his speed until, at last, his silhouette became nearly imperceptible. Nevertheless, a lingering feeling gnawed at him, an elusive quality that he could not quite grasp. This relentless endeavor extended for what felt like an eternity until Johnny's flickering figure gradually came to a standstill. It was only when he realized that the spatial power he had previously consumed was now fully depleted and slowly recovering within him that a look of astonishment crossed his face. Had he truly been engaged for so long? It seemed that mastering spatial power was no simple feat. With a subtle sense of reflection, Johnny summoned a torrent of devouring energy within his palm, the cosmic cube radiating a brilliant azure glow. The immense spatial force was voraciously absorbed by him, intended to replenish the expended energy. Although the activation of his spatial abilities allowed for a natural restoration of energy, the speed of recovery paled in comparison to the exhilarating rush of directly absorbing the overwhelming power from the spatial gem. As he consumed the spatial energy, Johnny fell into deep contemplation. After countless attempts, a flicker of inspiration began to crystallize in his mind. Though he had yet to fully comprehend it, he sensed that he was merely a veil away from a profound understanding. A mere catalyst could elevate his grasp of space to new heights. It struck him as peculiar. Why did it feel as though utilizing spatial power to propel his body in a straight line was not the quickest method? Would a curvilinear route paradoxically afford him greater speed? Johnny murmured softly, furrowing his brow in perplexity over this strange sensation that perplexed him. The resurgent energy from the spatial gem quickly filled Johnny's body, prompting him to continue his explorations. Once embarked upon, this endeavor demanded millions of repetitions, a tedium and solitude that few could endure. Yet, Johnny remained unperturbed, immersed in the experience. Moreover, in each successive attempt, he devoted himself entirely, continuously internalizing the process of traversing through space. It became evident that Johnny's ascent to this point was not merely the result of luck or a system, but rather stemmed from an inherent tenacity. With a flash, he surged forward, and in a thunderous crash, Johnny unexpectedly traversed hundreds of meters, colliding with a fortified wall with unanticipated force. With Johnny's robust physique, he would remain unscathed from the rapid impact. After the collision, rather than displaying any signs of frustration, a smile gradually emerged on his face. I realized that indeed, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Johnny's voice resonated with an unmistakable excitement. Propelled by the force of space, his body gracefully traced an arc, swiftly reaching the opposite end of the vast expanse. Chapter 100. The Twisted World After Countless Attempts. Johnny finally experienced the sensation of moving along a curve while arriving at his destination more swiftly. Previously, his eyes had deceived him. He had believed that the world appeared as he perceived it. However, this was a misconception. The world, constructed from the fabric of space, is remarkably intricate, even convoluted and distorted. The straight line between 2 points may seem the nearest to the naked eye, yet through the perception of space, one can discern its true distortion. This so-called distortion is, in fact, the most direct path, though ordinary individuals cannot perceive the world's twists and turns, mistakenly believing that their perceived straight line is the shortest route. For instance, consider a column and an ant attempting to traverse from the left side of the column to the corresponding right side. A typical ant would navigate around the cylinder, which indeed is the shortest route for it. However, if an ant could burrow through the cylinder, effortlessly traversing its interior along the diameter to reach the opposite side, its path would undoubtedly be significantly shortened. Johnny embodies this ant. The spatial powers he has mastered grant him such an ability. With this understanding, Johnny comprehended that transcending vast expanses of space without relying on his speed bore little relation to his own velocity. Upon fully grasping the underlying principles, it felt as though he had shattered a colossal barrier. The world before him had transformed dramatically. This ability enabled him to traverse space with ease, rendering speed trivial in his pursuit. As Johnny contorted his body through the open space, a smile adorned his face. Next came a deeper exploration of spatial teleportation. After firmly imprinting this comprehension in his mind, Johnny paused to absorb the energy from the cosmic cube, replenishing his drained reserves. This time, he completely surrendered himself, delighting in the inexhaustible energy flowing from the spatial gem, preparing to reach the limits of his physical capacity. The entire absorption process lasted a considerable duration, as torrents of spatial energy surged into Johnny's body within the expansive subterranean chamber, gradually emanating a formidable pressure from him. At this moment, nearly a year had elapsed since Johnny entered his seclusion, while the world outside had undergone significant events. Most notably, Stark Industries, having won the favor of the military, ascended from an already colossal industrial titan to a formidable commercial entity, posing a threat to established conglomerates. It is uncertain whether the meteoric rise of Stark Industries provoked anxiety and trepidation among its competitors, but an unfortunate accident befell Howard Stark, the president of Stark Industries and one of the founders of SHIELD. This tragic event was a car crash, which resulted in the untimely demise of both Howard Stark and his wife. The official report ruled out foul play, categorizing the incident as an accident. Following the sudden death of Howard Stark, the vast commercial empire of Stark Industries was naturally bequeathed to his only son, Tony Stark. At that time, Tony was still quite young, possessing remarkable talent that he had yet to fully harness, with his primary concerns often revolving around the latest Playmate of the Month and Hollywood celebrities. Nevertheless, Tony Stark's innate brilliance was undeniable. Even the research he casually pursued during his leisure time yielded groundbreaking advancements that propelled Stark Industries into rapid growth. In addition to the affairs of Stark Industries, significant events also unfolded within SHIELD. After years of clandestine research, the organization made substantial strides in the Goliath project. The project's leader, Hank Pym, developed a combat suit capable of altering quantum spacing, collaborating with his wife, Janet, on both research and various secret missions for SHIELD. However, in a tragic twist of fate during a mission to neutralize a missile launched by terrorists, Janet, known as the Wasp, minimized her size to subatomic levels to infiltrate the missile and dismantle it from within. This act, however, resulted in her being trapped in the quantum realm, her size irreversibly reduced. Devastated by the loss of his wife, Hank Pym could not bear the anguish, especially upon discovering SHIELD's intent to replicate the Pym particles he had developed. In a fit of rage, he severed ties with SHIELD. Just as he returned to his company, another calamity struck. His most esteemed disciple, in collusion with other board members, ousted him from his own creation, Pym Technologies. Driven by the same insatiable desire for the Pym particles, overwhelmed by a series of misfortunes, Hank Pym succumbed to despair, ultimately choosing to wallow in desolation. After Hank Pym was expelled from his company by his favored disciple, Darren, others such as Medusa, who had been monitoring SHIELD at Johnny's behest, received the news and convened a brief meeting. Recognizing Hank Pym's exceptional talents, individuals like Samuel Stern believed it imperative to recruit him. However, the attempts by Morgan Biotech to engage with Hank Pym were met with challenges. In Hank Pym's eyes, whether it was S.H.I.E.L.D., his disciple Darren, or Morgan Biotech, their intentions were singularly focused on one thing: the Pym particles. Everyone sought to pilfer his research. In a fit of rage, the obstinate Hank Pym unhesitatingly declined the overtures of Morgan Biotechnology and subsequently vanished with all his achievements. Although Medusa and others felt a sense of regret, they refrained from pressuring him further and ceased their pursuit of Hank Pym's whereabouts. His sudden disappearance, however, dealt a significant blow to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s plans. Hank Pym was a pivotal figure in the Goliath project, and his departure nearly doomed the initiative before it could come to fruition. Upon receiving news of Hank Pym, Nick Fury was exceedingly irate, yet he found himself powerless, directing his frustration instead towards those involved in the Goliath project. Ultimately, in a bid to continue their research, S.H.I.E.L.D. took a considerable risk by allowing personnel associated with Hank Pym to restart the project. Unbeknownst to everyone, those tasked with reviving the Goliath project faced immense pressure, and this hasty endeavor culminated in a catastrophic incident 1 year later. Chapter 101. The terrifying explosion from the quantum realm. Over the course of a year, Johnny immersed himself in the perception and enhancement of spatial abilities. Consuming the 1,500 devour points acquired from Apocalypse, he allocated 500 points to bolster his physical form, leaving him with 1050 points. Johnny had no intention of preserving these remaining points, opting instead to devote them entirely to enhancing his mastery of spatial powers. Having grasped the essence of space, which transcends mere visual perception, Johnny dedicated much of the past year to refining his understanding of spatial teleportation. Previously, after discerning the fundamental nature of space and becoming familiar with it, he had effortlessly mastered short-range teleportation, a method of movement that far surpassed his prior speed. However, while short-range teleportation proved useful in combat, it was inadequate for traversing the vastness of space, necessitating further effort on Johnny's part to improve his teleportation capabilities. Gradually, he began to comprehend the essence of long-distance spatial travel. To traverse the immense distances between stars, conventional interspace movement was no longer feasible. He had to enter a realm he designated as the other space. This term was chosen because this realm did not conform to the normal fabric of the universe, but existed parallel to it, as a peculiar temporal spatial continuum. Within this other space, chaotic spatial currents abounded, and even with Johnny's formidable physique, he dared not endure the onslaught of these turbulent forces without the protection of spatial power. The most remarkable aspect of the other space, however, lay in the presence of numerous temporal spatial nodes. These nodes served as connections between 2 points in normal space. Upon locating such a point, Johnny could, with his spatial abilities, enter the other space and instantly arrive at any desired destination. The 2 interconnected temporal spatial nodes bridged vast distances within the cosmos, akin to Johnny's realization that the true nature of the world is, in fact, a distorted anomaly. By identifying the correct temporal spatial node, he could accomplish spatial teleportation. System: allocate 500 devouring points for the enhancement of spatial teleportation. Regarding spatial teleportation, Johnny exhibited no reluctance, directly allocating half of his remaining devouring points to strengthen this ability, elevating it from level 1 to level 6. After upgrading spatial teleportation to level 6, Johnny sensed that this skill was nearing the limits of his current control capabilities. Were it not for the constraints imposed by his physical strength and control, he would have continued to enhance spatial teleportation further. Imagine the sensation of utilizing this ability, where in one moment, one stands on Earth, and in the next, they traverse countless star systems to arrive at Sakaar. The exhilaration of transcending spatial limitations is truly sublime. Moreover, Johnny devoted the remaining 500 devouring points entirely to enhancing spatial confinement, similarly elevating it to level 6. This ability, among all the spatial powers Johnny has comprehended thus far, is the only one that bears decisive significance in combat. As for the spatial rift he employed against Apocalypse, Johnny found it challenging to utilize without the cosmic cube, as tearing through the Marvel Universe's space while maintaining effortless control demands an exorbitant amount of energy and mastery over space. After upgrading spatial confinement to level 6, Johnny expended all his remaining devouring points. The tremendous enhancement of his spatial abilities has significantly augmented his strength. Now, should he confront Apocalypse, Johnny possesses ample confidence that with spatial traversal combined with level 6 spatial confinement, he could eliminate his opponent before they even have time to react. Having been in seclusion for such an extended period, Johnny pondered the intriguing transformations that may have unfolded in the world outside. Once he fully familiarized himself with his newfound strength, he sighed softly, recognizing that the pursuit of power is inevitably a solitary journey. It is indeed time to step outside and relish the joys of life. After a brief moment of reflection, Johnny smiled gently, gradually retracting the immense aura surrounding him, preparing to teleport away from the vast space he had occupied in seclusion for nearly 2 years. However, just as he was about to initiate his teleportation, a powerful energy explosion erupted somewhere on Earth, an energy surge so intense that it caused the fabric of space to ripple violently, instantly detected by Johnny. With a slight furrow of his brow, spatial fluctuations emanated from Johnny as he stepped forward, vanishing from the expansive space. At that moment, far across the Earth in Argentina, within a clandestine research facility established by SHIELD, an explosion triggered by the massive release of quantum spatial energy was consuming everything within its engulfing blast radius. Perhaps even SHIELD had not anticipated the catastrophic consequences of the Goliath Project's quantum technology, which had been reinitiated by former colleague Dr. Elias Starr. In their haste for results, they had indeed bridged the gap to the quantum realm, but were utterly incapable of harnessing the overwhelming forces that surged forth from it. The vibrations caused by the explosion were perceptible to nearly half of Argentina, as a peculiar wave of energy reverberated with an enigmatic trajectory from the Earth's surface, cascading outward into the cosmos. The space around seemed to ripple like water, and in the next instant, Johnny's figure materialized. However, he appeared amidst the chaotic energy currents of the quantum realm, and in an instant, the immense energy enveloped his body. Feeling the peculiar energy's impact, Johnny paused momentarily as his ability to absorb and transform activated instantaneously. The tumultuous and chaotic energy surged towards him, yet his form appeared to transform into an unfathomable abyss, rendering him impervious to any assault. All energy was devoured without a trace. What a fascinating energy! It instills in me a sensation of the world being infinitely contracted and expanded. Utilizing his absorption and transformation ability, Johnny remained unscathed amidst the onslaught of energy, continually perceiving this chaotic force with a hint of intrigue on his face. The terrifying energy currents erupting from the quantum space did not persist for long. Once the device bridging the quantum realm and the real world was utterly torn apart by the turbulence, the dissipation of energy ceased. Johnny's form steadied in midair as he gazed down upon a vast expanse of buildings that lay in ruin, furrowed brows betraying his concern. This area appeared to be an industrial park, somewhat antiquated, and after being ravaged by the sudden explosion of energy, it had been reduced to mere debris. In Johnny's perception, no trace of life remained. Evidently, ordinary individuals could scarcely survive such a horrifying surge of energy. Chapter 102. A glimpse from a distant land. Little did he expect to encounter such a situation upon his emergence. He wondered what kind of research could incite such peculiar energy, lamenting its loss of control. With a gentle sigh, Johnny gradually withdrew his perception, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. There was scarcely anything of value left here, and Johnny was disinclined to linger, promptly returning to the company. He trusted that with the Hellfire Club's intelligence capabilities, concrete information would soon follow. Mastering the ability of spatial teleportation, Johnny traversed effortlessly between Argentina and New York. Before long, upon receiving Johnny's message, Medusa and the others gathered with expressions of delight as they beheld him. "Mr. Johnny, you present a most peculiar aura. Were it not for your presence before me, I would scarcely be able to sense your essence," remarked one among them. Among the gathered, Charles was the most astonished. Gifted in telepathic abilities, he possessed heightened sensitivity to his surroundings, and currently, Johnny appeared to him as an absolute void, or perhaps an essence of nothingness. The others shared a similar sentiment. Although not as perceptive as Charles, they too sensed an inscrutable aura emanating from Johnny. With a subtle smile, Johnny slightly altered his presence, obscuring his connection to the surrounding space. In the astonished gazes of those present, he became tangible once more. What a marvel! The transformation Johnny had undergone left the assembly in awe, unable to suppress their exclamations of wonder. "Natasha, a dreadful explosion has just occurred in Argentina. Please arrange for an investigation at your earliest convenience." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Johnny addressed Natasha. Having just emerged from his retreat, he was eager to save her life. But the sudden and massive leakage of energy from the quantum realm could not be overlooked. "Yes, news will arrive shortly," Natasha nodded, swiftly transmitting the information through her specialized communication device. With the increasingly sophisticated intelligence network of the Hellfire Club, it was certain that relevant details would soon be forthcoming. "Chairman, the company has flourished remarkably over the past 2 years, yielding numerous accomplishments. Would you care to take a look?" Medusa inquired, her face alight with confidence. During Johnny's absence, the company had indeed undergone a tremendous transformation. Upon mentioning the company's progress, smiles adorned the faces of those present, indicating that the organization had made significant strides during Johnny's time away. Given your expressions, I am genuinely intrigued to see the developments. Relax, I shall take you there. Johnny smiled gently, the energy of the space swirling around them, enveloping everyone as he willed them to teleport to Morgan Biotech. As Johnny and his companions journeyed to the company to review its recent achievements, a powerful civilization, light years away from Earth in a distant galaxy, sensed the massive surge of quantum energy escaping from the planet. This formidable extraterrestrial force, known as the Kree Empire, had risen over countless years to become a dominant presence in the vast galaxy, far surpassing Earth in its research of quantum technology, even mastering the art of teleportation through the quantum realm. At this juncture, the Kree Empire was embroiled in a full-scale war with another of the galaxy's three great alien empires, the Skrull Empire. The aberrant fluctuations in the quantum space had captured the Kree Empire's attention. My lord, our analysis indicates that a certain node within the quantum realm briefly connected with the real world. It remains uncertain whether someone has activated a quantum passage. We must locate the node within the quantum space to ascertain the full circumstances, reported an officer. In the depths of the dark expanse of the great Magellanic galaxy, a colossal warship floated, and a Kree warrior knelt reverently before an indistinct shadow, speaking into the darkness. The anomalous fluctuations in the quantum realm may likely be the nefarious Skrull hybrid attempting to exploit their abilities to infiltrate our empire. Dispatch a team to investigate thoroughly. Should any Skrull spies be discovered, you know what must be done. After a brief silence, a deep voice resonated from the obscured shadows, and a towering figure emerged, standing before the kneeling Kree warrior. Had Johnny been present, he would have instantly recognized the identity of the speaker, the formidable antagonist from the Guardians of the Galaxy storyline. Ronan, the accuser of the Kree. Marvel should be aboard the warship, accompanied by two mid-tier warriors, to venture into the quantum realm and investigate the source of the anomalous fluctuations, seeking to unravel the mystery and provide me with a satisfactory explanation. Ronan maintained a calm demeanor, yet the occasional flicker of ferocity in his eyes rendered the Kree warriors kneeling before him unable to meet his gaze, prompting them to depart swiftly after a brief acknowledgement. Soon, within the core area of Ronan, the accuser's colossal warship, a tremendous surge of energy echoed, reminiscent of the vast quantum energy leakage experienced on Earth. However, this phenomenon was exceedingly brief, vanishing entirely. Marvel, an exceptionally skilled warrior of the Kree Empire, had embarked with two Kree soldiers aboard a specialized warship capable of traversing the quantum realm, heading towards the detected site of the anomalous fluctuations. The Kree Empire, possessing advanced quantum technology, navigated the quantum realm with ease. As Marvel piloted the vessel, he and his two companions quickly arrived at the location of the disturbance. Captain, this node is indeed where the anomaly has manifested. According to the data collected by our ship, there has been a significant energy leakage in the quantum space. Although it does not resemble a teleportation event utilizing the quantum realm, reported one of the Kree soldiers accompanying Marvel, relaying the information derived from the ship's sensors. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Marvel furrowed his brow. Initially, when he received the command, he had been apprehensive, concerned that the Skrulls had acquired the technology to access the quantum realm and might exploit it against the Kree Empire. However, it appeared that the situation was not as he had feared. Open the node. I must venture through the quantum realm to confirm the situation, regardless of what has transpired. A rational explanation is imperative. Although the anomaly did not resemble a Skrull invasion, Marvel remained vigilant, intending to exit the quantum realm through the node and reconfirm the reality of the situation. Yet, Marvel was unaware that upon his emergence from the quantum realm aboard his ship, matters would grow increasingly complicated. Chapter 103, Extraterrestrials. Marvel, who had traversed to the site of the anomaly through the quantum realm, was oblivious to the fact that the disturbances were not the result of a Skrull spy incursion, but rather a consequence of a miscalculation in quantum research conducted by a distant civilization on Earth. At that moment, the site of the anomaly in the quantum realm corresponded to the location of a vast explosion in Argentina, which had been swiftly addressed in the aftermath. All those who perished in the disaster had been evacuated. When the local search and rescue teams arrived, the explosion had ceased, and everyone believed that no survivors could possibly remain amidst such a catastrophic event. However, as the rescue teams entered the epicenter of the explosion, they discovered a bewildered little girl amidst the rubble and the scattered remains. The young girl, named Ava, is the biological daughter of Dr. Starr, the scientist responsible for the incident. At the time of the catastrophe, both Dr. Starr's wife and daughter were present at the research facility, with only Ava emerging as the sole survivor. When the rescue team attempted to take Ava away, They were astonished to discover that they could not physically touch her. She appeared as a mere phantom, with their hands passing through her form as if she were a spectral apparition. Ava's extraordinary condition was soon reported to SHIELD, which promptly dispatched agents to discreetly retrieve her. To prevent any leaks regarding Ava's situation, all personnel involved in the rescue were sworn to secrecy, and the search operations were halted, with orders given to evacuate the area of the incident. Subsequently, SHIELD mobilized the Air Force to impose a lockdown on the entire region affected by the radiation. Shortly after the area was secured, a significant surge of quantum spatial fluctuations erupted from the epicenter of the explosion, reopening spatial nodes and giving rise to an oddly shaped spacecraft. The ship burst forth from the quantum spatial node, expanding rapidly before the eyes of onlookers, and swiftly transformed into a standard size, crashing into several dilapidated structures amidst a thunderous roar. This latest emergence of quantum spatial fluctuations was notably less pronounced than the previous cataclysmic release of quantum energy. Indeed, if not for the considerable distance, the average person would scarcely have detected it. Of course, this was not the case for Johnny at Morgan Biotech. With his acute awareness of spatial phenomena, he sensed the familiar quantum energy fluctuations the moment they manifested. "Chairman, what is it?" Medusa inquired, momentarily taken aback by the unusual expression on Johnny's face as he was preparing to escort her to the company's research center to review their progress over the past 2 years. "Please wait here. I must step away for a moment," Johnny replied, his curiosity piqued by the peculiar spatial disturbances. With that, he vanished amidst a ripple of spatial energy. Is this truly a living planet? Upon exiting the quantum realm, Marvell, piloting the ship, was astonished as he carefully brought it to a halt among the ruins, the situation unfolding beyond his expectations. "Who are you?" Before Marvell and his companions could fully comprehend the scenario, a tense voice interrupted their thoughts. Outside the wreckage, an aircraft hovered, and a female pilot, weapon in hand, regarded them warily. This pilot, Carol Danvers, was dispatched by the military to conduct aerial operations at the accident site and fortuitously encountered Marvell's emergence from the quantum spatial node. Observing the peculiar vessel, she noted that aside from Marvell, the other 2 Kree warriors bore little resemblance to humans, heightening her alertness as she cautiously approached the trio. "Captain, we've confirmed our location. We are on the fringes of a planet known as Earth within the solar system. The civilization here is still primitive. Now that we've been spotted, should we eliminate this woman?" A Kree warrior accompanying Marvell, upon noticing their presence had been compromised, lowered his voice and inquired of him. "No, this is another's planet. We are the invaders," Marvell admonished his subordinate, offering a reassuring smile to the visibly anxious Carol. "Do not be alarmed. We bear no ill will, having merely stumbled upon your world by chance." Sensing the tension emanating from their counterpart, Marvell relaxed slightly, turning to Carol and speaking. "So, you are all aliens?" Carol, far from easing, posed her question with utmost caution. "From your perspective, we indeed appear as aliens. I am Marvell, from the Kree Empire, which lies light years away from Earth." Marvell maintained his amiable demeanor as he introduced himself. In truth, as one of the mightiest warriors of the Kree, he could easily subdue Carol and depart, for her weapon posed no threat to him. However, upon encountering Carol, he felt no hostility, instead sensing an inclination towards conversation. Gradually, Carol relaxed upon hearing Marvell's words, her curiosity about the extraterrestrial prompting her to engage in dialogue. Marvell found himself somewhat fond of this human girl and shared numerous insights about the Kree Empire, including the ongoing fierce conflict between the Kree and the Skrulls. Unbeknownst to both, the 2 Kree warriors who accompanied Marvell exchanged glances, revealing a flicker of malevolent intent deep within their eyes. It was intriguing that the original Captain Marvell, and the second Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, met under such circumstances. One could only ponder the fascinating events that might unfold next. Unnoticed by all, somewhere above them, Johnny's silhouette hovered, having witnessed everything. With a degree of mastery over space, he effortlessly distorted light within that realm, creating an illusion of complete invisibility. Upon recognizing Marvell and Carol's identities, Johnny understood that this encounter might serve as a pivotal moment for the seemingly ordinary Carol to evolve into the formidable Captain Marvel. The 2 Kree accompanying Marvell appeared to harbor ulterior motives, their intentions remaining unclear. Johnny's keen perception remained attuned not only to the exchange between Marvell and Carol, but also to the 2 Kree warriors, their fierce glimmers not escaping his scrutiny. Given their presence alongside Marvell, Johnny surmised that they might target Carol. Upon discerning the unusual demeanor of the 2 Kree, Johnny's interest piqued further. He patiently concealed himself, awaiting the unfolding of events. "Marvel, I extend my gratitude to you. Since my childhood, I have gazed at the starry sky, dreaming of the day I would encounter extraterrestrial beings. Today, you have fulfilled that childhood wish of mine." After a profound conversation, Marvel prepared to take his leave, while Carol, filled with excitement, realized the insignificance of humanity upon learning about alien civilizations and the millennia-long conflict between the Kree and Skrulls. "Carol, I must depart. Although the likelihood of the Skrulls discovering today's events is minimal, I kindly ask you to keep this matter confidential," Marvel said to Carol. "Rest assured, I shall not disclose anything." "Take care, Marvel," Carol replied, as she prepared to bid farewell. Suddenly, she noticed the weapons of two Kree warriors behind Marvel emitting energy blasts. Instinctively, she reached out to push Marvel aside. Boom. Chapter 104. Threatening me on my own turf? A violent explosion erupted between Marvel and Carol. The intensity of the blast was such that an ordinary human like Carol could not even utter a sound before being hurled to the ground by the force. Marvel, too, was taken aback by the unexpected attack, propelled by the explosive energy. Although the blasts were not overwhelmingly powerful, they emitted a peculiar energy that severely weakened him, leaving him momentarily drained. "Carol," Marvel exclaimed, regaining his senses and staring in disbelief at his two subordinates. "My apologies, Officer Marvel. I did not anticipate that this Earth woman would risk her life for you. However, today, you shall both perish." The two Kree warriors, now revealing sinister smiles, slowly advanced toward Marvel. Why do you betray me?" Marvel questioned, astonished, unable to fathom the treachery of his own kin. Despite his efforts to rise, the special energy from the prior attack left him paralyzed, rendering him powerless. "Betrayal? How naive you are, Officer Marvel. You have likely forgotten the grotesque history of the vast Kree Empire. Perhaps, upon realizing our true identities, you will understand," one of the warriors said. As they continued to approach, their forms shifting into entirely different appearances. If Marvel's subordinates had previously differed only in skin color, now, as they unveiled their true forms, they had completely transcended human characteristics. "You are indeed Skrull deviants," Marvel exclaimed, finally comprehending that these two were not Kree at all, but rather Skrulls disguised as Kree, harboring a long-standing enmity. "Marvel, your strength is formidable even within the Kree Empire and poses a significant threat to us Skrulls. The Empire has sought your elimination for quite some time. Do you understand now? You may rest in peace." After transforming their appearance, the Skrull coldly spoke. A cruel smile etched upon their face. As anomalies among the Skrulls, they possessed the remarkable ability to alter their visage at will, masquerading as any race. This very talent allowed them to infiltrate the Kree with ease, biding their time for a strike. "Do not bother to struggle, Commander Marvel. Your formidable abilities are no match for our preparations." The recent energy surge was specifically engineered to target the Kree physiological structure, rendering all your powers completely suppressed. "Accept your fate." A sinister grin crept across the faces of the Skrull as they slowly approached Marvel, not in haste to strike. The anger and defiance that marred Marvel's expression only fueled their excitement. "While I have no stake in the feud between the Skrulls and the Kree, your unabashed aggression towards my brethren on Earth demands an explanation." Just as the two Skrull anomalies closed in on Marvel, a calm voice resonated, causing them to pause in surprise. "Who dares?" Upon hearing the unfamiliar voice, the Skrull anomalies stiffened, halting their advance, weapons raised and aimed at the source of the sound. From the previously empty space, a figure emerged. It was none other than Johnny. Having quietly observed the entire scene, Johnny now revealed himself, facing the somewhat tense Skrull anomalies with an air of indifference. "A human? Huh. Although I cannot fathom how you managed to remain hidden until now, I assure you, should you dare to meddle in our Skrull affairs, there will be but one outcome." Upon recognizing Johnny, the Skrull anomalies visibly relaxed, and one of them scornfully threatened, "Oh, is that so?" Johnny, uninterested in correcting their misconception of his concealment, casually waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that shot forth from his palm, instantly engulfing the Skrull anomaly that had just threatened him. Boom. Upon contact with the anomaly's body, the fireball erupted violently, consuming him entirely in a blaze of fierce flames. The terrifying heat released rendered the anomaly utterly defenseless. Despite their enhanced resilience compared to ordinary Skrulls, they writhed in agony, collapsing to the ground and thrashing about in a desperate attempt to extinguish the flames. However, the fire conjured by Johnny not only possessed an excruciatingly high temperature, but also an insidious adhesive quality, making it exceedingly difficult to extinguish once the flames clung to the skin. The anomaly, now ablaze, could only roll in torment. Quite resilient, Johnny mused, observing that his fiery assault had not incinerated the foe immediately, a hint of surprise flickering in his brow. "Kree." Amidst the oppressive and terrifying heat, another anomaly let out a startled cry. However, Upon witnessing the grim fate of his companion, he was filled with trepidation. Too fearful to advance and offer assistance under the searing conditions, he could only watch helplessly as his comrade's struggles gradually weakened, succumbing to the agony of death. Just moments ago, he had mentioned the consequences of intervening. The words had escaped my comprehension. Could you reiterate them for me? Johnny's teasing voice rang out, his gaze playfully fixed on the last remaining anomaly. At that moment, confronted by Johnny's mocking demeanor, the anomaly was taken aback, having recognized the terror embodied in Johnny, causing his previously fierce disposition to diminish significantly. Earthling, I advise you to ponder carefully before taking action. While you may possess greater strength, should you meddle in the affairs between the Skrulls and the Kree, the wrath of the Empire will be unbearable not just for you, but for your primitive planet as well. Devoid of power to rival Johnny, the anomaly resorted to invoking the Skrulls behind him. Noticing the other's cautious demeanor, Johnny smiled faintly. The moment the anomaly attempted to threaten him, his fate was already sealed. As for the Skrulls or the Kree, could they truly intimidate him? In the face of the increasingly apprehensive Skrull anomaly, Johnny merely smiled. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air as a blade punctured flesh, accompanied by the anomaly's incredulous scream. His eyes dimming with disbelief, the spectral figure of an undead being had, unbeknownst to him, appeared behind the last remaining anomaly, delivering a clean and decisive strike that shattered his heart from behind. To threaten me on my own territory, I can find no reason to spare your life, echoed a calm voice just before the anomaly's consciousness plunged into the abyss of darkness. Chapter 105. The three great alien empires having dealt with the two insolent Skrull anomalies, Johnny did not intervene as the specter devoured their lifeless forms. The Kree Empire's Mar-Vell, incapacitated and still recovering from paralysis, finally drew Johnny's attention after he had neutralized the two threats. Having witnessed Johnny's formidable combat prowess, Mar-Vell could not help but feel a twinge of apprehension. Indeed, thank you for coming to my aid. Although somewhat wary of Johnny, Mar-Vell acknowledged the undeniable fact that Johnny had saved his life by dispatching the two Skrull spies intent on his demise, and thus felt a deep sense of gratitude. As far as I know, the Kree Empire is one of the three great alien empires in the galaxy. Could you enlighten me as to why you and those two Skrulls appeared on Earth? I suggest you think carefully before answering. My patience with Kree is equally limited. Johnny intently regarded Mar-Vell, showing little emotional response to the latter's words of gratitude. As a traveler from another world, Johnny was well versed in the history of the Kree Empire. Once, the Kree were merely a weak, ordinary species on a mundane life planet, but their world had caught the attention of the Skrulls, who intended to propagate their civilization there. Unlike the savage plundering of the Kree, the expansion of the Skrulls is characterized by a more subtle approach, akin to a gradual and insidious form of colonization. However, on the Kree homeworld of Hala, both the Kree and another species existed in a state of contention to determine dominance. The Skrulls orchestrated a test on a desolate planet to assess which race would prevail. Ultimately, the Kree failed to meet the Skrulls' expectations, leading the latter to favor the other species on Hala. Upon learning of this decision, the Kree were incensed and swiftly annihilated the chosen race. When the Skrulls arrived on Hala to commence their colonization, they were ambushed by the Kree, who, at that time, were not particularly martial in nature, resulting in their complete obliteration. Seizing the opportunity, the Kree acquired the Skrull spacecraft and subsequently embarked on a journey to assimilate their technology. Unbeknownst to the Skrull homeworld, they assumed that the lost expedition had met with misfortune. It was not until many years later, when the Kree had established a formidable empire and initiated their offensive against the Skrulls, that protracted conflict ensued. Given the Kree's tumultuous history, Johnny harbored little fondness for either the Kree or the Skrulls. Believe me, I harbor no malice towards Earth. My arrival here was entirely unforeseen. The Kree Empire has mastered the technology of quantum space transportation, but recently, anomalous fluctuations have emerged at a certain node within the quantum realm. We suspect that Skrull spies may be attempting to infiltrate the Empire, which is why I have come to investigate. Under Johnny's calm gaze, Marvel felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. Nevertheless, he had no ill intentions towards Earth, prompting him to speak candidly. Marvel's words plunged Johnny into contemplation. The Skrull anomalies possess the terrifying ability to transform into any species or person at will, a talent exemplified by the two spies masquerading as Marvel's subordinates. This lent credence to his assertions. Furthermore, Marvel's earlier demeanor towards Carol suggested that he did not harbor any significant designs against Earth. Given this, I shall allow you to depart this time. However, remember that whether it be the Kree Empire or the Skrulls, anyone who dares to covet Earth should be prepared to face my wrath, Johnny stated, his tone devoid of menace. Marvel paused, gazing into Johnny's profound eyes, experiencing an inexplicable tremor within. while he felt that the other party might be underestimating the three great extraterrestrial empires. He sensed that Johnny did not strike him as an arrogant individual. "I cannot speak for others, but I assure you, I shall harbor no intentions against Earth. This is my solemn vow to my savior, Marvel," he declared, his gaze shifting to the fragile form of Carol, lying amidst the rubble. Reflecting on the earlier events, his expression grew complex, caught in a moment of indecision, before ultimately reaffirming his resolve. "Your Excellency, Carol has undergone this transformation to save me. If she does not receive treatment, she may not survive. I am prepared to take her to Kree and ensure her recovery," Marvel declared resolutely. Johnny paused momentarily, contemplating the notion of taking Carol away. If his memory served him correctly, it was indeed the Kree technology that had transformed Carol into the immensely powerful Captain Marvel. "Very well," Johnny nodded. He sensed that Carol's vitality was significantly waning, an essence that was steadily dissipating. Clearly, the prior explosion had plunged her into a dire state. And given Earth's current medical capabilities, saving her would prove exceedingly challenging. Casting a glance at Marvel, who had yet to fully regain his mobility, Johnny moved swiftly to stand before him. Marvel's expression shifted slightly upon Johnny's sudden appearance. Did he intend to backtrack and eliminate him? "Do not move," Johnny commanded with an authoritative tone, his palm already making contact with Marvel's body. In the midst of Marvel's bewildered gaze, Johnny activated his absorption and transformation ability. Marvel's affliction stemmed from an energy explosion instigated by two rogue Skrulls, an energy specifically targeting Kree individuals. Upon entering Marvel's body, it had entirely suppressed his abilities. However, in Johnny's grasp, this invasive energy posed no significant threat. As his palm pressed against Marvel's, a devouring force emerged, instantly stirring the tightly bound invasive energy within Marvel's form. Under Johnny's intense absorption, the energies within Marvel began to churn. Both the invading alien energy and Marvel's innate power surged toward Johnny's palm. Marvel's eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed Johnny's extraordinary capabilities. In a mere moment, all the invasive energy within Marvel was consumed. Even a fraction of his own strength was siphoned off in the process. Though this left Marvel feeling somewhat fatigued, it restored his mobility entirely. A formidable aura soon radiated from him, though it quickly receded. "Your Excellency, I am truly grateful. Might I have the honor of knowing your name?" Marvel expressed, his gaze toward Johnny brimming with appreciation. "I am Johnny," he replied with a slight nod. Scrutinizing the rejuvenated Marvel, the immense presence Marvel had just exuded had indeed caught Johnny's attention. This energy fluctuation indicated that Marvel's strength was undoubtedly greater than that of most individuals Johnny had encountered. "Johnny, my dear Captain, Carol has sustained severe injuries and requires immediate medical attention. I intend to take her away at once, and once she is healed, I shall return her safely," Marvel asserted. After noting Johnny's name, Marvel performed a respectful salute, adhering to the Kree's formal etiquette. Though the gesture appeared somewhat peculiar, it unmistakably conveyed his respect and gratitude towards Johnny. Observing Marvel transporting the severely injured Carol aboard a specialized spacecraft, Johnny found himself deep in contemplation. The current Carol Danvers was destined to become one of Earth's future guardians, the formidable Captain Marvel. With Marvel escorting her away, Johnny could easily surmise that upon reaching the Kree, extraordinary events must have transpired to transform Carol from an ordinary military pilot into a woman of extraordinary power. Once Carol was comfortably settled in the most suitable position aboard the ship, Marvel returned to Johnny, presenting him with an object. This item resembled a communicator from the 1960s or 70s. However, witnessing Marvel's solemn demeanor suggested its significance. "My Lord Johnny, this is my emergency communicator," Marvel stated gravely. "It transmits signals through quantum space. As long as quantum space remains unblocked, you can reach me. Should you require my assistance, you may contact me through this device, and I will do my utmost to aid you." Standing before Johnny, Marvel made a serious pledge. Accepting the communicator from Marvel, Johnny nodded and casually placed it into his storage space. From Marvel's demeanor, it was evident that this Kree was of decent character, prompting a slight shift in Johnny's perception of the Kree. As Marvel activated the spacecraft, a unique energy fluctuation connected the spatial nodes of reality and quantum space. The ship suddenly roared to life, rapidly shrinking before vanishing entirely. The quantum space portal, with its peculiar method of transportation, seemed worthy of thorough investigation by the company. As Marvel's massive vessel disappeared, Johnny couldn't help but muse quietly. Concurrently, after this incident, a sense of urgency began to swell within him. While he believed the Marvel narrative was still in its infancy, extraterrestrial visitors had already graced Earth. Fortunately, this time it was merely a coincidence, with the Kree and Skrulls arriving for reasons unrelated to Earth. However, what might the future hold? Standing still, Johnny's gaze softened, and his aura subtly fluctuated. After a moment, A spark of brilliance ignited in his eyes, and his expression grew resolute. Since his arrival in the Marvel Universe, Johnny's mindset had undergone a profound transformation. In this grand epic, he knew he must wield immense power to master his own fate, to become the architect of his destiny. Impervious to the influence of others or any force, he had to continuously strive for strength. Ding. Devour Scroll Anomalous 2 to acquire abilities. Complete Simulation 5. Transform Devour Points. And gain 100 Devour Points. Once Johnny solidified his resolve, the undead spirit had completed the devouring, leaving no trace of the 2 scroll anomalies behind. He decided to temporarily retain the transformed Devour Points without a second thought. The abilities of the scroll anomalies are indeed remarkable, allowing them to metamorphose into any life form within the cosmos, undetected by others. However, Johnny found little interest in this shape-shifting prowess. His focus lay solely on his own power. With a mere thought, he commanded the undead specter to dissipate into ethereal energy, causing subtle spatial fluctuations around him as he vanished into the ruins. Inside the resplendent Morgan Biotech building, Johnny's figure re-emerged. Chairman, what transpired? The abruptness of Johnny's departure, followed shortly by his return, left the onlookers bemused. I encountered a few outsiders, a Kree officer, and 2 scroll anomalies. It was quite a spectacle, Johnny remarked with a slight smile, revealing little of his intentions. What? There are traces of Kree and Skrulls on Earth? Are they planning to take action against our planet? Johnny's words surprised Medusa. Among the group, she alone hailed from beyond Earth and possessed knowledge of the formidable extraterrestrial empires within the universe. The mere presence of Kree and Skrulls on such an ordinary planet at the fringes of the galaxy was certainly ominous. Medusa understood well that the methods employed by these 2 colossal alien empires in their expansion endeavors were far from gentle. Medusa, do not be alarmed. It was merely an incident. Everything should be fine now, Johnny reassured her with a calm smile, his self-assured demeanor gradually easing her concerns. Everyone, let us proceed with our previous tour plans. After a brief exchange, Johnny, guided by the group, made his way toward the company's technology center. Years of development had transformed Morgan Biotech into a vastly different entity. Nearly 10 floors of the building now served as research departments. With ample funding, Morgan Biotech had shed its former operational model and shifted its focus towards advanced scientific research projects. Welcome, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Medusa. A crisp, synthetic female voice greeted them at the metallic doors of the research department. Chairman, this is Hank's accomplishment. He has designed and upgraded the security for the research department. Your data has also been entered into the company as computers, granting you the highest authority within the organization. Medusa explained with a smile. Johnny nodded. Having previously witnessed Hank's designs for advanced aircraft, he had already recognized Hank's talent and ingenuity, which was evidently confirmed now. Chairman, this area is the external section of the research department. Aside from a few collaborations with the military, we have a limited number of projects primarily developed for profit. The truly significant projects are all located within the core area. As they continued along their path, Medusa and the others persistently introduced Johnny to the various project outcomes. Among these projects, a wide array of fields is encompassed, including mechanical automation, biomedical technology, signal transmission, air traffic management, high-yield crops, and intelligent housekeeping. Johnny has indeed experienced a dazzling array of advancements along his journey. It must be acknowledged that as the decision-makers of the company, Medusa and her colleagues have made astute choices in their research endeavors. With a visionary perspective, Johnny feels a profound sense of reassurance upon witnessing these studies. Each project, should it achieve a significant breakthrough, represents an unfathomable potential for immense benefits. Chairman, these are mere trifles. The truly substantial resources of the company are invested in the projects over here. Observing the satisfaction on Johnny's face, Medusa smiled and, utilizing her authority, activated the access to the core area of the research department.